Contents. Cover page. Title page. Dedication. Epigraph. Introduction. 1. The First Imperialists. 2. The Foreign Policy of Revolution. 3. Liberalism and Expansion. 4. To the Farewell Address and Beyond. 5. Peaceful Conquest. 6. A Republic in the Age of Monarchy. 7. The Foreign Policy of Slavery. 8. Manifest Destinies. 9. Beyond the National Interest. 10. War and Progress. 11. From Power to Ambition, from Ambition to Power. 12. Morality and Hegemony. Notes. Bibliography. Acknowledgements. A note about the author. Also by Robert Kagan. Copyright. For Tor. The authors of the Declaration of Independence set up a standard maxim for free society, which should be familiar to all, and revered by all, constantly looked to, constantly labored for, and even though never perfectly attained, constantly approximated, and thereby constantly spreading and deepening its influence, and augmenting the happiness and value of life to all people of all colors everywhere. Abraham Lincoln, June 26, 1857. Introduction. In 1817, America's minister in London, John Quincy Adams, reported that the universal feeling of Europe in witnessing the gigantic growth of our population and power is that we shall, if united, become a very dangerous member of the Society of Nations. They therefore hope what they confidently expect, that we shall not long remain united. 1. In 1819, a congressman returning from a visit to Europe reported that everyone he spoke to appeared to be profoundly impressed with the idea that we were an ambitious and encroaching people too. Most Americans today would be surprised to know that much of the world regarded America, even in its infancy, as a very dangerous nation. When they think of the nation's relations to the world in the decades before and after the Revolution, the words they tend to conjure are isolation, non-entanglement, neutrality. The early Americans' goal, in the famous words of the Puritan father John Winthrop, was to establish a city upon a hill to be emulated by others. Washington's farewell address restated this isolationist core of American foreign policy, opposing foreign attachments and expressing the quintessential American yearning for aloofness from a corrupt and corrupting world. The Monroe Doctrine further reconfirmed this tradition of isolation and separation. Or so it is widely believed. This was not the way others viewed Americans in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, however. Peoples and nations on the North American continent, in the Western Hemisphere, and in Europe considered Americans dangerous for a variety of reasons. First and foremost was their aggressive and seemingly insatiable desire for territory and dominant influence. In the late 1820s, a Mexican commission concluded that Americans were a most ambitious people, always ready to encroach upon their neighbors without a spark of good faith. 3. The Indian tribes that had been steadily driven back across the continent since the early 17th century took the same view, of course. But so did the Spaniards, the French, the Russians, and the British, each of whom in their turn were pushed off lands and out of waterways by what French diplomats described as a numerous, warlike, and restless American populace. These ambitious Americans were an enemy to be feared for. But aggressive territorial expansionism was not the only quality that made the young American Republic dangerous in the eyes of others. Of equal if not sometimes greater concern was the danger posed by America's revolutionary ideology, as well as by the way its liberal, commercial society seemed to swallow up those cultures with which it came into contact. In 1794, the Spanish governor in Louisiana warned that the spread of the American population and culture, both of them advancing and multiplying in the silence of peace, were so much to be feared by Spain as are their arms. 5. There were many around the world who admired and celebrated the birth of a republic based on the principles of human equality and natural rights. But most of the world's governments were apprehensive. This federal republic is born a pygmy, the Spanish minister in Paris remarked, but a day will come when it will be a giant, even a colossus. The source of the new nation's frightening power, the minister believed, was its republican ideology and government. Liberty of conscience, the facility for establishing a new population on immense lands, as well as the advantages of the new government, will draw thither farmers and artisans from all nations. In a few years we shall watch with grief the tyrannical existence of this same colossus. 6. Conservative defenders of monarchy and absolutism watched with growing alarm as revolutionary waves rolled back and forth across the Atlantic in the decades following the American Revolution. If this flood of evil doctrines and pernicious examples should extend over the whole of America, Prince Clemens von Metternich warned, what would become of the moral force of our governments, and of that conservative system which has saved Europe from complete dissolution. When President James Monroe announced what would become famous as the Monroe Doctrine in 1823, Metternich apprehended that the Americans, whom we have seen arise and grow, had suddenly left a sphere too narrow for their ambition and, astonished Europe by a new act of revolt, more unprovoked, fully as audacious, and no less dangerous than the American Revolution itself. 7. This gap between American self-perception and the perceptions of others has endured throughout the nation's history. Americans have cherished an image of themselves as by nature inward-looking and aloof, only sporadically and spasmodically venturing forth into the world, usually in response to external attack or perceived threats. This self-image survives, despite 400 years of steady expansion and an ever-deepening involvement in world affairs, and despite innumerable wars, interventions, and prolonged occupations in foreign lands. It is as if it were all an accident or odd twist of fate. Even as the United States has risen to a position of global hegemony, expanding its reach and purview and involvement across the continent and then across the oceans, Americans still believe their nation's natural tendencies are toward passivity, indifference, and insularity. This lack of self-awareness has had its virtues. It has sometimes made America's vast power more tolerable to large numbers of peoples around the world, for a nation so unaware of its own behavior may seem less threatening than a nation with a plan of expansion and conquest. But it has also been a problem. Americans have often not realized how their expansive tendencies, political, ideological, economic, strategic, and cultural, bump up against and intrude upon other peoples and cultures. They are surprised to learn that others hate them, are jealous of them, and even fear them for their power and influence. They have not anticipated, therefore, the way their natural expansiveness could provoke reactions, and sometimes violent reactions, against them. This lack of self-awareness is a problem in another way as well. Not only have Americans frequently failed to see how their actions could provoke reactions from others, they have not even accurately predicted their own responses. The history of America has been one of repeated surprises, not only at the behavior of others but at the behavior of the United States in response to the actions of others. Many Americans have believed they did not care what happened in most of the rest of the world, and yet when events occurred, they found that they did care. In the Howard Hawks movie To Have and Have Not, Lauren Bacall says to Humphrey Bogart, I know, you don't give a hoop what I do, but when I do it you get sore." Bogart's Harry Morgan in that 1944 film was meant to be a symbol for an isolationist America coming out of its isolation, but Bacall's line could summarize 400 years of American foreign policy. On balance, Americans would be better off if they understood themselves, their nation, and their nation's history better. This applies especially to the early history of American foreign policy. The pervasive myth of America as isolationist and passive until provoked rests on a misunderstanding of America's foreign policies in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. This book is an attempt to tell a different story that is more about expansion and ambition, idealistic as well as materialistic, than about isolationist exemplars and cities upon hills. Chapter 1. The First Imperialists. This is a commonwealth of the fabric that hath an open ear, and a public concernment. She is not made for herself only, but given as a magistrate of God unto mankind, for the vindication of common right and the law of nature. Wherefore saith Cicero of the Romans, Nos magis patronatum orbis terrarum suspimus quam imperium, we have rather undertaken the patronage than the empire of the world. James Harrington. The Commonwealth of Oceania, 1656. The myth of the city upon a hill. The Americanization of the Puritan mission. Misperceptions about the history, traditions, and nature of American foreign policy begin with the popular image of the Puritans who settled in New England in the 1630s. John Winthrop's hopeful description of the Massachusetts Bay theocracy as a city upon a hill is emblazoned in the American self-image, a vivid symbol of what are widely seen as dominant isolationist and exceptionalist tendencies in American foreign policy. The Puritan mission, as the historian Frederick Merck once put it, was to redeem the Old World by high example, and generations of Americans have considered this exemplarist purpose the country's original mission in its pure, uncorrupted form, the desire to set an example to the world. But from a safe distance. One Felix Gilbert argued that the unique combination of idealism and isolationism in American thought derived from the Puritans' utopian aspirations, which required separation from Europe and the severing of ties which might spread the diseases of Europe to America. The true American mission, therefore, was inherently isolationist, passive, and restrained. It was, as Merck put it, both idealistic and self-denying, a force that fought to curb expansionism of the aggressive variety. 3. This picture of Puritan America as a pious Greta Garbo, wanting only to be left alone in her self-contained world, is misleading. For one thing, Winthrop's Puritans were not isolationists. They were global revolutionaries. 4. They escaped persecution in the Old World to establish the ideal religious commonwealth in America, their New Jerusalem. But unlike the biblical Jews, they looked forward to the day, they hoped not far off, when they might return to a reformed Egypt. Far from seeking permanent separation from the Old World, the Puritans' errand into the wilderness aimed to establish a base from which to launch a counter-offensive across the Atlantic. Their special covenant with God was not tied to the soil of the North American continent. 5. America was not the Puritans' promised land but a temporary refuge. 6. God had peopled New England in order that the reformation of England and Scotland may be hastened. 7. As the great scholar of Puritan thought Perry Miller explained many years ago, the Puritan migration was no retreat from Europe, it was a flank attack. The large unspoken assumption in the errand of 1630 was that success in New England would mean a return to Old England. 8. The Massachusetts Bay colonists neither sought isolation from the Old World nor considered themselves isolated. 9. The Puritan leaders did not even believe they were establishing a new world distinct from the Old. In their minds New England and Old England were the same world, spiritually if not geographically. 100 years after Winthrop's settlement, when the Puritan evangelist Jonathan Edwards spoke of our nation, he meant both Britain and the British North American colonies. It was a measure of how little the New England Puritans sought isolation from the Old World that their greatest disappointment came when England's Puritan Revolution in the mid-17th century abandoned rigid Calvinism, the Puritans' model, thus leaving the Puritans theologically isolated in their American wilderness. 10. America, in turn, became not a promised land but a burial ground for the kind of Puritan theocracy Winthrop and his followers had hoped to establish. Puritanism died in part because the American wilderness, like the biblical Israel, was a land of milk and honey. The New World was too vast for the Puritans' worldly asceticism. Their rigid theocracy required control and obedience and self-restraint, but the expansive North American wilderness created freedom, dissent, independence, and the lust for land. The abundance of land and economic opportunities for men and women of all social stations diverted too many minds from godly to worldly pursuits. It undermined patriarchal hierarchy and shattered orthodoxy. Those who did not like the way the doctrines of Calvinism were construed and enforced in the Massachusetts Bay Colony had only to move up the Connecticut Valley. Within a dozen years of Winthrop's arrival, Puritan divines were decrying their congregants' sinful desire for ever more elbow room in their new world. Land, land, hath been the idol of many in New England, cried Increase Mather. They that profess themselves Christians, have forsaken churches and ordinances and all for land and elbow room enough in the world. 11. The rich lands of North America also helped unleash liberal, materialist forces within Protestantism that overwhelmed the Puritan fathers' original godly vision and brought New England onto the path on which the rest of British American civilization was already traveling, toward individualism, progress, and modernity. With so many opportunities for personal enrichment available in the New World, the Protestant ethic, as Max Weber called it, which countenanced the rewards of labor as a sign of God's favor and which demanded hard work in one's calling as a sign of election, became a powerful engine of material progress. In a short time, settlers, plantation owners, and the increasingly prosperous and powerful merchants of Boston, the so-called river gods, came to worship at altars other than those of their Calvinist fathers and grandfathers. The liberal, commercial ethos of these new mercantile groups represented the spirit of a new age, whose guiding principles were not social stability, order, and the discipline of the senses, but mobility, growth, and the enjoyment of life. 12. By the early 18th century, Puritan New England had entered the emerging secular and commercial culture of Anglo-America. The New Englanders relinquished their grand vision of building a city upon a hill, and Puritanism itself melted into the new, modernizing society. 13. The burst of religious revivalism in the early to mid-18th century, termed the Great Awakening, was a monument to Puritanism's failure, a worried response to the increasing secularization of American society and to the spread of Christian rationalism and deism among colonial elites. From its original pious ambitions, Jonathan Edwards lamented, the Puritans' America had fallen into sin. History had never witnessed such a casting off of the Christian religion, nor so much scoffing at and ridiculing the gospel of Christ by those that have been brought up under gospel light. 14. Even Edwards's own reactionary revivalism was shaped by the new realities of life in an expansive, modernizing, and free America, for his was a democratized, anti-hierarchical Puritanism that conformed to the increasingly fluid nature of colonial American society. His effort to stem the tide of liberalism and modernity was futile. As Edwards wrote his treatises on faith and salvation and obedience to God, his fellow British colonials were beginning to think of themselves as having individual rights that were self-evidently endowments of nature. 15. By the last quarter of the 18th century, a foreign observer like the French immigrant Michel Guillaume Jean de Crevecoeur could write of Americans that they think more of the affairs of this world than of those of the next. 16. Not only has the original Puritan mission often been misunderstood, therefore, but the rapid absorption and dissipation of Puritanism within the mainstream of colonial American society meant that the Puritan influence in shaping the character of that society, and its foreign policies, was not as great as has sometimes been imagined. Most of America outside of New England had never been under Puritan influence, and by the early 18th century even New England was no Puritan commonwealth but a rising center of liberalism and commercialism. In the 17th and early 18th centuries it was the southern and middle colonies, not New England, that epitomized what was arguably the most important element in the emerging British American culture, the conception of America as a place in which free people could pursue their own individual happiness in safety and with a fair prospect that they might be successful in their several quests. 17. The society and culture that took root in the Chesapeake Bay region had far greater influence on the evolution of American society, and therefore on American foreign policy, than did Puritanism. This colonial America was characterized not by isolationism and utopianism, not by cities upon hills and covenants with God, but by aggressive expansionism, acquisitive materialism, and an overarching ideology of civilization that encouraged and justified both. In Virginia and the other settlements along the Chesapeake Bay that predated the Puritans' arrival in New England, the dreams that drew Englishmen to a rough and untamed country were of wealth and opportunity, not the founding of a new Israel. The boom years that came to Virginia in the middle of the 17th century produced no utopia but, at first, an almost lawless capitalism run amok, the fleeting ugliness of private enterprise operating temporarily without check, a greed magnified by opportunity, producing fortunes for a few and misery for many, and, of course, the first steps toward a system of labor that treated men as things. 18. Although gradually this rampant capitalist beast was tamed by the establishment of laws and institutions modeled after England's, the acquisitive, individualistic, modern spirit of liberalism formed the bedrock of American society more than a century and a half before the American Revolution proclaimed liberty and the pursuit of happiness to be the natural rights of all men. 19. This acquisitive individualism was the powerful engine of an Anglo-American territorial expansion that was neither particularly godly nor especially peaceful and certainly not self-denying. In the Chesapeake Bay area settled by the Virginia Company and its adventurers, expansion throughout the Tidewater began immediately, stretching up the fertile and accessible valleys of the James, Rappahannock, and York rivers. In the Massachusetts Bay Colony, too, expansion from Boston into the Connecticut Valley and the New England interior began within a few years after the colony's founding. In both the northern and southern colonies, expansion brought the settlers into bloody conflict with Indians, first the Pequot and later the Wampanoag, the Narragansett, and the Nipmuc in the north, and the Susquehanna in the south. In 1637 settlers from Boston and the Connecticut River Valley united in a two-pronged attack that ended in the massacre and virtual extermination of the Pequot. That victory opened up even more territory for expansion and settlement, which in turn led less than 4 decades later to another, albeit more costly, triumph for the expansion-minded settlers against an alliance of Indian tribes loosely led by the Wampanoag chief whom the Anglo-Americans called King Philip. In Virginia that same year Governor William Berkeley's refusal to launch a war against the Susquehanna resulted in a frontier rebellion led by Nathaniel Bacon and the burning of the Virginia capital of Jamestown. Thereafter in Virginia, as in New England, expansion proceeded apace throughout the latter half of the 17th century and into the 18th, out into the Virginia Piedmont and the Great Valley of the Appalachians and, in the north, up into Vermont and New Hampshire. Like most expansive peoples, the Greeks and Romans, for instance, Anglo-Americans did not view themselves as aggressors. 20 In part, they believed it only right and natural that they should seek independence and fortune for themselves and their families in the New World. Once having pursued this destiny and established a foothold in the untamed lands of North America, continued expansion seemed to many a matter of survival, a defensive reaction to threats that lay just beyond the ever-expanding perimeter of their English civilization. The French and Spanish empires were competing with the English for control of North America. And the Indian nations, defending their own shrinking territories and, indeed, their very existence against European aggression, were a constant threat to the settlers' security, at least from the settlers' perspective. Native Americans pushed off one stretch of land, and fearing they would soon be pushed off the next, frequently struck back, both out of vengeance and in the hopes of convincing the settlers to halt their advance and retreat. Settlers under siege, and the governments charged with protecting them, could easily view the Indians as the aggressors and their own actions as aimed at establishing nothing more than a minimal level of security. Attaining even minimal security, however, required an ever-enlarging sphere of control and dominance, for whenever one boundary of security was established, other threats always existed just beyond it. The original sin of displacing the first Indians from their lands began a cycle of advance and conquest. As Catherine the Great is supposed to have remarked, "I have no way to defend my borders but to extend them." What has been said of Russia, that it found its security only in the insecurity of others, could be said of colonial Anglo-Americans, too. In the 17th and 18th centuries, they purchased their security at the price of the insecurity, and often the ruin, of Pequot, Iroquois, and Narragansett, of French and Spaniards, and by the time of the Revolution, of the British, too. The expansionist mission. The search for security, however, was not the sole motive for expansion. There were other powerful motives as well, and more exalted justifications. The Anglo-American settlers pressed into territories claimed by others in the conviction that they were serving a higher purpose, that their expansion was the unfolding of an Anglo-Saxon destiny. They saw themselves as the vanguard of an English civilization that was leading humanity into the future. The first American exceptionalism was really an English exceptionalism, the first American mission an Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, imperial mission. Even the Virginia Company portrayed itself as more than a purely commercial entity. The company's stockholders insisted theirs was a different kind of commercial enterprise, the ends for which it is established being not simply matter of trade, but of a higher nature. 21 Clearing away the wilderness and implanting English civilization in its place was in their eyes an inherently noble task, as well as being lucrative. While making money for themselves and their London stockholders, the colonists would bring the infidels and salvages leaving in those parties to humane civility and to a settled and quiet government. Not for the last time in American history, these early settlers made their way forward in the conviction that enterprise, trade, and the advance of civilization were interlinked. Their civilization, they believed, was beneficial both for those who advanced it and for those upon whom it was advanced. 22 This Anglo-American mission was neither passive nor exemplarist, however. The settlers moved ever forward, they did not stand still. And they did their converting with their hands, their tools, and their weapons, not by the force of their example. Nor was the settlers' mission one that isolated them from the rest of the world. They saw themselves spreading European civilization, not escaping it. The settlement of the North American wilderness was in their eyes part of a long process of civilized human evolution, a process that began centuries earlier in the wilderness of Europe. European civilization, too, they recalled, had been born in untamed forests. In their efforts to improve the land on which they settled, Anglo-American colonists provided themselves with the comforting vision that, notwithstanding their remoteness from the center of history in Europe, they were also incorporated into the historical process as that process had been formulated and sanctioned by Europeans in Europe. 23 Westward the course of empire takes its way, wrote the Irish philosopher and clergyman George Berkeley in 1726. The 4 first acts already past, a fifth shall close the drama with the day, time's noblest offspring is the last. 24. The Anglo-American colonists were in this respect typical Englishmen. Long before American publicists invented the term in the mid-19th century, the English had developed their own idea of manifest destiny, derived partly from a sense of racial and cultural superiority, partly from a belief in the superiority of the Protestant religion and in the perfection of English political institutions. Along with the idea of destiny came a belief in the right of conquest of backward peoples in the name of the civilization. This was not simple racism, it was civilizationism. Before Englishmen exercised their right of conquest against North American Indians, they had exercised it against Gaelic Irish and Highland Scots, light-skinned peoples who nevertheless, like the Indians, made their living by hunting and fishing, who seemed to have no settled agriculture or permanent homes, and whom the English therefore conceived to be of a different and inferior race, violent, treacherous, poverty-stricken, and backward. 25 16th century proponents of the colonization of Ireland had justified it as a means of fostering among the Irish an appreciation for civility so that they might likewise move toward freedom. In the 17th and 18th centuries Englishmen looked farther across the oceans in their efforts to act as civilizing agents for the barbarous nations. 26 And in the 20th and 21st centuries Americans were still pursuing at least a version of this early English mission. Without the aim of territorial conquest but with the same professed purpose of raising developing nations up into conformity with advanced civilization. In the 17th and 18th centuries, as later, a strong element of nationalist pride was involved. The Anglo-Americans believed they were superior not only to the uncivilized natives but also to other European colonists by virtue of the liberties they enjoyed and the religion they practiced, and by the benefits they could bestow on the Indians. They believed, for instance, that they treated the Indians they encountered more humanely than did the bloodthirsty Spaniards and scheming French Catholics. 27 The notion that Anglo-Americans, by expanding in North America, would be liberating the natives from a brutal Spanish tyranny went as far back as 1584, when Richard Hakluyt entreated Queen Elizabeth's support for the colonial project. The Spaniards govern in the Indies with all pride and tyranny, so no doubt whensoever the Queen of England shall seat upon that firme of America, and shall be reported throughout all that tract to use the natural people there with all humanity, courtesy, and freedom, they will yield themselves to her government, and revolt clean from the Spaniarde. 28. In fact, compared with the French, at least, The Anglo-American colonists were arguably more ruthless and less concerned for Indian ways and interests. But the English believed they were superior conquerors chiefly because their civilization and their religion were superior. French and Spanish Catholic missionaries kept their Indian converts in darkness, because that was the nature of their benighted religion. The French, they pretend to teach the Indians religion. Jonathan Edwards complained even well into the 18th century, but they won't teach 'em to read. They won't let 'em read the Word of God. 29. The Indians were better off under the tutelage of the superior Protestant faith. The Anglo-American sense of cultural superiority grew dramatically after the Glorious Revolution in England in 1688, the effects of which rippled across the Atlantic and persuaded most Englishmen that they lived on an oasis of freedom in a global desert of tyranny. In the North American colonies, as in Britain, people celebrated their unique liberties, both political and religious, and contrasted the perfection of the British mixed constitution with the imperfections of the absolutist governments in France and Spain. 32 Patriotic Englishmen of the 18th century, including Anglo-Americans in the New World, liberty, Protestantism, and imperial expansion seemed to be inextricably connected. 31. The Anglo-Americans were not wrong to believe they had something of benefit to give to others, a way of life that was more prosperous and in some important respects freer, even if the recipients of these benefits often did not agree that this new way of life was preferable to their own. In the end, however, civilization, religion, and even security were justifications for and byproducts of conquest and expansion in the 17th and 18th centuries. Anglo-Americans would not have sought to implant civilization in the wilderness had they not been moved by more self-interested motives, chiefly the desire for land and for all the material, spiritual, and political benefits that came with its acquisition. They did not hesitate when, as was often the case, the drive for ever more land tended to undermine the civilizing mission in both its political and religious forms. Even the most devoted Protestant evangelical missionaries refused to deny themselves a share of the territories occupied by the Indians they were attempting to convert. Nor did they, or could they, deny the waves of Anglo-American settlers who followed them out to the frontiers. This was in contrast to the French Jesuit missionaries who went to live among the Indians. The French Catholics, so disdained by the English Protestants, were more successful in attracting a following among the Indians precisely because they did not ask the natives to save their souls at the expense of losing their homelands. 32. To say that the Anglo-American settlers were simply greedy would be too narrow. The desire for land was not primarily a desire for profit. Some land speculators made fortunes off the lands they bought and sold. But for the vast majority of settlers, the benefits of expansion were more of a spiritual and political nature. Land ownership equaled liberty, both in Lockean theory and in practice. Settlement on the ever-expanding frontier offered unprecedented freedom and independence, and a sense of honor, to hundreds of thousands of families who would otherwise have lived a more dependent and oppressed existence in Europe or crowded in the cities on the Atlantic coast. The endless supply of land on the continent meant that no one, except the slave, was condemned to spend a lifetime in the employ of someone else. Men earned wages only until they had enough money to buy land and move away. This was the original American dream, one that Abraham Lincoln was still extolling a century later, the opportunity of every white male American to abandon a wage earner's life for the independent life of the landowner. What distinguished colonial America from Europe in the 18th century, what made it really seem a promised land to settlers, and what attracted an astonishing wave of immigration in the decades before the Revolution was precisely the freedom, the individualism, and the rough equality among peoples that an expanding territory made possible. Contemporary observers such as Crevecoeur noted in wonder that colonial American society was not composed, as in Europe, of great lords who possess everything, and a herd of people who have nothing, no aristocratical families, no courts, no kings, no bishops, no ecclesiastical dominion, no invisible power giving to the few a very visible one. Adam Smith pointed out that there was more equality among the English colonists than among the inhabitants of the mother country. And Edmund Burke believed that by freeing people from dependence on employers and landowners, the conditions in North America had fostered a love of freedom and a fierce spirit of liberty that was the predominating feature in the colonial character and was stronger, probably than in any other people of the earth. 33 This quality of colonial existence made America exceptional, distinguishing the colonies even from the liberty-loving Britons, who were themselves exceptional compared to the rest of Europe. America's early exceptionalism depended, however, on the endless supply of land on which to settle and build a new life. Unprecedented freedom depended partly on unceasing territorial expansion to open avenues for individual initiative and success. Expansion provided the distance necessary to keep people relatively free from government and ecclesiastical authority. 34 It provided those ineffable but intensely craved human satisfactions, honor and self-respect. 35 For a young man starting out in life in mid-18th century America, a man such as George Washington, the amassing of land in the yet-to-be settled West was a chance to achieve a status in society that might otherwise have eluded him. 36 Land is the most permanent estate, he once wrote, and the most likely to increase in value. 37 At age 18 Washington had already become a landowner and land speculator, and he devoted much of the quarter century before the Revolution to adding thousands of acres of western land to his holdings. To one friend down on his luck he relayed advice that showed the importance of land in his mind. "There is a large field before you," he wrote his friend, "where an enterprising man with very little money may lay the foundation of a noble estate. Look at the fortunes already made in Virginia," he advised. Was it not by taking up and purchasing at very low rates the rich back lands which were thought nothing of in those days, but are now the most valuable lands we possess? Undoubtedly it was. 38 Washington's own national fame was not unrelated to the landed wealth he acquired, for although it often drained him of resources, especially at Mount Vernon, its value allowed him to borrow heavily and then spend generously outfitting his soldiers, lending money to devoted followers in his country, and making his Mount Vernon home a center of Virginia society. Land allowed him to do all the things a prominent gentleman of colonial Virginia was supposed to do. The material and intangible opportunities offered by land set in motion a cycle of expansion and prosperity in the colonial era. The constant availability of land for settlement pulled workers out of the cities, thus creating a scarcity of urban laborers, which in turn drove wages in the colonies higher than they were in Europe. High wages in the New World attracted more immigrants, who after a few years of employment became new seekers of more land on which to settle. The ever-growing population of land-hungry settlers and the existence of enormous tracts of fertile land east of the Mississippi River, encumbered only by the native inhabitants and their French and Spanish supporters, produced an irresistible pressure for more expansion. This expansionist cycle built up so much momentum in the middle of the 18th century that it drove the Anglo-American colonies into a world war. Then, 2 decades later, it helped drive them to independence. The policy of savages. By mid-century the most desirable lands within the boundaries of the old colonies had been occupied, or so it seemed to many. The obvious next stage was to expand farther west, beyond the Allegheny Mountains into the rich lands of the Ohio Valley. In the late 1740s those in the colonies who had the influence and the wherewithal to stake a claim to these western lands did so, even if the lands were controlled by others. The Virginia aristocracy dove in with 2 new joint stock companies in the late 1740s. One was the Ohio Company, formed by the prominent Virginia politician Thomas Lee, which included among its members the illustrious Fairfax family, as well as the lieutenant governor of the colony, Robert Dinwiddie, and George Washington's older brother, Lawrence. To pull strings in London, the Ohio Company counted the Duke of Bedford among its members. In 1749 George II granted 500,000 acres of Ohio Valley land to the company, with the stipulation that the shareholders erect a fort and settle at least 100 families on the forks of the Ohio River. Thus would the interests of the nascent British Empire also be served in its ongoing competition with the French. One can hardly exaggerate the degree to which American leaders, including future leaders of the independent republic, had a direct, personal interest in this new phase of territorial expansion. Washington was not the only founding father with a stake in the Ohio Valley. Thomas Jefferson was a land speculator by inheritance. His father bequeathed to him and his brothers and sisters a share in the Loyal Land Company, the main competitor of the Ohio Company, which had been granted 800,000 acres by the Virginia House of Burgesses. 39 Another prominent Virginian, Patrick Henry, also had speculative interests in Western land. Nor was it strictly a Virginia phenomenon. In Pennsylvania, Benjamin Franklin served as agent for powerful colonials seeking their own concessions in the Ohio Valley, spurred in part by fear that Virginia would grab everything and leave Pennsylvanians locked out of the West. Connecticut competed for Western lands, too, as did Massachusetts, where even evangelical missionaries like Jonathan Edwards were tied up with land speculation, either through their powerful patrons and congregants or, like Edwards, as owners of Western lands themselves. The problem was that the British colonies were not alone in wanting the Ohio Valley. The King of France claimed it with equal if not greater justice, for he had actually implanted French settlers, and French forts, on the contested lands. And then, of course, there were the Indians who actually dwelled on the lands that the colonists and their imperial backers were granting to themselves. Any new Anglo-American settlement in the Ohio Valley would come with a struggle and probably war. As American speculators and would-be settlers well knew, therefore, all this land and the great opportunities it afforded could not be obtained without the aid of the powerful British Empire. Mid-18th century Anglo-Americans thus became the most enthusiastic of British imperialists. This was no great leap. Most colonists had long been proud and loyal members of the British Empire, despite the tensions and resentments that occasionally flared up between the colonies and the London authorities. By the middle of the 18th century, colonial elites, far from seeking separation from the Old World, aspired to be more British in their habits, their manners, and their dress. Washington furnished Mount Vernon with such specimens of English luxury and taste as he could afford. As a young man rising in prominence in Virginia, he yearned for a commission in the British Regular Army, an achievement that would have laid the basis for a comfortable and successful imperial career. Only lack of influence in London prevented him from attaining this ambition. Benjamin Franklin, too, was intellectually and culturally an Englishman, who aspired for many years to settle down in England permanently or, failing that, to win a position working for the imperial authorities in the colonies as a tax collector. 40 Jonathan Edwards considered himself first of all as a British citizen. His closest ally in the revival movement on both sides of the Atlantic was the British preacher George Whitefield, and Edwards made no distinction between New and Old England, calling them together our nation. 41. Edwards's strong sense of British nationalism provided a window on the way colonists both prided themselves on their Britishness and counted on the strength of the empire to further their interests, both material and spiritual. In the mind of Edwards, and probably of many of his followers, the success of the international Protestant mission depended entirely on the success of the British Empire. Since the accession of the Protestant Hanoverian line to the British throne in 1714, New Englanders had shed their Puritan outsider image and identified themselves with the Protestant and British cause. Great Britain was the great champion of international Protestantism, and Edwards believed that God worked his will through favored nations and empires. In this sense, the new Israel, God's chosen instrument, was not America but the British Empire. 42. Some scholars have argued that the Anglo-Americans were the earliest and most ardent advocates of the idea of a British Empire, more so than their English brethren across the Atlantic. 43 Certainly the colonists found nothing objectionable in the idea of empire. The word did not connote to them despotic and arbitrary rule by a superior power over weaker and inferior peoples. To the contrary, in the colonists' conception of the British Empire, they were co-equal with those who lived in the British Isles, a perception that would take on revolutionary significance in the 1760s when the imperial authorities acted according to a different conception of the relationship between colony and mother country. Before the colonial crisis of the 1760s, most leading Americans were content to pursue their great destiny, both individually and collectively, as Britons. 44 Indeed, the British Empire was the vessel that colonists counted on to deliver them into a prosperous and secure future. Close identification with the empire was especially desirable when it served immediate expansionist and commercial interests. Anglo-American leaders knew their disunited and jealous colonies were unlikely to succeed in pushing back the French and Indians and capturing the Ohio Valley on their own. The colonies were like the separate filaments of flax before the thread is formed, Franklin complained, without strength, because without connection. A colonial union might make us strong, and even formidable 45, but that union seemed hopelessly elusive. Failed attempts to organize the colonies into a cohesive force, such as in the abortive Albany Plan of Union in 1754, served only to convince ambitious colonials like Franklin that they needed the unity, the guidance, and the muscle that only London could provide. Promoting the idea of empire was useful in the colonists' effort to sway the British public and authorities. Anglo-Americans hoped to give Britons on the other side of the ocean a sense of pride in their imperial mission in North America. The people of Great Britain and the people of the colonies, Franklin suggested in the early 1750s, should learn to consider themselves, as not belonging to a different community with different interests, but to one community with one interest. The colonies bordering on the French are properly frontiers of the British Empire, he insisted, and the frontiers of an empire are properly defended at the joint expense of the body of the people in such an empire. 46. The idea of a territorial empire on the North American continent was not what most imperialistic Britons initially had in mind in the 18th century, however. Before the 7 Years' War with France, their fascination was with maritime empire. Britannia ruled the waves, not the wilderness. Political theorists believed maritime empire better suited to Britain's political economy and its special genius as a commercial nation. And it was compatible with British liberty. Vast landed empires tended toward despotism, or so it was widely believed. Roman republicanism and freedom had been undone by territorial conquest. In the modern era, the Bourbons and absolute monarchies on the continent dreamed of creating a universal monarchy there. Britain's great destiny lay along a different path, on the oceans. James Harrington offered a compelling vision of a British Empire at once powerful, prosperous, free, and, what would later be of keen interest to revolutionary Americans, republican. His imaginary Commonwealth of Oceania would be a commonwealth for increase, a producer of wealth both for itself and for others, benevolent in its strength and beneficial to all it touched with its commerce. As he put it, quoting Cicero, "We have rather undertaken the patronage than the empire of the world." 47. From the end of the 17th through the first half of the 18th century, trade, shipping, the navy, not colonization, were the meaning and purpose of empire for most Englishmen. 48. There was a clash, therefore, between the Anglo-American and the British imperial ideas. A century later, in the middle of the 19th century, the British idea of maritime dominance, and even of tutelary empire, would inspire such influential Americans as William Seward and James G. Blaine, who wanted nothing more than to emulate the British dominance of the seas and of international trade. They would use language strikingly similar to Harrington's and Cicero's in imagining the United States undertaking rather the patronage than the empire of the world. Among the founding generation, Alexander Hamilton, born on a Caribbean island into a world of seagoing traders, also hoped to establish a maritime empire modeled after the British. But most of Hamilton's colleagues, such as the Virginians Washington and Jefferson and the Pennsylvanian Franklin, were determined territorial imperialists who looked westward across the continent for America's destiny. They were repeatedly disappointed by British unwillingness to support Western conquest. In the Treaty of Utrecht of 1713, following the War of the Spanish Succession, the British had agreed to let France keep its imperial outposts in North America and had established an Indian buffer between their respective colonial holdings. The settlement served the interest of European stability, promising to confirm the peace and tranquility of the Christian world through a just equilibrium of power. 49. In this European drama, North America was a sideshow. It was no sideshow to the colonists. A just equilibrium of power on the continent was the last thing they wanted. Settlers found the treaty limits imposed by the British authorities intolerable and made constant forays into the buffer zone, clashing with Indians, provoking bloody counterattacks, and repeatedly disturbing British efforts to maintain a stable peace with France in North America. British imperial commanders reported in frustration that the Anglo-American settlers were too numerous, too lawless, and licentious ever to be restrained. 50 The Anglo-American colonists opposed the very presence of France in North America. They detested having a Catholic power as a neighbor. They wanted France's northern territories for themselves and resented French support for Indian tribes that opposed their expansion. But during the War of the Austrian Succession in the late 1740s, another war fought chiefly in Europe, British authorities repeatedly rejected colonial appeals for an invasion of French Canada. On the one occasion the British did support a foray into Canada, they undid the colonists' ambitious plans by giving the prize back to France. That episode was an instructive example of the clash between aggressive colonials and more cautious London ministers. In 1745 the New England colonists launched an attack against the important French stronghold of Louisbourg, on Cape Breton Island. The expedition, organized by Massachusetts Governor William Shirley, produced unprecedented colonial unity and determination, particularly among the New Englanders, who mustered 4,000 volunteers for the fight. 20 of Jonathan Edwards's congregants took part in the siege and capture of the French fortress, inspired by the motto the evangelical English preacher George Whitefield chose for their banner, Nil desperandum Christo Duce. Back in Massachusetts, Edwards led his people in prayers for victory, urging them to purge themselves of sin, for sin above all things weakens a people at war. In response to such exhortations, the impious Benjamin Franklin quipped, "In attacking strong towns I should have more dependence on works, than on faith." The triumph at Louisbourg in 1745 was celebrated on both sides of the Atlantic, but much more so in the colonies. The New England evangelical preacher Thomas Prince prayed that this happy conquest be the dawning earnest of our divine Redeemer's carrying on his triumphs through the northern regions, till he extends his empire, from the river of Canada to the ends of America. 51. But the rulers of that empire back in London did not share American enthusiasm for driving the French from North America. In the Compromise Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle in 1748, the British returned Louisbourg to France, leaving the colonists again embittered at the mother country's betrayal of their interests. Embittered but not daunted. In the coming years the colonists redoubled their efforts to enlist British imperial support for continental expansion against the French and Indians. The newly minted Ohio and Loyal Land Companies were staking their claim in the Ohio Valley. Edwards's congregants in Massachusetts were buying stock in the Susquehanna Company, which sought lands farther north across the Alleghenies. Pennsylvanians were in the hunt for land, too. The colonies, glutted by their growing population, were an expansionist pressure cooker. The danger posed by the ambitious Anglo-Americans was not lost on their French and Indian neighbors. The Indians had the most to fear. The buffer zone, their homeland, was being breached, and the delicate balance of power on which their peace and security depended was being upset. In 18th century North America it was the Indians, not the Anglo-Americans, who revered the balance of power. The great ruling principle of modern Indian politics, one British official observed, was to preserve the balance between us and the French. But by the 1750s the balance was shifting inexorably toward the British, with their hordes of immigrants and settlers. In 1754, when there were 70,000 French colonists in all of North America, the Anglo-American population stood at 1.5 million. Nor did the Indians fail to discern the difference between the two imperial forces. The French were interested primarily in trade and secondarily in missionary work. They wanted a firm grip on the waterways that led from the St. Lawrence through the Great Lakes to the Mississippi, and they would expand their holdings in the region if they could. But Louis XIV and Louis XV were preoccupied with affairs in Europe and would not spare the manpower to settle a vast French population in the heartland of North America. The Anglo-Americans did. They wanted to settle new land, and they were settling it at an alarming pace. As one Indian leader told his compatriots, "Brethren, are you ignorant of the difference between our father the French and the English? Go and see the forts our father has created, and you will see that the land beneath their walls is still hunting ground, whilst the English, on the contrary, no sooner get possession of a country than the game is forced to leave, the trees fall down before them, the earth becomes bare." 52 The onward rushing British Protestant civilization with its unfettered individualism spelled doom for Indian lands and Indian civilization in a way that the outer reaches of the French Catholic Empire did not. In the short run, this meant the French had a better chance of gaining and keeping Indian support. In the long run, it meant the French stood little chance in the imperial battle for control of the continent. The French worried that they were losing that battle before a shot was fired. The Governor of Canada, the Marquis de la Galissonière, knew that the threat came not from the authorities in London but from the aggressive colonists, whose expansionist desire for land could neither be sated by concessions nor contained by diplomacy. While peace appeared to have lulled the jealousy of the English in Europe, the governor warned his superiors in Paris, "This bursts forth in all its violence in America, and if barriers capable of staying its effects be not opposed at this very moment, that nation will place itself in a condition to completely invade the French colonies at the opening of the First War." The power of the English colonies in North America was daily increasing, and if some means were not found to prevent it, it would soon absorb not only all the colonies located in the neighboring islands of the tropic, but even all those of the continent of America. 53 A burst of Anglo-American expansion into the Ohio Valley would sever the strategic link between Canadian New France and the French settlements in Louisiana. To prevent this, the French tried to strengthen their grip on the Ohio Valley and to confine Anglo-American settlement to the eastern slopes of the Appalachians. They extended a chain of forts between the Great Lakes and the Mississippi, and they destroyed a Pennsylvania trading village on the Miami River as a message to other Anglo-Americans who dared encroach. The Anglo-Americans responded with alarm, thus setting a pattern of American behavior that would persist for the next 2 centuries. American expansionist ambitions had collided with French ambitions, but Americans perceived the French reaction as unprovoked and aggressive, an effort to strangle the colonies, or worse, push them back from their existing frontiers. The French were drawing a line along the borders of our settlements in every province, from the mouth of the St. Lawrence, to the mouth of the Mississippi, warned Archibald Kennedy, a prominent New York official. The colonists were particularly concerned, as Americans would be for the next half-century until the acquisition of the Louisiana Territory solved the problem about the consequences should the French gain full possession of the land between the colonies and the Mississippi. If that happened, one colonist warned, the Anglo-Americans in the southern colonies would have to submit to their rule or have their throats cut, and lose all their slaves. 54 The colonists therefore turned to the British Empire for help. In 1750 the Massachusetts Assembly begged Governor Shirley to use his good offices to convince the king that we apprehended impossible, in the present distressed circumstances of the province, to maintain a force necessary for the defense of so extensive a frontier, and therefore we must humbly rely upon His Majesty's paternal goodness, for assistance. 55. The most articulate and vigorous lobbyist for aggressive imperial action against France was Benjamin Franklin. He warned of the evident design of the French to surround the British colonies, to fortify themselves on the back thereof, to take and keep possession of the heads of all the important rivers, to draw over the Indians to their interest, and with the help of such Indians added to such forces as are already arrived and may hereafter be sent from Europe, to be in a capacity of making a general attack on the several governments. 56 His answer was audacious. He proposed planting 2 strong colonies of English, settled between the Ohio and Lake Erie, that is, in the very heart of the French territorial claims in the Pays d'en-Haut. This meant a renewal of Anglo-French war in both Europe and North America, though Franklin did not say as much. The conquest of this new territory would provide a defense to the western hinterlands of Pennsylvania and other colonies and keep France from becoming a growing threat to the British position in North America. It was a preemptive strike that would at once remove a potential threat and conquer for the colonists and for the British Empire a huge portion of rich and fertile land. The great country back of the Appalachian Mountains, on both sides of the Ohio, and between that river and the lakes is now well known, both to the English and French, to be one of the finest in North America, for the extreme richness and fertility of the land, the healthy temperature of the air, and mildness of the climate, the plenty of hunting, fishing, and fowling, the facility of trade with the Indians, and the vast convenience of inland navigation or water carriage by the lakes and great rivers, many hundreds of leagues around. 57 Within less than a century, he predicted, this rich territory would become a populous and powerful dominion, and a great accession of power to whichever European empire controlled it. He urged the British imperial authorities to seize the moment, to break French power on the continent once and for all, and to capture the great prize. The core of Franklin's argument was that continued expansion was essential to survival of the colonies, and by extension the empire. The French were aggressive enemies even if they did nothing more than hold their ground. By preventing the onward advance of British settlement, they had placed intolerable limits on colonial population growth. By preventing our obtaining more subsistence by cultivating of new lands, he argued, they discourage our marriages, and keep our people from increasing, thus, if the expression may be allowed, killing thousands of our children before they are born. 58 It was incumbent on the British Empire to secure room enough, since on the room depends so much the increase of her people. There were already in the old colonies many thousands of families that are ready to swarm, wanting more land. Our people, being confined to the country between the sea and the mountains, cannot much more increase in number. But the richness and natural advantage of the Ohio country would draw most of them thither, were there but a tolerable prospect of a safe settlement. Franklin's was, in essence, an argument for living space. Within that space the colonies, and the empire, would rise to unparalleled greatness. And the men responsible for this historic achievement would earn lasting fame and the gratitude of posterity. Echoing Machiavelli, Franklin flattered his British audience that the prince or princess that acquires new territory, if he finds it vacant, or removes the natives to give his own people room, may be properly called fathers of their nation, as they are the cause of the generation of multitudes, by the encouragement they afford to marriage. Franklin could even envision himself in this historic role, for as he wrote to a friend, I sometimes wish that you and I were jointly employed by the Crown, to settle a colony on the Ohio. What a security to the other colonies, and advantage to Britain, by increasing her people, territory, strength, and commerce. 59. Instead the task was left to the British Empire. The appeals of Franklin and other colonial leaders for imperial action had finally fallen on receptive ears in London. After decades of relative neglect of North America in favor of preserving a balance of power in Europe, British public opinion in the late 1740s and early 1750s was growing more bellicose. A powerful faction in Parliament wanted more aggressive action against France, which many believed to be on the move in both Europe and North America. Some shared the colonists' unhappiness with the way the last Anglo-French war had ended in the 1740s, especially the return of Louisbourg in the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. The long, stable peace pursued by the ministry of Robert Walpole was losing popularity, and a trio of powerful ministers in the 1750s sought to counter what they regarded as the growing French menace. The spark that ignited the destructive 7 Years' War, however, came not from any action in London but from the colonies. In 1754 Virginia's governor and influential Ohio Company stockholder, Robert Dinwiddie, dispatched a young colonel of the Virginia militia, George Washington, to the forks of the Ohio River to construct a British fort. On the way to the forks, Washington routed a small force of French and Indians, an attack that resulted in the murder and mutilation of the French commander, only to be defeated and captured in turn by a superior French force at the site of the indefensible Fort Necessity, which Washington hastily erected. The British responded to the bloodshed by launching a four-pronged offensive in North America, including an assault on French positions in Canada. The imperial struggle between France and Britain was underway in North America 2 years before war began in the European theater. This was what colonial leaders had been waiting for, and not only the leaders. The launching of full-scale imperial conflict excited and united the populations of the Anglo-American colonies as never before, despite some staggering setbacks in the first years of the conflict. The invasion of the Ohio Valley led by General Edward Braddock, with several regiments of regulars and George Washington as his aide-de-camp, ended in disaster for everyone except the Virginia colonel, who became famous throughout the colonies for his valor despite the slaughter of Braddock and his regulars. Another attack into Canada by forces from New England fared just as badly. But in the campaigns of 1758, 1759, and 1760, the tide began to turn. In part, the sheer power and wealth of the modern British Empire overwhelmed the more backward French. Much like the United States in the 20th century, mid-18th century Britain possessed an unmatched capacity for producing warships and cannons, and an equally impressive ability to project military power across a wide ocean. These feats reflected British superiority in shipping, finance, and organization, which in turn reflected the more advanced nature of Britain as a capitalist society endowed with far more liquid capital and financial acumen than France. To some extent, the British won simply by outspending their enemy. The eventual conquest of Canada cost Britain about £4 million, 10 times what the French spent to defend it. As Alan Taylor has noted, never before had any empire spent so much money to wage war on a transoceanic scale. 60. The British also benefited, however, from the power of a colonial population cooperating in the imperial enterprise with an enthusiasm and a vigor unprecedented in their history. The colonials had long aimed at destroying the French position in Canada, and now with the full backing of the empire they threw themselves into the assault with contributions of men and resources. This was not a war that the colonists watched from a distance. To a degree virtually unknown in the 18th century, every colony north of Virginia experienced the conflict as a people's war. 61 Massachusetts led the way in raising volunteers for the conquest of Canada, and militia from various northern colonies made up a substantial portion of the overall attacking force. Nor was colonial fighting limited to Canada. When the British attacked and subdued the Spanish port city of Havana in 1762, thus removing a main pillar of Spanish power in the Caribbean, North American colonists made up 1/4 of the force. This People's War affected every segment of colonial society. The colonial aristocracy led the battles, the taxpayers paid for the battles, and the plain folk fought the battles. Even the evangelical preachers of the Great Awakening did their part, rallying the faithful, warning against sin, and, most important, converting Indians in the hope of bringing them over to the British side. Jonathan Edwards himself had long been aware of the immense strategic importance of building good relations with the Mohawks, and the religious boarding school he established in Stockbridge for the education of Indian children was a deliberate weapon in the imperial struggle. The only remaining means that divine providence hath left us to repair and secure these Indians in the British interest, he declared, is this very thing, of instructing them thoroughly in the Protestant religion, and educating their children. He had no qualms about mixing the secular, imperial mission with his religious mission. He never questioned the premise that God used Christian empires to bring his message to unevangelized peoples. 62. The fall of Quebec in 1759 was a triumphant turning point in the histories of both the colonies and the empire, and so it was understood at the time. The Reverend Jonathan Mayhew, preaching to his excited Boston throng, looked forward to the day when North America would be home to a mighty empire. I do not mean an independent one, in numbers little inferior to the greatest in Europe, and in felicity to none. Spurred by the conquest, Mayhew's imagination ran wild, although in truth not that wild, as he contemplated the future British-American Empire. Methinks I see mighty cities rising on every hill, and by the side of every commodious port, mighty fleets alternately sailing out and returning, laden with the produce of this, and every other country under heaven, happy fields and villages wherever I turn my eyes, through a vastly extended territory. 63 Franklin, too, exulted at the fall of Canada, not merely as I am a colonist, but as I am a Briton. 64 The citizens of New York raised statues of William Pitt and King George III, and Boston observed the occasion with an intensity suited to the colony most enthusiastically engaged in the war. 65. No sooner had the colonists finished celebrating, however, than the disjunction between British and American imperial visions returned to the fore. After the conquest of Quebec, a debate opened in Great Britain over whether French Canada should be held or returned to France in the coming peace settlement. Articulate voices in Britain, among them William Burke, brother of the more famous Edmund, made the case for turning Canada back to France. It was filled with harsh criticism of the American colonists' aggressiveness and greed for land. For a variety of reasons, colonial talk of a mighty empire in North America did not sit well with all Britons. Burke worried about the potentially dangerous growth of the British Empire, the fear it might inspire in others, and the arrogance it might inspire in the British people themselves. The genius and dispositions of nations, as well as men, is best discerned by the use they make of power, Burke argued. And the most rational ambition for Britain should be to make the nation's power respectable rather than terrible. Citing Montesquieu, he warned of the fate of Rome, as well as of imperial France and Spain, empires that had decayed and fallen because they had attained a greater power than they had wisdom sufficient to direct. For the sake of gratifying the passion of the day, they lost sight of their lasting interests. 66 Now Britain stood on the edge of making the same fatal mistake, largely to satisfy the passions and ambitions of its colonists in North America. Why keep Canada? Burke asked. Britain had not launched the war in order to conquer it and did not need it for security. On the contrary, taking Canada from France would only embitter the French and instill a desire for vengeance. There was another danger, too. If France were driven out of North America, the colonists would have free rein to expand across the entire continent. If the people of our colonies find no check from Canada, they will extend themselves, almost, without bounds into the inland parts. They are invited to it by the pleasantness, the fertility, and the plenty of that country, and they will increase infinitely from all causes. There was a balance of power in America as well as in Europe, Burke reminded his compatriots. Upsetting that balance might prove dangerous to Britain. A neighbor that keeps us in some awe, is not always the worst of neighbors. The colonists' ambitions were dangerous and uncivilized. They needed to be taught a lesson of moderation. The idea that one could feel secure only by having no other nation near you was alien and repulsive to the European mind. Yet this was what the colonists demanded. It was the policy of savages. 67. Burke put his finger on the sharp distinction between the principles of balance and restraint that, in theory at least, characterized the 18th-century European order, and the kind of aggressive, immoderate, seemingly limitless expansionism of the Anglo-Americans. If this latter approach was indeed the policy of savages, then the most articulate and determined savage was Ben Franklin. The Pennsylvanian angrily refuted Burke's points. True, he admitted, the seizure of Canada had not been the initial aim of war. But that was only because the British Empire had lacked the power to demand Canada. Now, in victory, it could. Advantages gained in the course of this war may increase the extent of our rights, by which Franklin meant rights of conquest. 68. Some historians have described Franklin as a realist, and if realism means a belief that all nations pursue as much power as they can, and that justice is usually determined by the victor, then he was. But his realism did not extend to a belief in the balance of power, at least not on the American continent, nor did it entail a sense of limit and restraint. He had no interest in balanced coexistence with France. He desired and demanded a level of security for Anglo-Americans that was, as Burke suggested, unheard of in Europe. Security, for Franklin, meant total security. He responded angrily to Burke's suggestion that the French served as a useful check on overweening colonial ambitions. 'Tis a modest word, this, check, for massacring men, women, and children. We have already seen in what manner the French and their Indians checked the growth of our colonies. 69. Franklin also expressed the kind of ambition, both for the colonies and for the British Empire, that Burke found so appallingly savage. No one can more sincerely rejoice than I do, on the reduction of Canada, Franklin wrote. I have long been of opinion, that the foundations of the future grandeur and stability of the British Empire lie in America, and though, like other foundations, they are low and little seen, they are, nevertheless, broad and strong enough to support the greatest political structure human wisdom ever yet erected. I am therefore by no means for restoring Canada. If we keep it, all the country from the St. Lawrence to the Mississippi will in another century be filled with British people. Britain itself will become vastly more populous, by the immense increase of its commerce, the Atlantic Sea will be covered with your trading ships, and your naval power, thence continually increasing, will extend your influence round the whole globe, and awe the world. 70. This prediction proved accurate, at least in part. Franklin's only error, and it may have been less an error than diplomatic tact, was in prophesying that the British Empire would be the beneficiary of the great North American acquisitions rather than the Anglo-Americans themselves. Thanks to William Pitt, Franklin and his compatriots won the argument over Canada. The warnings of Burke were rejected. Britain kept most of the former French colonies in North America, and within a little more than a decade, lost its own power and independence. That the colonies might someday break away from the mother country and form their own independent empire had been predicted long before the 7 Years' War began the unraveling. Even in the 1650s James Harrington had described the colonies as yet babes that cannot live without suckling the breasts of their mother cities, but such as, I mistake, if when they come of age they do not wean themselves. In the 1730s a French minister could foresee one fine morning when the British colonists, with their own parliament, governors, soldiers, riches, laws, and, what is worse, a naval force, would awaken and ask, why should we be dominated by England from Europe? Let us be our own masters and work only for ourselves. It was no secret, either to foreign observers or to Britons and Anglo-Americans, that the presence of France in Canada had always been the greatest barrier to the colonists pursuing this independent destiny. William Burke was not alone in making this point, and Anglo-Americans knew that there was more than a little trepidation in Great Britain after 1759 about removing the French obstacle to colonial ambitions. As Thomas Hutchinson, the governor of Massachusetts, later recalled, this awareness of British concern by itself kindled colonial ambitions. The mere fact that Britons were discussing the danger of colonial independence was sufficient to set enterprising men in the colonies upon considering how far such a separation was expedient and practicable. 71. What, exactly, turned the colonists, or at least a substantial number of them, from loyal British subjects to rebellious Americans has been the subject of innumerable studies. There is no simple answer. The colonists at the time insisted the issue was taxes and the right to levy them, and if one understands it in the broadest sense, there is no reason to quarrel with the claim. The problem was not only that Anglo-Americans did not want to pay the new taxes and duties that the imperial authorities attempted to impose after the war with France. They also insisted that the way the taxes were levied, by a faraway parliament in which they were not and could not be represented, violated their rights as Englishmen, and that this was part of a broader effort to impair their liberties and make them slaves. There was truth in this charge, even if the colonists distorted and exaggerated Parliament's motives and intentions. 72 After the war with France, much of which was fought in North America for the obvious benefit of the colonists and at enormous expense, British ministers considered it reasonable that the colonists should pay a portion of the cost both of the war and of the continuing protection they enjoyed from the Empire. But beyond that, British authorities also believed it was high time to put their new empire in some order. The colonists had urged them to take the imperial idea seriously, and unfortunately for the colonists they did. As Fred Anderson has noted, the lessons of the war encouraged both Grenville and Halifax to conceive of the great new empire in strategic terms, as an entity to be directed from Whitehall according to British policy aims. It seemed inconceivable under the new circumstances to allow the colonies to return to their old, slovenly, parochial ways and to allow Americans to benefit from Britain's protection without contributing anything in return. 73 The British authorities in London certainly did not share the colonists' conception of an empire in which all component parts were sovereign and autonomous. Rather, they considered colonial interests subordinate to British imperial interests. The question of imperial relations was worthy of serious debate. The colonists, however, did not always respond in a serious fashion to British efforts to bring coherence to the situation. One of the more absurd colonial responses also proved to be one of the most significant in shaping Americans' subsequent self-image. Speaking in London before the House of Commons in 1766, Benjamin Franklin declared without apparent embarrassment that the colonists had, in fact, no interest whatsoever in the late war. I know the last war is commonly spoken of here, as entered into for the defense, or for the sake, of the people of North America, Franklin told Parliament. But I think it is quite misunderstood. The war had not been fought for colonial interests. It was really a British war, a dispute between the two crowns of Britain and France in which the colonists had no stake. The colonials had suffered no difficulties in the Ohio Valley before the war, Franklin claimed. They were in perfect peace with both French and Indians. As for Canada, Franklin insisted, that dispute was also one in which the colonists had no particular concern or interest. Indeed, Franklin suggested, the people of Great Britain should be grateful to the colonies. Despite the fact that the war over the Ohio Valley and Canada was a matter of utter indifference to the colonists, nevertheless the people of America made no scruple of contributing their utmost towards carrying it on, and bringing it to a happy conclusion. 74 A sympathetic biographer has noted the extent to which Franklin falsified history in this speech, and one can only imagine the reaction of those members of Parliament who remembered Franklin's passionate pleas 6 years earlier for the conquest and retention of both the Ohio Valley and Canada. 75 But in professing colonial disinterest in the late war with France, Franklin helped lay the foundation for the American myth of innocence and self-abnegation, and did so quite successfully. A few years later Thomas Paine, in his famous revolutionary pamphlet Common Sense, repeated the American claim that all the wars fought in North America in the 17th and 18th centuries had been wars by and for the King of England, not for the colonists, who were ever inclined toward peace. 76 Even 2 centuries later American historians would still describe early Americans as possessing a self-denying idealism, and leading textbook histories of American foreign policy would note that the British Empire had spent decades at war in the late 17th and 18th centuries, and that for the colonies, the cost had sometimes been heavy. 77 Thus did the specious arguments of Ben Franklin and other colonists live on to shape Americans' image of themselves as passive innocents who were continually swept into the wars of others. The more serious disagreement between the colonists and the mother country, however, was over the terms of empire. The colonists began not by renouncing the empire but by extolling what they claimed to be its virtues. They insisted that the various parts of the empire enjoyed equal rights amounting, in the end, to self-government under the overall rule of the Crown. 1 year before the bloodshed at Lexington and Concord, the Virginia Convention was still committed to the security and happiness of the British Empire, insisting only that assumptions of unlawful power by Parliament were the chief threat to the harmony and union of all the peoples within that empire. Jefferson appealed to the king to intervene against one legislature within his realm attempting to subjugate another. This idea of empire was, in a sense, a federal vision, akin to what Jefferson would later imagine as the American Empire of Liberty. A century and a half later the British themselves would adopt this idea in the form of the British Commonwealth of Nations. Even at the time of the colonial quarrel some Britons, notably Edmund Burke and Adam Smith, recommended that Anglo-Americans be granted substantial autonomy within the empire, on both political and practical grounds. The British Empire must be governed on a plan of freedom, Burke argued, for it will be governed by no other. Smith even imagined that as the Anglo-American portion of the empire grew stronger and richer, London might cease to be the metropolitan centre, and the seat of the empire would then naturally remove itself to that part of the empire which contributed most to the general defense and support of the whole. but few Britons, least of all George III and his ministers, were prepared to accept this loose definition of their empire. The king declared his determination to withstand any attempt to weaken or impair the supreme authority of this legislature over all the dominions of my crown, the maintenance of which I consider as essential to the dignity, the safety, and the welfare of the British Empire. 78. The idea of an empire of sovereign equals therefore provided no answer to the conflict between the colonies and the mother country. But the argument advanced by the colonists would have lasting significance. It has often been argued that Americans were born anti-imperialists because they revolted from an empire. But the separation from Great Britain left a more complicated and ambiguous legacy. Right up until the outbreak of war, Americans argued for a conception of empire that provided for autonomy and equality among the various parts. They convinced themselves that this was, in fact, the way the British Empire was supposed to operate. The British Empire was itself, in American eyes, an empire of liberty, and this conception bore a close resemblance to the federative principle on which the continental empire of the United States would be based. The American continental empire would be a federation of equals under a common sovereign, and it is notable that this American federative principle was invented not after the Revolution but in the imperial struggle that preceded it. It meant that in the minds of 18th-century Americans, empire was not incompatible with liberty, and that American territorial expansion, despite what Montesquieu and many Britons might believe, need not be incompatible with the preservation and extension of republican freedom at home and abroad. Whatever role such disagreements had in bringing about the separation of the colonies from the mother country, there was one important cause of the revolution that has often been neglected: power. British attempts to put the empire on a more orderly and sustainable footing came at a time when the colony's own power relative to Britain had grown considerably. Just as observers such as William Burke had warned, the removal of the French from Canada had significantly shifted the balance of power between the colonies and the mother country. As one British pamphleteer had put it during the debate over whether or not to retain Canada, if Britain did acquire it, we should soon find North America itself too powerful, and too populous to be long governed by us at this distance. 79. And so it was. Perhaps just as important was the shift in self-perception among the colonists that was occurring at the same time. It is a truism in human affairs that the weak tolerate many things out of necessity that the powerful will not tolerate because they don't have to. As Theodore Draper has noted, the change in the relationship of power between the colonies and the British imperial authorities created a situation in which imperial impositions that the colonists might once have grudgingly accepted instead became special grievances that were unacceptable to the colonial political consciousness. Looking back from the 1780s, David Ramsay, the first historian of the American Revolution, saw the Anglo-American participation in military attacks on French outposts during the 7 Years' War as the first evidence of the colonies' increasing importance and political consequence and the first inkling of their desire for independence. 81 An Englishman traveling through the colonies in 1760 found that the colonists were looking forward with eager and impatient expectation to that destined moment when America is to give law to the rest of the world. 82 Increasing power created increasing ambition and increasing intolerance for any obstacles that stood in the way. Anglo-Americans in the 2 decades before independence were becoming convinced that they were destined for greatness as part of the British Empire, but also, perhaps, as an empire on their own. Some of these great expectations came from the successes against France. But there seemed to be other signs pointing the way. One was the extraordinary economic success of the colonies. Between 1650 and 1770 their gross national product multiplied 25 times, increasing at an annual rate of 3.7%, with a per capita increase in wealth that was twice that of Britain's. On the eve of the Revolution, Americans had a higher standard of living than any European country. Indeed, it may have been the highest achieved for the great bulk of the free population in any country up to that time. Much of this economic growth came from production and sales entirely within the rapidly growing colonial market and was therefore independent of export sales to England and Europe. The American economy was dependent not upon foreign investment but on the ingenuity and industriousness of the colonials themselves. 83. Americans saw their economy as the essential engine of the British Empire and its future progress. They believed that Britons across the Atlantic depended on the American economy for their survival, and their conviction was strengthened by the retreat of the imperial authorities in repealing the Stamp Act in 1766. As Ramsay recalled, the lesson to colonists was that instead of feeling themselves dependent on Great Britain, she was dependent on them. This realization inspired them with such high ideas of importance of their trade that they conceived it to be within their power, by future combinations, at any time to convulse, if not bankrupt the nation, from which they sprung. This belief, which was shared by Hamilton and many other colonial leaders, later gave Madison and Jefferson the misplaced confidence that they could influence British behavior by means of trade embargoes. As Hamilton concluded, the colony's non-importation measures showed how much importance our commercial connection is to Great Britain, and gives us the highest assurance of obtaining immediate redress by suspending it. 84. Nor was this simply an American conceit. The French foreign minister wrote in 1759, "The true balance of power really resides in commerce and in America." 85. A similar judgment led Adam Smith to conclude that in time the seat of empire would move to North America, since that is where the preponderance of wealth would reside. The colonists were also impressed by the prodigious growth of their population, the result of both immigration and high birth rates. Between 1660 and 1760 it had grown from 75,000 inhabitants to over 1.6 million, an increase of over 1,000%. Between 1720 and 1760 Connecticut's population rose from 60,000 to 140,000, Maryland's increased from 60,000 to 160,000, and Virginia's population grew from 130,000 to 310,000. 86. The most amazing statistic, which men like Franklin and Washington and John Adams never tired of repeating, was that the American population was doubling every 25 years, much faster than that of any European nation. As Draper has pointed out, this population growth gave Americans a sense of imminent greatness. Optimism about America's future influenced how they behaved in the present. It enabled the colonies to defy the greatest empire in the world. 87. Many colonists believed that although the British Empire had helped them in the past, it had now become an obstacle to their ambitions. Not the least of the colonists' resentments was the ban the British government imposed on further territorial expansion after the war. In order to establish a stable peace with the Indians, who were launching attacks up and down the continent in what was known as Pontiac's Rebellion, the British drew a line from the Great Lakes to Florida and from the Mississippi to the western slope of the Appalachians, and designated all this territory as reserved for the Indians. Beyond this proclamation line of 1763, colonial governments were forbidden to grant lands, surveyors were not allowed to operate, no treaties with Indians were to be negotiated, and no land purchases were to be made except by the king's representatives. Settlers living within the zone had to pull up stakes and leave. The great Ohio Valley, which the colonials had long sought, was once again denied them. As so often in the past, however, the colonists treated the proclamation line as one more imperial regulation to be ignored. Speculators speculated, settlers settled, and even 10,000 British regulars could not stop them. But the proclamation line did serve as another irritant, another shackle that colonists struggled to throw off. As Washington told a friend, "I can never look upon that proclamation in any other light than as a temporary expedient to quiet the minds of the Indians, and one that must fall of course in a few years, especially when those Indians are consenting to our occupying the lands." 88. The proclamation line was also on the bill of particulars that Jefferson offered in 1774 in his summary view of the rights of British America. Expressing the nascent Republican conception of government evolving at the time, Jefferson insisted that kings are the servants, not the proprietors of the people. George III had no right to grant lands of himself. That was for the people to decide. 89. British restrictions on expansion were only one of the grievances that were leading many colonists slowly and for most, painfully to the conclusion that their interests might be better served apart from the British Empire. After the Stamp Act crisis, Americans felt their ambitions stymied by British impositions in all aspects of their commercial and political lives. Many, like John Adams, took it personally. "I have groped in dark obscurity, till of late," Adams complained, "and had but just become known, and gained a small degree of reputation, when this execrable project was set on foot for my ruin as well as that of America in general, and of Great Britain 90. This unhappiness with British control was made all the more acute by the colonists' growing sense of self-importance. The victories over France had whetted their appetites for greatness. John Adams speculated, "If we remove the turbulent Gallics, our people, according to the exactest computations, will in another century become more numerous than England itself. Should this be the case, since we have all the naval stores of the nation in our hands, it will be easy to obtain the mastery of the seas, and the united force of all Europe will not be able to subdue us." 91 Franklin began to speculate that America no longer benefited from membership in the empire. "She may suffer for a while in a separation from it, but these are temporary evils that she will outgrow." 92 The future beckoned. America, an immense territory, favored by nature with all the advantages of climate, soil, great navigable rivers, and lakes, and sea, must become a great country, populous and mighty, and will, in less time than is generally conceived, be able to shake off any shackles that may be imposed on her, and perhaps place them on the imposers. 93. John Trumbull, reciting to the graduating class at Yale in 1770, spun visions of American empire and progress, and at Great Britain's expense. "In mighty pomp America shall rise, her glories spreading to the boundless skies. Of every fair, she boasts assembled charms, the queen of empires and the nurse of arms. See bolder genius quit the narrow shore, and unknown realms of science dare to explore, hiding in the brightness of superior day, the fainting gleam of Britain's setting ray." 94. Alexander Hamilton, one of the most ardent promoters of American greatness, prophesied in 1774 that in 50 or 60 years, America will be in no need of protection from Great Britain. She will then be able to protect herself, both at home and abroad. She will have a plenty of men and a plenty of materials to provide and equip a formidable navy. As a result, the scale will then begin to turn in her favor, and the obligation, for future services, will be on the side of Great Britain. 95. One striking aspect of this increasing yearning for an independent American greatness was the extent to which Americans before the Revolution believed it was their unique liberties that had produced their success and distinguished them even from liberal England. John Trumbull linked cultural greatness with the unconquered spirit of freedom. 96 Hugh Henry Brackenridge and Philip Freneau, delivering the 1771 commencement address at Princeton, entitled A Poem on the Rising Glory of America, insisted the muses could sing only "W here freedom holds the sacred standard high." 97 In this the Americans believed themselves superior even to the mother country, where the perfect English constitution suddenly seemed not so perfect but to have been corrupted by placemen and court intrigue. Franklin expressed the view that would be shared by many future generations of Americans facing many diverse foes. America's special enthusiasm for liberty was a source of indomitable power. It supplied all deficiencies, and enabled a weak people to battle the efforts of the stronger. Franklin sneered at the English, who have no idea that any people can act from any other principle but that of interest. 98. Pre-revolutionary Americans were convinced that their impending greatness would be measured not only in expansion and prosperity but also in cultural and scientific achievement. 99 They were taught that all the great civilizations of the past had advanced on all fronts simultaneously, with economic, political, cultural, and scientific progress all harmoniously reinforcing one another. Ezra Stiles predicted that the North American continent would be renowned for science and arts. 100 For Brackenridge and Freneau, it was America's destiny to become the new Athens. 101. The historical analogy was fitting, though not quite in the way the poets intended. Thucydides relates how the Corinthians described Athens in the 5th century BC, as a restless people ever on the move, unrelenting in their pursuit of opportunity. They were incapable of either living a quiet life themselves or of allowing anyone else to do so. If the Athenians aimed at something and do not get it, they think that they have been deprived of what belonged to them already, whereas, if their enterprise is successful, they regard that success as nothing compared to what they will do next. 102 In the 18th century, Americans, too, were in a permanent state of restlessness, driven ever forward and outward by the search for opportunity, accepting momentary delays in achieving their grand ambitions but never abandoning them. By the eve of the revolution, leaders of the colonial rebellion saw themselves no longer as merely the strongest part of the British Empire but as its heirs. Adam Smith observed that the American leaders feel in themselves at this moment a degree of importance which, perhaps the greatest subjects in Europe scarce feel. From shopkeepers, tradesmen, and attorneys, they are become statesmen and legislators, and are employed in contriving a new form of government for an extensive empire, which, they flatter themselves, will become, and which, indeed, seems very likely to become, one of the greatest and most formidable that ever was in the world. 103 In 1776 a prominent South Carolina planter, William Henry Drayton, declared to his fellow Carolinians that He Almighty has made choice of the present generation to erect the American empire. And thus has suddenly arisen in the world, a new empire, styled the United States of America. An empire that as soon as started into existence, attracts the attention of the rest of the universe, and bids fair, by the blessing of God, to be the most glorious of any upon record. 104. Chapter 2. The Foreign Policy of Revolution. Establishing the liberties of America will not only make that people happy, but will have some effect in diminishing the misery of those, who in other parts of the world groan under despotism. Benjamin Franklin, 1782. The American Revolution and the Universalization of American Foreign Policy. By 1776 the ambitions driving Americans toward their future overwhelming global power were already in place. 1 Aspirations to greatness, visions of empire, and the belief in the exceptional freedoms enjoyed in the colonies all played a part in fomenting the War of Independence with Great Britain. In hindsight, it is hard to imagine how these confident, free, and acquisitive Anglo-American colonists could have long remained subservient to imperial control from London. American independence might have been delayed, perhaps for decades, had the British government pursued a looser style of imperial management after the 7 Years' War, as Edmund Burke, Adam Smith, and others recommended during the colonial crisis of the 1760s and 70s. But some form of colonial autonomy was practically inevitable. The combination of an expanding population, expanding wealth and power, and an expanding sense of colonial rights and freedoms was too potent and explosive a mixture to be pent up. Whether a more peaceful move toward colonial autonomy would have produced the America we know today is another question. The manner in which the British imperial authorities forced the issue, and the manner in which the Anglo-American colonists responded, had an impact upon the new nation's identity and ideology. It therefore had an impact, as well, on its foreign policy. A struggle for autonomy became a struggle for independence, which in turn became a revolution. American foreign policy, as a result, would also have a revolutionary quality. The American Revolution was more than a separation from the British Empire. It was a separation from the past and a departure into the future. In the course of gaining independence, the Americans invented a new form of politics and social order. They invented the modern liberal republic. They also unwittingly invented a new foreign policy founded upon the universalist ideology that the Revolution spawned. That the movement for independence took such revolutionary form was less by choice than by necessity. To make a just war for independence, the Americans had to persuade the world, and perhaps also themselves, that their decision to separate from the mother country was legitimate. This in turn required the colonists to abandon traditional theories of government that offered little justification for overthrowing a legitimate sovereign. The idea of a federated empire, with the colonies enjoying autonomy, if not sovereignty, under the crown, was a way station on the road to revolution. When the king himself rejected this interpretation of empire, many colonists believed they had little choice but to take the next step. In their search for justification for breaking free of British control altogether, the colonists turned to the very modern but hitherto untested concepts of the Enlightenment, especially the theories of natural rights and the social compact propounded by John Locke. This was no great reach for Anglo-Americans. Like all Britons, the American colonials had long believed they possessed inviolable natural rights even before they appealed to these rights to justify separation from the mother country. The Declaration of Independence stated, following Locke, that if a king or parliament persistently failed to carry out the primary obligation to protect the people in their lives, liberties, and property, then the people had a right to take back sovereign power and form a new government that could protect them. The people could, as the Declaration claimed, frame a new government on such principles as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness too. More than 2 centuries later it is easy to forget what a radical assertion this was, and what a leap into the unknown for the people who asserted it. Just a decade before, Americans had taken immense pride in their Britishness. They had considered themselves the advance guard of British civilization in the New World and had celebrated the victory of British liberties and the British Empire over France. But their allegiance to Britain was inseparable from their enjoyment of those liberties. If the British Crown would not safeguard their natural rights, then they would separate themselves from the Crown and from Britain. As Jefferson wrote in a first draft of the Declaration of Independence, we might have been a free and a great people together. We must endeavor to forget our former love for them. 3 Americans insisted that the rights they enjoyed were not derived from the English Constitution, were not merely the product and accretion of centuries of English custom and tradition. They were not the rights of Englishmen. They were universal natural rights, granted by God and enjoyed by all men regardless of nationality, culture, and history. 4 The sacred rights of mankind are not to be rummaged for among old parchments or musty records, Hamilton declared. They are written, as with a sunbeam, in the whole volume of human nature by the hand of the divinity itself and can never be erased or obscured by mortal power. 5. The idea of natural rights was not new. But founding a government and society based on the principle of natural rights was new. Until the American Revolution, the principle of natural rights had been written only among the stars. 6 Such ideas had been mused about all over Europe in the Age of Enlightenment, but even the most advanced Enlightenment thinkers had wondered about their practical applicability. No French philosophy had yet proposed the overthrow of the French monarchy. The Americans were the first to attempt to vindicate their natural rights in the real world and to erect a nation with universal rights as the foundation. The Declaration of Independence was at once an assertion of this radical principle, a justification for rebellion, and the founding document of American nationhood. The Declaration of Independence was also America's first foreign policy document. To win foreign support and, above all, French support in the war against Britain, the colonists needed to demonstrate their final and irrevocable commitment to fight for their independence. In practical terms, the Declaration provided the international legal basis for France to lend support if it chose. It declared America a sovereign nation, and with that sovereignty came the legal right and ability to form alliances and establish terms of trade with other nations. The United States would assume among the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. The Declaration proclaimed that as free and independent states, the new United States of America, have full powers to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. Some historians have suggested that the Declaration of Independence and the Revolution were an act of isolation, a cutting of the ties with the Old World, the deed of a society which felt itself different from those which existed on the other side of the Atlantic. 7 Americans did believe they were different, but the purpose of the Declaration was the opposite of isolation. It was to create the legal basis necessary to form alliances with European powers. American independence, from the first, depended on successful diplomacy to secure foreign support. Foreign policy was not merely the shield of the Republic, as Walter Lippmann would later call it. Americans did not form a nation and then embark on a foreign policy to protect and further its interests. They began a foreign policy in order to establish themselves as a nation. At America's birth, therefore, foreign policy and national identity were intimately bound together, and they would remain so for the next 2 centuries. Every nation's foreign policy reflects the national idea, however that idea may be defined and redefined over time. Most nationalisms are rooted in blood and soil, in the culture and history of a particular territory. But in the case of the United States, the Declaration of Independence and the Revolution produced a different kind of nationalism, different from that of other nations, and different, too, from the type of British imperial nationalism to which Americans had paid their allegiance before the Revolution. Americans were now tied together not by common ancestry, common history, and common land but by common allegiance to the liberal republican ideology. The principles of the Declaration transcended blood ties and national boundaries. Indeed, it was only by transcending the English heritage and broadening it beyond the confines of historical territorial limitation that Americans were able to establish their distinctive political existence. This new universalistic nationalism inevitably shaped Americans' attitudes toward the world, toward their own place and role in that world, and toward what 20th century thinkers would call their national interest. The classic definition of national interest, the defense of a specific territory and promotion of the well-being of the people who live on it, was not perfectly suited to a nationalism that rested on a universalist ideology. Americans from the beginning were interested not only in protecting and advancing their material well-being, they also believed their own fate was in some way tied to the cause of liberalism and republicanism both within and beyond their borders. William Appleman Williams once commented, with disapproval, that Americans believe their nation has meaning, only as it realizes natural right and reason throughout the universe. This observation, though exaggerated, contained an important kernel of truth. The new nation, and its new foreign policy, had moved from a British imperial worldview to a universalistic worldview. The British imperial vision that had shaped American thinking in the decades before the Revolution linked imperial expansion, and the resulting material benefits that came to the British people, with the advancement of civilization. This idea persisted in the United States after independence, especially as Americans marched across the continent over the course of the 19th century. But the Revolution added a new element, the hope for republican transformation in other lands, even those where Americans had no intention of settling or making money, as a matter of moral and ideological principle. When Thomas Jefferson declared as president, "We are pointing out the way to struggling nations who wish, like us, to emerge from their tyrannies," it was not the old British imperialism he was expressing. It was a universalism that had been produced by the Revolution. Acceptance of this universal principle would have significant ramifications in coming decades, not all of them welcome to all Americans. Nothing better illustrated the degree to which they were suddenly wedded, indeed, chained to the universality of the rights they proclaimed, than their attitude toward the one issue that put that conviction to its severest test, the issue of slavery. For even the rights of slaves were implicitly acknowledged by the founders. They recognized slavery as evil as a matter of principle but not as a matter of law, thereby setting up a tension that would not be resolved until the Civil War, and not completely even then. But Americans at the time of the Revolution knew their commitment to universal rights might someday compel them to bring practice into conformity with principle. Slaveholders like Patrick Henry, while opposing the abolition of slavery on the grounds of the general inconvenience of living here without them and out of fear of what a suddenly liberated army of slaves might do to their former owners and their owners' families, nevertheless felt keenly the hypocrisy of preserving slavery at a time when the rights of humanity are defined and understood with precision in a country above all others fond of liberty. Thus even Henry, like Jefferson and other Virginians, claimed to look forward to the day when an opportunity will be offered to abolish this lamentable evil. In the North, where the inconvenience of living without slaves was smaller, ministers railed against this gross, barefaced, practiced inconsistence, This self-contradiction, which could not but offend a just God. 10. The Revolutionary War itself affected the way many Americans viewed slavery. For George Washington, it brought on an acute crisis of conscience, as he and other Americans confronted the mammoth contradiction of a slave-holding people struggling for freedom against their own enslavement by the British Empire. The contradiction was especially hard to ignore as it became clear that the survival and success of the Continental Army, chronically short of troops, depended on the enlistment, or impressment, of black soldiers, both free and enslaved. At the Battle of Monmouth, Washington's army included 700 blacks. At the Battle of Yorktown, the heroic 1st Rhode Island Regiment, which captured Redoubt 10, was 75% black, led into battle by Alexander Hamilton. Is it consistent with the Sons of Freedom, General Philip Schuyler asked, to trust their all to be defended by slaves? After the war, Schuyler, Hamilton's father-in-law, founded the New York Manumission Society. John Laurens, the son of one of America's wealthiest slave traders, asked how Americans could reconcile our spirited assertions of the rights of mankind with the galling abject slavery of our Negroes. 11 In 1779 the Continental Congress actually passed a resolution authorizing the emancipation of slaves who agreed to serve. 12 The plan was crushed in the legislatures of the southern colonies, which decided, not for the last time, that even military defeat was preferable to setting their slaves free. Nevertheless, the revolution was a powerful solvent that eroded even the adamant foundations of slavery. It drove Washington into a 2-decade-long struggle, in his words, to lay a foundation to prepare the rising generation of blacks for a destiny different from that in which they were born. To preserve the Union at its birth, he compromised with the South's demand for the tacit protection of bondage in the Constitution. But privately he confided his conviction that nothing but the rooting out of slavery can perpetuate the existence of our Union, by consolidating it in a common bond of principle. 13 Future American conflicts. The Spanish-American War in 1898, the First World War, the Second World War, and even the Cold War would have a similar effect. All were fought under the banner of freedom and natural rights, first for Americans themselves and later on behalf of other peoples in other lands. But they cast a harsh glare upon the hypocrisies of a nation that proclaimed universal rights yet did not universally honor them. The tension between the Revolution's universal principles and Americans' selfish interests and prejudices would pose problems in their foreign relations as well. It would reveal the same kinds of hypocrisies and contradictions and create pressures to resolve them. The 18th century world was a world of monarchies and tyrannies. Could the new republic preserve friendly relations with nations that every day trampled the rights Americans claimed were granted to all men? Was the new republic not endangered by powerful empires hostile to the idea of individual liberty? Could the United States ally with one tyranny in order to protect itself from another? The need for survival answered most of these questions when America was weak and vulnerable. But as it grew stronger and more secure, the problem took a different form. From the Revolution onward, foreign peoples would repeatedly rise up against tyrannies, often appealing both to American principles and to the American people for guidance and assistance. As American power grew, so did the potential influence it wielded, and so did the moral challenges and burdens it faced. If the United States maintained friendly relations with tyrannies, many Americans feared they were betraying those struggling for liberty. For better or for worse, Americans believed themselves increasingly implicated in the direction other nations took. In dreams begin responsibilities, William Butler Yeats once noted, and the American dream of universal rights imposed its own responsibilities. To make matters more complex, although Americans in the 18th century believed in natural rights as a matter of principle, many entertained doubts that other peoples, who did not enjoy the cultural and political blessings of Englishmen, could ever really make good use of the rights with which they were naturally endowed. At home, and especially in the South, most Americans doubted whether blacks were fit to participate in the democracy. There was similar skepticism about other peoples in other lands, and of all skin colors. Some Americans genuinely believed all peoples could benefit from freedom as much as the Anglo-Saxon race did, and they shared the view expressed by Joel Barlow: if the Algerines or the Hindus were to shake off the yoke of despotism, and adopt ideas of equal liberty, they would that moment be in a condition to frame a better government for themselves. 14 But many Americans doubted that Catholics, Negroes, and Indians, as well as Hindus, were capable of exercising their rights responsibly. Nevertheless, what Americans could not deny was that these rights belonged to all humans, regardless of nationality or race. Most Americans did not set themselves on a mission to transform the world in their image. The idea of mission suggests a positive, deliberate, conscious effort to bring change. Americans' behavior in support of their universal principles abroad was irregular and haphazard, with periods of action and ideological passion punctuating periods of apparent indifference. The vast majority of Americans devoted themselves not to global transformation but to the daily pursuit of their material and spiritual well-being. Most did not aim to change the world, either by example or by intervention. Few Americans then or later consciously worked to ensure that the United States provided a compelling example of Republican democracy in the hope that others would emulate it. It was for their own sake that Americans sought to perfect their government's institutions, not for the sake of others. They cheered when other peoples did follow their example, partly because it was encouragement to their own efforts. But few counted the United States a failure on the many more occasions when its example was not followed in other lands. Nor did Americans pursue a consistent, positive mission to vindicate their principles abroad. In this sense, John Quincy Adams was right when he proclaimed in a July 4 oration in 1821 that America goes not abroad in search of monsters to destroy. 15. Yet when the United States did go abroad for other reasons, as merchants, as diplomats, as religious missionaries, as tourists and adventurers, or even when they learned about the world through newspapers and gossip, they did not find it easy to ignore the monsters they encountered. In their dealings with the world, they were repeatedly confronted by the question of whether their practices conformed to their stated principles. When Americans' pursuit of material and spiritual happiness thrust them into involvement with other peoples, the principle of universal rights they proclaimed often became part of that interaction. The principle served as a kind of superego looming in judgment over Americans' egoistic pursuits. It pricked their consciences. It called their motives into question, as well as their honor. It forced them to examine and re-examine themselves, much as the institution of slavery nagged at Americans until it was expunged by war. If rights were universal, then what about slaves' rights and women's rights? If rights were universal, then what about the rights of the French people in 1789? What about Latin Americans and Spaniards? What about Greeks and Poles and Hungarians? If the rights of others were being trampled, Americans were forced to confront the question of whether they had an obligation to do something about it. Their answer might frequently be no, just as for 70 years most Northerners chose to do nothing to eradicate slavery in the South. But the question itself, like the question of slavery, was hard to avoid. The true American mission was a ceaseless effort to reconcile universal principle and selfish interest. Often Americans insisted or wanted to believe that principle and interest were entirely compatible, as sometimes they could be. But whether they were or not, Americans' principles were always there, to inspire them, to bedevil them, to strengthen them, and to confound them in their relations with the external world. Notwithstanding these complications, at the dawn of independence Americans embraced the universal implications of their revolution with enthusiasm and with a proud sense that they had inaugurated a new era in human governance, a novus ordo seclorum. Behold our species in a new situation, wrote David Ramsay. In no age before, and in no other country, did man ever possess an election of the kind of government, under which he would choose to live. The world has not hitherto exhibited so fair an opportunity for promoting social happiness. 16 Before the establishment of the American states, Jefferson would later write, nothing was known to history but the man of the old world. 17. It was significant, too, that the Revolutionary War, the American people's first war, was an intensely ideological conflict, which Americans perceived, correctly, as having global ramifications. General Washington constantly reminded his troops that they were fighting for the blessings of liberty. Many of his soldiers, and their friends and families, did believe that not just their own liberty but liberty for all humanity was at stake in the battle against the British. 18 Benjamin Franklin declared that America's cause is the cause of all mankind and that we are fighting for Europe's liberty in defending our own. 19 Indeed, despite the immense popularity of Thomas Paine's rallying cry for independence, common sense, few Americans shared Paine's insistence that an independent America must become an isolated asylum for mankind. 20 John Adams believed that Americans had taken up arms as much for the benefit of the generality of mankind in Europe as for their own. 21 Even more than before the Revolution, Americans saw themselves leading mankind toward a better future. The progress of society will be accelerated by centuries by this revolution, Adams wrote. Light spreads from the dayspring in the west, and may it shine more and more until the perfect day. 22. The idea that the revolution had implications for the rest of mankind, that Americans had become the vanguard of universal human progress, and even that they had thereby gained a purchase on the world's future, was not merely an American conceit, a harmless arrogance, as one historian has put it. 23 The revolutionary significance of the young republic's birth was felt across the Atlantic and throughout the Western Hemisphere. The historical importance of the revolution was acknowledged both by those who cheered it and by those who feared it. Europeans believed that the American Revolution marked an enormous turning point in the entire history of the human race. There were even many who believed America would someday, in its turn, predominate over Europe. The Venetian ambassador in Paris predicted that if the new American Confederation of States remained united, it is reasonable to expect that, with the favorable effects of time, and of European arts and sciences, it will become the most formidable power in the world. 24 The British statesman Thomas Pownall, writing in 1780, declared that the new system of power in America was growing, by accelerated notions, and accumulated accretion of parts, into an independent organized being, a great and powerful empire. Applying the Newtonian view of things common to his age, he argued that North America is become a new primary planet in the system of the world, which must have effect on the orbit of every other planet, and shift the common center of gravity of the whole system of the European world. 25. Viewed from Europe, the American Revolution appeared as the first great political victory of the Enlightenment. Enlightenment philosophes in France, in Switzerland, in Belgium, in Germany, in the Dutch, United Provinces, and in England saw in the American Revolution proof that their ideas were not merely theoretically attractive but could be put into practice. 26 In England, democratic associations formed, with Charles James Fox singing the praises of the anti-British rebels. In Ireland, militias exerted revolutionary pressure for independence. In the United Provinces, Democrats sought to emulate the model of the American Minutemen. And in France and Germany there was an incredible outburst of discussion, speculation, rhapsody, and argument, a veritable intoxication with the Réveil Américain. 27 The Abbé Gentil believed it would lead to the regeneration of France and the rest of the world. It is in the heart of this newborn republic that the true treasures that will enrich the world will lie. 28 What do you think of the success of the Americans? One Swiss revolutionary wrote to the philosopher Isaac Iselin in 1777. Might it perhaps be from the side of the other continent that we shall see the realization of what you have taught about the history of mankind? Iselin replied, I am tempted to believe that North America is the country where reason and humanity will develop more rapidly than anywhere else. 29. American independence came in the midst of a communications revolution, especially in England but also on the European continent. There was an explosion in the dissemination of the printed word. London's first daily newspaper appeared in 1702, by the end of the century millions of newspapers were sold annually in the city. For the first time in human history, something like a public opinion was coming to play a role in European politics, and essential to the development of this public involvement was the new access to information, both local and international. The United States was the product of this new era, and its influence was the greater because of it. Not for the last time Americans seemed especially well suited to benefit from radical changes in international society and politics, changes that threatened to overwhelm other countries and other forms of government. The communications revolution of the end of the 18th century undermined, in Europe, the whole idea of government as a kind of private occupation of limited governmental circles. Detailed reports about events in America flooded Europe and helped delegitimize the traditional autocracies. The revolution inspired the sense of a new era. It added a new content to the conception of progress. It gave a whole new dimension to ideas of liberty and equality made familiar by the Enlightenment. The revolution dethroned England, and set up America, as a model for those seeking a better world. 30. In the Western Hemisphere it stoked the spirit of rebellion against the old Spanish Imperium just as Hakluyt had foretold 2 centuries before. To be sure, the Latin American revolutions for independence of the early 19th century were more directly the product of the French Revolution and of Napoleon's conquest of Europe. But the American Revolution provided the first and, for some Latin revolutionaries, the more compelling example. 31 Francisco de Miranda, one of the most prominent early agitators for the independence of Spanish colonies, wrote during a visit to the United States, "Good God, what a contrast to the Spanish system." Thomas Jefferson, serving in Paris, received a letter from a Brazilian declaring, "Nature made us inhabitants of the same continent and in consequence in some degree patriots." 32 He remarked to John Jay that the Brazilian revolutionaries consider the North American Revolution as a precedent for theirs and look to the United States as most likely to give them honest support. 33 Portuguese and Spanish Creoles considered themselves kindred spirits, and though their grievances against Spain were different, they responded to the intellectual vitality of the North Americans, to the daring, bravado, and especially the intensity with which a generation of revolutionaries voiced their cause. Europeans immediately saw the danger that the new nation posed to their holdings in the southern parts of the hemisphere. Even in 1768 a French agent warned presciently of the new North American threat, "I believe not only that this country will emancipate itself from the crown of England, but that in the course of time it will invade all the dominions that the European powers possess in America, on the mainland as well as in the islands." 34. Nowhere was the overseas impact of the American Revolution more dramatic, of course, than in France. For France, writes Simon Schama, without any question, the revolution began in America. 35 Although its participation in the war began as revenge against the British after the 7 Years' War, aid to the Americans had unintended consequences. It bankrupted the French treasury, and it also infected segments of the French nobility with dangerous ideas. They had their first flirtation with armed freedom, and veterans of the war would storm the Bastille. The Comte de Ségur wrote his wife before embarking with the French army for North America in 1782 that arbitrary power weighs heavily on me. The freedom for which I am going to fight inspires in me the liveliest enthusiasm, and I would like my own country to enjoy such a liberty that would be compatible with our monarchy, our position and our manners. 36 To Jefferson, it seemed clear that the French nation had been awakened by our revolution. Our proceedings have been viewed as a model for them on every occasion. 37. Over the course of the next decades, Americans would temper their enthusiasm for the revolutionary impact of their actions, especially in France. Many would come to agree with the observation of Britain's Lord Grenville, "None but Englishmen and their descendants know how to make a revolution." 38 In 1811, with Napoleon rampaging across Europe, John Adams regretted his country's role in the monster's creation. "Have I not been employed in mischief all my days? Did not the American Revolution produce the French Revolution? And did not the French Revolution produce all the calamities and desolations to the human race and the whole globe ever since?" 39 Even Jefferson joined Adams in their twilight years in fashioning what became a broad and enduring American consensus that only moderate revolutions were good, and radical revolutions were dangerous. 40. Yet this sober view did not prevent Americans from becoming excited every time a new revolution apparently modeled after their own seemed to stir, whether in Latin America, or in Greece, or later in the 19th century in Hungary and Poland. At the time of the French Revolution, the majority of Americans celebrated the revolutionary stirrings they had inspired abroad. News of the meeting of the Estates General in May 1789, the formation of the National Assembly in June, the fall of the Bastille in July, and the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen in August, was received with deep exultation in the United States. The very thought that a great and ancient kingdom was acting by our example was stupendous. 41 Even the more conservative Americans, some of whom would be mislabeled as realists in the 20th century, welcomed it. Hamilton applauded the French for throwing off their condition of slavery and embracing freedom. 42 In 1792 he wrote, "I desire above all things to see the equality of political rights, exclusive of all hereditary distinction, firmly established by a practical demonstration of its being consistent with the order and happiness of society." 43 Washington expressed his joy in seeing that the American Revolution had been productive of happy consequences on both sides of the Atlantic. 44 Doer. Northeastern Federalists cheered, from John Jay to John Marshall, Timothy Pickering, Noah Webster, and virtually the entire Congregational clergy of New England. 45 John Adams alone remained unmoved. 46 But mostly because he believed from the beginning that the French were not going about their revolution in the proper way. Far from not caring to see the revolution replicated abroad, Adams despaired that the French were not following the American model closely enough. 47 In Holland, meanwhile, where another American-inspired revolution was unfolding, Adams personally functioned as a catalyst of revolutionary enthusiasm, even going so far as to encourage Democrats in subversion against the prince. On a mission to raise funds for the war against Britain, Adams discovered that the leaders of the United Provinces were, not surprisingly, loyal to London. Only their opponents, the Democratic revolutionaries, were prepared to aid the revolution in North America. 48 Later, when things were going badly for the Democrats, Adams was anything but indifferent. "I tremble and agonize for the suffering patriots in Holland," he wrote when it looked like the Dutch Republic would be extinguished. "The prince will be so much master in reality, that the friends of liberty must be very unhappy, and live in continual disgrace and danger." 49 When it came to the struggle between republicanism and tyranny, all American leaders and statesmen were ideologues. On one level, of course, these overseas revolutions simply flattered American egos. French patriot heroes like the Marquis de Lafayette declared themselves the ideological offspring of George Washington, and revolutionary France was effusive, in the early stages, in claiming the American Revolution as its model. The revolutions overseas offered a kind of retroactive endorsement of the American rebellion against the British. They offered Americans solace that their new republican polity would not exist alone and without allies in a despotic world. It was that euphoric discovery, the discovery that even the glacial kingdoms of Europe could crack and quickly melt away, that led American mechanics, tradesmen, sailors, lawyers, shopkeepers, merchants, manufacturers, farmers, and laborers to don red cockades and sing Caira, and the Marseillaise, to drink endless toasts to the rights of man, the French Republic, and its armies battling the forces of despotism. 50 The coming of the French Revolution was more than merely gratifying to Americans, it was almost essential in the nourishment it gave to Americans' own opinion of themselves. Prominent Americans linked the fate of republicanism at home with the fate of republicanism abroad. As John Marshall later recalled, "We were all strongly attached to France, scarcely any man more strongly than myself. I sincerely believed human liberty to depend in a great measure on the success of the French Revolution." 51. This was one consequence of the Americans' embrace of universal principles as the product and justification of their revolution. The principles of the Declaration linked Americans to the rest of the civilized world and gave them a stake in the direction that world took. They were bound to be a factor in America's relations with individual countries, too, even with allies. Before 1789, Americans' gratitude to France, even when coupled with the profound Anglophobia generated by the Revolutionary War, could not disguise a sense of unease and guilt over being allied with a traditional foe and potent symbol of absolutist rule. As a result, the United States had a compelling ideological interest in seeing France transformed, to reform and liberalize America's principal ally, in conformity with America's Protestant and Republican image. 52. Americans were not alone in believing they had a significant interest in seeing their own ideology prevail in other countries. Enlightenment thinkers throughout Europe agreed. And so did the defenders of absolutism. As Metternich was to ask as the wave of liberal revolutions crested in Latin America in the 1820s, if this flood of evil doctrines and pernicious examples should extend over the whole of America, what would become, of the moral force of our governments, and of that conservative system which has saved Europe from complete dissolution? 53. That was precisely what Franklin had in mind when he predicted to a French colleague in 1782 that establishing the liberties of America will not only make that people happy, but will have some effect in diminishing the misery of those, who in other parts of the world groan under despotism, by rendering it more circumspect, and inducing it to govern with a lighter hand. 54. From strength to weakness. The birth of practical idealism. The new American nation that emerged triumphant in the war with the British Empire in 1783 was not in a position to do very much to aid the forces of liberalism and republicanism overseas. In fact, Americans were not in a position to do much of anything except survive. The revolutionary victory, though a vindication of the colonists' long-developing sense of national greatness, produced a strategic calamity from which it would take 2 decades to recover. The new nation was born weak and vulnerable. This perilous vulnerability was the direct consequence of success in the war and in the peace settlement that followed. In the Anglo-American Peace of Paris of 1783, the United States acquired control of vast stretches of the land in the Northwest that Britain had wrested from France in the 7 Years' War. The dreams of Franklin and Washington to control the Ohio Valley were realized. The territory of the United States now ran hundreds of miles westward across the Trans-Appalachian region to the Mississippi River, and while the Americans failed to acquire the parts of Canada they wanted, their new borders ran to the Great Lakes in the north and southward to the 31st parallel. As would be the case repeatedly in American history, however, successful expansion and the fulfillment of long-held ambitions created new and difficult problems. After 1783 the problem was how to defend the vast new holdings. Spain disputed both the new southern boundary and Britain's unilateral grant to Americans of free navigation of the Mississippi. The Anglo-American settlement fulfilled all but the most grandiose of earlier expansionist ambitions, extending the area of settlement well beyond the proclamation line established by Britain after the 7 Years' War, and providing land for many future generations of white settlers. But the new nation lacked the power of the British Empire to keep other nations from pouncing on the newly won prize. In rebelling from Great Britain, the United States had lost a powerful imperial protector and gained a powerful imperial adversary. The favorable terms of the Anglo-American agreement were immediately thrown into doubt by the British refusal to withdraw from the military strongholds they maintained in territories nominally ceded to the United States. A string of forts ran from the St. Lawrence River across the Great Lakes and into the Ohio Valley. Once the outposts of defense against French and Indian forces, after independence they became links in a chain of British containment. Americans who so recently had gloried in the victory of the British Empire over the French in North America now saw the fruits of that victory imperiled by the same British arms and by the same vast global influence this great empire wielded. The strategic difficulties were exacerbated by the weakness of the government under the Articles of Confederation. The colonies turned states, having united just barely enough to defeat the British in war, quickly fell back to their independent and defiant ways. They viewed the new government with the same jealousy and suspicion that they had once aimed at the British Parliament. This was a problem for American statesmen, because preserving the power and autonomy of states and local government generally meant paralyzing the national government's ability to conduct itself forcefully in response to international dangers. Those dangers were close to home. The most immediate threat was of Indian attack. Here the loss of British imperial protection was compounded by the loss of British imperial finances, since maintaining peace with the Indians had always depended as much on gifts as on arms, gifts for which the bankrupt treasury of the new United States was incapable of paying. Instead, the British were paying the Indians to resist the Americans in disputed territories. By 1787, British-backed tribes north of the Ohio River seemed to be uniting for an offensive, while in the south Indians supported by Spain launched attacks all along the Cumberland River. By 1787, Americans along the southwestern frontier had been reduced to the point of capitulation. 55. American independence brought similar calamities for maritime and commercial interests. Passage along the vital Mohawk and Hudson rivers became more dangerous. A staggering blow to American commerce came in 1784, when Spain closed the Mississippi to trade, severing the commercial lifeline of the western parts of the country. Overseas, merchant sailors who had been accustomed to traveling throughout the Mediterranean under the protection of the British flag suddenly found that protection removed and were immediately set upon by the pirates of the Barbary powers. Americans asked France to provide protection, but the French would not or could not help. Worst of all were the harsh British trade restrictions suddenly and somewhat unexpectedly imposed on the United States soon after conclusion of the peace. In the decades leading up to the Revolution, Americans had grown confident that the British Empire would always depend on their commerce, and after the rebellion they expected to benefit from Britain's insatiable desire for American raw materials. On top of that, they expected great new opportunities for trade with the rest of Europe, now that the old imperial trade restrictions were no more. But the British government after 1783 was determined to show that, to the contrary, it was the Americans who were dependent on the British market, a reality that American leaders soon had to acknowledge. Britain has monopolized our trade beyond credibility, Adams complained from London. The ardor of our citizens in transferring almost the whole commerce of the country here, and voluntarily reviving that monopoly which they had long complained of as a grievance, had imprudently demonstrated to all the world an immoderate preference of British commerce. 56 Nor were the nations of Europe as eager to exploit the opportunity of the newly independent American trade as leading Americans had hoped. We do not find it easy to make commercial arrangements in Europe, Jefferson wrote from Paris. There is a want of confidence in us. 57. Franklin and others blamed the British for sullying America's reputation and hence her credit. But even without British connivance, the American victory in the War of Independence had deprived it of all meaningful international support. Spain, with the world's third-largest navy, had been at most a wary ally and now aimed to contain the Americans in the south and southwest just as vigorously as the British contained them in the north. France also had no interest in seeing its former ally gain an unfettered ascendancy in North America, and it supported Spain's closure of the Mississippi. John Adams feared France would join Britain in all artifices and endeavors to keep down our reputation at home and abroad, to mortify our self-conceit, and to lessen us in the opinion of the world. 58 John J. early on recognized, we can depend upon the French only to see that we are separated from England, but it is not in their interest that we should become a great and formidable people, and therefore they will not help us to become so. 59 A map prepared by the French Foreign Ministry revealed plans to extend Spain's holdings in the south right up to the Cumberland River. Great Britain would get the greater part of the northwest, the United States would receive a swatch of territory in the Transappalachian area roughly the size of Kentucky. According to this French plan, which Jay was shown, U.S. territory would nowhere touch the Mississippi. The Europeans hoped to limit not only American territory but also the reach of America's dangerous revolutionary ideology, or so Americans in Europe perceived. The American legation in London reported that the European monarchs watch us with a jealous eye while we adhere to and flourish under systems diametrically opposite to those which support their governments and enable them to keep mankind in subjection. Richard Henry Lee, President of Congress, was convinced that there existed a general jealousy beyond the water of the powerful effects to be derived from Republican virtue here. 60 This was not mere paranoid puffery. Monarchs on the continent did fear the liberties taking root in the New World. Even the Americans' erstwhile friends on the European continent did not want to see the Republican experiment succeed too dramatically. Documents later released by the French revolutionary government revealed that the monarchy's foreign minister had opposed the ratification of the American Constitution and tried to prevent it, reasoning that it suits France to have the United States remain in their present state, because if they should assume the consistence of which they are susceptible they would soon acquire a force and power which they would probably be very eager to abuse. 61. As serious as these foreign threats was the danger that the American Confederation of States might simply break apart. Secessionist tendencies could be found along every frontier. The notorious Kentuckian James Wilkinson was a business partner of the Spanish governor of New Orleans and pledged loyalty to the Spanish king, offering to deliver parts of the southwestern territory into Spanish hands. Other secessionist impulses grew out of desperation. Settlers along the Cumberland River, under constant attack by Indians, had looked in vain to Congress for help, and when none was forthcoming turned eventually to Spain. Such were the perilous conditions of settlers in these western and southern frontier territories that, in the view of George Washington, the touch of a feather would turn them any way. 62. American leaders also feared separatist tendencies in the North, especially in Vermont, believed by many to be in secret league with British Canada. Jefferson and others saw British intrigues behind Shays's rebellion in western Massachusetts. 63. Jay worried that in the event of war with one or more of the great empires angling for position in North America, some parts of the Confederation might be flattered into neutrality by specious promises, or seduced by a too great fondness for peace to come to the aid of the others. 64. American foreign policy in these years was shaped by a combination of enormous ambition and debilitating weakness. Most American leaders wanted and expected their new nation eventually to take its rightful place among the world's great powers and even to become in time the world's foremost power. But achieving this ambition required prudence and patience, and some sleight of hand. American leaders wanted to achieve great things without taking on great burdens and assuming great risks. It has often been suggested that Americans possessed an abiding hostility to traditional diplomacy and power politics. 65. They were determined to approach foreign relations in terms of the ideal rather than in terms of existing realities. 66. They could not comprehend the importance of the power factor in foreign relations, and indeed, the entire colonial experience had made foreign policy itself alien and repulsive to them. After the Revolution, therefore, they naively believed that the very appearance of their country on the diplomatic scene would be instrumental in effecting a new departure in international relations and would usher in a new and better world, that traditional diplomacy and power politics would fall at the first blowing of the trumpets of liberty. 67. The statesmen of the founding era were not unfamiliar with the ways of power politics, however. They were idealists in the sense that they were committed to a set of universal principles, the defense and promotion of which they believed would improve the human condition as well as further American interests. But they were practical idealists. In their moment of weakness they employed the strategies of the weak. They viewed alliances as necessary but dangerous. They denigrated so-called power politics and claimed an aversion to war and military power, all realms in which they were far inferior to the European great powers. They extolled the virtues of commerce, where Americans competed on a more equal plane. They appealed to international law as the best means of regulating the behavior of nations, knowing that they had no other means of constraining the great empires of Britain and France. They adjusted themselves to an unhappy reality that they knew to be very much at odds with their aspirations. They looked forward to the day when, as a more powerful nation, they might begin to shape the world to conform more closely to their ideals. Fortunately for the young United States, the world was configured in such a way as to make this possible. The Americans at the time of the Revolution were certainly not naive about the behavior of human beings or about the behavior of nations. Men I find to be a sort of beings very badly constructed, Franklin observed, as they are generally more easily provoked than reconciled, more disposed to do mischief to each other than to make reparation, much more easily deceived than undeceived, and having more pride and even pleasure in killing than in begetting one another. 68. Nor did leading Americans believe that the harsh international rules by which the great powers played could be suspended for them. They did not, for instance, oppose alliances as a matter of principle. They feared unequal alliances that threatened to undermine their sovereignty and make them slaves to the stronger power. They were also wary of making commitments to another power that they could not in safety fulfill. But they were not shy about seeking foreign entanglements when they needed them. Indeed, their very first significant utterance on the subject of foreign policy, the resolution introduced in Congress by Richard Henry Lee 1 month before the Declaration of Independence, declared it expedient forthwith to take the most effectual measures for forming foreign alliances. 69. Although some Americans, like John Adams, were wary at first of becoming too dependent on a powerful France, they quickly found themselves pleading for a greater entanglement than the French themselves were willing to undertake. 70 Nor did Americans hope to forge a purely commercial relationship with France, as some historians have argued, even at the start. 71 In early 1776 Arthur Lee, the Americans' secret correspondent in London, begged Pierre-Augustin Caron de Beaumarchais, the playwright and vigorous champion of the American cause in France, to consider above all things that we are not transacting a mere mercantile business, but that politics is greatly concerned in this affair. 72 When it appeared that France was unwilling to undertake a full military and political commitment to the revolution, the Americans forced France's hand by threatening, quite disingenuously, to make peace with Great Britain if a more extensive French commitment were not forthcoming. 73. Once concluded in 1778, the French alliance struck even conservative Americans as a godsend. John Adams abandoned his caution and embraced the alliance as a rock upon which we may safely build. He even hoped the alliance would be permanent. The United States, therefore, will be for ages the natural bulwark of France against the hostile designs of England against her, and France is the natural defense of the United States against the rapacious spirit of Great Britain against them. 74 Americans did try to set the terms of the alliance so that they would be required to do as little as possible in return for French assistance. This was not because they had a different sense of what alliance meant or because they hoped to establish a new system of international relations that transcended power politics. 75 They simply recognized that France's main interest was in striking a blow at the British Empire. The French helped the Americans, but only because it was in their interests to help. They asked only that the United States not make a separate peace with Britain without consultation, which is precisely what the Americans eventually did. By 1782 Adams and his colleagues had abandoned the French rock and preferred amicable relations with both European powers. But it was not a hankering after isolation that made Americans resist entering traditional military and political alliances with European powers. 76 At a time when the United States was too weak to defend itself from Indian marauders, it was difficult to imagine it coming to the aid of anyone in a major European conflict. We have neither troops nor treasury nor government, Hamilton soberly noted in 1787. It was this reality that shaped American behavior, not utopian dreams about humanity. 77. Secrecy and deception were prominent features of American diplomacy from the start. The committee charged with the conduct of foreign affairs before the start of the Revolution, later renamed the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the forerunner of the State Department, was initially called the Committee of Secret Correspondence. Its first act was to pay an American agent in London, Arthur Lee, to gather secret information on the disposition of the various European powers toward the Anglo-American conflict. At the conclusion of the war, John Jay insisted on conducting negotiations with Spain in secret, chiefly to avoid attacks and interference by domestic political opponents. The treaty negotiated with France in 1778 contained a number of secret clauses, including the one about not concluding a separate peace with Great Britain. This secret agreement, of course, the Americans violated, secretly, as soon as they learned that the British would give them more territory than would France and Spain. So much for the image of American diplomats as poor naïfs, honest and innocent men who were no match for Europe's wily knaves. 78. Americans understood the intricacies of the European balance of power, and how to exploit it to their advantage. 79 As colonists they had played on British fears and jealousies of France to further their own expansionist ambitions. As rebels they played on French desires for revenge. Manipulating European rivalries was the subject of open discussion in the Continental Congress. 80 John Adams, a great student of the balance of power in Europe, believed that nature has formed it. Practice and habit have confirmed it, and it must forever exist. 81 Jefferson, too, understood that while there are powers in Europe which fear our views, or have views on us, we should keep an eye on them, their connections and oppositions, that in a moment of need we may avail ourselves of their weakness with respect to others as well as ourselves, and calculate their designs and movements on all the circumstances under which they exist. 82 In the New World Americans preferred hegemony to a balance of power, but in the Old World they knew a balance served their interests well. Few Americans believed they could fundamentally change their world, or somehow evade the realities of power politics, by such devices as promoting an international system of free trade. The celebration of what Montesquieu called sweet commerce was a staple of Enlightenment thinking on both sides of the Atlantic, and John Adams and others looked to a distant future in which trade could be a solvent of international conflict. But although they may have dreamed, they were under no illusions about their harsh, mercantile world. 83 They were not even faithful apostles of free trade. As British colonials they had been full participants in the mercantilist system, its acts of trade and navigation had both hindered and helped them. Exporters of raw materials such as tobacco benefited from a large and secure British market. Exporters of manufactured goods generally found ways to skirt the regulations. After independence, different segments of the American economy were affected differently by the British restrictions. While tobacco growers suffered, most farmers were not much affected one way or the other. Merchant importers had not liked the bonds of the empire when a part of it, but they had enjoyed its privileges, and after the war was over many of them did not think they could survive without them. 84. Nor could many Americans believe that trade among nations necessarily made for global harmony and peace. They knew that competition for trade produced wars as often as sweet commerce prevented them. On this Hamilton and Jefferson were agreed. Has commerce hitherto done anything more than change the objects of war? Hamilton asked. Is not the love of wealth as domineering and enterprising a passion as that of power or glory? 85 If Jefferson had his way, Americans would practice neither commerce nor navigation but would stand with respect to Europe precisely on the footing of China. We should thus avoid wars, and all our citizens would be husbandmen. 86 Americans knew that whatever their own preferences might be, the world in which they lived was inhospitable to any notion of free trade. Trade restrictions were a fact of life. Adams may have hoped that the increasing liberality of sentiment among philosophers and men of letters, in various nations, might lead to a reformation, a kind of Protestantism, in the commercial system of the world. 87 But he was not surprised that governments had not followed the philosopher's advice, insisting instead on short-term self-aggrandizement. National pride is as natural as self-love, Adams noted. It is, at present, the bulwark of defense to all nations. 88. Americans were idealists about the future, but in the present they believed the way to shift the balance in their favor was not to convert the world to free trade but to impose trade restrictions of their own. Jefferson and Adams favored retaliatory measures against Britain and despaired that under the Articles of Confederation the Congress lacked the power to impose them. 89 At times Adams expressed a Jeffersonian desire to put a stop to American commerce altogether, for all the trouble it caused. If every ship we have were burnt, and the keel of another never to be laid, we might still be the happiest people upon earth, and, in 50 years, the most powerful. 90 Commerce, far from being America's answer to the world's problems, often seemed a heavy burden to those trying to preserve the young nation's well-being. The founders' realism consisted in recognizing that it was an inescapable burden. Our people have a decided taste for navigation and commerce, wrote Jefferson, and their servants are in duty bound to calculate all their measures on this datum. 91 Adams agreed that it was vain to amuse ourselves with the thoughts of annihilating commerce unless as philosophical speculations. The character of the people must be taken into consideration. They are as aquatic as the tortoises and seafowl, and the love of commerce, with its conveniences and pleasures, is a habit in them as unalterable as their natures. Americans would be compelled to form connections with Europe, Asia, and Africa, and, therefore, the sooner we form those connections into a judicious system, the better it will be for us and our children. 92. At first Americans sought avenues for commerce abroad for their own sake, therefore, not as a means of changing the world. Too weak and disunited to fight trade wars on their own, they tried to shape international laws to give them the best chance of opening foreign ports for their goods. As a weak nation, the United States sought the same protections against the British Navy that many other weak nations sought. Free ships, free goods, freedom of neutrals to trade between port and port of a belligerent, were the principles of maritime practice which were coming increasingly into usage in Europe and which Great Britain, with her surpassing sea power, would not admit as international law. 93. What Americans sought chiefly were not international transformations but some international leverage against the naval superpower of their day. This desire to constrain the great powers of Europe shaped American attitudes toward international law more generally. It is true that Americans were naturally inclined to a certain legalism, both at home and abroad, as were all British peoples. But their constant appeal to international law owed more to their weakness than to any conviction that all international behavior could be regulated by legal mechanisms. They knew from their reading of the Swiss jurist Emmerich von Vattel that in international law strength or weakness counts for nothing. A dwarf is as much a man as a giant is, a small republic is no less a sovereign state than the most powerful kingdom. 94. Later generations of Americans, less vulnerable to European depredations and possessing more power and influence on the world stage, would not always be so enamored of the constraints of international law. Finally, there was the American attitude toward war and the possession of the tools of war. Americans tend to think of themselves as a people reluctant to go to war and believe that, especially in the early years of the Republic, they differed in this respect from the warlike Europeans. But the legend of Americans rejecting European attitudes toward war because of their wilderness experience and their idealistic ambitions is, built upon myth rather than reality. 95. They had spent more than half of the 3 decades from 1754 to 1784 embroiled in full-scale war. Early American leaders did not believe they had suddenly entered a new era of peace. Hamilton claimed that the fiery and destructive passions of war reign in the human breast with much more powerful sway than the mild and beneficent sentiments of peace. 96. Nor did Americans want to abandon war or the threat of war as tools to pursue their goals. Jefferson, so often characterized as the most idealistic in his aversion to power, was as quick as anyone to reach for the sword in instances where he believed it would work. In the 1780s, infuriated by the attacks of the Barbary powers against American traders in the Mediterranean, he concluded it would be necessary for the United States to open the sea lanes by force. We ought to begin a naval power, if we mean to carry on our own commerce. 97. If the Barbary rulers refused to leave American traders in peace, Jefferson insisted he preferred war as less expensive than the continued payment of tribute. A naval victory in the Mediterranean would have the defense of honor, procure some respect in Europe, and strengthen the government at home. 98. John Jay also favored using force against the Barbary powers and proposed building a naval squadron of 540 gunships to patrol the sea lanes. The great question is whether we shall wage war or pay tribute. I, for my part, prefer war. 99. In July 1787 William Grayson proposed forming an alliance with European powers to maintain a permanent naval force that would guard the Mediterranean for peaceful shipping. 100. Hamilton was not alone in recognizing, 100 years before the influential naval strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan, that the promotion and protection of American commerce overseas would require naval power with a global reach. The revolutionary generation, which had forged a nation by means of war with the British Empire, assumed that war was normal, even inevitable, in human affairs. 101. Americans had many other occasions to contemplate war, only to be caught up short by the impossibility of actually waging it. John Adams, engaged in futile efforts in London to gain British evacuation of the northern forts, wrote a friend that if the posts were not evacuated the United States should declare war directly and march one army to Quebec and another to Nova Scotia. 102. When Spain closed off the Mississippi in 1784, Westerners cried for war and talked of raising 10,000 troops to march on New Orleans. George Rogers Clark launched an attack on Spanish subjects at Vincennes. Jefferson wrote from Paris that war might indeed be preferable to an unfavorable settlement, and John Jay agreed that the United States would be justified in going to war to vindicate its navigation rights. 103 All this talk of war was empty. Neither during the Confederation era nor afterward did the United States have the strength to fight any of the great powers, even in North America. To pick a fight with one would open the United States to blackmail by the others. A fight with Spain in the south would mean the danger of British pressure in the north. A fight with Great Britain in the north would open vulnerabilities to Spanish pressure in the south. Hamilton, arguing for neutrality between France and Great Britain in 1794, pointed to the central truth that drove American policy throughout the 1780s and 90s. A war with any major European power would be the most unequal and calamitous in which it is possible for a country to be engaged, a war which would not be unlikely to prove pregnant with greater dangers and disasters than that by which we established our existence as an independent nation. 104. If Americans eschewed war, then, it was not because they believed war was an obsolete legacy of European monarchs. It was because the option of war was denied them. One should view many of the founders' more utopian declarations in this light. Jefferson might well insist, as he did in a letter to Madison in 1789, that the rule of power and force in relations between nations had been considered acceptable in the Dark Ages which intervened between antient and modern civilization but was exploded and held in just horror in the 18th century. 105 This did not stop him from calling for a navy to make war against the Barbary powers. John Adams might argue in 1783, as he did in 1776, that the business of America with Europe was commerce, not politics, or war. 106 But this did not prevent him from embracing a political and military alliance with France at one moment, while at another moment dreaming wistfully of ending commerce with Europe altogether. 107 Americans might look to international law as a salvation, but they recognized, as John Jay noted with regard to navigation rights on the Mississippi, that even if our right was expressly declared in Holy Writ, we should be able to provide for the enjoyment of it no otherwise than by being in capacity to repel force by force. 108. There were those who did flirt with utopianism, at least rhetorically. Thomas Paine, the author of Common Sense, arguably the most influential political tract ever written, did make the case for both isolationism and an international peace founded on commerce. In his narrowly focused, brilliant piece of revolutionary propaganda, designed to convince the colonists to sever their ties with their king and their beloved British Empire, Paine argued that every problem troubling Americans was the fault of the crown and that merely throwing off monarchical rule would produce a heaven on earth. He declared that all the wars fought in history were the product of dynastic quarrels, and that all the wars fought on the North American continent had been started by the kings and queens of England pursuing their own selfish ends. Americans had only to wrest themselves from the crown, and they would enjoy peace with the entire world. Our plan is commerce, Paine declared, and that, well attended to, will secure us the peace and friendship of all Europe, because it is the interest of all Europe to have America a free port. Her trade will always be a protection, and her barrenness of gold and silver secure her from invaders. 109. An excited populace may well have found Paine's visions of post-monarchic utopia compelling, if only for a moment, before returning to the more difficult world that surrounded them on all sides. But Common Sense was not a founding document of American foreign policy. Paine did not conduct American foreign relations after 1776, and those who did Adams, Washington, Hamilton, Jefferson, and others did not consult Common Sense for guidance or cite it to justify their policies. On at least one vital question, perhaps the most vital, American leaders ignored Paine entirely. He had argued that independence could be won without foreign alliances, but forming an alliance with France was the very first foreign policy act of the Continental Congress. 110. Americans believed the world would be a better and safer place if republican institutions flourished and if tyranny and monarchy disappeared. They believed, from Thomas Jefferson to Alexander Hamilton, that free peoples were less likely to make war, especially against other free peoples. 111 They believed commerce tended, on the whole, to draw nations closer together and reduce the likelihood of conflict. In short, they believed in the ameliorative possibilities of Enlightenment liberalism. Even this idealism, moreover, was both practical and realistic. Americans believed a world reformed along liberal and republican lines would be a safer world for their liberal republic, and that a freer and multiplying commerce would make them a more prosperous nation. They were arguably right on both counts. An international order more suited to American interests and institutions would be better for Americans. In time, Americans imagined, they would help create such an international order. They would play a beneficial role in the world by leading mankind toward a better future. But that time had not yet come. Whatever revolutions Americans hoped their own rebellion might inspire around the world, and they did entertain such hopes, they were too weak to lend a hand to such struggles. Despotism, mercantilism, and war would persist. The strengthening of the republican, commercial, and legal institutions of a liberal international order would have to wait. First, the young republic had to overcome its own debilitating weakness: nationalism and foreign policy. The making of the Constitution. One obvious way to do so was to strengthen the sinews of the new nation. American weakness gave birth in the mid-1780s to an increasingly fervent nationalism, a widespread, but by no means universal, conviction not only that the nation had to be united but that the power of the national government had to be augmented if the United States was to be secure against foreign attack and internal dissolution and take its rightful place among the great nations of the world. This close relationship between the demands of foreign policy and national security on the one hand, and nationalism and the augmentation of federal power on the other, would prove to be one of the more enduring traits of the American polity. Time and again throughout American history, during the War of 1812, during the Civil War, during the First and Second World Wars, and during the Cold War, nationalist sentiments and domestic demands for a stronger central government would be closely linked with national security challenges and pressures for the more vigorous conduct of foreign policy. In the United States, in the 18th century as in the 20th and 21st, a big foreign policy generally meant big government. In 1787, the general sense of national insecurity and the apparent helplessness of the young United States to defend and advance its interests and principles in a hostile world became what one historian has called the major drive wheel in the movement for increased central government power that culminated in the drafting and ratification of the American Constitution. 112 The loose government structure established to prosecute the Revolutionary War under the Articles of Confederation had proved inadequate to the tasks of war and to preserving national security after the war. As in the colonial era, weak central government and uncooperative state governments plagued the effective conduct of military and diplomatic affairs. Maintaining unity and raising funds during the war had been hard enough. In peacetime, those problems grew unmanageable. The states refused to provide the money for an army to challenge British control of the forts or Spanish control of the Mississippi, or to defend settlers on the frontier from Indian attack. The government could not raise money for a navy to protect merchant sailors in the Mediterranean. Nor would the states unite behind a common policy of retaliatory trade restrictions that might force the British government to lessen its own. At the same time, the states also refused to abide by the terms of the Anglo-American Treaty. Some refused to make good on debts to British loyalist creditors, for instance, and the British used this refusal as a pretext to delay withdrawal of British forces from U.S. territory. All these deficiencies were mutually reinforcing and had produced a downward spiral of power. Congress derived much of its revenue from Western land sales, but land that could not be protected from Indian attack by federal troops was hard to sell. Declining land sales meant lower revenues. Lower revenues meant fewer troops. Fewer troops meant still less protection and even fewer land sales. 113 In addition, settlers left unprotected by the federal government and exposed to Indian attack were inclined to seek succor from other, more powerful quarters, which in turn increased the dangers of secession. Congress before 1787 maintained an army of about 700 men, which was theoretically supposed to operate along the entire vast frontier, north, south, and west, and to take the offensive against Indian marauders. This was impossible. The states therefore had to employ their own militias to do the job that the federal army could not do. This in turn exacerbated already dangerous centrifugal forces. The drive to reform the government and strengthen federal power nevertheless produced a heated debate in the United States, pitting Federalists against anti-Federalists, who believed the country could be strengthened without significantly augmenting federal power. But on some key matters, the need for more effective taxation, for a military establishment, for the better regulation of foreign commerce, and for the enforcement of treaties, there was overwhelming consensus. 114 National security and commercial concerns united disparate interests in different sections of the United States. Westerners favored a stronger federal government to protect Western expansion. Northerners favored one in order to improve terms of trade overseas. Stronger central government even had solid support in the South. In future decades, Southern slaveholders would become the most fervent opponents of national power and the most determined advocates of states' rights against the federal government, as they feared that a strong central government controlled by the North would strike at the institution of slavery. And indeed, some of the leading anti-federalist opponents of the Constitution in the 1780s were Virginians like James Monroe and Patrick Henry, the latter of whom warned his fellow slaveholders that if proponents of the new Constitution succeeded, "Hail free your niggers." 115 But Virginia was also home to James Madison, who feared national dissolution absent greater power in the federal government. In the 1780s, many Southern leaders were afraid of foreign attack and wanted a stronger government for protection. As South Carolina's David Ramsey warned, if this state is to be invaded by a maritime force, to whom can we apply for immediate aid? To Virginia and North Carolina, the eastern states, abounding in men and ships, can sooner relieve us than our next-door neighbors. 116 Everyone understood that the institution of slavery made the South vulnerable in times of war. During the Revolution, the British had struck terror in Southern hearts by promising freedom to slaves who rebelled against their masters. Not surprisingly, the leading American nationalists and Federalists in 1787 were generally men of experience in military and international affairs. James Madison, John Jay, Alexander Hamilton, Henry Knox, and George Washington, all these defenders of stronger central government, had served in diplomatic and military positions at home and abroad, where the weaknesses of the Confederation had been most obvious. Thomas Jefferson, sitting in Paris, shared anti-federalist concerns about a strong central government, but he ultimately supported the Constitution drafted by his fellow Virginian. The Federalist Papers, written to persuade Americans of the necessity of a new constitution, began with a series of essays on foreign policy by John Jay, who had charge of foreign affairs through most of the Confederation period. As Madison soothingly tried to explain to the anti-federalist critics, the operations of the national government would always be most extensive and important in times of war and danger, those of the state government in times of peace and security. 117. More was at stake than tangible security and the nation's financial health. For many leading Americans, among the most disturbing consequences of American weakness was that it had deprived the new republic of the respect it deserved from other nations and peoples. Spain thought nothing of closing the Mississippi to American navigation, while in the Mediterranean the Barbary pirates humiliated the young nation by kidnapping and enslaving its citizens. In the courts of the great European powers, American ambassadors were ridiculed for their poverty. The entire world seemed to be sneering at the sorry state of American finances, at the incessant squabbling among the states and between the states and Congress, and at the apparent inability of the United States to stand on its own feet and take a responsible course in world affairs. For Americans, who had an extremely high opinion of their own worth and importance, who believed their revolution had ushered in a new era, and who were convinced their new nation was destined for a greatness approaching that of Rome and Athens, this lack of international regard was an especially painful rebuke. 118 Federalists seeking to sway public opinion at the various state ratifying conventions argued that America would be great if the Constitution were adopted, despised if rejected. 119. The desire to overcome dishonor and humiliation was strengthened by the common American conviction that more was at stake than just national honor. American weakness dishonored not just Americans but republicanism itself. What a triumph for the advocates of despotism, Washington lamented, to find that we are incapable of governing ourselves, and that systems founded on the basis of equal liberty are merely ideal and fallacious. 120 American leaders were acutely aware that the 18th century world of monarchies preferred to see their republican experiment fail. Even allied but monarchical France hoped that the new constitution would not be adopted, lest the young republic grow too strong and secure and, therefore, too capable of spreading its dangerous liberal doctrines. Since for Americans the national ideology had universal application, restoring or establishing the nation's honor and reputation appeared to be an obligation not just to themselves but also to mankind. In Madison's view, the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia would decide forever the fate of Republican government. Gouverneur Morris agreed that the whole human race would be affected. 121 Defenders of the new Constitution believed that if republicanism was to survive in a hostile world, a republican nation had to be strong and vigorous. This, too, would be a guiding sentiment in American foreign policy for the next 2 centuries. A strong America was good for the world. The national strength they sought was necessary not just to meet present dangers. The leaders of the United States were also trying to safeguard the future, to keep the doors open to expansion, progress, and prosperity, to fulfill the promise of greatness, and to ensure the survival and the spread of republican freedom. This was true even of those who opposed the ratification of the very Constitution that had been designed to secure these ends. The anti-federalists who battled against a strong central government in the debates of 1787–88 have sometimes been misunderstood as having made a case against greatness, against empire, and in favor of a pristine isolationism. This would seem to have been the purport of Patrick Henry's speech at the Virginia ratifying convention, when he warned that the American spirit, assisted by the ropes and chains of consolidation, is about to convert this country into a powerful and mighty empire. We must have an army, and a navy, and a number of things. Not for him this great and mighty empire, Henry proclaimed. When the American spirit was in its youth, the language of America was different. Liberty, sir, was then the primary object. 122. It is easy to read Henry's statements as opposing an ambitious foreign policy, until one realizes that the empire he was attacking was the 13 states united under one central government as envisioned in the new federal constitution. Employing the arguments of Montesquieu, Henry and other anti-federalists insisted that the 13 states already covered too wide an expanse of territory to be governed by anything other than despotism. Theirs was not an argument about foreign policy, therefore, Henry opposed a small America as much as a large America, if either was going to be governed by a strong central government. In fact, the anti-federalists did not significantly differ from the federalists on the fundamental principles of foreign policy, which is one reason they rarely discussed foreign affairs when attacking the proposed constitution. Most favored territorial and commercial expansion. Indeed, many from the southern states were at least as eager to expand American power, influence, and territorial control as their Federalist opponents. Prominent anti-federalists like Virginia's James Monroe were powerful advocates of westward and southward expansion. Patrick Henry and other Virginians reviled the agreement John Jay negotiated with Spain, which denied the United States navigation rights on the Mississippi, as an anti-Southern conspiracy by Northern merchants under the insidious influence of Great Britain. Southern anti-federalists warned that under the new Constitution, which required that all treaties be approved by 2/3 of the Senate, the North could always block settlement of new Western lands by vetoing treaties with Indians and other foreign powers. 123. Anti-federalists were continental expansionists, even more so than many of their Northern colleagues, some of whom tended to be commercial expansionists. As one student of anti-federalist views has noted, they took it for granted that as population grew, pioneer farmers would move west in search of virgin lands. They looked forward to the expansion of the American people across the continent. They envisioned a succession of new states joining a confederation, rather than being swallowed up into an empire. 124. Most anti-federalists shared the federalist conviction that the United States, if governed correctly, had a great destiny before it. Charles Pinckney might argue that the great end of Republican establishments was to make people happy at home, that we mistake the object of our government, if we hope or wish that it is to make us respectable abroad, and that conquest or superiority among other powers is not or ought not ever to be the object of a republican system. 125. But the anti-federalists, for the most part, did not deny that respectability abroad was important. They simply denied that it could be achieved only at the expense of the state's sovereign independence. The Massachusetts anti-federalist James Winthrop, writing as Agrippa, proclaimed as proudly as Adams or Franklin that human history had never produced an instance of rapid growth in extent, in numbers, in art, and in trade, that will bear any comparison with our own country. 2/3 of the continental debt has been paid since the war, and we are in alliance with some of the most respectable powers of Europe. The western lands, won from Britain by the sword, are an ample fund for the principal of all our public debts, and every new sale excites that manly pride which is essential to our national virtue. All this happiness, Winthrop declared, arises from the freedom of our institutions and the limited nature of our government. 126. The debate between Federalists and Anti-Federalists was the first of what would over the next 2 centuries be a recurring battle between nationalists on one side and localists and advocates of states' rights against the federal government on the other. This debate would often be characterized as an argument over the proper course of American foreign policy, a debate between isolationism and internationalism, between America as exemplar to the world and America as active shaper of the world, and sometimes, most crudely, as America the Republic versus America the Empire. But in the 1780s as later, the foreign policy dimension of the debate was inseparable from the argument over governance at home. In the end, the anti-federalists lost out to the forces of nationalism that had been rising up even before the Revolution and that crested after independence. The struggle between nationalism and localism throughout American history has been won, more often than not, by the nationalists, and the first great nationalist victory was the federal Constitution itself. It was the Constitution that enabled the young United States to begin conducting the kind of vigorous, expansionist foreign policy its drafters supported. Chapter 3. Liberalism and Expansion. This prestigious and restless population, continually forcing the Indian nations backward and upon us, is attempting to get possession of all the vast continent those nations are occupying between the Ohio and Mississippi rivers, the Gulf of Mexico and the Appalachian Mountains. If they obtain their purpose, their ambitions will not be limited to this part of the Mississippi. Baron de Carondelet, Military Report on Louisiana and West Florida, New Orleans, November 1794. We desire above all things, brother, to instruct you in whatever we know ourselves. We wish you to learn all our arts and to make you wise and wealthy. Thomas Jefferson to Jean-Baptiste Ducoigny, a Kaskaskia chief, June 1781. Lockean man and liberal expansion. The United States was the world's first modern commercial, liberal republic. The foreign policy that naturally emerged from such a regime was also novel, shaped as it was by the wants and desires of several million free individuals in search of wealth and opportunity, unrestrained by the firm hand of an absolute government, a dominant aristocracy, or even a benevolent constitutional monarch. That diplomatic phrase raison d'etat had one meaning when a French king, like his colleagues across Europe, could declare l'état c'est moi, and when the aspirations of the multitude were subordinated, in accordance with divine will, to the interests of the lord of the realm. Foreign policy in the age of monarchy had served the interests of the dynasty. In the age of religious warfare, it had also served the interests of the Catholic Church or its opponents. But what was the meaning of raison d'etat when the state was nothing more than the secular creation and servant of the people? The foreign policy of a liberal republic could no more be divorced from the principles of liberalism and republicanism than the foreign policy of an 18th-century divine right monarchy could be divorced from the principles of divine right and monarchical legitimacy. Point 1. For the leaders and citizens of the new republic, in fact, the nation's foreign policy and its liberal ideology were in many respects indistinguishable. The overarching aim of American foreign policy was not merely to protect the nation and its people but also to preserve and protect its unique institutions and its unprecedented liberties, a purpose that by itself influenced the nature and direction of its foreign relations and that distinguished it from other 18th-century nations with different forms of government and political economy. American foreign policy was shaped by American liberalism in another way as well. Liberalism in the 18th century, and for the next 200 years, was the main engine of American expansion. 2 centuries later it is easy to forget how novel was the liberal Enlightenment conception both of human nature and of the proper role of a government constituted for the protection of natural rights. The old order, which the 18th century apostles of Enlightenment liberalism aimed either to destroy or transcend, had been preoccupied with intangible goods. The king had his glory, the nobles their honor, the Christians their salvation, the citizens of pagan antiquity their ambition to outdo others in serving the public good. 2 American leaders and the American people were also concerned with honor and glory, and they wrestled with the tension between private interests and the common good. But modern commercial society, which had emerged in England by the beginning of the 18th century and in the United States at the century's end, was devoted as no other before it to the more mundane but, in the liberal view, more universal strivings of human nature. In The Wealth of Nations, published in the year of the Declaration of Independence, Adam Smith had attributed to all mankind a continual desire of bettering our condition, a desire which comes with us from the womb, and never leaves us till we go to the grave. The foundations of the American political economy were erected on this novel, indeed, revolutionary understanding of human nature. Even as they fretted about the dangers of luxury and avarice that a multiplying commerce produced, the members of the founding generation, from Federalists like Hamilton to Republicans like Jefferson and Madison, questioned neither the commercial nature of the American people nor the vast benefits to the nation that would be gained by unleashing the forces of commercial liberalism. Their grand scheme was to harness the material ambitions of men and women into a mammoth self-generating engine of national wealth and power. American foreign policy in the first decade of the Republic aimed, above all other goals save the preservation of the nation itself, at feeding the ravenous appetites of a generation of Americans whom Gouverneur Morris recognized as the firstborn children of the commercial age. Those firstborn children were an acquisitive people, and indeed they celebrated acquisitiveness as a virtue. The tenets of liberalism exhorted individuals to seek their fortunes and exalted the acquisition of wealth and property not as selfish pursuits but as virtuous ones. The acquisition of property was, in fact, a public as well as a private virtue, essential to the common good. According to Locke, property served as the very foundation of civilized society. The acquisition of new property, for the purpose of improving it and bettering one's own condition, was a liberal ideal. On a vast continent inhabited only by an aboriginal people who, as it happened, did not even believe in property, it was something of an imperative. Nor was the drive for territory the only entangling impulse of liberalism. In the liberal conception of life, every man, as Adam Smith put it, lives by exchanging, or becomes in some measure a merchant. 3 When two peoples bordered each other, trade inevitably eroded the boundaries between them. Proximity of territory invites trade, wrote Hamilton. The bordering inhabitants, in spite of every prohibition, will endeavor to carry it on, for this was certainly true of the Anglo-Saxon Americans who now laid claim to the continent's vast resources. American liberalism had created a type of man especially well suited both to territorial expansion and settlement and to the penetration of foreign markets. The cult of pioneer individualism, of the self-made and self-reliant man embarking on his own to conquer the wilderness or the open seas, was not unique to the United States. Other cultures had produced their Daniel Boones. But it is doubtful that any nation ever produced so many, or gave them such independence to go where and when they pleased, or more exalted them as national icons. Others marveled at the American pioneer spirit and considered it unique. As even one Englishman observed, no people are so adapted to encounter the fatigues and privations of the wilderness, none form such efficient pioneers of civilization. 5. Hamilton voiced the common American view that as to whatever may depend on enterprise, we need not fear to be outdone by any people on earth. It may almost be said, that enterprise is our element. 6. As Hamilton suggested, it was not the pioneering but what Americans did after hacking through the wilderness that made them such a potent force for expansion and conquest. They were pioneers of civilization in a way that Russian and French fur traders, or even Spanish conquistadors, had never been. In America Daniel Boone blazed the trail, but it was the waves of settlers following him who cleared the land, farmed it, sold its produce, and then moved on to new lands, who turned tracts of wilderness into marketable resources. It was the speculators who bought and sold the land. It was this advance guard of the liberal order that made American territorial conquests both irresistible and permanent. Liberalism was such a potent engine for expansion in part because a government founded on liberal principles could not easily prevent expansion. As a practical matter, the powers at the American government's disposal were too limited to stem the tide of expansion on the continent. Even the powerful British Empire had been helpless before the hordes of Western settlers. To President Washington it was clear that anything short of a Chinese wall, or a line of troops, would be insufficient to prevent squatters from building homesteads on Indian territories or to keep speculators from buying and selling lands deeded to the Indians by treaty. On the frontiers, many settlers insisted on their freedom to the point of lawlessness. Representatives of the federal government referred to them as banditti and white savages, entirely averse to federal measures. Rather than be bound by limits imposed in the East, government officials feared, many of the frontier families would prefer to live under no government at all. 7. Even if they could rein in the settlers, however, as a political and ideological matter American leaders would have been hard-pressed to justify doing so. Liberalism's elevation of the individual's interest over that of the state undermined traditional justifications for hemming in individual aspirations, including the aspiration to move on to new lands beyond the national borders. An absolute monarch could more easily justify blocking his subjects' expansionist ambitions, for they possessed few rights he was bound to honor. For a ruler such as Louis XVI or Napoleon, the imperatives of raison d'etat did not require considering the rights of French subjects in New Orleans. The king or emperor could seize territory or abandon it as he saw fit, which is precisely what Napoleon did when he launched and then abandoned his imperial plans in North America in the early 19th century, much to the chagrin of the French settlers he left to the mercies of a new government. American statesmen had much less flexibility. In the new liberal and commercial order described by Locke and Smith and embodied in Jefferson's Declaration of Independence, a government constructed by the people for the purpose of protecting their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness could not easily stand in the way of their efforts to acquire and settle new lands, or to trade in overseas markets. The North American geography invited individual adventure and discouraged government interference. The new republic was situated on a relatively small portion of a vast continent filled with the most fertile and potentially productive lands on earth, lands that in the common view of Americans were simply empty. The government could not declare on behalf of its citizens that it had no interest in further expansion or impose by fiat sharp limits on their ambitions. Nor could it easily refuse to protect them when they were endangered, even by their own risky and illegal behavior. As the Indian inhabitants learned painfully, land once occupied by American settlers, even extra-legally, could almost never be taken back and returned to the Indians by a popularly elected government. 8 The political survival of American leaders depended on their solicitousness to the interests of the increasing numbers of voters spreading out across the western lands and to the merchants of the Atlantic seaboard who hoped to spread out across the oceans. 9 Not only individual politicians had to worry. The federal government itself risked losing popular support if it hemmed in its citizens. Those Americans who lent their support to the Constitution and the federal government after 1787 did so in part because they believed their interests in territorial expansion and overseas commerce would be better served. The Virginia planters who sought new overseas markets for wheat and other grains, the small farmers of Western Virginia who wanted better protection from Indian attacks and government support for their expansionist ambitions, the land speculators in North Carolina who wanted the Indians removed to increase the value of their titles, the ship owners and merchants of Boston and Charleston who wanted greater security, and thus lower insurance rates, for their overseas ventures. All these interests had formed the political base of support for the federal government and for the new Constitution, and they expected in turn that the federal government would look out for them. 10 American leaders rightly feared that if they did not defend and promote expansion, whether against Spanish holdings in the South or against Indian lands in the Northwest, the Western populations would turn against the federal government and secede. Acquiring access to the Mississippi and to Western territories became a vital national interest, therefore, but not for what might be regarded as traditional strategic reasons. It was not so much that foreign control of the Mississippi and the Western territories could provide a potential launching point for invasions or the means of economic blockade. The reason national leaders like Hamilton believed the acquisition of those countries was essential to the permanency of the Union was their fear that if foreign nations controlled access to their land and trade routes, the liberal men of the West in their pursuit of happiness might choose to sever their connection with the United States. 11 The problem was the uncontrollable force of liberalism itself. The leaders of the early republic, of course, had little intention of restraining settlement anyway. On the contrary, inducements to expansionism were embedded in the new republic's legal and institutional structures. American settlers venturing to the frontier carried their rights and their political influence with them. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787, which established the means of incorporating new territories into the Union, guaranteed Western settlers equal rights of self-government and with it the political clout to further their expansionist interests. 12 The ordinance was a foreign policy doctrine every bit as significant as Washington's farewell address. 13 It was a consciously designed machine of expansion. 14 Bestowing full political rights on the Western populations ensured that expansion would become an irrepressible issue in American politics. How the federal government handled such questions as gaining access to the Mississippi or pressing Western territorial claims against Spain in the South and Indians in the North became inextricably tied to domestic politics, which often pitted northeastern sectional interests against those of the West. The experience of the 1789 Jacques-Cartier Treaty, which had so angered Western interests that it nearly derailed the ratification of the Constitution, taught American politicians a lesson they never forgot. John Jay's treaty granting Spain exclusive rights to navigate the Mississippi for 30 years all but produced a rebellion in the West. Henceforth Western territorial demands would be heeded. When Jefferson embarked on new negotiations with Spain for navigation of the Mississippi, discussions that led eventually to the Spanish-American Treaty of San Lorenzo in 1795, he drew up a lengthy state paper to demonstrate to voters on the Western waters the assiduity of the Secretary of State personally, as well as of the federal government generally, in supporting their one most vital interest. 15 By the turn of the century the desire for acquisition of Louisiana, or at least part of it, had behind it a broad geographical constituency and had become an important factor in national politics. 16. The extent to which American statesmen were, and believed themselves to be, servants of the people as they shaped a foreign policy for the nation is an obvious but often neglected fact. Historians have devoted many thousands of pages to describing and contrasting Jefferson's and Hamilton's theories of international relations, for instance. But there were limits on any statesman's ability to determine the broad direction of American foreign policy. That policy was the product of the demands of a dynamic people responding to the opportunities and risks of a vast territory and an international market. This is not to say that American foreign policy was merely the handmaiden of the forces of liberal economic and territorial expansion. The leading statesmen of the day tried to mold public opinion and to channel economic forces in certain directions, sometimes successfully. They took steps to maintain the nation's security, steps the necessity of which the population at large, pursuing their individual ambitions, might not always have been aware. And individual Americans cared about more than money and security. Considerations of honor, ideology, and morality shaped American attitudes toward their place in the world as well. But American leaders could not chart a course in foreign affairs that failed to meet the demands of the people for individual opportunity and gain, even if they wished to do so. For this reason it was, and remains, hard to establish a clear separation between American domestic policy and what is usually considered foreign policy. American actions abroad as well as at home were dictated to an unprecedented degree by the will of many thousands of interested individuals and groups under the influence of a liberal worldview, rather than by statesmen operating on a separate plane of geopolitical thought. As a result, there was, and always would be, something unplanned and haphazard in the conduct of American policy with respect to foreign nations. American expansion was consistent, but American policies were not always coherent. Frederick the Great, the quintessential practitioner of 18th-century realpolitik, might fashion a grand plan for augmenting his Prussian Empire, complete with a list of necessary territorial annexations and preventive wars to be undertaken in a specific sequence and within a certain period of time. American statesmen had general expectations every bit as ambitious as Frederick's, perhaps even more so. But they had few actual plans for turning expectations into reality. There was scarcely an American in a position of influence in the early years of the Republic who did not envision the day when the United States would stretch across the entire expanse of the continent, not only westward but also northward into Canada and southward into Mexico. For American statesmen such as Washington, Jefferson, Jay, and Henry Knox, territorial expansion, increasing national power, and the achievement of continental dominance seemed foreordained. When the United States grew stronger, Hamilton declared, and when the American people were able to make good our pretensions, they would not leave in the possession of any foreign power, the territories at the mouth of the Mississippi, which are to be regarded as the key to it. 17 American leaders in the early republic offered few specific designs for accomplishing these objectives, however. Not even in private, and much less in public, did they formulate strategies for expanding American territory up to a certain point, by a certain means, and by a certain date. American statesmen did, however, take actions aimed at hastening the unfolding of their national destiny. They exploited conflicts in Europe to negotiate advantageous treaties and other arrangements with England, France, and Spain. They made war on Indians when the expanding settler population raised troubles on the frontier. They connived and intrigued with insurgents within the Spanish Empire. Hamilton even conspired with the Venezuelan revolutionary Francisco de Miranda on a plan to liberate all of South America from Spanish rule, though the conspiracy came to naught. Efforts such as these were opportunistic rather than strategic. They fit within a broad expectation of American continental expansion and hemispheric dominance, but they were not part of any specific, detailed strategy for achieving these grand ambitions. The disjunction between the American people's ambitions and their lack of any plan, much less any of the traditionally recognized means for realizing those ambitions, made it difficult to discern a foreign policy of continental expansion in the early republic. This partly explains why it has been so common for subsequent generations to view America's conquest of Indian and Spanish lands not as foreign policy but as an internal, domestic matter. 18 But in so describing early American expansionism, historians and Americans generally have only perpetuated a great liberal conceit, that peaceful conquest by an advancing liberal civilization must be seen as being of an entirely different character than other forms of conquest and expansion. Yet who could doubt that the peaceful conquest of neighboring territories by the expanding liberal empire was in many ways a more powerful tool of foreign policy than military strength or diplomatic skill? Certainly not those nations and peoples who had the misfortune of sharing the North American continent with the United States. To both Indians and Europeans, the unplanned peaceful conquest of American liberalism appeared more dangerous than any calculated military, diplomatic, or commercial policy American statesmen might formulate. As the Spanish governor in Louisiana observed, their method of spreading themselves and their policy are as much to be feared by Spain as are their arms. 19 He prophesied doom for anyone who stood in the way of this new and vigorous people, advancing and multiplying in the silence of peace. With or without design, liberal America appeared to have an insatiable appetite for continental conquest. This prestigious and restless population, continually forcing the Indian nations backward and upon us, is attempting to get possession of all the vast continent those nations are occupying between the Ohio and Mississippi rivers, the Gulf of Mexico and the Appalachian Mountains. If they obtain their purpose, their ambitions will not be limited to this part of the Mississippi. 20. How to deal with such a force? Traditional diplomacy proved of limited value. Treaties arranged with American diplomats to stem the expansion rarely worked for long. After all, it was the restive and energetic American people who posed the threat, not the Machiavellian designs of their statesmen. The American government demonstrated time and again that, treaty or no treaty, it was unable and unwilling to hem in its own population. As a result, whether American diplomats always intended it or not, the treaties they negotiated both with Spain and with the Indians were no more than a consolidation of present gains before the onward press of the expanding population broke through to the next frontier. In fact, American statesmen were often fully aware of the powerful forces working in their favor. Most believed with a deterministic confidence that the triumph of their superior liberal, Anglo-Saxon civilization was inevitable. In the language of the reigning Newtonian paradigm, they frequently expressed their belief that adjacent territories such as the Floridas would eventually fall into America's possession like ripened fruit pulled to ground by the force of gravity. Cuba would be drawn in, too, by the powerful attraction of a successful liberal society. This was one reason American leaders truly feared only Britain and France, two powerful nations but, more important, two powerful leaders of advancing Western civilization. The Spanish Empire, on the other hand, appeared to most Americans contemptible and in decline. Jefferson's only fear was that it would be too feeble to hold its territories until our population can be sufficiently advanced to gain it from them piece by piece. 21 Hamilton agreed that problems with Spain and access to the Mississippi would be arranged to our satisfaction not through war but by the natural progress of things. 22 The attractive force of American liberalism would naturally stir the oppressed peoples in the gloomy regions of despotism against the Spanish tyrant who ruled over them, though Hamilton was also prepared to help that process along, if possible. 23 The Indians, needless to say, were thought to be no match whatsoever. In this liberal worldview, the triumph of America's civilization over both these inferior peoples did not ultimately depend on the vagaries of European wars, on seismic shifts in the European balance of power, or on other manifestations of Europe's distress. Given time, the conquest of Spanish and Indian holdings on the continent was inevitable. As Jefferson remarked to James Monroe in 1801, however our present interests may restrain us within our limits, it is impossible not to look forward to distant times, when our rapid multiplication will expand it beyond those limits, and cover the whole northern if not the southern continent, with people speaking the same language, governed in similar forms, and by similar laws. 24. This deterministic assumption worked its way into the conduct of American diplomacy. Thus John Jay, even as he had negotiated the terms of a treaty that, much to the consternation of Kentuckians, would have given Spain exclusive control of the Mississippi for 30 years, anticipated that the letter of the treaty would soon be made irrelevant by the continuing migration of the American population into Spanish-held territories. 25 Jay assumed that within 20 years the fecund and expansive Americans would gain control of the waterway regardless of Spanish objections. 26. Jefferson, in his own later negotiations with the Spanish government, was quick to make use of the uncontrollable settlers and his own government's inability to restrain them as leverage for winning Spain's acquiescence to American demands. To the Spanish minister he spoke of the difficult task of keeping Kentucky quiet, of his fear that the people there could not be restrained if the federal government did not get for them their desired navigation of the Mississippi. 27. The Spaniards, though possessing the world's third largest navy and an army that, if ever deployed, would have dwarfed the tiny American forces spread across the frontiers, were nevertheless incapable of withstanding the peaceful liberal onslaught. Between the end of the American Revolution and 1800, the Anglo-Saxon population of the Trans-Allegheny region grew from 30,000 to 300,000, a good portion of it pressing hard against and infiltrating Spanish holdings in the south and southwest. 28 The advancing Americans made themselves a vital part of the Spanish colony's economy, producing wheat, tobacco, hemp, corn, whiskey, and beef and exporting it all through the Spanish-controlled ports of Natchez and New Orleans. Wherever Americans went in Louisiana they appeared to take over. 29 The Spanish government tried just about every available strategy to stem the advance. It employed the time-honored tactic of using the Indians as buffers. It imposed economic restrictions on American trade. Then it tried a different tack, opening Louisiana to American immigration, a desperate stratagem that Jefferson suggested was akin to settling the Goths at the gates of Rome. He hoped 100,000 of our inhabitants would accept the invitation. It will be the means of delivering to us peaceably what may otherwise cost us a war. 30. In the end, Spain was forced into a series of tactical retreats, partly due to changes in the alignment of power in Europe but partly in recognition of the hopelessness of resisting the American advance. In the Treaty of San Lorenzo, known in the United States as Pinckney's Treaty, Spain finally recognized the 31st parallel as the southern boundary of the United States, opened the Mississippi once again to American traders, and granted them a right of deposit at the port of New Orleans. These concessions only tightened the American economic stranglehold and accelerated the Americanization of the colony. Freed from Spanish restrictions, American flatboats, carrying the produce of Western farmers, swarmed the Mississippi, turning Louisiana into a sphere of American influence and shattering the colony's allegiances to the Spanish Empire. 31 In 1799 a rebellion in the Spanish-controlled port of Natchez gave the United States an excuse to take possession of the entire region. American Indian policy, power and responsibility. The same reliance on peaceful conquest, the same tactics of compromise and consolidation followed by further advance, characterized American dealings with the Indians of the Ohio Valley. While they resorted to war more frequently against the Indians than against Spain, American leaders were also more confident that when it came to displacing Indian populations in the Northwest, both time and the forces of liberal expansion were on their side. In the Indian-controlled regions of the North and Northwest, as in the Southwest, American foreign policy was often shaped by forces beyond the central government's control. Throughout the 1780s and 90s, officials in Philadelphia and Washington, eager to avoid costly and often fruitless guerrilla wars with Indian tribes, wars that resulted in some devastating losses for the United States, negotiated treaties and delineated boundaries to try to limit friction between Western settlers and the Indians whose land they coveted. Secretary of War Henry Knox expressed the common view in Washington that much of the blame for the violent disturbances along the frontiers of Kentucky and North Carolina could be laid on the unjustifiable conduct of white settlers whose avaricious desire of obtaining the fertile lands of the Indians had sparked cycles of murder and reprisal. 32 A committee report to Congress in July 1787 insisted it was the avaricious disposition in some of our people to acquire large tracts of land and often by unfair means that appeared to be the principal source of difficulties with the Indians. 33. How to stop Americans from seizing Indian lands. As Knox laid out the options, either one or the other party must remove to a greater distance, or the government must keep them both in awe by a strong hand, and compel them to be moderate and just. 34 But the latter course was practically difficult and politically next to impossible. The federal government had neither the capacity nor the will to keep white settlers in awe by a strong hand. Western political pressure virtually ensured that elected officials in Washington would offer the federal government's protection to settlers, even when they intruded into Indian lands in violation of treaties that the government had solemnly negotiated. The Hopewell Treaty of 1785, for instance, had placed limits on the expansion of North Carolinians onto lands held by the Cherokee. But when white settlement on Cherokee territory continued in violation of the treaty, Within 6 years the federal government simply opened a new negotiation and ratified the expansion by means of a new arrangement, the Treaty of Halston. For all its complaints about the settlers' unjustifiable conduct, the federal government did not fail to fall in behind them. And one renegotiated treaty made more of them inevitable. The settlers who had advanced into Cherokee country against federal protests, now found that the federal government had extended the boundary to include them, and those who were left in Indian country by the new line were soon to exert pressure for further cessions. 35 elected officials in the West, like Governor William Blount of the Tennessee Territory, had every reason to seek as much land as possible from the Indians. After all, the settlers whom both Indians and the federal government viewed as unlawful intruders were Governor Blount's political constituents. 36. Rights granted to Indians by treaty, therefore, were steadily eroded, and the treaties proved to be flimsy barriers to the waves of settlers. In this respect American diplomacy with the Indians was contradictory at best, duplicitous at worst. The Northwest Ordinance declared that Indian land and property shall never be taken from them without their consent, but it also declared that all the territory from the Ohio River to the Mississippi, much of which was theoretically recognized as Indian land by treaty, shall remain forever a part of this Confederacy of the United States of America. The last great Indian treaty of the 18th century, the Treaty of Greenville, signed in the same year as the Treaty of San Lorenzo with Spain, had no more lasting impact on white settlement than those that had come before. Nor was it intended to. Much of the land the United States guaranteed to the Indians in the Treaty of Greenville had long been promised by Congress to Revolutionary War veterans or had been sold by the federal government to land companies that looked forward to making good on their investments. 37. American leaders such as Knox Washington and Jefferson fully recognized the unfairness with which they and their compatriots dealt with the Indians. Knox, in particular, believed these repeated violations of Indian treaties were a blot on the nation's character. At the same time, however, these same American leaders counted on the constant encroachment of settlers on Indian lands as a central part of their overall aim of achieving dominance in the Ohio Valley. Knox and others expected, mistakenly, that the Indians would simply move away peacefully as white settlements spread and ruined their hunting grounds. As the white population increased and approached Indian boundaries, Knox predicted, game will be diminished and new purchases of Indian land made for small considerations. 38. He and Washington knew their guarantees of Indian land were ultimately meaningless. Over time the Indians would either be exterminated, retire, or would easily yield land which was no longer useful to them. 39. Even more than in their dealings with Spanish colonists, American leaders believed that eventual American conquest of Indian territory was preordained, the inevitable consequence of the great disparity between an increasingly modern commercial society and the Indians' primitive ways. The outcome of this dramatic 18th-century clash of civilizations, which pitted the powerful new forces of a liberal market economy against a people who still depended for their livelihood on hunting wild game, could never be in doubt. The one by its very existence tended either to transform or obliterate the other. As white settlement advanced, American leaders in Washington believed, the Indians either had to abandon their culture completely and adopt liberal ways as farmers or traders, or be wiped out. Either way the land would be opened for American settlement, for if the Indian transformed himself into a man of commerce, he, like the Spanish colonist, would inevitably be drawn into the web of the American commercial empire. As President Jefferson told a group of Indians in 1808, in a typical burst of Lockean enthusiasm, when once you have property, you will want laws and magistrates to protect your property and person. You will find that our laws are good for this purpose, you will wish to live under them, you will unite yourselves with us, join in our great councils and form one people with us, and we shall all be Americans. 40. American foreign policy on the continent was thus infused with, and inseparable from, American ideology. Americans had brought with them not merely a European culture but a new way of viewing human nature, a view shaped by Locke, by the Scottish Enlightenment, by Adam Smith, and by the new science of political economy. Their liberal view of the world made them see land and natural resources as things to be cultivated, improved, bought, and sold. The right of ownership of land, in this view, depended on putting that land to good use. Man's right and duty to improve on nature's gifts, property's origin in labor and its subsequent regulation by civil society, the role of government in protecting and fostering the different and unequal faculties of acquiring property, all these were accepted by the whites as the basis of civilized life. 41 When squatters illegally seizing Indian territory protested that all mankind has an undoubted right to pass into any vacant country and that therefore the federal government was not empowered to forbid them, they were merely giving voice to commonly accepted liberal principles. 42. This liberal ideology was almost indifferent to race. Americans accorded the decaying Spanish Empire not much greater claim to land on the continent than they accorded the Indian savages. Hamilton expressed the common view that American citizens were entitled by nature and compact to a free participation in the navigation of the Mississippi. 43 In fact, such an entitlement could be found nowhere in the strictures of international law that Hamilton was so fond of quoting. The demand for the free use of Spain's land and water resources along the Mississippi reflected a feeling that Spain's land and its use really should belong to Americans as a natural right. This was evidence not of a European but of a specifically Anglo-American expansionist ideology. 44 These firstborn children of the commercial age took a dim view of both Indian and Spanish cultures. Hamilton, along with most Americans, then and later, had contempt for Spanish indolence and supineness. 45 Feudal lord and Indian chief each displayed an indifference to those concerns that commerce made central for itself. Each disdained what Adam Smith called the peddler principle of turning a penny whenever a penny was to be got. 46 Each, therefore, was deemed obsolete in the new commercial era. But it was the Indians, and especially the Indian male, who made a positive virtue of not working, as Anglo-Americans understood the term, who rejected the whole notion of property, and who desired neither to better himself nor to improve the natural world around him, who stood as a particular object of disdain for Americans, even to those inclined to sympathize with the Indians' plight. Americans could not fathom the Indians' commitment to hold land that in Anglo-Saxon eyes was lying fallow and unused. The land that the federal government bought or forced to be ceded from the Indians was often described as excess land. 47 Hugh Henry Brackenridge compared the Indians' land claims with those of children who insisted something was theirs just because they saw it first. In Brackenridge's view, no doubt heavily shaped by the fact that he was a politician from western Pennsylvania, land should belong to those who could use it most productively for the support of the greatest number and toward the greatest sum of happiness, by which he meant the cultivation of the soil. Like many other Americans, he could not respect any right which is not founded in agricultural occupancy. 48 John Quincy Adams declared that the Indians' claim to the land violated the divine plan. Shall the Indian doom an immense region of the globe to perpetual desolation, and to hear the howlings of the tiger and the wolf, silence forever the voice of human gladness? Shall the fields and the valleys which a beneficent God has framed to teem with the life of innumerable multitudes, be condemned to everlasting barrenness? Shall the mighty rivers poured out by the hands of nature, as channels of communication between numerous nations, roll their waters in sullen silence, and eternal solitude to the deep? Have hundreds of commodious harbors, 1,000 leagues of coast, and a boundless ocean been spread in front of this land, and shall every purpose of utility to which they could apply, be prohibited by the tenant of the woods? No, generous philanthropists. Heaven has not been thus inconsistent in the works of its hands. 49. Americans did not realize, of course, that in setting forth this justification for taking Indian lands, they were giving voice to a revolutionary ideology, that their conception of human nature, of the natural workings of the market, and of the value and meaning of wealth and property was an intellectual construction of the modernizing nations of the West. 50 It was not, as they believed, a universally accepted truth but, in the case of the Indians, an imposition of one set of values upon a people with a very different conception of human nature and social order. 2 centuries later this kind of imposition would be given the name globalization, a process whereby American-style market economics engulfed nearly the entire world and engendered similar resistance from the non-Western cultures it swept across. In the 18th century this proto-globalization was especially catastrophic in its effects on an Indian culture that would not accept, or was simply unable to accept, the only route left open for its survival. The American ideology gave the Indians only one choice: if the Indians chose to join the ranks of the civilized, they were welcome to do so, at least among the enlightened. Becoming Lockean men, however, would be the non-negotiable condition of their remaining in the neighborhood of the whites. 51. If the American liberal ideology provided both the impetus and the justification for expansion, however, it also raised troubling questions about the morality of conquest and forced Americans to try to reconcile their territorial ambitions with their liberal and Christian sense of what constituted just and honorable behavior. All great powers in history have at one time or another faced the problem of how to reconcile the exercise of power with principles of morality and justice. Thucydides relates that the Athenians, at Melos, had been content to proclaim that power was its own justification, that conquest of the weak by the strong was simply the natural order of things, of the gods we believe, and of men we know for certain, that by a necessary law of nature they always rule where they can. But this was not for Thucydides, and probably not for many Athenians, a very satisfactory justification. The Roman Republic, one of the most aggressively expansionist powers in history, had felt compelled to limit itself, in theory at least, to fighting only just wars, by which the Romans generally meant wars waged in self-defense or in response to some unjust behavior by their adversaries. For the Christian powers of Europe, war and imperial conquest could be justified as furthering Christianity itself, in service to God. For the British, especially in the 19th century, some combination of the proselytizing religious mission and the civilizing liberal mission constituted the essential sinews of empire. 52. Americans in the early republic also had to reconcile power and conquest with their sense of justice and morality. In addition to the usual difficulties this presented to all strong powers, the Americans had some special problems of their own. A nation whose founding principles proclaimed the universal natural rights of all men, not just of Americans, a nation that placed a premium on individual autonomy and national self-determination, a nation whose very existence had been achieved by fighting its way free from an imperial authority. Such a people could not easily engage in the conquest of others, peaceful or otherwise, without some arduous self-examination. If all men possessed inalienable rights, what about the rights of Indians whose lands the Americans were seizing and whose very existence as a people was, even as early as the 18th century, manifestly in doubt? To be sure, not all Americans agreed that there was a problem. For many frontier settlers, the Indians were vermin, a subhuman species possessed of no natural rights that needed to be considered. The hideous tortures that Indians inflicted on victims of all races, including their own, had more immediacy for frontiersmen than for Eastern politicians. Removing Indians from the land was simply part of clearing away the wilderness and making the land fit for human habitation, and should cause no more pangs of conscience to white settlers than the removal of the snakes and dangerous beasts. Other Americans, however, including most of the national leaders in Philadelphia and Washington, did not share this view. For Washington, Jefferson, Knox, and many leading members of Congress, the conquest of the Indians did raise troubling questions about the morality of the nation's behavior, questions that demanded some plausible answers that could fit within the liberal American ideology. For one thing, they did not agree that Indians possessed no natural rights. Just as many 18th-century Americans, and even many slaveholders, felt compelled to admit that black slaves had rights, at least in theory, so too for men like the Secretary of War, Henry Knox, it seemed indisputable that the Indians possessed the natural rights of man. 53. As such they possessed as well the right of soil, which could not be taken from them unless by their free consent, or by the right of conquest in case of a just war. 54. The Indians had the right to sell, and the right to refuse to sell, and it was incumbent on the United States to respect these just rights. 55. To ignore them, Knox argued, and to take their land without their consent, would be a gross violation of the fundamental laws of nature, and of that distributive justice which is the glory of a nation. 56. A report to Congress in 1787 argued that the Indians' resistance to the encroachments of American settlers was both understandable and legitimate. The Indians appear to act a natural part for men in their situation. 57. Jefferson saw the Indians as men in a primitive state of nature, but men nonetheless, in body and mind equal to the white man and lacking only civilization to make them equal in all other respects as well. 58. Early on in the new republic, American negotiators had approached the Indians much as the Athenians had approached the Melians. In 1785 the American commissioners at Fort McIntosh brushed aside Indian resistance to their territorial claims with a declaration of right based on naked power: "We claim the country by conquest, and are to give not to receive." 59. This answer proved untenable, however, on practical as well as moral grounds. The fact was, the United States had neither the military strength nor the will to drive the Indians out by war alone, an unpleasant realization that soon led the federal government to adopt the more sophisticated approach of tactical compromise and consolidation followed by efforts at peaceful conquest. 60. But neither was the commissioners' cold assertion of the right of conquest entirely acceptable to the American conscience. 2 years later a report to Congress, following the line of Knox and Washington, suggested that instead of a language of superiority and command, it would be both politic and just to treat with the Indians more on a footing of equality and to convince them of the justice and humanity as well as the power of the United States and of their disposition to promote the happiness of the Indians. 61. At stake for many leading Americans was the question of national honor, and for Americans honor was intimately bound up with the universal principles they claimed to champion. Jefferson was not alone in wishing to show the world how much more justly and benevolently a liberal republic wielded its power. A nation solicitous of establishing its character on the broad basis of justice, Knox declared, would not only hesitate at, but reject every proposition to benefit itself, by the injury of any neighboring community, however contemptible and weak it might be. 62. How could the United States distinguish itself from the empires of Europe if it treated the native populations of the New World no better than they did, or, indeed, somewhat worse? If our modes of population and war destroy the tribes, Knox warned in 1793, the disinterested part of mankind and posterity will be apt to class the effects of our conduct and that of the Spaniards in Mexico and Peru together. 63. He worried that if the United States persisted in its unjust treatment of the Indians, a black cloud of injustice and inhumanity will impend over our national character. 64. Washington, Knox, and others believed that treatment of the Indians during the time of the Confederation and before had already put a stain on the nation's reputation. During Washington's administration, therefore, they tried to bring a new respectability into the conduct of American-Indian relations. Both Knox and Washington placed far greater emphasis on the morality of American policy than had been common for most of the Confederation period. 65. From the beginning the Washington administration declared its intention to establish peaceful relations with the Indians on such pure principles of justice and moderation, as will enforce the approbation of the dispassionate and enlightened part of mankind. 66. To the degree that this was accomplished, Knox asserted in 1793, the reproach which our country has sustained will be obliterated, and the protection of the helpless ignorant Indians, while they demean themselves peaceably, will adorn the character of the United States. 67. Knox's successor as Secretary of War, Timothy Pickering, shared Knox's discomfort and urged American representatives negotiating the 1795 Treaty of Greenville to seek peace and not increase of territory. 68. In their dealings with the Indians, some Americans for the first but not the last time in the nation's history came to the conclusion that with great power comes great responsibility. They felt no similar pangs of conscience when dealing with the Spanish Empire, nor made such tortuous efforts to reconcile their ambition and power with the demands of morality and honor. Their efforts to drive Spain from the North American continent were undertaken without apology. This was no doubt in part because the peaceful conquest of Spanish territory did not threaten the very existence of the Spanish people as it did in the case of the Indians. But there was also an unstated presumption that the Spaniards, as Europeans possessed of a powerful empire of their own, could take care of themselves. The contest with Spain was roughly equal. The struggle with the Indians, on the other hand, was profoundly unequal, with the United States holding by far the stronger hand, both in terms of raw national power and by virtue of the Americans' more advanced civilization. There was honor and glory in defeating the Spanish Empire. But while individual Americans might achieve glory in fighting Indians, for the nation as a whole the conquest of a contemptible and weak people was devoid of glory. This was certainly Knox's view. As a soldier, he could see no real honor in an Indian war. He could see only difficulty, expense, and tedious guerrilla warfare. Knox wanted a proud, powerful nation, and this was not to be achieved through the brutal conquest of an inferior race. 69. What honor there was to be found in dealing with the weak and primitive Indians had to be achieved not through military conquest but through the assumption of responsibility. Inverting the logic of the Athenians at Melos, some leading Americans believed that the very inequality of the relationship imposed certain moral obligations on their nation. 70 Knox insisted that precisely because the United States was more powerful, and more enlightened, than the Indians, it had acquired a responsibility of national character, that we should treat them with kindness, and even liberality. 71 In his third annual message to the Congress, Washington asserted that a system corresponding with the mild principles of religion and philanthropy toward an unenlightened race of men, whose happiness materially depends on the conduct of the United States, would be as honorable to the national character as conformable to the dictates of sound policy. 72. Given the Americans' ambition for land, an ambition they had no real intention of restraining, and given the impossibility of the Indians preserving their ancestral customs side by side with the new commercial empire, there seemed only one way for Americans to assume their responsibility and to fulfill the moral obligations they believed their power imposed upon them. That was to turn the conquest of Indian land into something of positive benefit to the Indians, to bring them what Washington and other Americans unashamedly called the blessings of civilization. Americans would not renounce their territorial ambitions, nor were they prepared to divest themselves of the power that raised so many difficult questions of honor and morality for a liberal and Christian people. Instead, they tried to reconcile ambition with honor, power with morality, and the solution they arrived at was that of liberalism. They proposed to bestow upon those they had forced to submit to their power and ambition the liberal ideology itself, with all its economic and spiritual benefits. Instead of conquering the Indians, they would be liberating them. How different, Knox declared, would be the sensation of a philosophic mind to reflect, that, instead of exterminating a part of the human race by our modes of population, we had persevered, through all difficulties, and at last had imparted our knowledge of cultivation and the arts to the aboriginals of the country, by which the source of future life and happiness had been preserved and extended. 73. For the leaders of the early republic, this moral purpose was to become the great justification of their Indian policy. The Indian would give up his lands to the advancing American farmer, but in return he would receive the inestimable gift of civilization. 74 That the Indians were reluctant recipients of that gift some Americans well understood. As John C. Calhoun put it many years later, this Indian policy was based on the premise that it was our views of their interest, and not their own, which ought to govern them. 75 But neither did some Americans, like Knox and Jefferson, want to believe that the Indians were incapable of being lifted up to civilization. These staunch adherents of the Lockean view of a universal human nature insisted that only bad habits, bad political economy, and bad government limited human possibilities. Were it possible to introduce among the Indian tribes a love for exclusive property, Knox insisted, it would be a happy commencement of the business of civilizing them. 76 In his view, to deny that the Indians could be raised to the level of civilized men was to suppose the human character under the influence of such stubborn habits as to be incapable of melioration or change. To the modern liberal mind, which saw human history as but a steady climb to enlightenment, this was an insupportable supposition, one entirely contradicted by the progress of society, From the barbarous ages to its present degree of perfection 77, the question was not whether the Indians could benefit from the blessings of civilization but whether they could be persuaded to accept the gift the Americans were offering. The settlers of the West probably had a clearer understanding of the difficulties involved in making the Indians see the value of this gift. But Jefferson hoped it would be possible to make the Indians see that the interests of the United States and their own were, in fact, identical. "We, like you, are Americans, born in the same land, and having the same interests," Jefferson told them. "We desire above all things, brother, to instruct you in whatever we know ourselves. We wish you to learn all our arts and to make you wise and wealthy." 78. As Calhoun suggested, many Indians had a different desire and a different conception of their interests, summed up in the statement of Indian negotiators at Detroit in 1793, "We desire you to consider, brothers, that our only demand is the peaceable possession of a small part of our once great country. Look back, and review the lands from whence we have been driven to this spot. We can retreat no farther, and we have therefore resolved to leave our bones in this small space to which we are now confined." 79 others, like the Cherokees, made the effort to become civilized, abandoned hunting for agriculture, and adopted a written constitution modeled after that of the United States. But even this acceptance of the American bargain saved neither the Cherokee people nor the American conscience. The Cherokee Renaissance that began in 1795 ended with the coming of Andrew Jackson's presidency and an Indian policy more in conformity with Western frontier attitudes than with Eastern views of enlightened behavior. 80 The mission to bring the blessings of civilization to Indians ultimately failed, therefore, and though its spirit lived on well into the 19th century, Americans gradually turned to policies of removal and ceased to maintain much more than a theoretical regard for the Indians' natural rights. There was, to be sure, a strong measure of hypocrisy even among those 18th-century Americans who claimed to value those rights. Both Knox and Jefferson approved making war on the Indians when they refused to cede their lands voluntarily. Jefferson could on occasion express his desire to give the Indians a thorough drubbing. 81 No one was prepared to sacrifice American territorial expansion to the Indians' demands to do with their lands as they pleased. All leading Americans deliberately averted their gaze from the inherent contradictions of their Indian policy, which simultaneously promised Indians justice while it promised American settlers land. In fairness to these Americans, the Indians posed a unique problem. Spaniards, French, Russians, and other Western peoples could be absorbed into the American stream without destroying the very essence of their civilizations. Indians could not. But since they could not be transformed into Lockean men, and since their way of life could not coexist with America's liberal, commercial society, the only way to preserve what remained of Indian society after 2 centuries of white settlement along the Atlantic coast was to abstain from further territorial expansion. Even then it is not clear how long such a people would have survived next to the kind of modern, industrial society America was eventually to become. In any event, the Americans, faced with this dilemma, were no more inclined to self-denial than any other people in history. In this respect, at least, they were not exceptional. Americans remember the Indians and what was done to them. But for some reason the common memory of early American foreign policy today takes little or no account of American Indian policy. Looking back on America's continental expansion from the perspective of the late 19th and 20th centuries, most Americans still view the hardy pioneers of the late 18th and early 19th centuries as conquering and settling virgin land on a barren continent. There is a degree of racial prejudice in this, of course, or perhaps more accurately, a civilizational prejudice. But this prejudice is also an obstacle to understanding the roots of American foreign policy. Late 18th century Americans did not, in fact, view their relations with the Indian tribes as strictly domestic. Few accepted the fiction that the territories transferred to the United States by the British at the end of the Revolution were indisputably American. The federal government in Washington conducted endless rounds of diplomacy and entered into numerous treaties with the Indians for land cessions. The treaties were officially deposited at the State Department, like all other international agreements, and had the same legal force, at least in theory, as treaties made with European nations. 82 Secretary of War Henry Knox expressed the federal government's official view that the independent nations and tribes of the Indians ought to be considered as foreign nations, not as the subjects of any particular states. 83. After the 18th century, and especially by the 20th century, most of America's relationships would be with weaker nations and, in the case of the Western Hemisphere, where America was to be especially active from the 1880s through the 1930s, with nations whose strength relative to the United States was not much greater than that of the Indians. In dealing with these nations and, as the 20th century progressed, in dealing with an increasing number of weaker and less developed nations around the world, the United States wrestled with the same conflicts between power and morality, between ambition and honor, and often tried to reconcile them in much the same way by assuming a responsibility for all these little states, as Theodore Roosevelt would later describe his Caribbean policy, by offering the blessings of Anglo-American civilization, by spreading the liberal ideology, and by attempting to make others, in Jefferson's words, wise and wealthy. Commerce and the Mediterranean. In the 18th century the pursuit of these broad goals was not confined to the North American continent, nor even to the Western Hemisphere. Within the first 2 decades after independence, the new republic also set out to project its power and influence, and its liberal ways, across the oceans. In the 1780s and 90s overseas trade became a national preoccupation, uniting diverse interests around the country behind policies for promoting expansion of foreign markets. By 1789 the difficult economic straits of the Confederation period had given way to an economic boom, and the return of American prosperity was sparked and sustained to a large extent by a great expansion of foreign trade. Even before the outbreak of war in Europe in 1793, Americans had begun to make their fortunes in overseas commerce. Trade with the British West Indies, though prohibited by British navigation laws, flourished as enterprising American merchants employed all the arts of forgery, bribery, and smuggling to evade the British naval blockade. While trade expanded with traditional partners in Europe, Americans also reached out to new markets in China, South America, the west coast of North America, and the Mediterranean. The European War that erupted in 1793 between revolutionary France and the coalition of powers led by Britain proved to be a bonanza for Americans. The war allowed the neutral United States to ship goods to all the belligerent powers, and the need for American goods and shipping only grew as the war devastated European producers and wreaked havoc on European shippers. Grain shortages in Europe created enormous demand for foodstuffs, especially wheat, produced in the expanding North American interior. Between 1790 and 1800, the value of American exports rose from just under $20 million to more than $30 million, while imports rose from $22.5 million to $52 million. The percentage of American exports and imports carried in American ships climbed from less than 40% to almost 90%. The biggest increase came in the re-export trade, where Americans shipped goods produced in, for instance, the West Indies to the United States and then across the Atlantic. This trade rose from less than $500,000 to $39 million by the end of the 18th century. In the 1790s the United States became a world-class commercial power, thoroughly integrated into a developing worldwide trading network, centered on the North Atlantic but with tentacles reaching around the globe. 84. The success of overseas commerce bred popular demands for ever wider commercial opportunities. Rising fortunes created rising expectations up and down the social ladder as more and more Americans sought to partake in the get-rich-quick scheme of foreign trade. Some Jeffersonians lamented the change but did not see what could be done about it. The brilliant prospects held out by commerce, one American observer complained, had turned the United States into a nation of gamblers and speculators. So certain were the profits on the foreign voyages, so steady was the demand in Europe for foreign merchandise, especially for that of the West Indies and South America, that investing in shipments seemed to be without risk, the most adventurous became the most wealthy. As a result, our catalogue of merchants was swelled much beyond what it was entitled to be from the state of our population. Many persons, who had secured moderate capitals, from mechanical pursuits, soon became the most adventurous. A single individual might simultaneously be concerned in voyages to Asia, South America, the West Indies and Europe. 85. Even Jeffersonians promoted trade, however. They were particularly eager to open trading opportunities outside the British Isles, to alleviate the American economy's near-total dependence on commerce with a former imperial master too often inclined to impose unpleasant restrictions on American trade. Jefferson and Madison wanted to increase trade with France and other nations on the European continent. They also looked to more exotic locales, to the Mediterranean and to China, for alternatives to the dominant traffic with Britain. Individual investors seeking big profits, meanwhile, required no encouragement or patriotic motivation for their speculative endeavors. They naturally searched across the seas for new opportunities wherever they could find them. Among the most beguiling of these new opportunities was to be found in China. Before the Revolution, American merchants had been effectively blocked from the China trade by British prohibitions on the direct import of foreign goods into the colonies and by the monopoly on Far Eastern trade that the British Crown had granted the East India Company. The Jay Treaty of 1794 opened China to American traders for the first time, and they leaped in with an enthusiasm and willingness to take risks that often exceeded the likelihood of actually turning a profit. Many of those blazing the path to China, like those who blazed the trails to the American West, craved the risks almost as much as the rewards. The species of men who formed the dramatis personae of the first China voyages, men such as Samuel Shaw, Thomas Randall, and Thomas Truxton, were mostly Revolutionary War veterans from the Continental Army or Navy or former privateersmen seeking to replace excitement and danger with adventure and profit. 86 They sailed off to distant ports with the same blend of reckless abandon and Lockean discipline as the settlers who pioneered the vast Indian lands of the Ohio Valley. Financing these early voyages was a new breed of American entrepreneur, a nouveau riche faithfully pursuing the new capitalist science. Robert Morris, the son of a tobacco importer's agent and émigré from Liverpool, had worked his way from the counting house to full partnership in Philadelphia's largest mercantile firm. During the War for Independence, Morris used both his wealth and his wiles to finance General Washington's military campaign. When the war concluded, he turned his eyes to the opportunities that beckoned in China. He framed his ventures in patriotic terms. In November 1783 he wrote, "I am sending some ships to China in order to encourage others in the adventurous pursuits of commerce." 87 The Empress of China, in which Morris owned a 50% share, sailed from New York for Canton in February 1784 and returned a year later with exotic Chinese handicrafts for him and his wife and a hefty 25% profit on his investment. Another Philadelphia merchant and shipowner, Stephen Girard, had been born in Bordeaux and at age 14 gone to sea as a cabin boy. After settling in America after the outbreak of the Revolution, he made a fortune in the West Indies trade before entering the China trade on a grand scale. His ships, suitably named by this Enlightenment merchant, the Rousseau, the Voltaire, the Montesquieu, and the Helvetius, made more than a dozen voyages to Canton after the turn of the century and produced for Girard one of the largest personal fortunes. He left $7 million when he died of any American until that time. In 1800 John Jacob Astor, soon to become a one-man multinational corporation, sent his first shipment of Canadian furs to China, foreshadowing the audacious globe-girdling scheme that would lead to the founding of Astoria in Oregon. 88. The China trade, once inaugurated, quickly became something of a national sensation, if not an obsession. Not only was there money to make, but for the new republic just beginning to stand on its own feet in the world, trade with far-off China was a great national achievement and a source of pride. 89 John Jay saw the voyages as a harbinger of future American greatness built on the selfish pursuit of commerce. "The spirit of enterprise and adventure runs high in our young country," he wrote Philadelphia merchant William Bingham, "and if properly directed by a vigorous and wise government would produce great effects." 90 By the end of 1790, According to one estimate, Americans had sent 28 ships to Canton. 91. Overseas trade was so popular because so many benefited. The trade boom of the 1790s opened unprecedented opportunities not only for American investors, traders, and shipping interests in northeastern and southeastern port cities, but also for merchants and farmers both along the Atlantic littoral and inland. The China trade, for instance, produced an enormous demand for ginseng, just about the only commodity, other than specie and animal furs, that the Chinese valued but did not produce themselves. As it happened, ginseng was produced in great quantities only in the mountains and forests of the American hinterlands. Thus were the interests of Eastern merchants and backcountry yeomen strangely united in the China trade. Indeed, as one historian of Philadelphia's commercial development has noted, it was the amorphous backcountry regions, the hinterlands, that provided the marketable commodities with which Philadelphia was able to build an international commerce. These included such staples as timber, grain, and milled flour, as well as the more exotic ginseng. 92. The unparalleled growth in prosperity, in fact, went some way towards softening many of the acute sectional disputes that had pitted East Coast shippers and traders against Western agrarian interests. The expanding commerce not only benefited both but also knit them more closely within one market system. Farmers in the West raised crops for the domestic and international markets. Eastern merchants thus supported Western demands for more arable land, and Western farmers supported Eastern demands for access to overseas markets. 93 And the benefits of the trade boom rippled outward. Urbanization of Eastern ports increased the demand for laborers to provide needed services to city dwellers. Higher prices for agricultural goods increased demand for farm labor. Increases in national income from customs duties financed roads and turnpikes that linked country to city, lowering the cost of transporting produce to markets, thus spurring even more production and greater efficiency. The growth of private income from the boom in exports provided capital for investment and led to the rapid growth of banking and insurance, laying the basis for continued growth in the economy even after the temporary benefits of the European war stopped flowing into American coffers. 94. Promoting overseas commerce was the inescapable duty of American statesmen in the new republic, whether they liked it or not. Broad segments of the population supported ratification of the Constitution precisely because they believed it would open such opportunities, and after ratification they expected their government to make good on its promise. 95 Men like Hamilton were happy to oblige. But even those American leaders who worried about the harmful effects on the national character had to admit, as Jefferson did, that our people have a decided taste for navigation and commerce, and their servants are in duty bound to calculate all their measures on this datum. 96 For the elected leaders of a liberal republic, protecting the citizens' right to pursue happiness by trading abroad, and protecting their lives and property from attack when they engaged in such trade, was no less compelling than protecting their right to expand onto unused land in the West. If the lives and property of Americans trading abroad were violated on the seas, and in foreign ports, Jefferson argued, the federal government had a responsibility to use its power to defend them. 97. Trade with the Mediterranean was only one part of America's expanding commercial empire. The British market still commanded the lion's share, but by the 1790s American exports to the Mediterranean and southern Europe, which included fish from New England, flour from the Middle States, and rice from the South, had made access to the sea of national importance. 98 Moreover, Jefferson and others looked to the Mediterranean as a place where opportunities might be found to relieve American dependence on the British market. With new opportunities, however, came new dangers. Before 1783 American merchants plying the Mediterranean had enjoyed the protection of the British flag. The British Navy kept at bay the Barbary powers, North African principalities nominally under the control of the Turkish Porte, which made their living by piracy, the 18th-century version of rogue states. After American independence, the British saw no need to continue providing this protective umbrella for American trade, and Americans suddenly became the chief victims of Mediterranean piracy. Insurance rates for Mediterranean voyages soared, profits disappeared, merchants and sailors were seized, enslaved, and physically abused by their captors. The United States experimented with the policy of bribing the Barbary leaders, but the deals did not always hold, and the ransom price kept going up. A nation zealously committed to remaining aloof from foreign and, especially, European entanglements might have simply withdrawn from further involvement in the Mediterranean, a region 4,000 miles away where the machinations of Great Britain, France, and other European powers had combined with the lawlessness of the Barbary states to create a roiling sea of danger, anarchy, and intrigue. The young United States, however, was an ambitious nation zealously committed to overseas trade. And there was also a question of honor. Statesmen and politicians railed against the insults the United States was forced to endure. It was bad enough that American merchants and seamen were regularly abused and insulted by the British Imperial Navy. To be humiliated by Barbary pirates was intolerable. Few felt this dishonor more acutely than Thomas Jefferson. As early as 1784, from his perch as the American representative in Paris, he argued that the most economical and honorable course for dealing with Barbary piracy was to build a naval squadron that would remain on permanent station in the Mediterranean. He calculated that John Paul Jones, armed with half a dozen frigates, could by constant cruising of the Mediterranean waters cut the Barbary fleets to pieces and thereby totally destroy their commerce. Jefferson saw no reason to buy from a weak state what he could achieve with less cost through a limited war. 99. His plan was not limited to the building of a U.S. Mediterranean squadron. He proposed the creation of an international league for the permanent policing of the Mediterranean, with the United States playing a lead role. Jefferson's league would include all the smaller maritime powers of Europe and replicate the armed neutrality that Russia's Catherine II had organized in 1780 to protect the smaller neutral shippers from attack by the British and French navies. Each state would contribute a quota of ships, sailors, and capital, and the campaign would be directed by a council of ministers of the Confederated States in a European capital under American supervision. The League's international fleet would remain in perpetual cruise until the pirates' attacks ceased and the offensive capabilities of the North African regimes were destroyed. As Jefferson explained, such a convention, being left open to all powers willing to come into it, should have for its object a general peace, to be guaranteed to each by the whole. Jefferson anticipated that all the commercial powers of Europe, except France, England, and perhaps Spain and Holland, would join the proposed league. And he was not far wrong. 100 Portugal expressed interest, and Jefferson received favorable responses from Naples, Venice, Malta, Denmark, and Sweden. 101 Even the French seemed inclined to go along with what Lafayette enthusiastically called the Anti-Piratical Confederacy. 102 Jefferson's plan died when the British government expressed its strong, and predictable, disapproval, and the American Congress proved unwilling to pay for even one new frigate. The problem of the Barbary pirates continued to prey on American statesmen's minds, however. A turning point came after the peace treaty between Portugal and the Dey of Algiers unleashed the Algerine pirates to attack American shipping in the Atlantic. 4 days after news of the treaty reached the United States in December 1793, President Washington implored Congress to act. 3 months later Congress passed the Naval Act of 1794 providing for the building of 4 large frigates of 44 guns each and 2 of 20 guns. The new American Navy was built to fight pirates and to meet the challenge of Algiers. 103. Before American naval power could be brought to bear in the Mediterranean, the Washington administration negotiated a deal with the Dey, opening the Mediterranean to American shippers in exchange for a ransom of almost $1 million. But other Barbary states continued to impose new demands, and the most obstreperous of the Barbary rulers, the Pasha of Tripoli, unsatisfied by the bribes offered by the United States, finally decided in 1800 to return to attacks on American shipping. Within a year he formally declared war. In the last days of the Adams administration, the Federalists prepared to launch a punitive expedition against Tripoli. But before it could be carried out, the Federalists were swept from power, and the Mediterranean problem landed back in the lap of the new president, Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson returned to his earlier dreams of using the new American Navy against the Barbary powers and establishing a permanent Mediterranean squadron to police those troubled waters and uphold the principles of international law. He saw only two choices: either abandon the Mediterranean, or keep up a cruise in it, by which he meant war. 104 In June 1801 a squadron of 3 frigates and a schooner sailed for Tripoli as the beginning of a naval campaign that would continue without interruption for the better part of 4 years. The task the United States had set for itself was daunting. 4,000 miles from home, and in an area again beset by major war, the American squadron had to deal with the Pasha of Tripoli while at the same time keeping watch on the other restless rulers of a 1,500-mile stretch of African coast. Between 1801 and 1804 American naval vessels cruised the Mediterranean, intermittently blockading Tripoli, occasionally engaging Barbary corsairs, sinking or capturing some Tripolitan ships, and, in a disastrous setback, losing the frigate Philadelphia, which ran aground in Tripoli's harbor. By the time the campaign was 3 years old, almost the entire U.S. Navy was deployed to the Mediterranean. All 5 of the remaining frigates, 3 brigs, 3 schooners, 10 newly built gunboats, and 2 mortar boats. By the summer of 1804 a portion of this flotilla was firmly ensconced in the harbor of Tripoli, after the dramatic burning of the Philadelphia in a commando raid led by Stephen Decatur, bombarding the Pasha's fortifications and city at will. 105. Jefferson supplemented this transoceanic naval campaign with vigorous international diplomacy. His plan for an international league was dead, but he successfully enlisted broad international support anyway. Sardinia, Piedmont and the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies made their ports available and contributed supplies to the American fleet. Sweden and Denmark, frequent victims of Mediterranean piracy, contributed money to pay for the American naval campaign and acted as intermediaries with the Pasha. But what turned the tide in the conflict was an American adventure that defied the modern caricature of the early republic's foreign policy. In 1803 the American consul in Tunis, William Eaton, asked for permission from the Jefferson administration to mount a coup d'état against Karaman Lee, the current ruler of Tripoli, and install his brother as the new Pasha. Secretary of State James Madison, though acknowledging that Eaton's plan did not accord with the general sentiments or views of the United States with regard to meddling in the domestic contests of other countries, nevertheless concluded it could not be unfair, in the prosecution of a just war, or the accomplishment of a reasonable peace, to exploit such opportunities when they came along. 106. In 1805 Eaton and a small group of U.S. Marines led a contingent of 400 Greek, Levantine, and Arab volunteers and mercenaries across 500 miles of desert to Tripoli's second city, Derna. Outside the town Eaton appealed to the residents to join their cause in return for a promise of perpetual peace and a free and extended commerce. 107 Then, with 3 U.S. Navy vessels pummeling the town from the sea, Eaton and his international band overwhelmed a larger Tripolitan force and drove out the governor. Henry Adams noted almost a century later that Eaton's actions had exhibited an enterprise and daring so romantic and even quixotic that for at least half a century every boy in America listened to the story with the same delight with which he read the Arabian Nights. 108. Eaton failed to take Tripoli, and American intervention did not end piracy in the Mediterranean. But Jefferson's naval campaign was largely successful. No less a figure than Admiral Horatio Nelson considered Decatur's burning of the Philadelphia the most bold and daring act of the age. The Pope declared the Americans had done more for the cause of Christianity than the most powerful nations of Christendom have done for ages. 109 Jefferson took a Hamiltonian pleasure in the way his military venture had earned the respect of the European great powers. The assault on Tripoli had taught Europeans that the United States would not turn the left cheek when the right has been smitten. 110 It also established the permanent and influential presence in the Mediterranean that Jefferson had long sought. Americans had no intention of withdrawing again to the western shore of the Atlantic. By the beginning of the 19th century the United States had established an impressive network of commercial and naval representatives in the Mediterranean, with American consuls in Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli, Cadiz, Gibraltar, Malaga, Alicante, Port Mahon, Leghorn, and Messina, and Navy agents at Syracuse, Leghorn, Naples, and Malta. 111. With this foothold in the Mediterranean, American diplomats aimed at more than merely assuring safe conduct for their merchants. Or rather, in trying to safeguard its commercial interests, the United States took a most expansive and typically liberal view of how that might be accomplished. Among the diplomats sent to further American interests in the Mediterranean were some of the leading apostles of American Enlightenment thought. David Humphreys and Joel Barlow, who negotiated peace with Algiers and remained deeply involved in shaping U.S. policy in the Mediterranean thereafter, were diplomats and practical men of the world. But they were also worldly philosophers who wrote poems in praise of the new American era and the power of commerce to enlighten mankind. 112. Even the more prosaic Timothy Pickering, now Secretary of State, in his instructions to Eaton while the latter was consul designate at Tunis, suggested that the great commerce of the Tunisians, if ever properly developed, would provide the antidote to their piratical ways. If ever the states of Barbary lay aside their practice of depredating on the commerce of Christian nations, he opined, it will probably be owing to an extension of their own commerce, which may convince them where their true interest lies by the greater advantage derived from trade. 113. As with the Indian in the Western Territories, the Barbary pirate needed to be persuaded that his interests and those of the United States were actually the same. As with the Indian, the best solution lay in the conversion of the Barbary pirate into a Lockean man. If he refused, it might be necessary to convince him by other means. Jefferson's war against the Barbary powers had been fought not merely to protect American shipping and avenge a wrong. It also had a pedagogical content, the attempt to convert the Barbary states to liberal principles, and an appreciation of the virtues of legitimate trade could at least be rationalized as an effort to make them see their own best interests. 114. The American Mediterranean venture was not unique in this respect. On the North American continent, in dealing with Indians and Spaniards, the same blend of self-interested and lofty motives had shaped American behavior. The same combination of force and persuasion had been used to transform peoples into contented and peaceful dwellers in the American liberal order. The chief difference, and an important one, was that Americans never intended to settle themselves in the lands of North Africa, and thus did not have to suffer the same moral pangs of displacing a people who refused either to become Lockeans or to make room for Lockean man. That particular problem existed only in North America. But that is why American behavior in the Mediterranean provides such a useful glimpse of what was to be the future of the nation's foreign policy, especially by the end of the 19th century, when American territorial ambitions, at least, had dwindled. For even when Americans felt no further need to conquer new territory, by peaceful means or otherwise, they conceived it as both in their interests and in accord with their universalist principles to make liberal converts out of those with whom they did business, preferably by friendly persuasion, by letting the powerful force of commerce work its magic, and sometimes, though rarely, by military intervention. The principles that guided American foreign policy in the era of the early republic were not isolation and non-entanglement. Few Americans believed they needed to remain separate from what they considered weaker or inferior powers on the North American continent, in Spanish America, in the Mediterranean, or even in most of Europe. American policy in the Mediterranean sought and received consistent cooperation from Sweden and Denmark, from Portugal and the Kingdom of Naples. The smaller European powers, at least, seemed to confirm the views of Americans like Humphreys that the interests of the United States were in alignment with the common good and interest of mankind, and that American liberalism, especially in its commercial form, could provide the basis for an international community based on commonly shared principles. The smaller states of Europe were seen as potential partners, to be summoned to grand coalitions in the service of American commercial interests, whether in the Mediterranean or as a make-weight against the great imperial powers of Europe. Very few Americans worried about the corrupting effect of entanglements with such European nations as Denmark, Sweden, or the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. American liberalism was inherently entangling. It sent individuals forth to seek their fortunes, whether on adjacent territories on the continent or in overseas markets. It also profoundly shaped Americans' view of their world. They measured all peoples with whom they came into contact not by the standards of foreign cultures but by what they considered the universally applicable yardstick of liberalism. After Samuel Shaw sailed to Canton to open American commerce in China, he wrote to John Jay reporting his very unfavorable impression of the way the Middle Kingdom was ruled. The laws may be good, but its police is extremely defective. It would shock your humanity, were I to give a sketch of the misery which is here daily exhibited. What most troubled Shaw was that the destitute seemed relatively few in number, and that it was therefore well within the power of the magistracy amply to provide for them. 115 That Chinese officialdom did not see fit to tend to the poor was clearly the natural consequence of despotic government. Shaw's outrage was typically American, or rather the typical response of the Enlightenment liberal when confronted with the embedded injustice of pre-modern societies. Americans comprehended the world through the assumptions, definitions, and goals of liberal thought. Indeed, it was their very mechanism of comprehension. 116 They might accept that different cultures ruled themselves differently, but they never really accepted the legitimacy of those differences, and because they did not accept their legitimacy they naturally viewed them as transitory. Thus Alexander Hamilton could imagine the day when South Americans would rise up against the Spanish tyrant. Joel Barlow could imagine what might happen if the Algerines or the Hindus were to shake off the yoke of despotism, and adopt ideas of equal liberty. Both men also imagined that the United States might play some role as a catalyst in these overseas transformations. Wherever Americans looked in the world, they saw both the possibility and the desirability of change. Chapter 4. To the Farewell Address and Beyond. I have always preferred a connection with Great Britain to that of any other country. We think in English, and have a similarity of prejudices and predilections. Alexander Hamilton, 1794. The domestic sources of American foreign policy. The two European powers with whom Americans feared entanglement were Great Britain and France. The roots of these fears were primarily domestic and ideological and were related to a great debate that broke out in the United States over the young nation's identity. Americans shared a common liberal worldview, but in the course of the 1790s there emerged at least two competing conceptions of what liberalism, and what has been called republicanism, should mean. Not long after the ratification of the Constitution in 1787, a battle erupted between these competing visions. That battle provided the main drama of the young republic, and foreign policy, as always, became one of the principal arenas in which the struggle over the nation's fundamental character was fought. It is difficult to recapture the apprehension, even paranoia, that gripped the nation's most sober leaders in these early years of the American political experiment. No one was confident that the new Republican institutions would survive. There was no clear path to success, and no past record against which to compare the unfolding of events. The emergence of political parties was unexpected and troubling, even to those who helped bring them into being. Each side in the great political conflict tended to suspect the other of the most dangerous and evil motives. As a result, even as Americans generally sought to maintain peace with the great powers of the age, Great Britain and France, beneath this broad consensus raged one of the most vitriolic and divisive debates in America's history. The titanic debates over such matters as the Jay Treaty with England, the Neutrality Proclamation, and the quasi-war with France make little sense simply as problems in foreign relations. Their meaning and significance can be understood only within the context of domestic politics and ideology. The debates were so brutal, in fact, precisely because they were so profoundly ideological. What was at stake, many Americans believed, were not merely matters of war and peace but the very soul of the Republic. As would be true throughout the next 200 years, Americans on all sides of the debate in the 1790s believed that choices in foreign policy had profound domestic implications and ramifications, and that the United States would define itself by the way it conducted its affairs abroad. The battle over foreign policy in the 1790s derived from a domestic struggle that was already well underway by the time war broke out on the European continent. The issues that divided the nation soon after the formation of the federal government in 1789 concerned Alexander Hamilton's grand scheme for placing the United States on a sound financial footing. Point 2 His program, which included the funding of the national debt, the assumption by the federal government of the revolutionary debts owed by the states, the creation of a national bank, and the establishment of bounties and tariffs to encourage domestic manufactures aimed at placing large amounts of capital in the hands of a small number of, mostly Eastern, merchants and financiers, those who, in his view, could put it to best use for the financial well-being of the nation. Hamilton's policies were progressive and nationalist in the sense that they gave power to the federal government to allow it to guide the nation's economy. His goals ran directly counter to the predilections of James Madison and Thomas Jefferson. And it was around this profound disagreement about the shape of American society and political economy that the nation's first political parties unexpectedly coalesced. If Hamilton's policies were progressive and nationalist, Jefferson and Madison worried more about the dangers of concentrated power in the federal government. The two Virginians feared that Hamilton's program would favor speculators, stock jobbers, and other unscrupulous moneymen who got rich by making informed gambles at others' expense. More fundamentally, they believed that key aspects of Hamilton's program, especially the chartering of a national bank, exceeded the federal government's constitutional authority. They rejected Hamilton's argument that implied powers in the Constitution's necessary and proper clause gave the federal government these powers. The specific measures of Hamilton's program, however, worried Madison and Jefferson less than the master plan that they feared lay behind the measures. What was at stake, they quickly convinced themselves, was not a certain means of financing the national debt but the future of America's Republican government and the unique freedoms that it engendered and protected. Under Hamilton's energetic direction, their young republic was taking a form they did not find appealing and that, the more they thought about it, was rather alarmingly different from what they had in mind. Point 3. In late 1791 Madison declared the existence of two parties in America, one that favored the people, their interests, their republican spirit, and their liberties, and one that, to the contrary, favored pampering the spirit of speculation, unnecessary accumulations of the debt, arbitrary interpretations of the Constitution, and above all the principles of monarchy and aristocracy, for this latter was the party of Hamilton. The Federalists represented but a minority of the nation, Madison insisted, but they commanded the allegiance of the most influential men, the men with money. And they had the support of that great enemy of Republican liberty, that supreme proponent and defender of monarchy, aristocracy, corruption, and commercial interest, Great Britain. Even before the conflict between Great Britain and revolutionary France erupted in 1793, Britain and things British had loomed large in the ideological battle that took shape in America after the establishment of the new federal government. Most Americans understandably harbored deep resentments against and profound mistrust of Great Britain. In the Western Territories, settlers saw British machinations behind Indian attacks and resistance to American land claims. Britain's refusal to evacuate Western posts, despite its promises in the Peace Treaty of 1783, seemed further evidence that the British meant to keep a firm and oppressive hand on American throats. On the seas, British impressments of American sailors were a constant outrage, as were continuing British restrictions on American trade. Many American merchants, especially in the South, suffered under British discriminatory trade restrictions and saw British intrigue behind the agreement between Portugal and the Barbary pirates that had such grievous effect on American shipping in the Mediterranean. Madison and Jefferson, as Southerners, were especially prone to anti-British feelings. During the Revolution, Southern plantation owners had watched the British Army destroy their crops and offer freedom to their slaves. Northeastern merchants had a fonder recollection of doing a lucrative business with their English counterparts and wished to see that business resume as quickly as possible after the Revolution. But Southerners had sour recollections not only of individual British creditors, to whom they owed crushing debts, but of the entire commercial and financial system that seemed to make Americans dependent for their livelihood on the decisions of a powerful and overbearing mother country. They believed that separation from Great Britain, both political and, as much as possible, economic, was essential to the internal health and longevity of the Republic. Madison worried about the influence that may be conveyed into the public councils by a nation directing the course of our trade by her capital, and holding so great a share in our pecuniary institutions, and the effect that may finally ensue on our taste, our manners, and our form of government itself. 5. Madison and Jefferson wanted a separation from Great Britain that was not only political but economic and above all moral as well. 6. They planned to effect this separation, to embark on a new era of economic and moral independence, by restricting trade with Britain and expanding trade with other countries, such as France. Madison introduced legislation in the new House of Representatives in 1789 setting up discriminatory duties against British commerce. 7. When the Senate rejected Madison's plan, thanks in part to the opposition of the commercial and mercantile interests of the northeastern cities, this only proved his claim that the insidious forces of an English interest were working to defeat his vision of Republican independence. The body of merchants who carry on the American commerce is well known to be composed of so great a proportion of individuals who are either British subjects, or trading on British capital, or enjoying the profits of British consignments, that the mercantile opinion here, might not be an American opinion, nay, it might be the opinion of the very country of which, in the present instance at least, we ought not to take counsel. 8. When, in the course of the next 2 years, Hamilton won approval in rapid succession for the measures that maintained and even increased the national debt and established in the country a financial system modeled on that of Britain, it seemed to Madison beyond doubt that monarchy was just around the corner, that Hamilton and his fiscalist, Anglocrat followers were plotting to make an end to Republican government in America. 9. There was a distinct paranoia in these fears of Hamilton and his plans. Hamilton had no intention of restoring monarchy or a hereditary aristocracy in the United States. He was a liberal idealist, too, and did not believe monarchy was possible or desirable in the new nation. But where Jefferson's and Madison's liberal vision led them to seek a break from Britain and the British style of government, Hamilton's liberal vision led him to a strong affinity for what he considered the most successful liberal government the world had ever known or was likely to know. 10. His grand design for the American political economy depended on a close relationship with Great Britain. It depended on British commerce and British finance. Since America's financial health, credit, and future prosperity rested on the revenues that came from tariffs on British imports, he believed, any restrictions on that commerce would destroy his system. The British government would surely retaliate with an embargo of its own on American goods. Far from seeking to reduce the American dependence on British commerce, therefore, Hamilton aimed to increase and perpetuate it, at least until such time as the United States could grow rich and powerful enough to stand on its own. American relations with Britain had to be kept in good order almost regardless of the insults and depredations the Americans suffered at the hands of the British government. Whatever sacrifices the United States had to make in the short run were well worth it in order to guarantee the long-term financial health of the Republic, for it was upon that financial health and the allegiance it inspired among its citizens, especially the wealthiest and most powerful, that the future of the Republic depended. Building a closer connection with Britain, a closer economic connection, and even, if necessary, a closer political connection, he believed, was in the best interests of the young nation. The independence sought by Jefferson and Madison was illusory. Until the United States became stronger, such independence could come only at the expense of the Republic itself. Most historians have judged Hamilton's to be the sounder approach to American economic development. The French market could not replace the expansive and well-established Anglo-American commercial relationship. The Industrial Revolution had not yet transformed France, whose economy remained predominantly agricultural. It was more a competitor than a consumer of American goods. Americans, meanwhile, had a well-developed taste for British-made goods that would be hard to change. But if Hamilton's was the more pragmatic vision of the American economy, it was not merely pragmatic. He had a vision of America's future, an ideology every bit as powerful and all-encompassing as Madison's and Jefferson's. The principles of his grand design formed the core of an entire ideological configuration. 11 Just as a potent Anglophobia lay at the core of Madison's and Jefferson's ideology, so an equally powerful Anglophilia lay at the heart of Hamilton's. Where Jefferson and Madison and many other Americans saw only monarchy, aristocracy, and corruption, Hamilton saw, as most Britons did, as Montesquieu had, and as most Americans had before the Revolution, the splendors of the English mixed government, the only form of government in human history that offered both freedom and stability. Where Jefferson and Madison believed that the purpose of the Revolution had been to break from England and English ways and to establish a new, distinctly republican system, Hamilton argued that Americans had undertaken their revolution only as a refuge from encroachments on rights and privileges antecedently enjoyed, not as a people who from choice sought a radical and entire change in the established government, in pursuit of new privileges and rights. 12. The ideological chasm between Hamiltonian Federalists and Jeffersonian Republicans opened wider once Great Britain and revolutionary France went to war. Although Jefferson supported the Neutrality Proclamation of 1793, he sought a version of neutrality that did not move the United States closer to Britain at the expense of the Franco-American relationship. And when war with Great Britain threatened to erupt in late 1793 and early 1794, he was not nearly as eager as Hamilton to compromise with the British. He continued to favor commercial retaliation as the best means of persuading London to end its restrictions on American trade and to evacuate the western posts. In time, he believed, the British would see reason. If not, he was prepared to risk conflict. Although Jefferson has often been depicted as allowing his foreign policy judgments to be clouded by his strong attachment to France, Hamilton once sneered that Jefferson had a womanish affection for the French. His affinity for France was chiefly a product of his hatred for England, as the French themselves understood. 13 When the French Revolution triumphed, however, he, like most Americans, saw a natural connection between the two republics. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, which Jefferson had helped Lafayette to draft, followed the model of the Virginia Declaration of Rights and the American Declaration of Independence, both products of Jefferson's pen. And even when events in France took a turn that seemed anything but liberal, with the arbitrary suspension of rights, the extra-legal justice of the guillotine, and the Reign of Terror, Jefferson was loath to let these disturbing excesses affect his overall judgment. On the contrary, his unflagging defense of the Revolution produced some remarkable statements, as when he declared that rather than see the Revolution fail, I would have seen half the earth desolate. Whereas Hamilton, Washington, and most Federalists quickly came to view the French Revolution as utterly unlike the American version in its radicalism, its violence, and its lack of respect for property and law, Jefferson and many Republicans persisted in the belief, or hope, that the broad similarities of purpose were more important than the differences. Jefferson wanted to believe that the random violence and careening course of the French Revolution were part of a lamentable but passing chapter in a larger story of triumphant global revolution. 14. Jefferson's defense of the French Revolution, however, had more to do with his domestic struggle against Hamilton than with his judgment about the bloody struggles occurring among the French people. For whatever Jefferson may have believed about the wisdom and justice of the French Revolution, he saw how its perceived success or failure could affect the development of liberal republican institutions in the United States. I consider the establishment and success of the French government as necessary to stay up our own and to prevent it from falling back to that kind of halfway house, the English Constitution. 15 If the Revolution did not appear to succeed in securing the liberties of Frenchmen, Jefferson feared, this would strengthen the zealous apostles of English despotism here, that is, it would strengthen Hamilton. 16. Jefferson claimed that the liberty of the whole earth was depending on the issue of the contest between France and Great Britain. If the British-led coalition against France triumphed, it was far from being certain that they might not choose to finish their job completely by obliging us to change in the form of our government at least. 17 Hamilton and other Federalists retorted that Britain would be too exhausted and have no reason to send its forces across the Atlantic to take on American liberty. But Jefferson's point was that it would not have to. Hamilton and the British interest had already launched their conspiracy to bring an end to Republican government with British support. For most of the 1790s, Jefferson and his Republican Party seemed to speak for the majority of Americans. Affection for France came as naturally to the American population as enmity for England, thanks to memories of French assistance in the Americans' own revolt against England. After the French Revolution, American popular sympathy for France grew enormously. When French armies scored early triumphs in their battles against the European monarchies, many Americans saw a replication of their own revolutionary struggle against monarchical England. So effusively did they welcome the French emissary Edmond Genet, who arrived in the United States in 1793 to win American support, that Genet felt emboldened to appeal to Americans over the heads of the Washington administration. These pro-French stirrings in the United States seemed to strengthen the Republicans at the expense of the Federalists. Democratic societies formed around the country to defend liberty and equality against Hamilton and his presumed monarchist conspirators. 18 Republican newspapers accused President Washington of being under the insidious influence of Great Britain. When Washington, at Hamilton's suggestion, sent John Jay to negotiate an end to Anglo-American hostilities, the Republican press cried treason. When Jay returned from England at the end of 1794 bearing a treaty that even Hamilton found unsatisfying, the floodgates of anti-British sentiment opened. Across the country Jay was burned in effigy, and Republican newspapers railed against the monarchists who had sold America's honor to the British king. Hamilton argued that the treaty, despite its failings, was still better than a conflict with England, and that if the United States could avoid war for 10 or 12 years more, it would be in a stronger position to advance and support with energy and effect any just pretensions to greater commercial advantages. 19 But Republicans saw the treaty as just another instance of collusion between the cunning British and their American allies. 20. The Republicans' virulent opposition to the Jay Treaty helped feed in Hamilton a paranoia about his political adversaries that became the mirror image of their paranoia about him. 21 In his more sober moments, Hamilton understood perfectly well that the Republican objections to the Jay Treaty were based less on foreign policy judgments than on domestic political calculations, and that Republicans were using the controversy over the treaty to try to win the presidency for their leader, Thomas Jefferson. 22 But like the Republicans, Hamilton could not help imputing to his opponents a design to seek foreign assistance in overthrowing America's liberal institutions. The Republicans' great success in exciting public anger against the Jay Treaty proved only that they were deliberately turning the precarious republic into a mobocracy modeled on the licentious and illiberal example of the French. Hamilton and his fellow Federalists feared something was rotten in the soul of their young republic. Simultaneous developments in France and in the United States were too alarmingly similar. In France there was the Reign of Terror, and in the United States Republicans defended it in the name of liberty. Hamilton did not understand how any American could deny that the French Revolution, however noble its original intentions, had been stained by excesses and extravagances, by atrocious depravity, by the unexampled dissolution of all the social and moral ties, and by the expression of principles and opinions so wild, so extreme, passions so turbulent, so tempestuous, as almost to forbid the hope of agreement in any rational or well-organized system of government. He predicted that after wading through the seas of blood, France would find herself the slave of some victorious Sylla, or Marius, or Caesar. He insisted that there was more reason to fear that the cause of true liberty has received a deep wound, than to regard the revolution in France in the form it has lately worn, as entitled to the honors due to that sacred and all-important cause. 23 He nevertheless feared, as he wrote Washington, that the example of France, whose excesses are with too many an object of apology, if not of justification, had unhinged the orderly principles of the people of this country. 24 Huge crowds had celebrated the arrival of Citizen Genet, and when Genet called on Americans to commit treason against their government, thousands seemed ready to heed the call. There are too many proofs, Hamilton wrote in the summer of 1795, that a considerable party among us is deeply infected with those horrid principles of Jacobinism which, proceeding from one excess to another, have made France a theatre of blood. 25. Some 20th-century scholars have praised Hamilton for pursuing the national interest in a manner unencumbered by any ideological or political preferences. 26 But Hamilton's perspective was both ideological and political. This was not a narrow debate over foreign policy. Just like Jefferson and Madison, he considered calculation of the national interest indistinguishable from the ideological and political struggle they were all waging at home over the future course of American government and society. In the supercharged atmosphere of the early Republic, revolutionary France and England had become symbols of two alternative futures or fates for the United States. 27 What had erupted in American politics was a struggle not between realists and idealists but between two competing visions of American liberalism. It was around these two versions of a common liberal ideology that American politics had coalesced in the 1790s. And it was this clash that provided the framework within which the Great European War, and America's relations with its two main protagonists, could be comprehended. The Farewell Address, Politics and Policy. In the midst of this political and ideological struggle, George Washington, with Hamilton's assistance, began drafting his valedictory statement to the American people. Many Americans over the past 2 centuries have viewed the Farewell Address as providing a set of maxims for the conduct of American foreign policy that were meant to be strictly construed and applied for all time. But while Washington and Hamilton did wish to lay out some principles they believed would serve Americans well over the coming decades, their chief purposes in the address were immediate and political. In the summer of 1796 France, outraged at the terms of the Jay Treaty, had begun harassing and capturing American shipping. 28 The Washington administration had learned of French designs to stir secession movements in the West and South. And the French minister in Philadelphia had warned that in the coming election Americans must choose between friendship with France and confrontation, perhaps war. An open call for the American people to defeat the Federalists and elect Jefferson. As Hamilton worked on drafts of Washington's address, he expressed concern that a dangerous state of things could soon exist between us and France and even suggested that Washington might therefore want to reconsider his plans not to run for a third term. If a storm gathers, Hamilton asked, how can you retreat? 29. To Hamilton and most leading Federalists, the Republican threat at home looked as dangerous as the French threat from abroad. Washington agreed that Jefferson's followers had dragged him down into the mud with charges of treason and infidelity to Republican principles. A deeply wounded president wrote Jefferson that he had no conception that parties could go to such lengths. After he had done his utmost to preserve this country from the horrors of a desolating war, he was accused of being the enemy of one nation, France, and subject to the influence of another, Great Britain. 30 To Hamilton, Washington remarked, the people of this country, it would seem, will never be satisfied until they become a department of France. It shall be my business to prevent it. 31. That was Washington's primary goal in his farewell address. For although it had other purposes, it was very much a political document, aimed at defeating Jefferson's bid for election and with it the dangerous pro-French doctrines of republicanism. 32 When Washington asked when the address ought to be published, Hamilton replied, 2 months before the time for the meeting of the electors. This will be sufficient. 33. Subsequent generations of Americans tend to remember only Washington's great rule about avoiding foreign alliances, but the principal theme of the address concerned the domestic health of the Republic. The President appealed for national unity against partisan and sectional strife, exhorting Americans to frown indignantly upon the first dawning of any attempt to alienate any portion of our country from the rest or to enfeeble the sacred ties which now link together the various parts. Here he was referring specifically to the French conspiracy to induce the West and South to secede and form an alliance with France. 34 He urged the people of the West to shun those who would sever them from their brethren and connect them with aliens. Defending the Jay Treaty, he asked, had not the federal government opened the Mississippi to the citizens of the West by the recent treaties with Great Britain and Spain, and was this not decisive proof how unfounded were the suspicions propagated among them of a policy in the general government and in the Atlantic states unfriendly to their interests? Washington turned his rhetorical guns explicitly on the Republicans when he urged his countrymen to reject irregular oppositions to the government's acknowledged authority and to resist the spirit of innovation upon its principles, by which he meant alterations in the Constitution that would impair the energy of the system, and thus to undermine what cannot be directly overthrown. This was a reference to the attacks Republicans had launched on the constitutionality of Hamilton's nationalist financial plan. 35 He compared the Republicans' demand for less centralized, more democratic republicanism with the bloody and destructive republicanism of the French Revolution. To deprive the government of the necessary vigor would make it too feeble to withstand the enterprises of faction. Factional warfare, unrestrained by a strong government under a strong constitution, would eventually produce a frightful despotism, as the people, wearying of the resulting disorders and miseries, sought security and repose in the absolute power of an individual. Hamilton had predicted despotism in France, and Washington implied that the same fate would befall Americans if Republicans had their way in the next presidential election. When it came to foreign policy, Washington's warnings against permanent alliances and inveterate antipathy toward other nations related directly to the political controversies of the moment. No one reading the address in 1796 could fail to understand what Washington meant. Americans must drop their inveterate antipathy toward Great Britain and abandon their passionate attachment to France. 36 For among the variety of evils that a passionate attachment to one nation produced, Washington argued, was that it gave to ambitious, corrupted, or deluded citizens, who devote themselves to the favorite nation, the ability to betray or sacrifice the interests of their own country. Without odium, sometimes even with popularity. Meanwhile the real patriots, Washington observed, who may resist the intrigues of the favorite are liable to become suspected and odious, while its tools and dupes usurp the applause and confidence of the people to surrender their interests. Republicans considered such language a thinly veiled attack on republicanism and on France, and an effort to influence the upcoming election in favor of the Federalists. 37 And they were right. Who, after all, were the tools and dupes of the favorite foreign nation, who had somehow managed to usurp the applause and confidence of the people. For Washington and Hamilton and their Federalist colleagues, there was no better description of the Republicans' all too successful efforts to manipulate the general public's affection for France to serve their own partisan and ideological purposes. And who were the real patriots, who had resisted the intrigues of the favorite and been rewarded only by becoming odious in the popular eye? Again, in the Federalists' view, there was no better description of their own valiant but unpopular efforts to steer the nation on the right course. And now, as Washington released his address to the public, a conflict with France was drawing near. Yet Republicans continued to denounce the Jay Treaty and blamed it for the rise of French hostility. Federalist leaders could well imagine that a Republican victory placing Jefferson in the White House might lead to a wholesale reversal of American policy, a breach in relations with Britain, and a return to closer ties with France, including perhaps a more faithful adherence to the old alliance in violation of the newly approved treaty with Britain. Thus Washington proffered his famous advice: "It is our true policy to steer clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world, so far, I mean, as we are now at liberty to do it." This advice aimed specifically and indeed exclusively at France, the only nation with whom the United States maintained a permanent alliance. 38 Washington declared that Europe has a set of primary interests which to us have none or a very remote relation, and that it would therefore be unwise for the United States to implicate ourselves by artificial ties in the ordinary vicissitudes of her politics or the ordinary combinations and collisions of her friendships or enmities. But under the circumstances this advice could only be interpreted, and was interpreted, by France, by Republicans, and by Federalists as well, as a warning against forging closer artificial ties to France. James Monroe, perhaps the most intemperate Francophile among the top ranks of American officialdom, angrily observed, "Most of the monarchs of the earth practice ingratitude in their transactions with other powers, but Mr. Washington has the merit of transcending, not the great men of the antient republics, but the little monarchs of the present day in preaching it as a public virtue." 39 When Washington declared that the great rule for Americans was to have with foreign powers as little political connection as possible, he made it clear that he had France in mind. So far as we have already formed engagements, let them be fulfilled with perfect good faith. But, Washington declared, let us stop. With the Jay Treaty ratified, with commercial relations with Great Britain all but restored to their pre-war footing and the American economy consequently producing an unprecedented national prosperity, and with the French alliance effectively annulled by the French themselves, an American who shared Hamilton's pro-British inclinations could well declare, "Here let us stop." Having linked America's fortunes, as Hamilton believed they had to be linked, to stable relations with Great Britain at least for a time, it was now not only possible but necessary to declare as a general foreign policy principle that any further efforts to entangle the United States with European powers were unwise. There was an explicit caveat to this great rule, however, and one that Hamilton deliberately inserted into the address. Washington, in his own first draft, had written unequivocally that the United States must avoid connecting ourselves with the politics of any nation. But Hamilton proposed, and Washington accepted, a less definitive statement, that the United States should have with foreign nations as little political connection as possible. Hamilton thereby left the door open for future alliances. While the address admonished Americans to steer clear of permanent alliances, it also advised that we may safely trust to temporary alliances for extraordinary emergencies. Why the less definitive declarations concerning political connections and alliances? What extraordinary emergencies did Hamilton have in mind? Perhaps Hamilton believed that as a general proposition it was unrealistic to expect that the United States would never need political connections or even temporary alliances with other countries. But Hamilton's concerns were also specific and immediate. By the time of the farewell address, Hamilton and other Federalists had already begun to entertain the possibility that some form of political connection or temporary alliance with Great Britain might become necessary and desirable, perhaps sooner rather than later. By the summer of 1796 Hamilton viewed France as an international menace, a genuine threat to American security and liberty. The expanding naval conflict, he argued in an essay published just 4 months after the farewell address, was not merely a matter of American shipping rights. The flagrant injuries which we are now suffering from her, proceed from a general plan of domination and plunder. The French aimed at nothing less than universal domination. Their specious pretense of enlightening mankind had proven just as well-informed and unprejudiced men had predicted it would to be merely the varnish to the real design of subjugating them. By January 1797 he was warning Americans that the affairs of this country are drawing fast to an eventful crisis. 40. France had shocked the whole world with its extraordinary successes in the European war. Perhaps no one was more surprised than Hamilton, who in 1794 had predicted that the unstable revolutionary government, then in the throes of the Reign of Terror, would quickly succumb to the British-led coalition. 41 But by 1796 the coalition had collapsed. Spain had severed its alliance with Great Britain and, along with Prussia, had signed a peace treaty with France. The French had annexed Belgium, and Napoleon had crushed the Austrian and Sardinian armies in a bold attack on Italy. By the end of 1797 Austria was out of the war, leaving Great Britain alone to face what had swiftly become the mightiest power in Europe. The British, shorn of their continental allies, were tired and on the verge of insolvency. The Bank of England had suspended specie payments. All that remained was for Napoleon to invade and subjugate England, an event much anticipated by many informed Americans. In Hamilton's view, the once inconceivable possibility of the overthrow of Great Britain was no longer chimerical. 42. Should Britain be defeated, Hamilton declared, the subjugation of the United States by France would not be far behind. With Great Britain silenced, the Royal Navy could no longer prevent the transportation of France's huge armies across the Atlantic. Hamilton believed that the fate of American liberty had become inextricably tied to the success of British arms in the European war. Nor was he alone. John Adams, though far less enamored of England, nevertheless believed that Britain shielded the United States from France. Fisher Ames expressed the view of many Federalists when he warned, "The wind of the cannonball that smashes John Bull's brains out will lay us on our backs." 43 By the summer of 1798 Washington had come to fear that in this age of wonders an intoxicated and lawless France, which had seen fit to slaughter its own citizens and to disturb the repose of all the world, might well look next to America, and especially at the vulnerable, slave-holding South. 44. The Federalists' fear of a British defeat at the hands of France was, in part, a simple matter of geopolitics and the balance of power. If France could dominate the entire European continent and neutralize Great Britain, it could then turn its attention to the conquest or domination of North America. Hamilton, characteristically, saw this geopolitical threat entirely through British eyes. History proves that Great Britain has repeatedly upheld the balance of power in Europe, in opposition to the grasping ambition of France, Hamilton wrote in April 1798. As he has been more than once an essential and effectual shield against real danger. 45. But Hamilton's fear of France ultimately derived more from his perception of the character of its revolutionary regime than from past history or from pure balance of power calculations. He had never expressed any concern that a total British victory over France could have dire consequences for American security, even though a victorious Britain would have been in an equally strong position to turn its attention to the reconquest of a bumptious nation that had but a decade earlier still been its colony. A British attack on the United States was precisely what Republicans claimed to fear during the debates over the Neutrality Proclamation and the Jay Treaty. For Hamilton, the difference between Great Britain and France was a matter of ideology, not geopolitics. It was the difference between the essential liberalism of the British government and the essential illiberalism of the French revolutionary government. He could not believe the liberal British people would ever attack the liberal Americans. They knew Americans were a people who, like themselves, have a due respect for property and personal security, a people who rested the foundations of liberty on the basis of justice, order, and law. They saw Americans as sincere republicans, but decided enemies to licentiousness and anarchy, unlike the French. More importantly, he argued, any British government that tried to attack America would be regarded by the people as harboring a malignant and wanton hostility against liberty, of which they might themselves expect to be the next victim. Even the most corrupt parliament could not wage a long and difficult military campaign without support from the majority of the population. 46 It was not the vast oceans that protected America from Great Britain, therefore. It was the institutions and spirit of British liberalism. Despotic revolutionary France was a different matter. It was marching with hasty and colossal strides to universal empire, Hamilton warned, and he saw a direct link between French domestic tyranny and French imperial expansionism. The five tyrants of France, after binding in chains their own countrymen, after prostrating surrounding nations, and vanquishing all external resistance to the revolutionary despotism at home, had determined that peace would not prove an element congenial with the duration of their power. 47 Prefiguring the argument advanced a century and a half later by George F. Kennan about another revolutionary despotism, the Soviet Union, Hamilton argued that French leaders were driven to expansionism abroad by fear of their own lack of legitimacy at home. 48 Britain's liberal institutions could be relied on to restrain British leaders, but the secret mourning voice of France's oppressed millions could not stop France's revolutionary tyrants. With its rulers seeking to confirm their usurpation and extend the sphere of their domination abroad, revolutionary France had become a self-generating, expansionist engine of despotism and slavery. Who that loves his country, he publicly demanded, would not rather perish than submit to such men and such a system? 49. Fear of the French system, and not simple balance of power calculations, lay at the heart of Hamilton's concern, just as in a later period in American history fear of communism, and not simply the reach of Soviet power, lay at the heart of so much of American anxiety during the Cold War. Indeed, it was here among the founding generation, on both sides of the Hamiltonian-Jeffersonian split, that Americans first displayed a tendency to shape foreign policy around a genuine fear of domestic subversion by a foreign power preaching an anti-liberal ideology. And just as future American anti-communists would fear their nation might be all too susceptible to communist subversion, so Hamilton doubted his fellow citizens could be trusted to meet the French threat. He and other Federalists feared that the United States might be ripe for a French-backed insurrection. The Republicans were ready to new model our Constitution under the influence or coercion of France, to form with her a perpetual alliance, offensive and defensive, and to give her a monopoly of our trade by peculiar and exclusive privileges. 50 Washington shared Hamilton's fears. He argued in the farewell address that the United States was vulnerable to France because American society and political institutions were vulnerable. The spirit of faction, by which he meant the Republican faction, was opening the door to French conquest. The divisions among us, Hamilton warned, would increase the likelihood of an invasion, for it would be believed that a sufficient number of Americans would flock to the standard of France to render it easy to quell the resistance of the rest. 51 Washington agreed that French aggression had been practically encouraged, by a party among ourselves, a party determined to advocate French measures under all circumstances. 52. Hamilton and other leading Federalists preferred to wage war with France rather than to accept a negotiated compromise, for to make concessions would only strengthen the pro-French faction at home. They made a pretense of favoring negotiations with France, but only to show the American public that they were not warmongers. Washington agreed that it was wise to support negotiations with France, because their likely failure would prove the administration's case. 53 When failure came, Hamilton would push for war. Those who believed we ought to bear anything from France rather than go to war with her, he declared, were engaging in treason. 54 Washington agreed that the coming contest with France would reveal who are true Americans. 55. In this increasingly desperate mood, Hamilton became convinced that resisting the full extent of the French menace required combating internal as well as external threats. This conviction proved to be his undoing. He proposed nothing less than the establishment of a 50,000-man army, to be led by him. The primary, stated purpose of this new standing army would be to fight France and Spain in the south. But the ancillary purpose, which he occasionally made explicit, would be to overawe domestic opponents of the federal government. Federalists, without Hamilton's approval, then passed the Alien and Sedition Acts to squelch foreign influence on American politics and root out treasonous behavior. As would later be the case in the 1940s and 50s, the threat posed by a powerful nation with a foreign ideology regarded as hostile to and subversive of American liberalism led to illiberal extremes in squelching its alleged supporters within the United States. Hamilton's fears of the French had obvious diplomatic implications. For if the French threat justified contemplating war, if it justified the creation of a standing army, if it justified, for many Federalists, the Alien and Sedition Acts, then it justified closer cooperation with Great Britain and even an alliance. Britain was the font and bulwark of Anglo-Saxon liberalism. Its destruction, Hamilton pointed out, had become the direct object in view for France's leaders. If the French succeeded, this would seal America's own fate. 56 If war with France came, Hamilton, Secretary of State Pickering, and other Federalists believed, a closer connection and even a tacit alliance with England could not be excluded. As President Adams remarked, it would be the height of folly for a people, not to secure the assistance and defense that may be derived from another nation engaged in the same common cause. 57. In response to the undeclared quasi-war with France, in fact, the United States and Great Britain established an undeclared quasi-alliance. The Federalist administration of John Adams and the British government under William Pitt worked out a scheme of common action and mutual assistance in the military field that would not be equaled until the First World War. 58 British assistance included the provision, free of charge, of cannons and shot for American harbor defense, a gift historians have described as the first Lend-Lease, as well as the purchase by the United States of vast amounts of military supplies that American industry was as yet incapable of producing. 59 More significant was the extensive cooperation between the Royal Navy and both the newly built American Navy and the American Merchant Fleet, which had been so badly harassed by French marauders. As early as January 1797, Just 4 months after Washington delivered his farewell address, the British government offered the United States the Royal Navy's protection for American commerce. Within a year, American merchant ships began sailing in convoys under the protection of British naval vessels, the kind of help Britain gave only to its military allies. 60 Between the American and British navies there was an explicit division of labor. Because the Royal Navy was challenging the French everywhere else, the tiny American fleet was able to concentrate almost entirely in the Caribbean. Admiral Nelson's defeat of the French fleet in the Battle of the Nile in August 1798 shifted the balance in the quasi-war significantly in America's favor. Even in the Caribbean, where the United States lacked naval bases of its own, large British forces stationed on Jamaica and Martinique allowed American naval vessels to operate freely. 61 The two governments also worked closely to carry out a common policy toward the slave rebellion led by Toussaint L'Ouverture against French plantation owners in Santo Domingo. The result was an Anglo-American agreement recognizing Toussaint as the leader of an independent Santo Domingo, so much, again, for the alleged American doctrine of non-intervention in the internal affairs of other nations, and limiting trade with Santo Domingo exclusively to the United States and Great Britain. Secretary of State Pickering considered the United States bound by its commercial interests and by considerations of political safety against what may justly be called a common enemy to act in perfect concert with Great Britain. 62. Anglo-American cooperation occurred not just on the seas. In the American West and in Canada the British and Americans shared intelligence on French intrigues, and agreed on joint military action against French efforts to stir up trouble among the Indians or to launch filibustering expeditions against the United States from Canada. In Europe, Gouverneur Morris and William Vans Murray provided the British both intelligence and analysis of the political situations in France, in Prussia, and in Austria-Hungary. 63. Then there was the question of Spanish America. Just a month before the publication of Washington's address, Spain had concluded the Treaty of San Ildefonso, making her a formal ally of France and completing the revolution in Spanish diplomacy begun a year earlier that had transformed Spain from ally to enemy of Great Britain. Hamilton had long mused about the possibility of seizing Louisiana and the Floridas from Spain. When Spain joined arms with France in 1796, Hamilton was ready to move. If a universal empire is still to be the pursuit of France, he declared, what can tend to defeat the purpose better than to detach South America from Spain, which is only the channel through which the riches of Mexico and Peru are conveyed to France. 64 He suggested that Britain be asked to send a naval force to America to seize the Floridas, Louisiana, and South American possessions of Spain should France and Spain declare war jointly on the United States. 65. A bold plan for Anglo-American cooperation crossed Hamilton's desk in early 1798 in the form of correspondence from Francisco de Miranda, the Venezuelan patriot who had fought in the American Revolution, had intrigued in France during the French Revolution, and now sought British and American assistance in a grand scheme to liberate Latin America from the Spanish Empire. Miranda's plan, which he laid before both British and American officials in London, called for an alliance of Britain, the United States, and the Spanish-American colonies against France and Spain. In practical terms this meant a joint Anglo-American expedition, with Britain furnishing the fleet and the United States the troops. The reward for the United States would be possession of Louisiana and the Floridas. 66 Prime Minister Pitt liked the idea, telling Miranda, "We should much enjoy operating jointly with the United States in this enterprise." Rufus King, the American minister in London, and Secretary of State Pickering liked the idea, too. King hoped President Adams would agree to cooperate with Great Britain in the liberation of South America and by great and generous deeds lay deep and firm the foundations of lasting accord between the rising empires of the New World. 67 Perhaps Europe could not be rescued from French tyranny, but this was no reason why America should perish likewise. 68 Hamilton was enthusiastic, too. As he told Secretary of War James McHenry, his proposal for a large army was not merely to defend against a French attack. Besides security against invasion, he suggested in the summer of 1799, we ought certainly to look to the possession of the Floridas and Louisiana, and we ought to squint at South America. 69 As to Miranda's plan for liberating South America, he told King, "I wish it much to be undertaken. The goal," he said, foreshadowing many decades of American aspirations for Latin America, was the independence of the separate territory, under a moderate government, with the joint guarantee of the cooperating powers, stipulating equal privileges in commerce. His chief concern was that American public opinion was not quite ready for such a venture, though he asserted, "We ripen fast." 70. What Hamilton principally hoped to see ripen was popular support for cooperation between the United States and Great Britain. He hoped that negotiators between the two powers would soon begin to agree on a plan of action: a fleet of Great Britain, an army of the United States, a government of the liberated territory agreeable to both cooperators, about which there will be no difficulty. 71 Hamilton wanted to make sure that the United States took the leading part in any invasion. He assumed that command of the forces would very naturally fall upon me. 72 His son later recalled that he entertained hopes that his name would descend to a grateful posterity, as the liberator of Southern America. 73. In the end, Miranda's plan came to naught. President Adams, much to Hamilton's consternation, was already intent on negotiating a settlement with France, had no wish to become embroiled in a dispute with Spain, was jealous of Hamilton and frightened by his plans to build and lead a large army, and was sufficiently troubled by the revolution in France not to want to engage myself and my country in most hazardous and expensive and bloody experiments to excite similar horrors in South America. 74. Even so, discussion of Miranda's proposal in both capitals showed a common desire to cooperate wherever possible against their common foe. Only formal allies could have done much more for one another than did the United States and England at this time. 75 Hamilton and most of his Federalist colleagues drew the line at a formal alliance with Great Britain. Partly they feared that American public opinion, even at the height of anti-French feeling, would never accept an alliance with the British monarchy. Partly they realized that the British, though desirous of a formal alliance, would provide all the assistance the United States needed even without one. Partly they worried that should France conquer Britain, the United States would be locked in an alliance with the losing side in the World War. And should France successfully foment a revolution in Britain, implanting a wild democracy of the kind that had taken root in France, there would then be the danger of reviving and extending that delirium in America. 76. If they shied away from formal alliance, however, Federalist leaders believed they were engaged in common struggle with Britain against a dangerous, ideologically driven enemy. They saw the war between Great Britain and France neither as a remote European broil, nor as a struggle between equally evil powers that, from the American view, could best end in a draw. Rather, they saw the war as a momentous clash of opposing ideologies with direct consequence for liberalism and republicanism both abroad and at home. On this much, at least, they and their Republican opponents agreed. It would have been remarkable, in fact, had Americans believed that their foreign policy could be divorced from their ideology, or that foreign affairs and domestic affairs could be isolated from each other. Certainly none of the European powers of the late 18th century entertained such delusions. The American and French revolutions had permanently blurred any distinction between relations among states and political developments within states, if such a distinction had ever existed. The French Convention in 1792 declared that France would support all people seeking to overthrow monarchy, and even before it made good on that promise, France's revolutionary principles stirred challenges to monarchical regimes throughout Europe and in Great Britain. The government of William Pitt, fearful of infection at home from the revolutionary virus, repressed the London Corresponding Society established in 1792 as a working-class reform movement. He suspended habeas corpus and drove the radical Democrat Joseph Priestley into exile. In Austria, Prussia, and Russia, fears of the spreading influence of the French Revolution put an end to the enlightened absolutism of Joseph II, Frederick II, and Catherine II and inaugurated a prolonged era of conservative reaction. For all the European powers, foreign policy aimed at distinctly ideological goals. Pitt declared Britain's war aims to be not merely the defeat of France but the restoration of the French monarchy. The three absolute monarchies of Eastern Europe partitioned Poland in 1793 and 1795, eventually wiping it off the map, partly to quash liberal reforming efforts by Polish aristocrats, which they feared could undermine their own despotic rule. Given the highly ideological nature of American society and politics, it would have been strange if Americans, alone among the great and middle-sized powers in the revolutionary era of the late 18th century, had decided that ideology should play no part in the formulation and conduct of their foreign policy. In the end, the disasters that both Federalists and Republicans feared throughout the 1790s were averted. After the Battle of the Nile, when Admiral Nelson destroyed the French fleet, fears of a French invasion of Britain, much less of North America, subsided. President Adams, for a variety of reasons, not the least being a desire to clip Hamilton's wings, chose a path of negotiation and conciliation with France. The Convention of Mortefontaine brought an end to the quasi-war and to the French alliance. Adams's peacemaking wrecked Hamilton's plans for a large standing army and put an end to the quasi-alliance with Britain. Ironically, it was not France that did in the Federalists and elevated Jefferson and the Republicans into the presidency, but the Federalists themselves. In the election of 1800 the party split into factions led by Adams and Hamilton, giving the presidency to Jefferson and inaugurating the next era in American foreign policy. The national debates of the 1790s, however, had revealed a great deal about the character of early American foreign policy. In later years politicians and historians would argue that American policy toward Britain and France, and Washington's pronouncements in his farewell address, expressed a national desire for complete separation and independence from Europe and the rest of the world. Political entanglements with other nations and concern about their domestic institutions were to be no part of American foreign policy. But in the 1790s American fears of entanglement were selective. Few Americans saw the need to keep away from what they considered weaker or inferior powers on the North American continent, in Spanish America, in the Mediterranean, or even in most of Europe. But even when it came to the two great powers, France and Great Britain, Americans disagreed about the dangers of entanglement. When Republicans warned against entanglement with foreign powers in the 1790s, they meant entanglement with Great Britain. They had much less fear of entanglement with France, especially with revolutionary France. Jefferson later became a convert to a general policy of non-entanglement only when he saw that the promise of republicanism in France had been crushed by Napoleon. When Federalists warned against entanglement, on the other hand, they meant entanglement with France. They had no similar fear of entanglement with Great Britain. 77 I have always preferred a connection with you, Hamilton told one British agent, to that of any other country. We think in English, and have a similarity of prejudices and of predilections. 78 By the 1790s few Americans any longer shared the view expressed by Thomas Paine in the 1770s that America should separate itself entirely from all of Europe. Non-entanglement was a selective tactic, not a grand strategy. The same could be said about other aspects of American foreign policy in this era. Although Hamiltonians and Jeffersonians alike often claimed to oppose interfering in the internal affairs of other nations, both looked approvingly on plans to do just that, whether in the Western Hemisphere or on the coast of North Africa. While both Hamiltonians and Jeffersonians understood the principle of the balance of power and recognized the benefits to the United States of preserving such a balance in Europe, their ideological differences led them to assess the threats to the balance of power differently. Although both Hamiltonians and Jeffersonians agreed that the United States should avoid war with the great powers, Republicans were sometimes inclined to risk war with Great Britain, and Federalists were sometimes inclined to risk war with France. Although Hamilton and Jefferson both supported the principle of free trade, in practice Hamilton opposed trade embargoes against England but favored them against France, while Jefferson opposed them against France but favored them against England. And although both Hamilton and Jefferson believed that a nation's honor had to be preserved at almost any cost, Hamilton was willing to suffer some dishonor in pursuit of better relations with Great Britain, while Jefferson was willing to suffer some dishonor in order to maintain good relations with France. Even on so fundamental a matter as independence, it would be a mistake to believe that the goal of establishing American independence and freedom of action in the world superseded all other goals. Hamilton was prepared to increase American dependence on Great Britain for a period of time so that the nation might eventually grow strong enough to assume an even more forceful and complete state of independence in the future, and also so that American society and its economy might follow a more British style of evolution. Jefferson, for his part, was prepared to accept greater dependence on France in order to achieve what he considered a more important independence from Great Britain, and to avoid replication of the British system that he abhorred. The point is not that American leaders were hypocrites. It is that their judgments on matters of foreign policy were shaped primarily by their visions for what America should become, both at home and abroad. These visions of America's future were the pole stars by which Americans navigated their way through the foreign policy crises of their day. The call to greatness. If the 1790s were a time of division and turmoil in both domestic and foreign affairs, a time in which principles of foreign policy were applied inconsistently by the competing factions of American politics, there were nevertheless some significant areas of consensus. Indeed, there was a recognizable grand strategy that Americans pursued fairly consistently. It concerned America's future as a great world power. That America was a nation of great destinies was one matter on which there was no disagreement among Jeffersonian Republicans and Hamiltonian Federalists. All agreed with Hamilton that the United States in the 1790s was the embryo of a great empire. 79 To be sure, Americans had somewhat different visions of precisely the form national greatness should take. Jefferson's Empire of Liberty was an empire of mammoth territorial expanse. As he wrote James Monroe in 1801, however our present interests may restrain us within our own limits, it is impossible not to look forward to distant times, when our rapid multiplication will expand itself beyond those limits, and cover the whole northern, if not the southern continent, with a people speaking the same language, governed in similar forms, and by similar laws, nor can we contemplate with satisfaction either blot or mixture on that surface. His fellow Virginian, George Washington, also looked west. As Woodrow Wilson later wrote of the farewell address, it was Washington's way of fulfilling the vision that had long ago come to him, of a nation spreading itself down the western slopes of the mountains and over the broad reaches of land that looked toward the Mississippi. 81. Hamilton characteristically looked in the other direction, across the Atlantic toward England and Europe. 82 His grand vision was of an America that could take its place alongside Great Britain as one of the world's great powers. Indeed, this aspiration for great power status was almost inseparable from his conception of how America's economy, society, and political institutions should be organized. The former was the essential prerequisite to the latter. 83 To fulfill its destiny and become a great power, he believed, the United States had to pursue two closely related objectives. First, it needed to build a navy large enough to defend its far-flung overseas trade and to deter other great powers from using their naval strength to force the United States to bend to their will. To be a great world power, the United States had to have all the accoutrements of world power, a vital domestic industry, a healthy world trade, and, to protect that trade and the national integrity, a naval fleet. For this reason, Hamilton had long held that a peacetime standing navy was a necessity for a nation aspiring to greatness. 84 He even envisioned the day when the United States, like Britain and other maritime empires, would hold overseas colonies. 85 A large peacetime navy was an essential accompaniment to Hamilton's second purpose, to make the United States the dominant power not just on the North American continent but in the whole of the Western Hemisphere. The United States should aim at an ascendant in the system of American affairs. 86 He hoped the United States would grow strong enough ere long, to become the arbiter of Europe in America. 87 Hemispheric dominance would be the means by which the United States established not only its independence from Europe but also its greatness as a world power. Let Americans disdain to be the instruments of European greatness, he exhorted in the Federalist. Let the 13 states, bound together in a strict and indissoluble union, concur in erecting one great American system, superior to the control of all transatlantic force or influence, and able to dictate the terms of the connection between the Old and the New World. 88 As early as 1787 Hamilton foreshadowed the hegemonic pretensions of the Monroe Doctrine and of Henry Clay's pan-hemispheric American system. 89 Expectations of future world power permeated Washington's farewell address as well. 90 The first president never expected America to remain in the weak and perilous circumstances of 1796. It just needed time and peace, and that was what he had tried to provide it. The whole thrust of his foreign policy, from the Neutrality Proclamation onward, had been to endeavor to gain time to our country to settle and mature its yet recent institutions, and to progress without interruption to that degree of strength and consistency which is necessary to give it, humanly speaking, the command of its fortunes. If we remain one people, under an efficient government, he predicted, the period is not far off when we may defy material injury from external annoyance, when we may take such an attitude as will cause the neutrality we may at any time resolve upon to be scrupulously respected, when belligerent nations, under the impossibility of making acquisitions upon us, will not lightly hazard giving us provocation, when we may choose peace or war, as our interest, guided by our justice, shall counsel. That day, he believed, was no more than a few decades away. Although they were deliberately vague in the farewell address, elsewhere in their writings and statements Washington and Hamilton gave a more precise sense of how long it might be before the United States could command its own fortunes. At about the time the address was being prepared, Washington wrote to Hamilton his conviction that 20 years peace with such an increase of population and resources as we have a right to expect, added to our remote situation from the jarring power, will in all probability enable us in a just cause, to bid defiance to any power on earth. 91 A year earlier Hamilton had suggested that if the United States could avoid war for 10 or 12 years more, it would acquire the maturity, a state of manhood, and the growing prosperity to enable Americans to take a higher and more imposing tone in dealing with foreign nations. 92 In 1798 he wrote to a colleague that despite America's current difficulties, it would ere long assume an attitude correspondent with its great destinies, majestic, efficient, and operative of great things. A noble career lies before it. 93. American ambitions for empire and greatness were more than just a drive for power. As with all other important matters with which Americans concerned themselves, American ambitions carried ideological and moral implications. 94 Jefferson's Continental Empire was to be an empire of liberty, uniting people under the banner of liberalism, governed in similar forms, and by similar laws. The empire Hamilton hoped to emulate was the British Empire, which Britons and their American sympathizers considered to be an empire that stood high for liberty. 95 But for Americans, more than for Britons, belief in universal rights was the essence of their national identity and therefore had to be a defining characteristic of their participation on the world stage. When their power grew to approximate Britain's, as almost all Americans fully expected it would, Hamiltonians and Jeffersonians alike expected to wield that power on behalf of liberal principles. Chapter 5. Peaceful Conquest. The universal feeling of Europe in witnessing the gigantic growth of our population and power is that we shall, if united, become a very dangerous member of the Society of Nations. John Quincy Adams, January 17, 1817. The American Ideology of Expansion, 1800 to 1823. As the visions of Washington, Hamilton, and Jefferson made clear, Americans entered the 19th century not with cloistered modesty but with grand dreams of national expansion. Under the circumstances, this was a confidence bordering on hubris. They could not even count on access to the vital waters of the Mississippi. Yet American leaders from every region of the country and representing every political stripe shared a common belief that most if not all of North America, including Canada, Mexico, and the islands of Cuba and Puerto Rico, formed the natural dominion of the United States. In 1801 a leading Federalist journal declared, "It belongs of right to the United States to regulate the future destiny of North America. The country is ours. Ours is the right to its rivers and to all the sources of future opulence, power, and happiness." 1 John Quincy Adams, from the Federalist Northeast, coveted the Floridas and the territories of the Pacific Northwest, convinced that the whole continent of North America was destined by divine providence to be peopled by one nation, in one federal union. 2 Henry Clay, the leading statesman of the Republican West, had his eyes fixed on Texas and also on parts of Canada. Andrew Jackson, soon to become the hero of the American frontier, was by 1806 already looking forward to the conquest of Mexico. 3 Thomas Jefferson, John Calhoun, John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, and Andrew Jackson all shared the conviction that the islands of Cuba and Puerto Rico must someday fall into American hands. Gouverneur Morris, assessing the mood of his countrymen in 1803, declared that all North America must at length be annexed to us. Happy, indeed, if the lust for dominion stopped therefore. Decades before the phrase manifest destiny entered the foreign policy lexicon, this lust for dominion was an almost unstoppable force in American politics. Americans believed it their right and their destiny to spread across the land. They were the vanguard of human progress. If possible, they would civilize those who stood in the way. If necessary, they would remove them. But either way the land would be taken and settled. The lust for dominion, when married to the transforming power of American liberalism, doomed Indian civilization on the continent. After 1800, as before, policy toward the Indians remained suffused with the moral purpose, sometimes sincere, sometimes merely rhetorical, of advancing Anglo-Saxon civilization among savage peoples. In time, President Jefferson told the Indians, "You will be as we are, 5 but hunger for land," expressed through an increasingly democratic politics, overwhelmed most benevolent plans. Even those Indians who tried to follow the white man's course found little protection from frontiersmen pursuing their natural right to unused lands and demanding the aid of their elected representatives in obtaining those lands for American settlement. White settlers petitioned their politicians, demanding to know how the federal government could gratify the demands of a heathen Indian population, when American citizens who wanted to improve the country and who voted were prevented even from enjoying a small corner of the vast land. Under this unceasing pressure, Jefferson frankly explained to Indian leaders, it would be necessary from time to time to procure gratifications to our citizens by taking away more swaths of Indian territory. 6. The policy of Indian removal is normally associated with the famed Indian fighter Andrew Jackson, but Jefferson pushed the Indians off hundreds of thousands of square miles of territory. When he took office, most of Tennessee was in the hands of the Cherokees and Chickasaws. Most of Georgia was divided between Cherokees and Creeks. Creeks, Choctaws, and Chickasaws occupied nearly all of the future states of Mississippi and Alabama. What would later become Florida was mostly in the hands of the Seminoles. And in the West, Indians occupied substantial portions of what would later be the states of Indiana, Illinois, Arkansas, and Missouri. By the time he left office, Jefferson had acquired for the United States nearly 200,000 square miles of this territory and had flanked the remaining Indian-held lands with established white settlements on the east and west. 7. Jefferson hoped the Indians would learn that it was in their interest to give away their surplus and wastelands and work on improving those they occupy. But when they did not learn, he was prepared to be ruthless. The backward will yield, and be thrown further back, he warned. These will relapse into barbarism and misery, lose numbers by war and want, and we shall be obliged to drive them, with the beasts of the forest, into the stony mountains. 9. What choice was there? As John Quincy Adams had declared, shall the Indian doom an immense region of the globe to perpetual desolation, and silence forever the voice of human gladness? No, generous philanthropists. Heaven has not been thus inconsistent in the works of its hands. 10. This early 19th century idea of expansion had implications beyond the Indians. Other peoples who stood in the path of progress would require removal, too. Frequently, to be sure, a powerful element of racism was involved in this conviction. 3 decades later, the man who invented the phrase manifest destiny would warn that the Mexican race must amalgamate and be lost, in the superior vigor of the Anglo-Saxon race, or they must utterly perish. just like the Indians. 11 But feelings of racial superiority were not the cause of American expansion in the early 19th century. Racism was a justification, and only one of many. The Indians were not the sole obstacles to American progress. So, too, were Spaniards who held lands on the continent that American settlers coveted. So, too, were the French, who early in the century acquired Louisiana from Spain with the aim of recreating their lost empire in the Western Hemisphere. So, too, were the Russians, who laid claim to lucrative territories along the Pacific coast. And so, too, were the British, fellow Anglo-Saxons, who controlled Canada and parts of the Pacific Northwest and strongholds in the Caribbean. In the first quarter of the 19th century, all four European powers watched their territorial holdings become targets of American expansion. Their fairer complexions did not protect them. For just as Americans from Jefferson and John Quincy Adams to Andrew Jackson believed it contrary to God and nature's plan for Indians to roam on vast, fertile lands without cultivating and improving them, so after the turn of the 19th century Americans also regarded it as unnatural for any foreign power to hold territory on the North American continent. It was of physical, moral, and political absurdity, Adams proclaimed, that such fragments of territory, with sovereigns at 1,500 miles beyond sea, worthless and burdensome to their owners, should exist permanently contiguous to a great, powerful, enterprising, and rapidly growing nation. 12. Spain was the first victim of Adams's law of geopolitical physics. By 1800 the stage was set for the peaceful dislodging of Spanish control of the vast territory of Louisiana. Thanks to Spanish policies encouraging settlement in the 1790s, more than half of the population of Upper Louisiana was American-born. American settlers were also dominant in West Florida. In Lower Louisiana and New Orleans the Americans, though a minority, were a powerful force in the region's economy and government. Americans were making their way west of the Mississippi, settling in the Missouri country and in Texas. Traders and cattle ranchers were scouting out the vast southwestern territory right up to and even beyond the borders with Mexico. 13. As Spanish governors learned the hard way, these American immigrants were unruly and dangerous guests, an alien element within an alien culture. 14. When they got into trouble, American settlers could count on support from their kinsmen across the border, including from a federal government that rarely passed up an opportunity to gain sway over Spanish territory. Thus in 1797 American settlers rebelled against Spanish authorities in Natchez, and when the Spaniards withdrew their meager forces from the northern posts, the United States took possession of the region and organized it as the new Mississippi Territory. This seizure proved to be only a prelude to the absorption or conquest of all Spanish lands on the North American continent. The Spaniards saw what was coming. As a resident of Spain's vast territory warned, Louisiana would never cease to be the object of American ambitions. Their position, the number of their population, and their other means, will enable them to invade this province whenever they may choose to do so. 15. And indeed, as New York Federalist Rufus King explained, Americans looked without impatience to events which, in the ordinary course of things, must, at no distant day, annex this country to the United States. 16. The Americans could be patient so long as no other power threatened to take what they insisted rightfully belonged to them. When Napoleon took Louisiana back from Spain at the turn of the century, playing the usual imperial game of trading territories, the Americans acted as if some aggression had been committed against them. When they aimed at something and did not get it, as the Corinthians said of the Athenians, they think that they have been deprived of what belonged to them already. American politicians rose up in anger and fear at the prospect of French control of New Orleans and Louisiana, especially after the Spanish suspended the American right of deposit at the mouth of the Mississippi. Congress debated a resolution to send 50,000 militiamen to seize New Orleans. Hamilton and other Federalists, reviving their favorite project from the 1790s, called for military action against France and Spain and a formal alliance with Great Britain. President Jefferson declared that if France took New Orleans, we must marry ourselves to the British fleet and nation. 17. The uproar helped convince Napoleon that taking New Orleans and Louisiana was a risky proposition. Even if Jefferson's threats were hollow and his diplomacy inept, French and Spanish officials worried about the numerous, warlike, and frugal American population, which they considered an enemy to be feared. 18 Perhaps the president himself did not really want war, one anxious Spanish diplomat reported back to Madrid, but in 3 months the clamor of the Federalists, the impulse of public opinion, and party policy will force the president and Republicans to declare war against their wish. 19 French officials warned Napoleon that any foreign government in Louisiana would be dependent on American goodwill in peacetime and be at America's mercy in the First War with England. 20 Some of his advisers believed France simply could not maintain itself in Louisiana against the will of the United States. 21 When Napoleon ultimately decided to abandon his plans for North American empire and to sell Louisiana to the United States, part of the reason was the disastrous conquest of the island of Santo Domingo, where thousands of French soldiers fell to yellow fever. But fear that the American people would not long tolerate foreign control of Louisiana influenced his thinking. "I will not keep a possession which will not be safe in our hands," he told his advisers, "that may perhaps embroil me with the Americans, or may place me in a state of coolness with them." 22 Better to sell Louisiana to the Americans and cement a friendship with a numerous, warlike people who might prove useful in a war with Great Britain. 23 The United States thus gained the measureless expanse of Louisiana, doubling the size of the country without firing a shot. Many Federalists, including Hamilton, reversed themselves and opposed the Louisiana Purchase when it became Jefferson's triumph. But for most Americans it was a kind of immaculate conquest. "The treaty which we have just signed has not been obtained by art or dictated by force," Robert Livingston proudly declared. 24 The National Intelligencer boasted, "We have secured our rights by pacific means and proved that truth and reason have been more powerful than the sword." 25 The federal government informed the newly incorporated, wary, and generally unhappy people of New Orleans that it was their peculiar happiness to be coming under the rule of a philosopher who prefers justice to conquest. 26 Americans at the time, and over the next 2 centuries, either denied or ignored the extent to which fear of America's growing power or its persistent demand for control of the Mississippi Valley had influenced the French decision. 27 They viewed themselves as passive and pacific, seeking only to be left alone and wishing to stay out of other people's business, and the peaceful acquisition of Louisiana strengthened this self-perception. But other powers saw a very different set of American qualities. They saw an aggressive power with an insatiable appetite for land and a remarkable willingness to employ force to get its way. Jefferson, according to one French observer, betrayed an ambition of conquest. 28 A Spanish minister considered the famous transcontinental expedition of Meriwether Lewis and William Clark not as a benign scientific exploration but as Jefferson's gambit to perpetuate the fame of his administration by attempting at least to discover the way by which Americans may someday extend their population and their influence up to the coasts of the South Sea Pacific Ocean. 29 To outside observers, the best proof of the Americans' aggressive nature came after the Louisiana Purchase. Instead of accepting their territorial windfall and turning inward to concentrate on the development of this magnificent bounty of new land, Americans took their vast gains merely as an invitation to still further expansion. "Since the Americans have acquired Louisiana," one French diplomat complained, "they appear unable to bear any barriers round them." 30 Indeed, no sooner had the United States acquired the vast territories of Louisiana than it began to press Spain to give up the Floridas as well. This was not a defensive response to a perceived threat, for after 1803 the Spanish posed no threat to the United States. They were helpless to prevent the crumbling of their tenuous foothold in North America. Their present ally, France, had retreated from North America, and their past and future ally, Great Britain, had its hands full with the war in Europe. American officials looked at Spain not with trepidation but with confidence and a sense of superiority based on power. "What is it that Spain dreads?" James Madison asked at the end of 1803. "She dreads, it is presumed, the growing power of this country, and the direction of it against her possessions within its reach. Can she annihilate this power? No. Can she sensibly retard its growth? No. 31 American statesmen agreed it was time for Spain to face the reality that its holdings in North America were, as John Quincy Adams pointed out, contrary to nature. Spain should accept its fate and America's destiny. The United States was a rising and Spain a declining power, James Monroe reasoned. Of what value could Florida be to Spain, therefore, since at no distant period we should acquire it? 32. American settlers launched uprisings against the local Spanish authorities in West Florida, and in the summer of 1810, aided by their compatriots across the border, they marched on Baton Rouge, seized the Spanish fort, declared themselves the independent Republic of West Florida complete with a Lone Star flag, and asked to be annexed to the United States. President Madison promptly sent in American troops to occupy the territory up to the Perdido River, explaining to foreign governments that the upheavals in Spanish territory had created a great uncertainty. In that quarter 33 by the following year American forces controlled all of West Florida except for the city of Mobile and its garrison of Spanish troops. Mobile fell to the Americans in 1813, in the midst of war with Spain's ally, Great Britain. The territory known as East Florida fell a few years later. In 1811 Congress passed a no-transfer resolution warning that the United States would not sit idle were Florida to pass into the hands of another European power. The no-transfer principle may have sounded defensive to American ears, but it was tantamount to planting the American flag in Florida. The resolution authorized the President to take East Florida should any existing local authority prove ready to cede it. 7 years later, no such accommodating local authority having materialized, General Andrew Jackson, battling for Indian lands in the South, was sent across the Florida boundary to repulse attacks from resisting Seminoles. The bigger target, though, was Florida. President Monroe wrote Jackson that his pursuit of the Seminoles will bring you on a theater where you may possibly have other services to perform. Great interests are at issue. This is not a time for repose, until our cause is carried triumphantly through. 34 Jackson's triumph was swift, and Pensacola fell. The Spanish minister, Luis de Onís, angrily protested to Secretary of State John Quincy Adams that the war against the Seminoles had been merely a pretext for General Jackson to fall, as a conqueror, upon the Spanish provinces, for the purpose of establishing there the dominion of this republic upon the odious basis of violence and bloodshed. 35 Adams just as vigorously defended Jackson's actions, insisting that Spain, and England, were entirely to blame for the outrages that had forced America's hand in Florida. In 1819 he held a gun to his Spanish counterpart's head. If we should not come to an early conclusion of the Florida negotiation, he warned, Spain would not have the possession of Florida to give us 36. Nor was Adams content merely to take the Floridas. Negotiating from strength, he demanded that Spain also cede a large stretch of territory along the northwestern Pacific coast. De Onís at first expressed shock that he would try to dispossess us also of the whole Pacific coast which belongs to us, but then gave in. 37 The Treaty of 1819 gave the United States not only the Floridas but all Spanish territory in the Pacific Northwest above the 42nd parallel as well. This was certainly aggressive behavior on the part of the very young nation. Yet American expansionism in the first 2 decades of the 19th century, from Louisiana in 1803 to East Florida in 1818, was also haphazard. The paradox was that although Adams and other American leaders had a clear vision of continental empire, they had no specific plans to obtain it. On the contrary, they were often surprised to be acquiring ever more of the continent more quickly than they had thought possible. Adams noted this in reflecting on his own work in acquiring Spanish territory in the Northwest. The Louisiana Purchase, he wrote, had made it unavoidable that the remainder of the continent should ultimately be ours. But even so, it was only very lately that we have distinctly seen this ourselves, very lately that we have avowed the pretension of extending to the Pacific Ocean. 38 This was not empire acquired in a fit of absent-mindedness, but neither was it acquired by careful design. Each acquisition brought a new horizon and new ambitions. The fulfillment of one desire produced another. Perhaps the most accurate description was that it was empire attained by determined opportunism. American expansion did follow a recognizable pattern, even when there was no conscious design behind it, and it was often the product of private initiative. Certainly from the outside, American expansion looked like a concerted government project. As one Mexican official observed, the process would begin with private Americans introducing themselves into the territory which they covet, upon pretense of commercial negotiations, or of the establishment of colonies, with or without the assent of the government to which it belongs. The American-born population would grow until it outnumbered everyone else. Then the Americans would begin demanding their democratic rights from local authorities. When the authorities refused, as they had to, the Americans would start stirring up trouble, often with local Indian tribes. It was only a matter of time before the United States government stepped in, insisting its interests were affected by the trouble on its borders. Then began the diplomatic negotiations, which invariably resulted in new territorial agreements favorable to the United States. Of course, sometimes the United States skipped all these steps and simply invaded the territory, leaving the question to be decided afterwards as to the legality of the possession, which force alone could take from them. 39 Such was the case with Jackson's raid on East Florida and Adams's subsequent negotiation of the Transcontinental Treaty to ratify the conquest. Mexican leaders considered the Americans to be a most ambitious people, always ready to encroach upon their neighbors without a spark of good faith. 40. Nor did outsiders have any difficulty predicting the course of American expansion. As early as 1812, the Spanish minister in Washington warned his government that the United States intended eventually to take Texas, New Mexico, California, and some of the northern provinces of Mexico as well. This project will seem delirium to any rational person, he mused, but it certainly exists. 41 He saw the workings of manifest destiny long before it became an expansionist rallying cry. The Americans believe themselves superior to all the nations of Europe, and see their destiny to extend their dominion to the Isthmus of Panama, and in the future to all of the New World. 42. Spain was not alone in its concerns. The British government viewed growing American power, and growing American ambition, with the same appalled apprehension. Lord Liverpool, the British Prime Minister and no friend of the United States, called the seizure of West Florida one of the most immoral acts recorded in the history of any country. British diplomats such as Stratford Canning were repeatedly shocked by American efforts to take lands in the Pacific Northwest that Britain, Russia, and Spain had already claimed. The British themselves had beaten back American attempts to seize Canada, most recently during the War of 1812. At Ghent in 1814, where American and British negotiators wrangled over a peace agreement to end that war, the British at first demanded exclusive control of the Great Lakes. They regarded it as an essential precaution against an American aggressiveness that had been all too clearly manifested by their progressive occupation of the Indian Territories, by the acquisition of Louisiana, by the more recent attempt to wrest by force of arms from a nation in amity the two Floridas, and, lastly, by the avowed intention of permanently annexing the Canadas to the United States. 43 Only that prodigious expansionist, Russia's Tsar Alexander I, seemed to take a more empathetic view of American behavior. As he remarked, smiling, to John Quincy Adams, one keeps growing bit by bit in this world, on est agrandit toujours un peu, dans ce monde. 44. Americans were often surprised by their international image as a grasping nation. A congressman returning from Europe in 1819 reported with dismay that in England and France everyone he spoke to appeared to be profoundly impressed with the idea that we were an ambitious and encroaching people. 45 This struck many Americans as unfair. Yet at the same time many felt pride in their nation's growing size and power. The British, Adams recalled, had once sneered at Americans as a peddling nation, having no god but gold. Now the British wanted to alarm the world at the gigantic grasp of our ambition. He knew which reputation he preferred. If the world do not hold us for Romans, they will take us for Jews, and of the two vices I would rather be charged with that which has greatness mingled in its composition. 46. The other great powers of the world should become familiarized with the idea of considering our proper dominion to be the continent of North America. From the time when we became an independent people, it was as much a law of nature that this should become our pretension as that the Mississippi should flow to the sea. Until the nations of Europe recognized that the United States and North America were identical, he believed, any effort on our part to reason the world out of a belief that we are ambitious will have no other effect than to convince them that we add to our ambition hypocrisy. 47. Ambition and opportunism had produced power and security, which in turn produced more ambition and opportunism. The Louisiana Purchase had opened the door to further acquisition of Spanish territories in Florida and along the Gulf Coast, and removed one imperial power, France, with at least a plausible chance of hemming the United States in. By securing American control of its hinterlands, that acquisition bolstered American security and gave it the confidence to take on another imperial power, Great Britain, in the War of 1812. The end of that war left the third and weakest imperial power, Spain, holding out alone against the United States while the British settled boundary disputes and abandoned their Indian allies in the Northwest. 4 years after the war, Adams's transcontinental treaty opened up the rest of the continent to settlement. He spent the rest of his time as Secretary of State laying the groundwork for further expansion into both the Northwest and the Southwest. It was not imaginable, he declared, that in the present condition of the world, any European nation should entertain the project of settling a colony on the northwest coast of America. America's right to control that region was unquestionable and absolute. It had been pointed out by the finger of nature. 48. As for the Southwest, although Adams abjured the immediate acquisition of Texas, he foresaw the day when the inhabitants of Texas would exercise their primitive rights, and solicit a union with us. 49. Nor did American statesmen in the early 19th century limit their ambitions to the continent. Once the Floridas were secured and a strong claim to the Northwest staked out, leading Americans looked immediately to Cuba and Puerto Rico as the next logical acquisitions. No one made a stronger case for the eventual acquisition of the extra-continental Isle of Cuba than Adams. Noting Cuba's commanding position with reference to the Gulf of Mexico and the West India Seas, its situation midway between our southern coast and the island of San Domingo, and the safe and capacious harbor of Havana, which the Florida coastline lacked, he envisioned Cuba not only as a defensive outpost to shield the Floridas but also as an ideal place from which the United States could widen its influence, particularly its commercial influence, in the Caribbean. He believed that Cuba held an importance in the sum of our national interests, with which that of no other foreign territory can be compared, and little inferior to that which binds the different members of this union together. Perhaps the United States was not yet ready to seize Cuba, but he considered it impossible to resist the conviction that within the short period of half a century the annexation of Cuba to the United States would be indispensable to the continuance and integrity of the Union itself. Cuba and Puerto Rico were natural appendages to the North American continent, and just as with the territories bordering the United States on the continent, he saw laws of political as well as of physical gravitation at work pulling them toward the mainland. Those laws of political gravity operated on the United States, too. If an apple severed by the tempest from its native tree cannot choose but fall to the ground, Cuba, forcibly disjoined from its own unnatural connection with Spain, and incapable of self-support, can gravitate only towards the North American Union, which by the same law of nature cannot cast her off from its bosom. He declared a no-transfer policy with regard to Cuba, warning that the United States had both the right and the power to prevent the transfer of Cuba to another great power, that is, Great Britain, and would do so, if necessary, by force. 50. This was only a prelude to the eventual annexation of Cuba, whenever the time was deemed right. For when Britain's George Canning proposed an agreement among France, Great Britain, and the United States renouncing any intention of seizing Cuba, Adams refused. The Monroe Doctrine of 1823, which Adams played an essential role in formulating, aimed to keep America's expansionist options open for the future. In 1823 Canning approached the United States with a proposal for a joint Anglo-American declaration against efforts by any nation to gain possession of any portion of the Spanish colonies. 51 The declaration was aimed at France and the so-called Holy Alliance of Eastern absolutist powers Russia, Austria, and Prussia, but Adams correctly suspected that Canning wanted to block future American expansion in Texas and in Cuba as well. 52 Adams opposed making any such promise. "We have no intention of seizing either Texas or Cuba, at least not at present, but we should at least keep ourselves free to act as emergencies may arise, and not tie ourselves down to any principle." President Monroe's famous statement of December 1823 opposed only European efforts to form new colonies in the Western Hemisphere. The United States did not promise to respect the territorial integrity of Spanish lands. Within 2 decades after the Monroe Doctrine's promulgation, the United States began the process of annexing Texas and, a decade later, made serious attempts to acquire Cuba as well. War and nationalism. America in the first quarter of the 19th century was expansive not only in a territorial sense. As national confidence grew with the acquisition of more land and more security, Americans took an increasingly expansive view of their role in the world, beyond territorial boundaries. Oddly enough, it was the nearly feudal War of 1812 that boosted American confidence and brought to the fore qualities in the American character that had been submerged during the trying decades of the 1780s and 90s. If the acquisition of Louisiana and the ratification of the Transcontinental Treaty determined the physical contours of the American continental empire for the remainder of the century, the War of 1812 both revealed and significantly shaped the character of the nation that was to inhabit it. Although the United States had embarked on a great period of expansion, in the first decade of the 19th century many Americans worried about the health of what was still a comparatively new nation. The nervousness was partly a product of the expansion. Some worried that increased territory would make the nation ungovernable or prone to tyranny. Other concerns were less theoretical. The United States after the turn of the century remained buffeted between the two superpowers of the Napoleonic era as they fought for dominance and survival. Americans felt overawed and oppressed by a British fleet that prosecuted the war against France in ways that inevitably victimized neutral American shipping. It also became the victim of both French and British blockades that made American shippers fair game to privateers and warships on both sides. President Jefferson, who shaped American policies at home and abroad through the first decade of the 19th century, managed both to inspire Americans with a new sense of power and confidence and to make them doubtful about their future. In his first term he had scored the greatest triumph of America's short history in acquiring Louisiana without a shot being fired. It was not surprising, therefore, that he hoped to settle America's crisis with Great Britain and France by means of peaceful coercion as well. Like many Americans of his era, he believed the two superpowers were so dependent on their access to the American market that a determined embargo would be sufficient to force them to back off. Added to this was Jefferson's governing philosophy, which opposed the accumulation of debt and the levying of taxes. Although Jefferson's actions as president often contradicted this philosophy and seemed to hew more closely to Hamilton's, he did oppose spending money on the kind of navy that would have been required to challenge the British. Yet at the same time he refused to accommodate British policies he considered humiliating and damaging to the young American Republic. The result was a policy, not uncommon in American history, in which hopes ran ahead of realities and in which means did not match ends. Jefferson attempted to win concessions from Britain that only a war could gain, but without fighting a war. The result was a failure both in foreign policy and in domestic politics. 53 By the time James Madison assumed the presidency in 1809, Jefferson's hope that peaceable coercions could influence both England and France had been thoroughly discredited, republicanism was in crisis, and national unity itself was threatened. The perils that Americans perceived in these years were as much internal as external. Many carried over from the 18th century the feeling that their experiment in republican government was still just that, an experiment whose success remained uncertain. The dwindling but still significant ranks of Federalists believed Jeffersonian republicanism threatened all that had been achieved under the reign of Washington and Adams. Within Jefferson's own party, old Republicans like John Randolph were dismayed at Jefferson's adoption of so many Hamiltonian policies, especially the augmentation of federal power at the expense of the states. Even among Jefferson's most ardent supporters there was concern that the United States and Republican government might prove inadequate to the foreign and domestic challenges. These fears were compounded by the apparent inability of the Jefferson and Madison administrations to do anything about a number of issues stemming from the war in Europe and the overbearing dominance of the British Navy. British impressment of American sailors was painful to Americans and politically hazardous for elected politicians unable to protect their constituents. British and French trade restrictions were onerous, if sometimes evaded. And troubles with Indians along the western and northern frontiers were for the most part blamed on British intrigue. Americans with differing perspectives generally agreed that the Republic was at risk. For leaders of the Republican Party, the failure of Jefferson's and Madison's efforts at peaceful coercion of Great Britain threatened the party's reputation in the country, opened the door to a Federalist comeback, and thereby threatened republicanism itself. 54 Madison believed if the government did not take firm action against Great Britain, the effect will be felt on the principles of our government as well as on the character of those who administer it. 55. The same democratic pressures that compelled the federal government to defend settlers and pioneers, even when they strayed across recognized boundaries into foreign lands, also put democratically elected leaders under pressure to protect the rights and persons of Americans captured on the high seas. The Declaration of Independence declared the national government responsible for protecting individuals' life and liberty. This raised an issue like impressment, by itself no particular threat to the safety of the country, to the level of a significant national interest. Calhoun insisted it was a Republican government's obligation to protect every citizen in the lawful pursuit of his business. If the government performed this role, the citizen would feel at one with the government, would believe that its arm is his arms, and will rejoice in its increased strength and prosperity. 56 If not, the government would lose the people's allegiance. And what could be a greater threat to the national interest of a democracy than that? For many leading Americans it was the intangible questions raised questions about national character, national honor, and the health and vigor of the Republic that weighed more heavily in the calculation of the national interest than the practical issues of impressment and trade restrictions. Money and territory were one thing, but American leaders like Henry Clay argued that adopting a passive policy toward Great Britain was forfeiting a nation's best treasure, honor. 57. Many Americans genuinely worried that failure to respond adequately to British depredations had already damaged the reputation of Republican government both at home and abroad. Europe, they feared, viewed American society as driven entirely by commerce, greed, and the love of luxury, without patriotism or civic virtue. 58 Secretary of State James Monroe remarked with some passion to a French diplomat that while people in Europe suppose us to be merchants, occupied exclusively with pepper and ginger, in fact the immense majority of our citizens, are, controlled by principles of honor and dignity. 59 Such protestations revealed inner anxiety. The inordinate pursuit of commerce, Philip Freneau fretted, has rendered us effeminate and laid the United States open to conquest by presumably more virile European powers. Henry Clay worried that we shall become enervated by the spirit of avarice unfortunately so dominant and asked, are we to be governed by the low groveling parsimony of the counting room? 60. For the first but not the last time in U.S. history, Americans voiced concern that their commercial republic could not survive the challenges of a world dominated by powerful armies and navies. The love of commerce, they feared, was incompatible with the martial temperament that a nation needed to compete with other nations. Americans worried that as commercial men they lacked what the ancient Greeks had called thumos, a patriotic spiritedness that made men put the honor of their nation ahead of personal comfort and luxury and that made citizens willing to sacrifice all for their country. This anxiety would run through the entire course of American history. There was, of course, a partisan tinge to these comments by Republican leaders, for it was chiefly Federalist commercial interests in New England who complained that confrontation with Great Britain was disastrous to their trade. But by the summer of 1812 no less a Federalist stalwart than the aging John Adams allied himself with the Jeffersonian Republicans in support of war with Great Britain. Like Clay and others, the former president endorsed the military struggle for reasons that ultimately transcended any strategic quarrel with Great Britain. He interpreted the conflict as a trial of American virtue, as a test of her Republican citizens' capacity for disinterested support of the common good. 61 President Madison in 1812 justified the war in similar terms. To have shrunk under such circumstances from manly resistance would have been a degradation blasting our best and proudest hopes. Had the United States shied away from war, it would have struck us from the high rank where the virtuous struggles of our fathers had placed us, and have betrayed the magnificent legacy which we hold in trust for future generations. 62. Why did the challenge to America's honor, its virtue, and even its virility seem so much greater to these political leaders in 1812 than it had in the 1790s, when most had counseled forbearance in the face of similar mistreatment by both France and England? One difference lay in Americans' changing perception of themselves and of their place in the international hierarchy. What had been barely tolerable to the weak, newborn republic in the 1790s was becoming intolerable to the expanding continental empire of the first decade of the 19th century. The old tactics of diplomacy, forbearance, and even embargo, the tactics of the weak, could no longer salvage national honor. As Calhoun put it, negotiations and peaceful coercion alone might suit an inconsiderable nation, but it was improper for us. 63. Some in the United States Congress were actually eager for war, hoping it would toughen a people made soft by luxury. The United States, they believed, could not be a strong nation if it lacked a strong martial character. Men as different in temperament as Calhoun and John Quincy Adams agreed that Americans should rejoice at the acquisition of those national qualities necessary to meet the vicissitudes of war. 64. Clay thought that among the greatest benefits of a war would be the reproduction and cherishing of a martial spirit among us. 65. There was a striking similarity between this way of thinking about war in 1812 and the perspective of the generation of Americans who came of age in the 1880s and 90s and were best represented by that great proponent of national vigor and virility, Theodore Roosevelt. Just as Roosevelt, John Hay, Henry Cabot Lodge, and John Quincy Adams's descendants Henry and Brooks Adams would later worry that Gilded Age avarice was sapping the nation's soul and strength, so the warhawks of 1812 feared that the love of luxury, by which they meant Federalist love of British trade, cast doubt on the durability of the Republican system. And just as the men of Roosevelt's time would seek to replicate the glories of their father's generation, which had fought in the Civil War, the second generation of Americans at the time of the war with Great Britain yearned to replicate the martial glories of their Revolutionary fathers. When Roosevelt's friend Henry Adams wrote his history of the early 19th century, he understood well the feelings that animated Clay, Calhoun, and his own grandfather, John Quincy Adams. If war made men brutal, he remarked in reflecting on the War of 1812, at least it made them strong. It called out the qualities best fitted to survive in the struggle for existence. To risk life for one's country was no mean act. War, with all its horrors, could purify as well as debase. It dealt with high motives and vast interests, taught courage, discipline, and stern sense of duty. 66. For leading warhawks in 1812, war with England was a means of forging the new nation's iron. No man in the nation desires peace more than I, Clay declared. But I prefer the troubled ocean of war, demanded by the honor and independence of the country, with all its calamities and desolations, to the tranquil, putrescent pool of ignominious peace. 67. These intangible, incalculable, but nevertheless potent forces helped impel Americans to war in 1812. One proof of their importance relative to the practical matters at issue was that in the settlement that ended the war, Adams, Clay, and Albert Gallatin failed to win from their British counterparts significant concessions on any of the concrete issues over which the war had been fought: impressment, trade restrictions, and redrawing of boundaries. Even so, and despite the fact that the war had generally gone badly for the United States, almost leading to secession by the Federalist-dominated states of New England, Americans nevertheless emerged from the War of 1812 as if from a great victory. Fighting the world's strongest navy to a draw was accomplishment enough for most Americans. The Battle of New Orleans, where General Andrew Jackson led a small American force to smashing victory over a much larger British contingent, though it came after the conclusion of negotiations at Ghent, gave Americans a memorable martial triumph. It was enough so that the Niles Weekly Register could boast that the United States now stands in the first rank of nations 68. This was not mere patriotic chest-thumping. Even if the negotiators at Ghent failed to win British concessions on impressment and other issues, the war did have an impact on British policy at the broadest level. Americans' willingness to fight, even for the intangible cause of honor, proved a stimulus to better Anglo-American relations. At the conclusion of the war, the Foreign Secretary, Lord Castlereagh, made improved relations with Washington part of his larger effort to build an era of peace and stability after the grand calamity of the Napoleonic Wars, and British governments thereafter sought to avoid conflicts with the United States. Indian tribes north of the Ohio River, deprived of British support, gave up vast stretches of land in the years immediately following the war, permitting a huge westward migration of the American population. The Anglo-American détente that followed the conclusion of the war in 1815, meanwhile, was a disaster for Spain. England's withdrawal as a reliable ally against the United States helped to convince the Spaniards that they could not resist American demands for territory in 1819. Americans may or may not have gone to war in 1812 in order to carry out expansionist goals, and many did view Canada as a worthy prize of war. But the war certainly helped open the door to further expansion. Trying to contain American continental aspirations after the war with Great Britain, John Quincy Adams observed, would be like opposing a feather to a torrent. 69. Just as the war itself was fought largely for reasons having little to do with foreign policy as traditionally understood, so the most significant effects of the war were to be found not only in the realm of international relations but also in the realm of national development and national character. Like other American wars, the War of 1812 was a catalyst for change, both accelerating trends that predated the war and providing the spark to propel the country in new directions. The requirements of fighting the war expanded the role of the federal government and exposed deficiencies in the operation of federal power under the old Jeffersonian Republican scheme, much as the Revolutionary War had pointed up the deficiencies of the Articles of Confederation. The end of the war in 1815 brought calls for augmented national powers even from Republicans. 70 James Madison, Jefferson's staunch colleague in the struggle against Hamiltonian policies in the 1790s, now all but embraced the Hamiltonian system. His Republican administration called for the charter of a new national bank, sought federal monies to encourage the building of roads and canals, and proposed moderate tariff protection for domestic manufactures that had flourished as a result of America's lucrative neutrality during the Napoleonic era but that were about to be swamped by more efficient British manufactures now that the flow of transatlantic commerce was freed again. All of these measures, long favored by Federalists but opposed by leading Republicans, had gained support largely as a result of the war. America's shaky financial situation during the conflict had led to desperation as the federal government ran out of money to keep the war going, and a poor domestic transportation system had hindered military operations. Support for a tariff on manufactured goods grew because many Americans believed the United States needed greater independence from British imports if it was to maintain its standing as a strong, independent nation. This view could be found not only in the North, where American manufactures were most heavily concentrated, and not only in the West, where Henry Clay championed the tariff to nurture domestic manufactures and pay for roads and canals as part of his American system, but at first even in the South, where leaders like Calhoun agreed that independence from British commerce was essential to national power and honor. 71 Both Calhoun and Andrew Jackson, who would later become the champions of small government and fiscal restraint, were confirmed nationalists during and after the war, supporting not only expenditures on the Army and Navy and on roads and canals, but even tariffs for the protection of domestic manufactures. 72. The turn to Hamiltonian protectionism for domestic manufactures did not mean a turn away from overseas trade. On the contrary, the experience of confrontation and war with England had made converts out of most Republicans, who had once worried about the effects of commerce on Republican institutions but had since discovered that America's extraordinary prosperity depended on both strong domestic manufactures and an expanding international commerce. With American farmers already producing more than the domestic market could absorb, and with Americans eager to lessen their heavy reliance on the British market, the War of 1812 spurred the federal government to redouble efforts to open access to foreign markets. Indeed, in the years following the war with Britain, the federal government explicitly took on the task of promoting overseas commerce. Active promotion of commerce required further expansion of American military strength, especially the Navy. This, too, was a novel course for Republicans, for according to old Jeffersonian principles there was no greater threat to Republican government than a standing army or a large peacetime navy. Jefferson himself had violated this principle by maintaining a permanent naval presence in the Mediterranean, however, and after the war with Great Britain fears of a permanent military establishment temporarily subsided. In 1816 Congress passed a huge naval appropriations bill to build 9 74-gun ships of the line equal to most of the warships in the British Navy's inventory as well as 12 44-gun frigates and batteries for coastal defense. Secretary of War Calhoun established new military academies for the training of professional officers, modeled after similar institutions in Europe. More remarkable still was the unprecedented decision by Congress to appropriate money for continuing the naval buildup in future years, $1 million a year for a decade. John Quincy Adams believed that the most profitable lesson of the war had been the need to keep the nation in a state of permanent preparation for self-defense. Madison insisted, "We must support our rights or lose our character." National honor was national property of the highest value. 73. A small but vigorous minority fought against this avalanche of support for an expanding federal government, reprising the battle fought by the Anti-Federalists in the 1780s and foreshadowing many similar battles over the coming decades. Die-hard old Republicans like John Randolph and John Taylor of Caroline had opposed the war against Great Britain precisely because they understood that war and ambitious policies abroad would mean bigger, more centralized government at home. Taylor had railed against this metaphysical war and predicted that this war for honor, like that of the Greeks against Troy, would end in the destruction of the last experiment in free government. After the war, Randolph tried to shame his fellow Republicans into opposing Madison's grand betrayal of old Republican principles. "Gentlemen must either stop on the good old Virginia ground," he declared, "or they must go into federalism." If his colleagues were prepared for this system of internal taxation, this system of patronage, this vast army and navy, and the point of honor, it is hardly worthwhile to keep up the old distinction. 74. The voices of Randolph and Taylor were almost drowned out, however, in the national enthusiasm for a bigger, more active federal government, a stronger military, and a more vigorous foreign policy. Many Republicans did venture into federalism, just as Randolph complained. Convinced that the federal government had been too weak to defend the nation and republicanism itself, a new breed of national Republican leaders like Henry Clay began to support the continuation of many old Federalist policies under Republican auspices, selling the old Hamiltonian ideas with a more democratic, less elitist, and therefore more successful political rhetoric. 75 A new world has come into being since the Constitution was adopted, Clay argued in response to Taylor's and Randolph's insistence on adhering to the old principles of strict construction and weak central government. Are the narrow, limited necessities of the old 13 states, as they existed at the formation of the present Constitution, forever to remain a rule of its interpretation? Are we to forget the wants of our country? I trust not, sir. I hope for better and nobler things. Even many old Republicans who clung to Jeffersonian tenets almost as doggedly as Randolph had nevertheless concluded that those hallowed principles had been inadequate to meet the crisis of 1812. no man dislikes a national debt more than I do. North Carolina Senator Nathaniel Macon said, "And I dislike taxes as much as I do a national debt." But Macon did not hate debt and taxes as much as he hated impressment, and before I would acknowledge the right of Great Britain to impress American citizens, I would bear as much of both as I could without complaining. 76 Warhawks like Calhoun insisted that the nation's fame, prosperity, and duration were at stake in the passage of post-war nationalist legislation. Would Congress, he asked, go on in the old imbecile mode and let the nation travel downward? Or would it act on an enlarged policy of promoting the prosperity and greatness of the nation? One Virginia congressman, urging Congress to adopt higher taxes to pay for the naval buildup, declared he was not ashamed to speak of national glory. "I love national glory." The Virginian President James Monroe, a passionate opponent of Hamiltonian federalism in the 1790s, now declared that with a new government-sponsored transportation system, the American Republic could cease being a small power and become, at last, a great power. 77 This victory for the Federalists ironically came just at the moment when the Federalists had destroyed themselves as a viable national party by their opposition to the war. The War of 1812 thus inaugurated a new era of nationalism in American politics, a nationalism that might fairly be called progressive. Support for war and support for the progressive nationalist agenda had gone hand in hand. The leading warhawks of 1812, Henry Clay, John Calhoun, John Quincy Adams, were also the leading advocates of a stronger federal government and of a more vigorous American nationalism, and all in the service of what they called progress. They believed in the benefits of change or, at the very least, in the necessity of adapting to change. Men like Randolph were generally skeptical of progress, especially the kind of liberal capitalist evolution the United States seemed to be undergoing. John Taylor of Caroline wrote treatises assailing a liberal, capitalist order where the market reigned supreme. Clay, Adams, and for the moment Calhoun, on the other hand, were the apostles of American liberalism and of market capitalism. Clay, whose home state of Kentucky was shipping its produce across the globe, was the representative of a new Western entrepreneurial spirit. 78 Adams, a Federalist turned National Republican, represented the commerce-loving Northeast. The South Carolinian Calhoun saw both profit and honor in a stronger government at the core of a stronger nation. Much like their descendants in the Republican Party at the end of the 19th century, these men represented the progressive element in the National Republican Party. 79 Having emerged victorious from the war they helped start, they were now anxious to exercise with wartime vigor the peacetime power of an activist capitalist state. 80. Supreme Court Justice Joseph Story, writing shortly after news of peace reached the United States, spoke for many of these progressive nationalists as he laid out the grand prospect that now opened before them: let us extend the national authority over the whole extent of power given by the Constitution. Let us have great military and naval schools, an adequate regular army, the broad foundations laid of a permanent navy, a national bank, a national system of bankruptcy, a great navigation act, a general survey of our ports, and appointments of port wardens and pilots, judicial courts which shall embrace the whole constitutional powers, national notaries, public and national justices of the peace, for the commercial and national concerns of the United States. 81. From 1815 through the beginning of the administration of John Quincy Adams in 1825, these nationalists controlled the presidency and the Congress. The apogee of the nationalist dream may have been reached in Adams's first annual message in 1825, when the new president spoke in visionary terms of his plans for a national university, government-sponsored scientific explorations, the creation of new government departments, the fostering of internal improvements, and even the building of a national astronomical observatory, a lighthouse of the sky. 82 The great object of the institution of government, Adams declared, is the improvement of the condition of those who are parties to the social compact. Rebutting the charges of Randolph and other old Republicans, Adams insisted the government's duty was not only to build canals and roads, it was also to foster the moral, political, intellectual improvement of society. The end of government, Adams declared, was the progressive improvement of the condition of the governed. 83. Along with this early progressive approach to governance in the public sector came a burgeoning movement of progressive social reform in the private sector, the forerunner of the great and more famous reform era of the early 20th century. Most of the reform movements that were to dominate the 19th century and even much of the 20th, the temperance movement, the simultaneous drives for prison reform, education reform, and health reform, the early glimmerings of a women's rights movement, the first overseas missionary societies, and most significantly the first organized anti-slavery efforts had their origins around the time of the war with Great Britain, a period that witnessed one of the most fervent and diverse outbursts of reform energy in American history. 84. The war was a powerful if indirect source of this energy. The expansion of the federal government, the emergence of a national consciousness, and the growing conviction that national problems required national solutions had relevance beyond the fighting of wars and the building of roads, canals, and observatories. Drunkenness and the condition of prisons and schools were increasingly seen as national problems, too, and though they might not be problems for the federal government to solve, they seemed to be appropriate targets for national reform movements. The war was only one of several impetuses to early 19th century reform, however. The growing American capitalist system, the market revolution, combined with an expanding ethic of individualism and a rebirth of religious fervor, all produced a powerful drive for amelioration of the human condition. The very success of the economy in the first 2 decades of the century, the riches that flowed to Americans from overseas commerce, generated both the public problems that needed to be addressed by reformers and the private wealth to finance their reforming efforts. 85 Chief among these problems was the growth of cities, especially the burgeoning seaports of the East, where poverty, disease, and vice shocked many Americans' sensibilities. As with the later reform movements at the end of the 19th century, early 19th century reform was partly a reaction to the unsettling changes of a rapidly growing and changing economy. It also reflected, however, the ambitions of an increasingly prosperous people who believed in the possibility of improvement, both personal and collective. The faith in progress and improvement was not limited to the material world but also applied to the human soul. The religious revival that swept across the nation in the first 2 decades of the 19th century, the early phase of the Second Great Awakening, both sparked and reinforced the impulse to reform. New England's Lyman Beecher and other clergy put a new twist on the old Puritan theology and preached that good deeds were the mark of godliness and that the millennium was near. Their religious revival movement took the ambitious Americans' desire for self-improvement and pointed it outward at American society and beyond, to the world. Confident in the possibility of progress and in the capacities of the human will, Americans assumed the world did not have to be the way it was and that individual effort mattered. A growing national consciousness reinforced the message of religious revivalists, whose attempts to spark reformist zeal could not have succeeded had their followers not been able to look beyond the borders of their communities and regard a sin in one part of the Union as a matter of concern for all Americans. 86. The new theology was distinctly American and suited to an era of progressive nationalism and reform. 87 The ardent worshipper and inventive manufacturer, the radical reformer and propulsive do-gooder, were all shaped according to a dominant American mold. 88 Alexis de Tocqueville, traveling through the United States in 1831, found a form of Christianity which I cannot better describe than by styling it a democratic and republican religion. American preachers were always showing their congregants how favorable religious opinions are to freedom and public tranquility, to the point where it was often difficult to see whether the principal object of religion is to procure eternal felicity in the other world or prosperity in this. 89. The decades after the War of 1812 have rightly been called an age of nationalism. Albert Gallatin believed that Americans had emerged from the conflict possessing more general objects of attachment with which their pride and political opinions are connected. They are more Americans, they feel and act more as a nation. 90 But it is important to recognize what form this nationalism took in the United States. It was not the blood and soil nationalism then emerging in Europe. The new European nationalisms of the early 19th century emphasized permanency and continuity, a glorious past of a homogeneous nation in ancestral lands. 91 In the post-Napoleonic reaction against revolution, European leaders sought to steer nationalist feelings back toward the crown and the church. The restored Bourbon monarchy in France spoke of nationalizing the monarchy and of royalizing the nation. 92 But Americans had no ancient myths to glory in, no monarch or church to serve as the symbol of the national spirit. American nationalism derived more from a common commitment to certain liberal, democratic, and republican ideals than from historic attachments to the land or to an individual personification of the nation. This meant that American nationalism possessed a moral component. It also gave American nationalism a supranational, universalistic quality. 93 For Americans, the unifying theme of the nation was that they were to be the vanguard of human progress. 94 Their nationalism naturally led them to look beyond the national boundary. That is why the burgeoning nationalism of the early 19th century manifested itself in international as well as in domestic affairs. For the progressive nationalists leading America, as for their old Republican opponents, domestic improvements and active involvement in world affairs, big government and big foreign policy were two sides of the same coin. In his presidential address in 1825, John Quincy Adams directly linked government-sponsored improvement at home to an enlarged role on the international stage. The spirit of improvement is abroad upon the earth, Adams argued. Liberty is power, and the nation blessed with the largest portion of liberty must in proportion to its numbers be the most powerful nation upon the earth. Henry Clay's American system was a grand plan for government-subsidized roads and canals and for the nurturing of domestic industry, a vision of progress, a bold reformulation of the relationship between government and society. But his American system had an important foreign policy component as well. His first use of the phrase came in a speech about American policy in the Western Hemisphere, when he called upon his countrymen to place ourselves at the head of the American system, which included the newly independent states of Latin America. The domestic and foreign elements of the American system were linked in a material sense. His desire for an expanding American commerce independent of British influence led him to look south and to a growing hemispheric trade. It was in America's power to create a system of which we shall be the center, he declared. The United States would become the place of deposit of the commerce of the world. 95 But even more than these commercial advantages, Clay's American system, in both its domestic and its hemispheric manifestations, embodied the spirit of progressive nationalism and aimed at that ineffable goal of national greatness. The link between the domestic and the foreign realms could be found in Monroe's December 1823 message to Congress. Today it is remembered only for its enunciation of the so-called Monroe Doctrine, just as Washington's farewell address is remembered only for its warning against foreign entanglements. But like Washington's address, Monroe's annual message was devoted chiefly to domestic matters. In just a few paragraphs Monroe demanded that Europe cease colonizing in the Western Hemisphere and asserted America's predominant interest in that part of the world. In the remainder of his lengthy message, he advanced the rest of the Republican nationalist agenda. 96 Monroe pointed with pride to the expansion of the Navy, which was steadily assuming additional importance for American policy, especially in the West Indies and the Gulf of Mexico. He praised those patriotic and enlightened citizens who saw the need for such domestic improvement as the building of more roads and canals, along which troops might be moved with great facility in war and by means of which the produce of the West might find a market in the East. He called for a further review of the tariff to give more protection to those articles which we are prepared to manufacture, or which are connected with the defense and independence of the country. As was true of Clay, Adams, Calhoun, and other American nationalists at the end of the first quarter of the 19th century, Monroe's confident, progressive, and expansive foreign policy doctrine meshed with his confident, progressive, and expansive domestic policies. Every aspect of the new nationalism pointed Americans outward. As before, the drive for foreign markets in which to sell American goods naturally inclined Americans to involve themselves overseas and not only, they believed, for their own gain. Americans steeped in the thought of Adam Smith believed international trade was a moral as well as a material issue. Many share John Quincy Adams's conviction that commerce was among the natural rights and duties of men and that it was the duty of nations to trade, not from exclusive or paramount consideration of one's own interest, but from a joint and equal moral consideration of the interests of both. Trade was a way of advancing civilization. To trade with the peoples of the Levant was to make them converts to Western civilization. To open China to American trade was to open it to American liberalism. Adams railed at the Chinese for refusing to trade on equal terms with the West, not merely because this denied Americans income but because China's exclusionary policies hindered human progress. At the end of the 19th century, American demands for an open door to trade in the Far East explicitly blended together the desire for profit and the high-minded goals of advancing Western civilization. At the end of the 20th century, Americans were more convinced than ever that global trade yielded global democracy and global peace. But these ideas had been fully formed in the early 19th century. 97 Even when deploying the Navy to protect their own merchants, Americans believed they acted less as nationalists than as self-appointed agents of the International Commercial Society. 98. The religious revivalists looked beyond national borders, too. The Congregationalist Lyman Beecher, in addition to stirring up revivalist fervor among Easterners, helped found the American Board of Foreign Missions in 1810 to spread the gospel to heathen lands. Before the end of the decade, Baptists, Methodists, and other Christian denominations founded their own missionary movements. By the 1820s, American missionaries were bringing not only Western religion but also, as they saw it, American civilization to the unenlightened in China and in the islands later to be called Hawaii, as well as in India and the Levant. Historians have often suggested that the idealism of American foreign policy derived from this so-called missionary tradition. 99 But American missionaries were themselves part of, and were strongly influenced by, a much broader American tradition. 100 The missionary movement was only one manifestation of a widespread conviction that Americans should carry the blessings of civilization to others and that these blessings were spiritual as well as political and economic in nature. 101 Americans believed the spread of commerce would civilize, uplift, and liberalize mankind. They also believed the spread of republican government would raise mankind to a higher state of perfection. And religious Americans believed the spread of the Christian gospel was essential to the spread of civilization. Where American missionaries differed was in their desire and willingness to go abroad solely for the purpose of spreading the gospel and winning converts, while other Americans went abroad for other reasons and then added as a justification their genuine conviction that they were also benefiting others. Nevertheless, Americans of all persuasions generally agreed that religion, commerce, and republican government were mutually supporting and that it was hard to have one without the other too. The missionaries saw little distinction between spreading the gospel and spreading American liberty. As Tocqueville observed, the Americans combine the notions of Christianity and of liberty so intimately in their minds that it is impossible to make them conceive of one without the other. 102 These were all different expressions of the same conviction, that American principles were universally applicable, universally beneficial, and universally desired. 103 The nationalist enthusiasm of the immediate post-war period crossed sectional, class, and generational lines. Even the 78-year-old John Adams, the normally dour conservative skeptic, could be swept up in it. Writing to Jefferson in 1813, Adams predicted, "Many hundred years must roll away before we shall be corrupted. Our pure, virtuous, public-spirited, federative republic will last forever, govern the globe and introduce the perfection of man." 104 America by 1820 was a Prometheus unbound, ready to bring knowledge and freedom to the world. The ebullient mood of Americans manifested itself in the widespread popular support for the independence of Latin American states struggling against the Spanish Empire and in popular enthusiasm for the Greek independence movement. More broadly, it took the form of hostility to those powers in the world that opposed essential elements of the American creed. Chapter 6. A Republic in the Age of Monarchy. On Andes and on Athos peaks unfurled, the self-same standard streams o'er either world. Lord Byron. America and the global ideological struggle of the post-Napoleonic era. It was coincidence that as Americans were becoming more confident in their power and in their liberal convictions, in Europe the defeat of Napoleon and the arrangements of the victorious Allied powers at the Congress of Vienna in 1815 ushered in a period of conservative reaction. In the East, Russia's Tsar Alexander and Austria's Prince Metternich defended the divine right of monarchs against the revolutionary forces of liberalism and constitutionalism. In France, arch-monarchists and the restored Bourbon dynasty curried favor with the absolutists of Moscow and Vienna, who held the key to France's return as a great power. In the constitutional monarchy of Great Britain, the experience of the French Revolution and Napoleon's aggression had frightened English aristocrats into staunch defense of monarchical legitimacy. America's fellow liberals in Europe were an endangered species, and absolutism was in the ascendant. The clock appeared to have been turned back a century. Europe in 1815 was in the control of kings, nobles, and priests as it had not been since the age of Louis XIV. For an increasingly open and democratic America, post-Napoleonic Europe offered an appalling spectacle. Just as many Americans were becoming more committed than ever to the Enlightenment ideals of human progress and individual rights, European elites were turning sharply away from those ideals, disillusioned by the bloody revolution in France and by the 20 years of devastating war that had followed. European monarchs and their defenders vigorously denied that a government derived its power from the people, denied the existence of natural rights, and denied that the purpose of the state was to secure those rights and the freedom of the individual. Such rights as existed were privileges granted to the people by their sovereign. Written popular constitutions like that of the United States were dangerous and inferior to the organic social arrangements of the monarchies. After 1815, the absolutist monarchies of Europe, fearful of the liberal contagion, launched a repression more systematic and extensive than any attempted by the monarchies of the Ancien Regime, giving an early foretaste of the totalitarianism that would emerge full-blown in the 20th century. In Russia, in the Austrian Empire, in Prussia, and in the German Confederation, secret police compiled detailed dossiers on figures suspected of liberal sympathies. Agents of the state listened to and reported on private conversations, opened mail, and kept close track of citizens traveling abroad. Governments controlled and heavily censored the press. In Austrian-controlled Lombardy, the works of Dante were abridged to remove dangerously suggestive passages. In the United States, the state was expanding to build roads and canals and to achieve John Quincy Adams's vision of the progressive improvement of the condition of the governed. In Europe, the state was expanding its administrative power to snuff out all the flickering flames of liberal reform and revolution. Point 2. Repression could be found even in the birthplace of constitutional liberalism, Great Britain. In 1819, government forces killed protesters in what became infamous in liberal and democratic circles as the Massacre of Peterloo. To stifle radicalism, the conservative Tories who dominated the cabinet and parliament passed the 6 Acts. The Duke of Wellington, hero of Waterloo, hoped passage of the repressive legislation would help the whole world escape the universal revolution which seems to menace us all. 3. More worrying to the Americans were the foreign policies of the absolute monarchies. For Russian and Austrian absolutists, repression of dissidents at home was of no use if liberal reform and revolution flourished just across the border or indeed anywhere in the Western world. When the stirring of liberalism in Germany threatened Austria's shaky despotism, Metternich sought and was granted by the other European powers a right to intervene and organize the Confederation of Germany under Austrian domination. With the Carlsbad decrees of 1819, Austria seized control of German politics, imposed press censorship, intimidated university professors and students, and forced liberal resistance underground. In Italy, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies was bound by a secret treaty with Austria not to enact liberal reforms. Alexander's army of agents and ambassadors were actively involved in the politics of countries throughout Europe. In France, the Russian ambassador meddled constantly, setting up and pulling down ministries as it suited the Tsar's predilections. Point 4. The American minister in Paris, Albert Gallatin, reported, ever since the restoration of the Bourbons, there was nothing, even the smallest details, in which the Tsar's ambassadors did not interfere in France. 5. In 1820 Europe plunged into turmoil. Revolutions broke out in Italy and in Portugal and, a year later, in Greece. In Spain military forces that had been assembled to suppress the rebellious colonies of America turned instead against the crown and forced King Ferdinand to accept a democratic constitution. Assassination plots against kings and ministers were uncovered in France and even in England. In Russia a military rebellion in one of Alexander's elite regiments had to be put down. Outbreaks of liberalism and revolution or anarchy seemed to be everywhere. In response, the Eastern powers, styling themselves the Holy Alliance, proclaimed the right to deliver Europe from the scourge of revolution and to enforce the principles of monarchical legitimacy. 6 Nations that had undergone a change of government, due to revolution, would be dealt with by force. 7 To American ears the words were ominous. The United States was unavoidably a protagonist in this Cold War-style global confrontation. All the restored governments of Europe are deeply hostile to us, John Quincy Adams wrote his father from London in 1816. The royalists everywhere detest and despise us as republicans. Emperors, kings, princes, priests, all the privileged orders, all the establishments, all the votaries of legitimacy eye us with the most rancorous hatred. 8 Europe viewed the Americans as the primary causes of the propagation of those political principles which still made the throne of every European monarch rock under him as with the throes of an earthquake. This ideological hostility, combined with America's prodigious growth and equally prodigious appetite for more land, more trade, and more power, made the continental monarchies eager to see the United States brought down. The universal feeling of Europe in witnessing the gigantic growth of our population and power, Adams related in 1817, is that we shall, if united, become a very dangerous member of the Society of Nations. They therefore hope what they confidently expect, that we shall not long remain united. That before we shall have attained the strength of national manhood our union will be dissolved, and that we shall break up into 2 or more nations in opposition against one another. 9. European absolutists were not wrong to view the United States as dangerous. The Republic was an inspiration to revolutionaries in Europe and Latin America, and American leaders and citizens actively supported liberal revolution, materially in the case of Spanish America, rhetorically in the case of Europe. As far back as 1811 President James Madison had insisted that the revolutionary events developing themselves among the great communities which occupy the southern portion of our own hemisphere and extend into our own neighborhood could not be ignored. An enlarged philanthropy and an enlightened forecast required the United States to take a deep interest in their destinies. 10 This conviction grew stronger after the conservative counter-revolution in Europe. As John Quincy Adams wrote his father, the Republican spirit of our country not only sympathizes with people struggling in a cause so nearly, if not precisely, the same which was once our own, but it is working into indignation against the relapse of Europe into the opposite principle of monarchy and despotism. 11 Many believed that as reactionary Europe prepared to crush liberalism and republicanism, an independent and republican South America could join the United States as a formidable counterweight in the New World. Henry Clay proposed that a sort of counterpoise to the Holy Alliance should be formed in the 2 Americas, in favor of national independence and liberty. 12. After 1815, with Clay in the lead, support for Latin independence from Spain became a wildly popular cause in the United States. It was, according to the French minister in Washington, the only cause popular here. 13 Enthusiasm was greatest in the West, where hostility to Spain ran highest and where the desire for southern markets for Western produce was most keen. But Clay appealed to honor and principle as well as to interest. How could Americans honorably turn away from their duty to share with the rest of mankind this most precious gift? 14 The patriots of the South were fighting for liberty and independence for precisely what we fought for. He asked Americans to recall how much it had meant to learn that France had recognized us. The moral influence of America's recognition of the Latin nations, Clay believed, would be irresistible. 15 Alexander Hamilton had proposed that the United States make itself the arbiter of the New World in its dealings with the Old. Clay believed it even more important to play that role against an aggressive, reactionary Europe. We should become the center of a system which would constitute the rallying point of human freedom against all the despotism of the old world. Let us become real and true Americans, and place ourselves at the head of the American system. 16. Although Clay spoke of an American system, his approach to the world was driven more by ideology than by geography. Support for the Latin patriots would give additional tone, and hope and confidence, to the Friends of Liberty throughout the world. 17. And when the Greeks rose up against their Turkish rulers in 1821, Clay urged Americans to proclaim their support for that nation of oppressed and struggling patriots in arms. To those who warned that this might anger Europe, he asked, "Are we so humbled, so low, so despicable, that we dare not express our sympathy for suffering Greece, lest, peradventure, we might offend some one or more of their imperial and royal majesties?" The United States should not force its principles on another people, Clay believed, but if an abused and oppressed people willed their freedom, the United States had an obligation to help. 18. With American public opinion solidly behind Clay on the question of Latin America, in 1817 President Monroe began edging toward recognition of Latin independence by sending a fact-finding commission to South America. When Adams assumed his post as Monroe's Secretary of State, the President directed him to begin preparing the way for recognition of the government in Buenos Aires, which had declared its independence in 1816. As part of this effort, Adams repeatedly asked Great Britain to join the United States on that path, hoping thereby to separate the British from the Holy Alliance and to protect the United States from Europe's wrath. Adams himself was unenthusiastic about the cause of Latin independence, at least at first. Both the Adamses, father and son, shared a deep skepticism that Spanish Americans as a race, and Catholics as a religion, were capable of supporting Republican government. While American sympathy with the patriots of America was natural and inevitable, John Adams wrote his son in early 1818, the Roman religion was incompatible with a free government and served only to perpetuate the general ignorance of the Spanish Americans. 19 Jefferson agreed that history offered no example of a priest-ridden people maintaining a free civil government. 20 The senior Adams agreed with his son that the relapse of Europe into the principles of monarchy and despotism was an awful and direful and rueful subject of consideration, portentous of calamities beyond the reach of all human calculation. It was enough to make the best Christians pray for another Voltaire. But the answer was not to be found in Spanish America. Monarchy and ignorance ruled there, too. John Quincy Adams expressed his opinion that the Spanish Americans did not possess the first elements of good or free government. Arbitrary power, military and ecclesiastical, is stamped upon their education, upon their habits, and upon all their institutions. He had little expectation of any beneficial result to this country from any future connection with them, political or commercial. 21 Clay refused to accept this judgment. It was the doctrine of thrones that man is too ignorant to govern himself, he responded. Self-government is the natural government of man. 22 But Adams dismissed Clay's idea of an American system. As to an American system, he said, we have it, we constitute the whole of it, there is no community of interests or of principles between North and South America. 23. Adams had other reasons for opposing what he regarded as hasty American recognition of Latin American independence, and for opposing Clay. The transcontinental treaty he negotiated with Spain, which he hoped would catapult him into the presidency, had yet to be ratified by that country. He feared that recognizing Latin independence prematurely would anger Spain and delay or even prevent ratification. Domestic politics were on Clay's mind, too. He passionately believed in recognizing the Latin republics, but he was also using the issue to further his own presidential ambitions. He would have been happy to see Adams's treaty go down in flames. He claimed that the treaty gave away too much territory to Spain anyway, and the United States could seize whatever it wanted, with or without a formal agreement. Adams, to save his treaty, marshaled every argument he could to fend off Clay's attacks. 24. On July 4, 1821, Adams delivered a passionate Independence Day oration in which he famously declared that America goes not abroad, in search of monsters to destroy. It is the well-wisher to the freedom and independence of all, but the champion and vindicator only of her own. She well knows, Adams continued, that by once enlisting under other banners than her own, were they even the banners of foreign independence, she would involve herself beyond the power of extrication, in all the wars of interest and intrigue, of individual avarice, envy, and ambition, which assume the colors and usurp the standard of freedom. The fundamental maxims of her policy would insensibly change from liberty to force. She might become the dictatress of the world. She would be no longer the ruler of her own spirit. 25. These sentences would be cited many times in the 20th century as perhaps the most powerful and articulate warning ever uttered against the dangers of idealism in American foreign policy. Adams's sentiments had been shared by Americans in previous decades and would be adopted by future opponents of expansion and intervention. It is a mistake, however, to view Adams as a 19th century spokesman for 20th century realism. For unlike 20th century realists, Adams believed in the primacy of ideology in international affairs. Indeed, those who read or heard Adams at the time barely noticed his comparatively brief appeal for American restraint. What they remembered and enjoyed most was his virulent assault on monarchy and absolutism and his aggressive celebration of republicanism. He lashed out at Great Britain, always a popular July 4th theme, describing English history as a 700-year struggle between the oppression of power and claims of right. The American Revolution, on the other hand, had been a victory for the claims of right, for the principle of universal natural rights for all men. Rather remarkably, given his position as Secretary of State, Adams called on the peoples of Europe to make their own revolutions. He exhorted every individual among the sceptered lords of mankind, "Go thou and do likewise." The Russian minister was appalled, writing back to his government that Adams's speech was at once a virulent diatribe against England and a miserable calumny on the Holy Alliance. He also noted what he regarded as the stunning hypocrisy of Adams's boast on behalf of the United States commitment to universal natural rights. "How about your 2 million black slaves? You forget the poor Indians whom you have not ceased to spoil. You forget your conduct towards Spain." But what angered the Russian minister most about Adams's address was that it seemed to him an appeal to the nations of Europe to rise against their governments. How else to take Adams's exhortation, "Go thou and do likewise"? 26. Adams may have been playing to public opinion, trying to compensate for his unpopular position on Latin recognition. But there was nothing insincere about his focus on the great divide between the principles that animated the American Republic and those that were championed by the European powers and especially by the members of the Holy Alliance. Adams, like the vast majority of his contemporaries both in the United States and throughout Europe, viewed the international system through an ideological lens. He believed the rise of the Holy Alliance had produced what former President James Madison called the great struggle of the epoch between liberty and despotism. 27. He also shared the widespread conviction on both sides of the Atlantic that the nature of a nation's government, whether constitutional monarchy, absolutist monarchy, or republic, determined the direction of its foreign policy and its foreign allegiances. National security and national ideology were indissolubly linked. That was certainly the view of the absolutist European powers, who after 1820 had become increasingly alarmed at the revolutionary stirrings on both sides of the Atlantic. The military uprising against the Spanish king in 1820, the success of independence movements in the Spanish colonies, and their recognition in 1822 by the increasingly powerful and ambitious American Republic had convinced Tsar Alexander to turn the Holy Alliance into an active instrument of absolutism against international liberalism. In the spring of 1823 France invaded Spain in order to restore Ferdinand to the throne and also, as the French government proclaimed, to inspire a salutary fear among the revolutionaries of all countries. 28. France's war, supported by Alexander, aimed explicitly to defend the universal principle of absolutist legitimacy. Let Ferdinand be free to give to his people institutions which they cannot hold but from him, France's king had declared. 29. The French invasion of Spain immediately raised the question of Spain's rebellious colonies in the New World. The revolution in Spain, Alexander had declared, was an offense to the peoples of the two hemispheres in the Americas as well as in Europe. To the absolutist rulers on the continent, it appeared that the liberal contagion, just then being stamped out in Naples and Spain, was spreading out of control across the Atlantic. It was no sideshow. In November 1823, Alexander described Spain's colonial problems as the great affair of the day. He insisted that the Holy Alliance not depart from principle, that the defenders of monarchy should be as unwilling to sanction a revolution in America as they had been in Europe. 30. After France had crushed the constitutionalists in Spain, the Russian government sent a message to the United States reaffirming the legitimist principles of the Holy Alliance and warning the young republic against any further efforts to aid the rebellious Spanish colonies. On August 30, 1823, the Russian minister delivered a circular to Adams celebrating the conservative compact of the European powers and their establishment of a new political system based on monarchical legitimacy. All of Russia's statements were, in Adams's view, an triumph over the fallen cause of revolution, and with sturdy promises of determination to keep it down. The Tsar was bearding us to our faces upon the monarchical principles of the Holy Alliance. 31. Officials in Russia, France, and Spain were not content with rhetoric and remonstrances. Russia's influential ambassador in Paris believed the autocratic powers should join forces to place Bourbon princes on thrones in the Latin American states, and in 1823 the French foreign minister, François de Chateaubriand, conspired with Spain and Austria to establish in America large monarchies governed by princes of the House of Bourbon. 32. According to the plan, France would put its navy at the Spanish king's service to transport the European royalty across the ocean, and French troops would help place them on their New World thrones. The plan became well known both in London and in Washington. John Quincy Adams reported that in Mexico and in Buenos Aires France was already intriguing to get a monarchy under a prince of the House of Bourbon. 33. The British Prime Minister, George Canning, considered the threat of a French expedition to reconquer Spain's former colonies serious enough that in October 1823 he warned the French government that any such action would lead to war with Great Britain. American statesmen could hardly escape the combined geopolitical and ideological challenge posed by the Holy Alliance. Once the treaty with Spain had been safely ratified, even Adams threw himself into that struggle, taking up the very banners of foreign freedom and foreign independence, in both Latin America and in Europe, that he had claimed were so dangerous. In May 1823 he drafted instructions to the ministers assigned to the 5 new Latin nations that the United States had finally recognized. In words that could have been drafted by Clay, he noted that the emancipation of the South American continent had opened to the whole race of man prospects of futurity, in which the United States will be called in the discharge of its duties to itself and to unnumbered ages of posterity to take a conspicuous and leading part. It was the duty of the United States to establish the foundations of relations with South America upon principles of politics and of morals that were new and distasteful to the thrones and dominations of the elder world. These principles, moreover, were not limited in their reach to the Western Hemisphere but were coextensive with the surface of the globe and lasting as the changes of time. He asked the ministers to support the Republican principle against any local hankering after monarchy. 34. He hoped that a constitution emanating from the people and deliberately adopted by them will lay the foundations of their happiness and prosperity on their only possible basis, the enjoyment of equal rights, and he urged his ministers to promote this object as best they could. The United States and South Americans shared a set of common interests, that they should all be governed by republican institutions, politically and commercially independent of Europe. 35. The nature of a country's constitution, Adams explained, determined the course of its foreign policy. The European alliance of emperors and kings have assumed, as the foundation of human society, the doctrine of unalienable allegiance. Our doctrine is founded upon the principle of unalienable right. The European allies, therefore, have viewed the cause of the South Americans as rebellion against their lawful sovereign. We have considered it as the assertion of natural right. they have invariably shown their disapprobation of the revolution, and their wishes for the restoration of the Spanish power. We have as constantly favored the standard of independence and of America. 36. It was over the question of natural right that Adams and his colleagues believed the world divided, and the division was not geographically determined. Beginning in 1818, Americans hoped Great Britain might become an ally in the struggle against absolutism, for even in the last days of Castlereagh's stewardship it had become clear that British policy was diverging sharply from that of the Holy Alliance. The course of Britain's policy, like those of the Continental powers, was shaped by the nature of its constitution. Although Castlereagh had created the European alliance to safeguard the post-war peace in Europe, and although many leading Britons feared revolution almost as much as Metternich and Alexander did, nevertheless England remained a liberal constitutional monarchy. They might fear monster radicalism, but they had their own view of the proper relationship between the sovereign and the people, and it was different from Alexander's and Metternich's. When France's restored Bourbon king, Louis XVIII, declared that the people of Spain had no right to make their own constitution and could only be granted one by the crown, when Alexander declared that constitutions were legitimate only if bestowed by a sovereign's benevolence, these assertions of divine right outraged English sensibilities. Even after the horrors of Napoleon, the English could not hold the same unequivocally hostile view of revolution as the Eastern autocrats did. Their own glorious revolution of 1688 was the palladium of their present freedom and the source of their present dynasty. 37. Alexander's attempt to turn the European alliance into an international police force to stamp out liberalism, therefore, had begun to alienate the British. Even Castlereagh, who desired at almost any cost to preserve comity among the European great powers, insisted that such interventions violated first principles and were contrary to the sense of the British people. Castlereagh's successor, George Canning, warned still more bluntly that if the British government got involved with great despotic monarchs, deliberating upon what degree of revolutionary spirit may endanger the public security, then the British people would soon come to look with great jealousy for their liberties. 38. When France invaded Spain, over Canning's strenuous objection, he publicly expressed his hopes for the Spanish constitutionalists' triumph. The shift in British foreign policy was noted even in Anglophobic America. In June 1823, John Quincy Adams observed in his diary that Great Britain had separated herself from the counsels and measures of the Holy Alliance. She avowed the principles which were emphatically those of this country, and she disapproved the principles of the alliance, which this country abhorred. Britain's change of course opened the door to Anglo-American rapprochement and possibly significant international cooperation. This coincidence of principle, connected with the great changes in the affairs of the world, passing before us, seemed to him a suitable occasion for the United States and Great Britain to compare their ideas and purposes together, with a view to the accommodation of great interests upon which they had heretofore differed. 39. Britain's minister in Washington reported to Canning that the course which you have taken in the great politics of Europe has had the effect of making the English almost popular in the United States. 40. Canning, like Adams, saw an opportunity, and in the midst of the crisis brought on by France's invasion of Spain in 1823 he made a tantalizing offer to the United States. He proposed to Richard Rush, the American minister to London, that the two nations issue a joint statement declaring that the United States and Great Britain would together oppose any effort by France, or by any other power, to take control of the former Spanish colonies in the Western Hemisphere. Thus would Canning call the New World into existence to redress the balance of the Old. What do you think your government would say to going hand in hand with England in such a policy? Canning asked Rush. Canning's proposal was tantamount to a military as well as political alliance, for although he doubted France or the Holy Alliance would test Anglo-American resolve given the large share of the maritime power of the world which Great Britain and the United States share between them, nevertheless there was always the possibility of war. In a toast to one American diplomat, Canning celebrated the rebirth of Anglo-Saxon solidarity, the force of blood again prevails, and the daughter and the mother stand together against the world. 41. The common view of American foreign policy in this era, and of the Monroe Doctrine set forth 3 months later in response to Canning's proposal, was that it aimed at separating and isolating the United States and the Americas from Europe. Yet President Monroe and the majority of his closest advisers seriously considered accepting Canning's proposal for a virtual alliance between the United States and Great Britain. When Monroe received communication from Rush concerning Canning's proposal, he summoned his cabinet and privately solicited the advice of former Presidents Madison and Jefferson. In posing the question for them, Monroe made his own inclinations apparent. Has not the epoch arrived, Monroe asked Jefferson, when Britain must take her stand, either on the side of the monarchs of Europe, or of the U states, and in consequence, either in favor of despotism or of liberty? 42. Both Jefferson and Madison agreed the epoch had arrived and were enthusiastic about embracing Canning's offer. Jefferson considered Canning's proposal the most significant event that had occurred since the Revolution, and as Adams reported, he was for acceding to the proposals, with a view to pledging Great Britain against the Holy Allies. 43. Madison also favored the Anglo-American Declaration and even argued that it should be expanded. Not only should Britain and the United States warn France against action in the Western Hemisphere, but they should also condemn France's intervention in Spain and declare their support for Greek independence, a comprehensive assault on the policies and principles of the Holy Alliance. Anglo-American cooperation on these matters, Madison suggested, was due to ourselves and to the world. With the British power and navy combined with our own, we have nothing to fear from the rest of the nations, and in the great struggle of the epoch between liberty and despotism, we owe it to ourselves to sustain the former in this hemisphere at least. 44. Jefferson and Madison's views were seconded in the cabinet by Secretary of War Calhoun. Calhoun favored giving Rush a discretionary power to act jointly with the British government in case of any sudden emergency of danger. 45. President Monroe agreed. Only Adams objected. The desire to make league with Great Britain against the Holy Alliance was all the more striking given the poison pill that Canning had included in his proposal. For Canning had also suggested that the United States and Great Britain both promise not to take possession of any portion of the former Spanish Empire in the Western Hemisphere for themselves. This required the United States to renounce any intention of ever acquiring Cuba and Texas. Jefferson, Madison, and Calhoun were all prepared to concede on this point as well, despite the fact that all three shared Jefferson's view that Cuba would be a valuable and important acquisition to our Union. 46. Adams ultimately prevailed, and Canning's proposal was rejected. But it was remarkable how strong was the view among Monroe's closest advisers and among America's leading statesmen that a virtual alliance with Great Britain against the ideological menace of the Holy Alliance was worth the price of these significant territorial gains. Ideology and expansion, toward the Monroe Doctrine. Canning's proposal instead provided the impetus for the presidential statement of December 1823 that would become famous as the Monroe Doctrine. Monroe began drafting his declaration at a time when many Americans were intently focused not only on events in the Western Hemisphere but also on events in Europe. Over the previous 2 years they had seen France invade Spain to crush revolution and Austria invade Italy. They worried about the Holy Alliance and hoped to bring Great Britain to the side of liberalism. In 1823 Americans were in an uproar over the revolution in Greece, where an independence movement was trying to break free of the control of the Turkish Sultan. The Greek drama, in particular, was tailor-made to appeal to Americans and to liberals everywhere. The stirrings of the Greeks recalled for Western Enlightenment liberals the glories of the ancient birthplace of democracy. Philhellenism was rampant among liberals on both sides of the Atlantic. Monroe was personally moved by the spectacle of the Greek Revolution, and in his message a year earlier had spoken of the reappearance of the Greek people in their original character. The fact that the modern heirs of Greek democracy were fighting to liberate themselves from what was widely regarded as one of the world's more odious despotisms made the struggle between good and evil starker in liberal eyes, and the Manichaean quality of the contest was further highlighted by the fact that the Christian Greeks were fighting Muslim Turks. Finally, there was the humanitarian issue. Although both sides committed unspeakable barbarities in this prototypical Balkan ethnic conflict, it was the horrors inflicted upon Greek by Turk that caught the imaginations of liberals in America and Great Britain and throughout Christian Europe. A century and a half before political scientists discovered the so-called CNN effect, in which the transmission of televised images of human atrocities could fire public opinion to the point of forcing an administration's hand, a similar phenomenon was created merely by transmission of the printed word, even when that transmission took several weeks. Thus American Christians, like Christians everywhere, were shocked and sickened when they learned that the Greek patriarch in Constantinople had been hanged in his sacred robes on Easter Sunday, his body later dragged through the streets and dumped into the Bosporus. The following year there were reports of a massacre of Greek men, women, and children on the island of Chios. Upward of 25,000 had been slaughtered by the Turkish army, and another 40,000 or more sold into slavery, or so it was reported. 47 The term ethnic cleansing had not yet been invented, but for Turks and Greeks alike, the war was driven to extremes by ethnic and religious hatred. On both sides of the Atlantic, liberals raised funds to aid the Greek victims as well as the Greek rebels, and they put pressure on their governments to take a firm stand against the Turks. Americans were especially attracted to the Greek cause because the revolutionaries made a direct and specific appeal to American principles. The Greek Declaration of Independence in 1822 was modeled on Jefferson's. The Greeks proclaimed a republican form of government, and the Senate of Kalamata begged the fellow citizens of Penn, of Washington, and of Franklin not to imitate the culpable indifference of Europe and refuse aid to the descendants of Phocion and Thrasybulus. The Greeks regarded the United States as nearer than the nations on our frontiers. They would cement an alliance founded on freedom and virtue. The Harvard professor Edward Everett, in an influential article in the North American Review, wrote that such an appeal from the anxious conclave of self-devoted patriots, must bring home to the mind of the least reflecting American, the great and glorious part, which this country is to act, in the political regeneration of the world. 48. Liberals on both sides of the Atlantic saw the Greek Revolution and the Latin American independence movements bound up together as part of the same worldwide revolutionary struggle. On Andes and on Athos peaks unfurled, Lord Byron wrote, "The self-same standard streams o'er either world." 49 Leading American politicians asked how the United States could support the struggle for freedom and republican government in the Western Hemisphere yet ignore the same struggle occurring in Europe. Daniel Webster, preparing to launch his famous public campaign to support the Greek effort, insisted that we have as much community with the Greeks, as with the inhabitants of the Andes, and the dwellers on the borders of the Vermilion Sea. 50 Everett called on Monroe to pursue the same policy toward Greece that he had recently carried out toward the Latin American republics, send a commission of investigation to discover the state of affairs, and then, when the commissioners reported, as they must, that Greece had achieved its independence, recognize the new government and send an American minister. In the Great School of Nations, Everett declared, "Liberty is the lesson, which we are appointed to teach." 51. Was it not America's duty to come forth, and deny, and condemn the Holy Alliance and its monstrous principles? Webster asked. Where, but here, are they likely to be resisted? Opponents of his resolution on behalf of the Greeks ridiculed the idea of offering mere moral support, since he explicitly ruled out more forceful aid. But Webster insisted there was some value in making a moral cause. The rise of a liberal public opinion in the world was already presenting the most formidable obstruction to the progress of injustice and oppression. Public opinion was a form of power, too, and one he believed Americans could wield with great effect. Asking whether the expression of our own sympathy would do the Greeks any good, Webster answered, "I hope it may. It may give them courage and spirit. It may assure them of public regard, teach them that they are not wholly forgotten by the civilized world, and inspire them with constancy in the pursuit of their great end." 52 But whether it did or did not help, he believed it was due to our own character, and called for by our own duty. When we shall have discharged that duty, we may leave the rest to the disposition of Providence. 53. When Monroe was contemplating his presidential message at the end of 1823, The Greek cause had already become a sensation in the United States. Funds for the revolutionaries were being raised in American cities, newspapers were filled with reports of the revolution's progress. For a time, the Greek issue garnered more national attention than the pending presidential contest. 54 By March 1823 Great Britain under Canning's leadership had already recognized the Greeks as belligerents, partly as a result of mounting public pressure in England. 55 Leaders in the Monroe administration believed that the United States should do no less and probably a good deal more. Albert Gallatin, the hero of Jeffersonian Republicans, returned from Paris seized with the Greek cause. He not only favored recognition of Greek independence but wanted to send an American naval squadron to put some force behind American declarations. John Calhoun supported Gallatin's proposal. 56 Adams thought the idea mad, but he shared their conviction that great issues of direct relevance to the United States were at stake in the Old World, whether or not there was anything the United States could or should do about them. President Monroe himself was a great believer in two mutually reinforcing ideas, that the fate of republicanism in Europe directly affected the safety of Republican principles at home, and that the United States, in turn, could and should be an important source of encouragement to liberals and Republicans on the European continent. The United States had spurred a Republican movement in Latin America, he believed, and in the 1820s the American example was producing another great movement in Europe, visible in Spain, in Portugal, in Italy, and in Greece. 57 As a radical Jeffersonian Republican in 1796, he had once dismissed Washington's warning against foreign entanglements as nothing more than a declaration of the Federalist Party's pro-British, monocrat prejudices. He long afterward felt the United States had violated its own principles, and harmed its interests, by not giving more assistance to the French Revolution. A quarter-century later he was more tempered in his views of that revolution and more cautious in his proposals for American involvement, but he still saw purpose in aiding Republican causes, both in the Western Hemisphere and in Europe. Monroe believed that there was no way to separate the ideological struggle in Europe from the conduct of American foreign policy. The movement in Europe, he wrote in 1821, forms an issue between most of the sovereigns and their subjects, and the United States are regarded as the natural ally of the one and enemy of the other. He saw the United States as less strong when republicanism in Europe was at low ebb. 58. On several occasions in the early 1820s Monroe had wanted to make a public declaration of American support for European liberalism and to condemn the Holy Alliance for stamping out revolution and reform on the continent. In 1821 he had discussed with Adams the idea of condemning Metternich's use of force to crush constitutionalism in Italy. 59 In his annual message of 1822, he had expressed strong hope that the Greeks struggling to break free from Turkish rule would succeed and recover their independence. In 1823 he believed the time had arrived to take a bolder attitude, in favor of liberty than had been possible in the past. 60. In his own first draft of the December 1823 message, therefore, Monroe intended to speak out forcefully, not only on the subject of Greece but about all the conflicts in Europe. His draft contained a general warning to Americans that their beloved Republican institutions were under siege around the world and that their own security was directly implicated in the global ideological struggle. He intended to denounce France and the Holy Alliance for the invasion of Spain and the crushing of constitutional liberalism there. He even planned to recognize Greek independence, recommending to Congress that an American minister be dispatched immediately. 61 These were not the sentiments of a man eager to build an impregnable wall between two geographical spheres. Monroe's desire to take a stand on the ideological struggle in Europe was enthusiastically supported by the majority of his cabinet, by Gallatin, by Secretary of War Calhoun, and by Secretary of the Navy Samuel Southard. Outside the cabinet it had the support of Clay and Webster and other leading members of Congress, of ex-presidents Jefferson and Madison, and judging by reports in the press, of a substantial portion of the American public. Adams, however, insisted that Monroe tone down his original draft, which seemed to him a summons to arms, against all Europe, and for objects of policy exclusively European. Monroe's message, he said, would at once buckle on the harness and throw down the gauntlet. It would have the air of open defiance to all Europe. 62. He worried that Spain, France, and Russia would sever relations, or worse, and that the United States would be engaged in a quarrel with all Europe. 63. If Monroe insisted on making pronouncements in support of republicanism and revolution in Europe, moreover, Adams suggested Europeans would be justified in asking on what grounds the United States proposed to prohibit Europe from meddling on behalf of monarchism in the Western Hemisphere. He proposed that Monroe make earnest remonstrance against the interference of the European powers by force with South America, but to disclaim all interference on our part with Europe, to make an American cause, and adhere inflexibly to that. 64. Monroe finally agreed, but only up to point. He struck from his text the explicit recognition of Greek independence and softened the language of global ideological struggle. Nevertheless, even in the final draft of his message, the president had a good deal to say about events in Europe. He expressed the strong hope that the Greeks would succeed in their contest and resume their equal station among the nations of the earth. There was good cause to believe that the Turks had already lost forever all dominion over them and that Greece would become again an independent nation. That was the object of our most ardent wishes. 65. Nor did Monroe refrain from commenting on events in Spain. The revolution and France's invasion showed that Europe was still unsettled. He expressed concern at the interposition by force in Spain's internal affairs and openly wondered whether the Holy Alliance might feel free to intervene elsewhere on the same principle, that is, the principle of defending monarchical legitimacy. This was a question in which all independent powers whose governments differ from theirs are interested, even those most remote, and surely none more than the United States. Put in plain language, the United States considered European intervention to crush constitutionalism in Spain a threat to its own security. For this and other reasons, he declared, the United States could not help but be concerned in European affairs. Of events in that quarter of the globe, with which we have so much intercourse and from which we derive our origin, we have always been anxious and interested spectators. 66. For a message purportedly abjuring any desire for entanglement in Europe, this was a fairly forward expression of American interest in European affairs. Monroe followed these statements by insisting, in the phrases most commonly cited by future generations, that it remained American policy not to interfere in the internal concerns of the European powers and to recognize as legitimate whatever government happened to be in de facto control. But European monarchs could be forgiven for doubting the sincerity of this disclaimer. Monroe's statements on behalf of the Greeks and the Spanish liberals constituted precisely such interference. His message was not a declaration of hemispheric isolationism. In important respects, it was a statement of international Republican solidarity. 67. Adams's efforts to tone down the more inflammatory statements did not succeed in masking this fundamental purpose. Contemporary observers understood that Monroe had made only a tactical concession to Adams. Daniel Webster, who learned the background of the message from Calhoun and other members of the administration, explained that since Monroe planned to take pretty high ground as to this continent, he was afraid of the appearance of interfering in the concerns of the other continent also. 68. Foreign observers also understood Monroe's intent. The defenders of absolutism in the other hemisphere read Monroe's statements on behalf of republicanism as applying to Europe as well as to the Western Hemisphere. To Metternich, Monroe's declarations were an indication of an American self-confidence bordering on arrogance, an unmistakable sign that the citizens of this once small republic, whom we have seen arise and grow, had suddenly left a sphere too narrow for their ambition and have astonished Europe by a new act of revolt, more unprovoked, fully as audacious, and no less dangerous than the former. Having upset the old order with their revolution a half-century ago, the increasingly powerful Americans were now prepared to set altar against altar, to foster revolutions wherever they show themselves, to give new strength to the apostles of sedition, and reanimate the courage of every conspirator. 69. Disregarding Monroe's declaration abjuring involvement in Europe, Metternich understood that the American president's purpose was to give aid and comfort to republicanism everywhere. Indeed, even from their very different vantage points. Monroe and Metternich saw their world in much the same light. For both men the global ideological struggle knew no natural, geographical boundaries. The real purpose of Monroe's message, in fact, was not to draw geographical distinctions. It was to draw ideological distinctions. It was the political system of the Allied powers of Europe to which Americans objected. That system was essentially different from America's, and it was different because of the profound differences in their respective governments. Monroe warned, therefore, not only against colonization and acquisition of territory in the Western Hemisphere but also against any attempt by European powers to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere. Henceforth Americans would consider the implantation of despotism in the Western Hemisphere dangerous to their safety. 70 The United States, according to John Quincy Adams, needed to avow that it stood apart from Europe. But this stand, he made clear, rested on the differences in political principles which guided governments in Europe and in the United States. Indeed, he believed there was no other principled reason why the United States should demand European abstention in the Western Hemisphere. America's Republican principles were the foundation, for our justification of the stand we are taking against the Holy Alliance, in the face of our country and of mankind. 71. Some 20th-century diplomatic historians have singled out the American people for being unusually moralistic or ideological in their approach to foreign affairs. The oft-repeated characterization of Americans in this era is that their view of the world, in addition to its alleged isolationism, was also replete with elements of self-righteousness and moralism. This gave to American discussion of foreign affairs a distinctive coloring, as compared with that of the Europeans. There was, according to this view, something irresponsible, even childish about American attitudes. Isolated as they were from the struggles of Europe, Americans could safely pronounce moral judgments on the right and wrong of every revolt, every alliance, and every government. Europeans, on the other hand, because they faced constant danger of rivalry near at hand, allegedly had to be more cautious and limit themselves to vital interests. 72 While other nations defined security in a traditional and restricted manner, as largely a function of the balance of power, Americans uniquely defined security as a function of the internal order maintained by states, that is, as a favorable ideological balance. 73. Yet there was nothing uniquely American in the view that ideology, security, and foreign policy were all closely related. In the early 19th century it was the European autocracies that had pronounced judgments on the right and wrong of every revolt, every alliance, and every government. The search for a favorable ideological balance in Europe and the Western Hemisphere was foremost in the minds of Alexander and Metternich and a constant subject of concern in London. Canning even declared, after the promulgation of the Monroe Doctrine, that the effect of the ultraliberalism of our Yankee cooperators, on the ultra-despotism of Ike's La Chapelle allies, gives me just the balance that I wanted. 74 If Americans saw international politics as consisting of a great struggle between the forces of monarchy and despotism and the forces of republicanism and liberalism, they were not alone. The French foreign minister, Chateaubriand, still nursing ambitions to put Bourbon princes on Latin American thrones, expressed hope that even the British would see the danger of Monroe's statement. Mr. Canning, he believed, can have no more desire than I to favor military uprisings, the sovereignty of the people, and all the pretty things which Mr. Monroe says to us about the actual governments. Chateaubriand preferred to imagine that temperate monarchies established in America, more or less allied with the mother country, would be a good result for England and for us. 75. Nor was Chateaubriand entirely mistaken in his impression of British preferences. British and American interests were hardly consonant. Britain considered trade with Latin America vital to its economic interests and feared American commercial expansionism. Officials in London as well as in Washington assumed that in order to gain sway in Latin America, it was important and perhaps even necessary to affect the shape of government adopted by the new Latin nations. Canning's foreign policy toward the Western Hemisphere was subtle and complex. He saw a three-way competition for hemispheric influence, one that involved Britain, the continental powers, and the United States. Canning's foreign policy both in Europe and beyond aimed at striking the correct ideological balance that favored British interests. He wanted to steer a middle course between the two 19th-century evils, between radical revolution and simple democracy, on the one hand, and simple despotism on the other. With its perfectly mixed constitution, he believed, England lay in the temperate zone of freedom and ought to serve as the model to be emulated everywhere. In matters of foreign policy, he observed, this required Great Britain to walk along a plank which lay across a roaring stream and to resist attempts that might be made to bear us down on one side or the other. 76. This vision applied as well in Latin America. Just as the French, Russian, and Spanish governments believed Bourbon dynasties would be loyal to the absolutist regimes on the continent, so British diplomats believed constitutional monarchies modeled on that of Great Britain would prove most loyal to London. All the European powers, Britain included, feared that if the new nations of Latin America remained republics, they would quickly come under the influence of the increasingly self-confident republic to the north. Lord Liverpool expressed the common British concern that if we allow these new Latin states to consolidate their system and their policy with the United States of America, it will in a very few years prove fatal to our greatness, if not endanger our safety. In trade, the Americans had become more formidable rivals to us than any nation which has ever yet existed. Their goal was to supplant British commerce in every quarter of the globe, but more particularly in the seas contiguous to America. If the Latin Americans adopted republican governments, they would give a decided preference in their ports to the people of the United States over ourselves, and the trade of these extensive dominions will be lost to us, and it will, in great measure, be transferred to our rivals. 77. Canning's concerns about the spread of republicanism in the Western Hemisphere went beyond commercial interests. The great danger of the time, he believed, was a division of the world into European and American, republican and monarchical, a league of worn-out governments, on the one hand, and of youthful and stirring nations, with the United States at their head, on the other. 78. Great Britain, geographically, politically, and ideologically, existed astride the two worlds. Its special role was to be the great mediator between young America and old Europe. In Latin America this required steering new governments toward constitutional monarchy, the middle path. Britain's fondest hopes lay with Simon Bolivar, the great liberator of northern South America. Canning's minister in Bogotá favored Bolivar as a constitutional president for life, to be succeeded by a European constitutional monarch of Britain's choosing. This would ensure that the country remained in the hands of a friendly power in case of any future war with either the United States or France. 79. Canning saw Mexico as a particularly useful place to build a barrier against American hegemony. His plan was simple: we slip in between, and plant ourselves in Mexico, and we link once more America and Europe. 80. Latin leaders agreed that whether they chose a British-style monarchy, a Bourbon prince, or a republican regime would go a long way toward deciding whether their state was likely to be friendly to Great Britain, France, or the United States. Bolivar opposed republican government for a variety of reasons, not least being his fear that the Latin albocracy would be overrun by the dark-skinned masses. Wholly representative institutions, he had decided, were not suited to our character, customs, and present knowledge. 81. He worried that the United States seemed destined by Providence to bring on America a plague of miseries under the name of liberty. He preferred England as our example. 82. For as he remarked to the British minister, how infinitely more respectable your nation is, governed by its kings, lords, and commons, than that which prides itself upon an equality which holds out little temptation to exertion for the benefit of the state. 83. Bolivar's hostility to North American style republicanism also had other sources. He feared South America was destined either to fall under the hegemony of the northern power or to become a victim of reactionary absolutism in Europe, unless some powerful nation from outside the hemisphere acted as a counterweight. The British fleet was reason enough to seek British friendship. The interests of South America, Bolivar declared, pointed to the expediency of securing the friendship of Great Britain in preference to that of any other nation. 84. No one saw Canning's ideological and geopolitical challenge more clearly than John Quincy Adams. With Adams at the helm throughout the 1820s, first as Secretary of State and then as President, the Anglo-American competition in the Western Hemisphere was incessant, and it frequently took the form of republicanism versus monarchy. In Mexico, British and American ministers vied to gain predominant influence within the divided political elite. The American minister, Joel Poinsett, was instructed by Washington to encourage republicanism, and he did so zealously, to the point where the British minister complained that Poinsett, with the full support of the American government, engaged in a constant and active interference with the internal affairs of the new state. Mexican politics were divided between liberals and conservatives, and in the mid-1820s that cleavage took the form of a rivalry between two Masonic lodges, one founded by Poinsett, the other sponsored by the British charge d'affaires. Not surprisingly, the conservative faction, which included Mexico's old mining and landowning aristocracy, as well as its Catholic priests and its high-ranking military officers, looked to the more conservative and aristocratic Britain for support. The liberals, made up of Creoles and the mestizo middle class, generally looked to the more democratic, bourgeois and progressive Americans. British diplomats complained that on any question that arose in Congress in which the interests of England came into competition with those of the United States, Poinsett was able to obtain a majority in both chambers against US 85. Similar battles were fought in Colombia and the neighboring states of South America. American ministers found Simon Bolivar hostile to republicanism, hostile to the United States, warlike, and despotic, a second Caesar. William Henry Harrison, famed Indian fighter and future President of the United States, arrived in Bogotá with instructions from Secretary of State Henry Clay to seek occasions to express America's ardent hope that Colombia's turmoil would terminate in the establishment of constitutional government. Harrison instead found Bolivar and the British in close alliance, with the British government eagerly embracing every opportunity to increase its influence. The Colombian people, on the other hand, seemed to Harrison democratic and extremely desirous to tread in our footsteps. When Bolivar insisted the Colombian people were not ready for republicanism, Harrison said the problem was their cursed government and the intolerant character of their religion. 86 Harrison soon got himself ordered out of the country, accused of fomenting insurrections. Indeed, most American ministers were at one time or another reprimanded or sent packing because of their meddling on behalf of opposition forces against the central government. As they tried to plant democratic and republican ideals in Latin America, they were often frustrated by what seemed a lack of fertile soil, as well as by stiff competition from the British. Nor did the United States refuse to recognize Brazil in 1824, even though it was a monarchy. 87 Few, however, gave up hope of the eventual progress of the South American peoples toward liberal republicanism. The American minister to Peru wrote Henry Clay in 1827 that while it might be true that Peruvians were as yet ill-equipped to support free government, it was equally true that they never will be quiet under a despotism. The spirit of the age, he wrote, has its influence here as elsewhere, and while it might take many years of trial and error, the representative system, more or less purified, must eventually triumph. 88. By the end of the first quarter of the 19th century, the United States appeared launched on a trajectory whose course and destination could be roughly predicted. John Quincy Adams and others had sketched the outline of continental empire and cast their eyes beyond the continent as well. The Monroe Doctrine propped open the door to further territorial expansion and staked a claim to American hegemony in the Western Hemisphere. As American power and influence grew, so did Americans' tendency to press their own principles on the world around them. And in a world where geopolitics and ideology were deemed inseparable, the spread of American-style government offered a reconciliation of power, self-interest, and principle. It was not hard to imagine, and both Americans and foreign observers already did imagine, that the United States would continue growing in size and power, would continue expanding its influence in ever wider arcs, would continue demanding a greater say in the affairs of other nations, and would continue to have an ever more revolutionizing effect on the world. A writer commenting in the Edinburgh Review of June 1818 on America's marvelous empire asked, "Where is this prodigious increase of numbers, this vast extension of dominion, to end? What bounds has nature set to the progress of this mighty nation? Let our jealousy burn as it may, let our intolerance of America be as unreasonably violent as we please, still it is plain, that she is a power in spite of us, rapidly rising to supremacy." 89 This was, after all, the natural career of a burgeoning great power. Nothing was likely to arrest this many-pronged expansion except, as some foreign observers hoped and expected, the destruction or dismemberment of the United States from internal causes. Chapter 7. The Foreign Policy of Slavery. A dissolution of the Union for the cause of slavery would be followed by a war between the two severed portions of the Union. It seems to me that its result might be the extirpation of slavery from this whole continent, and, calamitous and desolating as this course of events in its progress must be, so glorious would be its final issue, that, as God shall judge me, I dare not say that it is not to be desired. John Quincy Adams, 1819. The National Interest of Slavery. The United States after 1825 did not proceed along the path charted by Monroe, Adams, and Clay, however. Soon after Monroe and Adams launched the nation on a bold course of hemispheric leadership, both commercial and ideological, and announced to the world that the United States had a special interest in the fate of republicanism abroad, on both sides of the Atlantic, the United States suddenly pulled back. For almost 2 decades after the Monroe presidency, the nation seemed to turn inward, slowing expansion on the continent and muffling expressions of solidarity with struggles for republican liberty in both the Old World and the New. Then, just as suddenly, in the mid-1840s the nation embarked on an unprecedented burst of expansionism in what historians would call the Age of Manifest Destiny, annexing Texas, confronting Great Britain in the Oregon Territory, and seizing from Mexico the vast portion of lands that now make up the southwestern United States all the way to California on the Pacific coast. How to explain the fits and starts of American foreign policy in the first half of the 19th century? A coherent narrative of this era has for the most part eluded diplomatic historians. Point 1 But that is perhaps because they have given too little prominence to the issue that dominated American politics and society in the decades before the Civil War, the issue of slavery. If a nation's foreign policy reflects the nature of its polity, then American slavery must be as much a part of the narrative of 19th century American diplomacy as American democracy and American capitalism. Point 2. From before the birth of the Republic through the first 2 decades of the 19th century, American foreign policy reflected the dominant characteristics of the American polity as an increasingly powerful liberal society, expanding its influence, enhancing its security, seeking opportunities for its enrichment, and gradually but determinately imposing its will and its beliefs on the world around it. But the United States was not only a liberal, democratic republic. It was also a nation of slaveholders. Therefore it was also, in part, a racial despotism. The United States had been born with a split personality, with a principled commitment to human equality and natural rights as embodied in the Declaration of Independence, and a practical commitment to the defense of the institution of slavery as embodied in the Constitution. 2 decades into the 19th century the split personality emerged in more striking form than it had in the years of the early Republic. The United States began to resemble 2 separate and mutually antagonistic societies, with divergent ideologies and 2 distinct and ultimately clashing conceptions of the national interest. Just as the evolution of British policy in the early 19th century reflected its unique status as both a hereditary monarchy and an increasingly democratic liberal government, so in an even more dramatic way did American foreign policy reflect its own mixed regime. The course of American foreign policy from the 1820s until the Civil War, the moments of passivity and the moments of exuberance, the turning in upon itself and the unprecedented outward thrust, all this was shaped primarily, though not exclusively, by the struggle over slavery. The Republic was scarcely a decade old when the question of slavery first intruded in a dramatic way into American foreign policy calculations. In 1791 a slave revolt erupted in Haiti, and for the next decade slaves massacred their masters in a civil war that culminated in the independence of a new republic in 1804. Sympathetic Americans called it the Black Republic. In the late 1790s, during the Quasi-War with France, President John Adams lent American support to the Haitian rebels and their charismatic leader Toussaint L'Ouverture, both as a means of thwarting French power in the Western Hemisphere and because Northern anti-slavery Federalists generally sympathized with Toussaint's cause. But the Haitian revolt sent shudders through the slave-holding South, and soon after the Virginia slaveholder Thomas Jefferson succeeded Adams in the White House, he reversed course. After first encouraging Toussaint's drive for independence in the hope of dampening French imperial ambitions and convincing Napoleon to give up his drive for a foothold on the North American continent, Jefferson followed slaveholder demands and turned against Toussaint. He refused to grant recognition to the independent Haitian nation, even though, as Gary Wills notes, this went against Jefferson's usual insistence that the United States should accord recognition to whatever government happened to be in power in another nation. 3. Many Southerners feared an independent Haiti run by former slaves more than they feared Napoleon. When the slave insurrection first erupted, both Washington and Jefferson had lamented what Washington called the spirit of revolution among the blacks. The danger that such a spirit would spread to the slaves of the American South seemed too great. The leaders of the Haitian Revolution offered to help liberate slaves elsewhere in the hemisphere by the same violent means that they had liberated themselves, and Southern slaveholders feared that it was only a matter of time before the Haitian infection spread to their own plantations. Jefferson's son-in-law, John Wales Epps, warned that a slave victory in Haiti would bring immediate and horrible destruction to the fairest portion of America. Sure enough, after the abortive Prosser Gabriel slave rebellion of 1800 and another uprising in 1802, Virginia slaveholders claimed to uncover plots of insurrection allegedly involving thousands of slaves who had been directly inspired, or so it was widely believed, by emissaries from the Black Republic. In 1802 Jefferson wrote to Rufus King that the course of things in the neighboring islands of the West Indies appeared to have given a considerable impulse to the minds of the slaves in the United States and that as a consequence of events in Haiti a great disposition to insurgency had manifested itself among the slaves in the United States. 5 Fears of Haiti, and of another Haiti emerging elsewhere in the Caribbean or even on the North American continent, never subsided in the slave-holding South. 20 years later South Carolinians learned to their horror that Denmark Vesey, a free black who conspired to lead another slave rebellion, had been in contact with Haitian blacks and had expected a Haitian invasion to aid his uprising. 6. For American slaveholders, no national interest was more vital than the prevention of a domestic slave uprising. During the Revolutionary War, when Charleston, South Carolina, was threatened by British invasion, local slaveholders faced a choice between arming their slaves to help in the struggle or letting Charleston be sacked. They chose defeat at British hands over the risk of a slave uprising. Indeed, many Southern slaveholders preferred to forego independence altogether if the price was emancipation. From their point of view, such a victory was no victory at all. As Henry Wiensek writes, in the 18th century as in the 19th, the planters regarded the preservation of slavery as the bedrock of their society and economy. If the United States had won independence but put slavery on the road to extinction, then they would have lost the war. The planters were prepared to see their region fall to the British before they would arm 3,000 slaves. 7 fall it did, and when the British threatened to expropriate their slaves unless they swore an oath of allegiance to George III, the majority of South Carolina planters, including former leaders of the Revolution, forswore their allegiance to the Patriot cause and solemnly pledged loyalty to the British Crown. 8. Fear of a slave rebellion concentrated the minds of slaveholders and their protectors in Washington as no purely economic or geopolitical interest possibly could. To the American slaveholder, whose bondsman worked his plantation, lived in his house, cooked his meals, helped his wife, and reared his children, even the smallest slave revolt meant domestic slaughter. Nat Turner's uprising in Virginia in 1831 numbered no more than 60 slaves and was quashed in less than 2 days. But in those 48 hours Turner and his men decapitated mothers sleeping in their beds and babies in their cribs, and the entire slave-holding South went into a frenzy. This comparatively minor episode filled the Southern imagination with dread at the prospect of the catastrophic race war that could be unleashed if slaveholders ever let down their guard. Another Haiti, but on an even more horrific scale. How to prevent another Haiti from erupting in the United States, therefore, became a question of primary importance in the early 19th century, surpassing other economic and strategic concerns, and it bedeviled slaveholders right up until the Civil War ended slavery altogether. For as the handful of Southern slave uprisings seemed to reveal, it was not enough to control the movement of slaves and free blacks within the United States. In Haiti, after all, the uprising had begun with free blacks, inspired by the French Revolution, demanding their rights. Only later did the contagion of freedom spread to the slave population. In the United States, therefore, both enslaved and free blacks alike had to be walled off from foreign influence. When Congress moved to open trade with Toussaint's forces in 1799, Jefferson expressed the slaveholders' anxiety that even trading with Haiti was too dangerous. If the Haitian combustion can be introduced among us under any veil whatever, we have to fear it. 9. During Jefferson's second term, Congress passed a general embargo against Haiti, for to trade with the Haitians, one Southern congressman warned, would be a sacrifice on the altar of black despotism and usurpation. 10. Exports to Haiti worth almost $7 million in 1806 fell to $1.5 million in 1808, with the bulk of profits directly transferred to America's top commercial competitor, Great Britain. 11. Protecting U.S. slaveholders required more than a sacrifice of trade. Sometimes important strategic interests had to be sacrificed, too. When Jefferson turned against Toussaint, he indirectly supported Napoleon's attempt to subjugate Haiti, even though the island of Santo Domingo was a stepping stone to French control of New Orleans. 12. Slavery shaped American foreign policy, above all, by producing an acute national vulnerability that was recognized in both the North and the South. Any foreign power at war with the United States could see the advantage of sparking a slave insurrection. During the Revolution, the British had raised a panic in the South by offering freedom to slaves willing to fight against the American colonial rebellion, and tens of thousands of slaves had seized the opportunity to escape their masters. 13. In the War of 1812, British strategy envisioned a landing on the Gulf Coast to encourage armed uprisings by both Indians and slaves. 14. In any war between the United States and Spain, British and French officials believed, black slaves from Cuba could be offered freedom and sent to the South to encourage a slave insurrection. 15. And of course it was an American, Abraham Lincoln, who would most effectively exploit the Southern weakness and who understood the military and strategic blow that could be struck by emancipating the slaves. Even without such threats, the risk of leaving slaves unguarded in time of war was too great for Southerners to tolerate. During the colonial era, each Southern state's militia became an agency to control slaves, and less an effective means of defense. During the French and Indian War, Virginia had devoted more resources to policing its slave population than to patrolling the frontier, and thus left settlers' families more vulnerable to Indian attack. 16. Many Northerners agreed with Timothy Pickering's scathing comment that the South would be worse than useless in case of foreign war, since even the mighty Virginia would have to keep at home half her force to prevent an insurrection of her Negroes. 17. But slaveholders felt their security endangered even when no European empire threatened. Isolated and hapless Haiti was one danger. Closer to home were the minuscule settlements of free blacks living in the nominally Spanish but virtually ungoverned Floridas, just south of the great slaveholding states of Georgia and the Carolinas and close by the slaveholding territories of Louisiana and Mississippi. During the War of 1812, British forces in Florida had recruited, armed, and trained a contingent of 400 to 500 runaway slaves and free blacks at Prospect Bluff, along the Apalachicola River in the Florida Panhandle. After the British withdrew in 1815, the blacks took over the British position, and it became known in the United States as Negro Fort. Armed with guns, ammunition, and several cannon, the inhabitants of the fort created a tiny pocket of black freedom carved out of the wilderness of a white-dominated continent. Outside the fort's walls, families farmed and raised cattle on their own property. It is hard to imagine how a few hundred settlers scattered along the banks of the Apalachicola posed a threat to the United States. But for Southern slaveholders, even this small community of free black families, independent of white control and living and working on their own property, constituted a living symbol of slave insurrection. In 1816 the Madison administration dispatched a gunboat to reduce Negro fort. Secretary of State John Quincy Adams justified the attack and subsequent seizure of Spanish Florida by Andrew Jackson as national self-defense, a response to alleged Spanish and British complicity in fomenting the Indian and Negro War. Adams even produced a letter from a Georgia planter complaining about brigand Negroes who had made this neighborhood extremely dangerous to a population like ours. 20. Haiti and Negro fort illustrated one important difference between the foreign policies of slaveholding and non-slaveholding America. Both shared strong expansionist inclinations, but the South had an additional and sometimes decisive motive for acquiring neighboring territory. Northerners might yearn to expand into Canada to deny the British a possible launching point for invasion, to exploit Canadian land and resources, to enhance American prestige, or to fulfill America's manifest destiny to control the whole of the North American continent. But by 1800 Northerners did not fear that the mere existence of Canadians across the border threatened the stability of their social, economic, and political institutions. Southern leaders, however, worried that even a small, impoverished island of rebel slaves in the Caribbean or a parcel of Florida land occupied by a few hundred blacks could threaten the institution of slavery. The slave-holding South had this much in common with the despotic regimes of 19th-century Central and Eastern Europe and, for that matter, with the totalitarian societies of the 20th century. For the slaveholders, as for the absolutist powers of Europe, the mere existence of free nations in close proximity constituted a potentially fatal threat. The slaveholder might wield absolute authority on his own land, but he could not control what happened beyond his boundaries, could not prevent his slaves from looking to neighboring lands for escape and sanctuary, could not stop both blacks and whites across the border from promulgating doctrines of freedom and abolitionism that could infect his slaves with dangerous ideas. In an age of advancing liberalism, the despotic ruler could not easily counteract the magnetic attraction of freedom. He was always under siege. The national interest of both the European despot and the American slaveholder, therefore, lay in diminishing the areas of freedom around them. Dangerous pockets of liberty had to be destroyed. When this was impossible, rulers and slave owners had to wall off their fiefdoms to keep out dangerous outside influences. Such had been the purpose of the Holy Alliance, of Metternich's quashing of liberal movements in Germany and Italy. Such were the aims of Tsarist Russia when it sent its armies into Poland in 1830 and Hungary in 1848. And such were the aims of Southern planters, who used their influence in Washington to get federal assistance whenever they feared encirclement by free territories, or worse, by lands where former slaves had been emancipated. As the South over the course of the first half of the 19th century grew more fearful about the security of its slave society, the defensive impulse toward expansion became more urgent, culminating in the 1840s in the Southern drive for the annexation of Texas and in the 1850s in the effort to purchase Cuba and build a Southern empire in the Caribbean. It is easy to lose sight of this uniquely Southern influence on American foreign policy in the first 2 decades of the 19th century. Early 19th century American expansionism was hardly a Southern invention. The United States was a determinately expansionist power irrespective of the South's special concerns. The aim of acquiring all the territory along the Gulf Coast had maintained broad national support as far back as Hamilton and had been endorsed by Federalists until the hated Jefferson achieved Hamilton's vision. Hunger for land and for the economic opportunities it afforded remained fervent throughout the nation. In the 1820s America's leading expansionists, John Quincy Adams and Henry Clay, were neither true Southerners nor advocates of slavery. 21. But in the course of the first 2 decades of the 19th century, a schism between the free North and the slave-holding South opened wide to reveal vastly different perceptions of what the United States was becoming as a nation and therefore how it should conduct itself in the world. The clash produced by the schism dominated American politics throughout the antebellum era. It was also the decisive factor shaping the conduct of American foreign policy between the 1820s and the start of the Civil War. The civilization of progress and the civilization of antiquity. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, the divergence of interests, motives, and character in the slave-holding and non-slave-holding sections of the United States had been muted by the fact that in both the North and South slavery was thought by many to be on its way out as an important institution in American life. The northern states had mostly abolished slavery by the end of the 18th century. 22 The states of the Upper South, where slavery had served the tobacco economy, were being gradually drained of slaves. The booming cotton industry in the Deep South created a huge demand for slaves, and slaveholders in the Upper South found it more profitable to sell their slaves down the river. Many expected this southward drain to culminate in the eventual termination of slavery in the United States. At the beginning of the century, it was still possible for Thomas Jefferson and like-minded Southerners to hope that the enslaved population would dwindle and gradually disappear, or at least it was possible for them to express such hopes, whether or not they really believed such a thing would come to pass. These hopes had been embodied in the Northwest Ordinance, which banned slavery in the new territories of the Ohio Valley, and in the decision to permit the ending of the slave trade in 1808. Oliver Ellsworth of Connecticut was not alone in anticipating that slavery, in time, will not be a speck in our country, although those who actually dwelled in the South, such as Virginia's George Mason, had what turned out to be a more realistic view of slavery's future. Slavery would expand westward, Mason predicted, driving the price and demand for slaves ever higher. 23. Still, the moral and ideological perspectives of the North and the South were not as strikingly different in the early years of the Republic as they would later become. 24 During these years there was general agreement in both the free North and the slave-holding South that slavery contradicted American principles of human freedom and equality. In post-revolutionary America, a slave state politician like Maryland's William Pinckney could publicly insist that his fellow Southerners should blush at the very name of freedom so long as they continued to enslave blacks who were in all respects are equal by nature. 25 Southerners often depicted slavery as an unfortunate burden that had been foisted upon the United States, as Jefferson had charged in the Declaration of Independence, by the hated British. The appeal to a common liberal morality softened sectional differences. The compromises struck by the Founding Fathers limiting the spread of slavery, however, began to unravel at the start of the 19th century. The Louisiana Purchase, that great strategic and economic bonanza that solidified America's fate as the dominant power on the North American continent, also set the nation on a course toward sectional conflict. For the acquisition of vast lands in the South and Southwest also opened up new regions of the country where slavery could be implanted successfully and thus threatened to upset the fine balance struck between North and South in the Constitution. 26 Not only would new slave states be added to the Union, but the Constitution's 3/5 clause would give Southerners greater representation in the House of Representatives and in the Electoral College than any non-slave states that might be carved out of the vast Louisiana Territory. Northern senators tried to pass a law barring slavery from the new territories, therefore. And many Northern Federalists opposed the acquisition altogether, fearing not only the spread of slavery but an irrevocable tilt in the political balance away from Northeast-based federalism and toward South-based Jeffersonian republicanism. Josiah Quincy argued that Louisiana's French and Spanish subjects possessed habits, manners, and ideas of civil government that made them unfit for republican institutions. Another Northerner, foreshadowing arguments that would be advanced throughout the 19th century against southward expansion, objected to incorporating into the United States the Scalo-Hispano omnium gatherum of savages and adventurers. Samuel White of Delaware predicted with what may at the time have seemed hysterical exaggeration that if this new, immense, unbounded world, should ever be incorporated into this union, it will be the greatest curse that could at present befall us. 27 In the North, incorporation of the Louisiana territories gave birth to a fear that would increase over the coming decades, that an ever-expanding slave power in the South was threatening to dominate the federal government. But Louisiana was too rich a plum to be handed back. The national strategic and economic advantages to be gained appeared to outweigh the seemingly distant risk of sectional conflict. Nor did it prove possible to limit the spread of slavery into the southern portions of the new territory. Planters and investors would not be attracted to the new lands if they could not bring slaves to work them. As John Quincy Adams remarked, in words he would no doubt later wish to take back, slavery in a moral sense is an evil, but as connected with commerce, it has important uses. 28 Thus did America's slave territories expand rather than contract. Then came the cotton boom in the South. At the end of the 18th century, increased demand in England, following the invention of steam-powered machines for spinning cotton into fabric, and increased ease of production, following Eli Whitney's invention of the cotton gin, produced an explosion in the South's cotton industry. In 1790 the United States produced just 3,000 bales of cotton a year. By 1810 annual production had risen to 178,000 bales, and that was just the beginning of a surge that would have the United States producing more than 4 million bales a year on the eve of the Civil War. Meanwhile, the cotton gin also made slavery more profitable, and the new Louisiana territories offered inviting acreage for cotton planting and a lucrative market for slaves sold downriver from the Upper South. Earlier predictions that the slave population would decline with the abolition of the slave trade proved wildly off the mark. Between 1790 and 1810 the slave population in the United States increased by 70% to over 1 million, but during the remainder of the antebellum period it more than tripled. 29. Together these new circumstances transformed American slavery from an economically dubious proposition into a profitable business. There were times in the antebellum years when the South's cotton-driven economy grew faster than the North's more diversified economy. Not surprisingly, Southerners who in the 1780s and 90s had been willing to consider and even to welcome the demise of slavery if some way could be found to save white owners from the wrath of freed slaves were by the early 19th century more enthusiastic about defending their slave society. Moral qualms were tempered in the rush to exploit the lucrative possibilities of King Cotton. The rejuvenation of the slave economy in the early decades of the 19th century set the South off on a pattern of economic development different in some significant respects from what the North was experiencing. Both regions were full and active participants in the growing worldwide capitalist market. Both took part in the market revolution of the early 19th century. But the Southern slave economy was a hybrid, capitalist in some respects, but in other respects something different. 30 Adam Smith and other free market advocates had long insisted that slavery, by eliminating both the competition for labor and the workers' incentive to increase productivity in return for higher wages, violated the laws of the market. 31 The Southern Planter Society, although it operated in the world market, was in its spirit and fundamental direction, the antithesis of capitalism. 32 It was, as Eugene Genovese has put it, a unique social class, with its own discrete material interests, moral sensibility, ideological commitment, and social psychology. Those class interests and sensibilities clashed with those of the dominant class of the larger capitalist world. 33. In recent decades historians have debated just how different the political economies of the North and South really were. 34 But contemporary observers were certainly struck by the contrast between Northern and Southern economic, political, and social development. To Alexis de Tocqueville, a trip west along the Ohio River between free Ohio and enslaved Kentucky revealed two different worlds. On the Kentucky side the population is sparse. From time to time one descries a troop of slaves loitering in the half-deserted fields, the primeval forest reappears at every turn, society seems to be asleep, man to be idle. On the Ohio side a confused hum is heard, which proclaims afar the presence of industry, the fields are covered with abundant harvests, the elegance of the dwellings announces the taste and activity of the laborers, and man appears to be in the enjoyment of that wealth and contentment which is the reward of labor. 35. Statistics supported Tocqueville's observations. The North was more urbanized, with several great cities swelling in population, while the South was more rural and thinly populated. The North was more industrialized, especially in the Northeast, where domestic manufactures had blossomed during the protracted conflict with England. The Southern economy was built almost entirely around the production and export of cash crops like cotton and tobacco. Tocqueville noted that it was only the northern states that are in possession of shipping, manufactures, railroads, and canals. 36 In the South, where the interests of plantation owners predominated, their one-dimensional economy required little domestic infrastructure. New York's William H. Seward, traveling through Virginia in 1835, saw an exhausted soil, old and decaying towns, wretchedly neglected roads, and, in every respect, an absence of enterprise and improvement, all of which he attributed to slavery. 37 The Southern anti-slavery politician Cassius M. Clay had explored New England in his youth and came back awed by its greater prosperity, despite a soil and natural resources notably inferior to those of his own state of Kentucky. 38 In the North he saw industry, ingenuity, numbers, and wealth, and also an astonishing degree of social mobility. The northern laboring man could, and frequently did, rise above the condition in which he was born to the first rank of society and wealth. Clay claimed he never knew such an instance in the South. 39. These were no doubt exaggerations. Seward was a northern opponent of the Southern slave power and Clay a Southern apostate. But even loyal Southerners, especially in the Upper South, noted the effects of slavery on their region's economic development. George Washington lamented in 1796 that land prices in Pennsylvania were higher than in Maryland or Virginia, despite not being of superior quality, because Pennsylvanians had passed laws for the gradual abolition of slavery. 40 James McDowell, Jr., Governor of Virginia, lamented that the improvidence, inactivity, and apathy engendered by the slave labor system was responsible for our desolate fields, our torpid enterprise, and our humbled impotence. 41 Except in times of high cotton prices, there appeared to be a growing gap between an increasingly rich and industrialized North and a South whose economy was stagnant and backward. By the 1820s the North was already in the early stages of developing a modern capitalist economic system and what Marxists would call a bourgeoisie and an accompanying bourgeois ethic, morality, and ideology. The Southern economy, though participating actively in the capitalist world, was nevertheless dominated not by a bourgeoisie but by an anti-bourgeois class of slaveholders, whose interest in preserving their status as masters often ran counter to their interest in their region's economic development. 42. Decades before the Civil War observers believed they could see a national difference of character between North and South. 43 The North was the world's incubator of that modern breed of human, the liberal democratic capitalist, always on the move and on the make, looking for the main chance to become wealthy and to rise above his station. In the North, Tocqueville noted, labor was associated with prosperity and improvement. But in the South labor was confounded with the idea of slavery, and poor white men who worked feared being compared to black slaves. The Southern plantation owner, meanwhile, lived in idle independence. His tastes are those of an idle man. 44 Kentucky's Henry Clay commented in 1798 that slavery harmed not only the slave but also the master, by laying waste his lands, enabling him to live indolently, and thus contracting all the vices generated by a state of idleness. 45 In fact, most Southern slaveholders owned only a few slaves and generally worked hard themselves. But this was not true of the Southern political elite. John Quincy Adams, in a frank exchange with John Calhoun, made the characteristic Northern observation that this confounding of the ideas of servitude and labor was one of the bad effects of slavery. Calhoun, speaking for the South, thought it attended with many excellent consequences. Southerners steeped in the agrarian tradition neither envied the North its big cities, which they considered dirty and dangerous, nor wished to emulate the North's frenetic pace of life. The large plantation owners who dominated Southern society and politics preferred the slower, gentler rhythms of the South. Even if the North was surpassing the South in wealth and industry, defenders of Southern institutions viewed Northern society as capitalism run amok. From the Southerners' quasi-aristocratic perspective, the Northern capitalists were vulgar strivers who valued money above all else and who had abandoned the simple republican virtues upon which the nation had been founded. Northern workers who toiled in the capitalist service were wage slaves, to be pitted for their mistreatment and feared for the radicalism that their mistreatment was likely to engender. Where Northerners valued success, individualism, drive, and self-improvement, Southerners, or at least the dominant class of Southern planters, generally valued honor, family, and community. This was especially true in Calhoun, South Carolina, where the planter class was especially aristocratic both in its style of life and in its political institutions. Northerners, in turn, found Southern pretensions to superior virtue appalling and false. To John Quincy Adams, the Southerners revealed at the bottom of their souls pride and vainglory in their condition of master dom. They fancy themselves more generous and noble-hearted than the plain freemen who labor for subsistence. They look down upon the simplicity of a Yankee's manners, because he has no habits of overbearing like theirs and cannot treat Negroes like dogs. 46 As even the Virginian George Mason once put it, every master of slaves is born a petty tyrant. 47. These distinctions may have been caricatures, but they also reflected real differences. To a foreign observer such as Tocqueville, the contrast between the two Americas illustrated the distinction between a civilization of modernity and the civilization of antiquity. 48 The North was embarked on a voyage into the future, driven by the relentless machine of liberal capitalism. The South was steadfastly clinging to the old ways, determinately preserving the structures, institutions, and psychology of an older era based on the institution of slavery. Southern slave society, according to Genovese, was essentially aristocratic and could never fully assimilate bourgeois ideology and morals. 49 When Tocqueville wrote about Americans, he meant the North, the regions where slavery does not exist. The slave-holding South, in Tocqueville's view, did not represent America's future. 50. By the end of the first quarter of the 19th century, these two economic and social systems were producing two distinct worldviews. In the North, where slavery had been abolished, a free labor ideology emerged extolling the virtues of work, celebrating social mobility and change, and seeking equality of opportunity, if not of results, for all. The Northern idea of free labor, which would eventually form the ideological foundation of the Republican Party's challenge to the Southern slave power in the 1850s, was a comprehensive vision of advancing civilization. Northerners saw themselves as a dynamic, expanding capitalist society whose achievements and destiny were almost wholly the result of the dignity and opportunities which it offered the average laboring man. 51 This doctrine of progress was aptly suited to a northern world where industrialization and roads and canals were taming nature and where even human nature seemed capable of improvement. Northern men of affairs, though disagreeing about many things, generally cohered around an imagined enterprise of improving the material environment, reforming a flawed people, and putting the United States in the vanguard of history. 52 Progressive improvement in the condition of man, John Quincy Adams believed, is apparently the purpose of a superintending providence. 53. The increasingly capitalist North was the natural home for America's burgeoning progressive reform movements. The evangelical fires of the Second Great Awakening swept across the entire nation, North and South, but only in the North did they produce the powerful impulse to social reform. In the late 1820s and 1830s, the evangelical Protestant leader Charles G. Finney encouraged Northerners to aspire to perfection in themselves and to work for the reform of society so that it, too, might approach nearer to the perfection that could be found in God's heavenly kingdom. True Christians, Finney insisted, were committed to the universal reformation of the world. 54. Evangelical Protestantism also breathed fire into the Northern anti-slavery movement. Northern abolitionists never constituted more than a tiny portion of the population, but their condemnation of slavery fit well not only with the precepts of perfectionism but also with the more broadly shared free labor ideology. Abolitionists insisted that Southern slavery was a relic of barbarism, whereas the North, with its mixture of farming, commerce, and industrial growth, was clearly advancing along the course of civilization and progress. 55 Even conservative Northerners who abhorred the abolitionists' extremism generally agreed that slavery was immoral, not only or even primarily because of what it did to blacks but because it was antithetical to Northern whites' aspirations for themselves and for American society. If slavery is not wrong, then nothing is wrong, the young Abraham Lincoln declared, and a majority of Northerners agreed. For the Northern celebrants of free labor, slavery both offended liberal morality and impeded capitalist progress. 56 When these Northerners looked south, they saw a society that seemed to violate all the cherished values of the free labor ideology. The South was a drag on America's destined progress, both materially and morally. As the years passed, the free labor North increasingly came to view the South as a threat to civilization itself. 57. The slave-holding South took a very different view, of course. If the North was moving along the path toward modern liberal capitalism, the slave-holding South did not want to follow. Indeed, it could not follow without transforming Southern society to fit the Northern mold, which meant ridding itself of slavery, with all the monumental risks that this entailed. During the Revolutionary era, Southern political leaders had stood at the vanguard of worldwide Enlightenment thinking, questioning the morality of slavery, enunciating doctrines of equal rights, and challenging the traditional Puritanism of New England with liberal religious views. 58 In 1800, a belief in progress and commitments to reform or radicalism were no more prevalent in the North than in the South. 59 But by the end of the first quarter of the 19th century, the South was hunkering down into a defensive, conservative rejection of the North's vision of human progress. As the North became a breeding ground for reform movements of all kinds, the South became the home of religious and social orthodoxy. 60 In the South, Protestant evangelical ministers stressed individual piety, not social reform and perfectionism. A society dominated by slaveholders understandably viewed all social reform movements with suspicion. 61 Southern intellectuals cited the proliferation of radical-sounding isms in the North as sure evidence of a society that was losing its moorings. Where will all this end? Asked South Carolina's James Henry Hammond. Southern slaveholders feared it would end with the abolition of their Southern institutions. 62. As time passed, and as the threat from the North grew more ominous, defenders of the Southern way of life insisted that amid the revolutionary and dangerous changes sweeping Europe and the North in the 1830s and 40s, only the South could be counted on as, in the words of another South Carolinian, the conservator of law and order, the enemy of innovation and change, the breakwater which is to stay that furious tide of social and political heresies now setting towards us from the shores of the Old World. While the North worshipped at the shrine of progress, the South viewed the idea of progress with ambivalence and suspicion. While the North flirted with notions of human perfectibility and the progressive possibilities of social and institutional reform, the South approached the world with a skeptical realism. Southerners, who came into daily contact with the harsh reality of human cruelty and suffering, knew better than to believe in such fairy tales. 63. The Missouri Crisis. During the first 2 decades of the 19th century, a number of forces kept a lid on the burgeoning sectional conflict. The conflict with Great Britain over trade and impressment distracted attention from diverging interests. The ebullient nationalism of the years following the War of 1812 was fed equally from North and South and West, uniting the major politicians of the day, the South Carolinian Calhoun, the Kentuckian Clay, and the Bostonian Adams, along with the Virginia dynasty of Madison and Monroe, behind the progressive nationalist project. But the inevitable confrontation between the two Americas burst into the open in 1819, the direct consequence of the early expansionism that most Americans had so enthusiastically endorsed. The roots of the crisis lay in the Louisiana Purchase, which had opened new southern and western territories to settlement by slaveholders and non-slaveholders alike. When the Missouri Territory applied for statehood, a New York congressman, James Talmadge, Jr., proposed barring the introduction of new slaves and freeing all existing slaves born after admission once they reached age 25. Much to everyone's surprise, Talmadge's proposals to halt the westward spread of slavery into the Louisiana territories won almost unanimous support in the North. As John Quincy Adams observed, passage of Talmadge's amendments disclosed a secret: there was a powerful and widespread animosity in the North against the Southern domination which has swayed the Union for the last 20 years. 64. For many Northerners, the Missouri battle was about the political and sectional balance of power, not about Southern slavery. 65 The prospect of more slave states entering the Union, their disproportionate influence guaranteed by the Constitution's 3/5 clause, the apportionment of Senate seats, and the allocation of electoral votes stirred fears among Northeastern politicians that had been quieted since the original Louisiana Purchase. 66 But the issue of slavery itself was unavoidable. Northern support for Talmadge's proposal came accompanied with an anti-Southern moral attack by abolitionists and non-abolitionists alike. Northerners were suddenly suggesting that the South was too depraved to expand. 67. Southern politicians responded bitterly. Some pleaded for understanding, defending slavery not on principled but on practical grounds. Jefferson lamented that we have the wolf by the ears, and we can neither hold him, nor safely let him go. Justice is in one scale, and self-preservation in the other. 68 But pleas for understanding soon gave way to angry defiance. And the moral qualms about slavery that Jefferson expressed, which for decades had signaled that the Southern gentleman planter existed in the same moral universe as his Northern compatriot, gave way to a stout Southern defense of the institution. By forcing the South to defend its very right to exist, the Missouri crisis gave birth to a potent sectional political consciousness. 69. The Missouri crisis revealed the full depths of division between the slaveholding and non-slaveholding sections of the United States, radicalizing Northerners and Southerners alike. The vicious intersectional debates of 1819 prompted Jefferson's famous exclamation that the country had been awakened as if by a fire bell in the night to the horror of civil conflict and disunion. 70 42 years before the firing on Fort Sumter, Calhoun and Adams, like Americans across the country, weighed the possibility of civil war. John Quincy Adams underwent a radical conversion during the Missouri crisis, becoming an abolitionist in his heart if not yet in his politics. Throughout most of his career in government, as minister to Russia and Great Britain and later as Secretary of State, he had done little to impinge on the constitutional rights of the slaveholders. He faithfully represented slaveholder interests in demanding indemnification from the British government for slaves abducted by British forces after the Peace of Ghent. He employed the State Department's good offices to help Southerners trying to extradite slaves who had escaped to Canada. During the debates over Jefferson's purchase of the Louisiana Territory, he broke sharply with his fellow New Englanders in opposing restrictions on the spread of slavery in the new lands. Around the time of the Missouri crisis, however, Adams's personal squeamishness about slavery began to affect his conduct of foreign policy. As Samuel Flagg Bemis has put it, Adams's inner convictions on slavery and politics first began to crystallize during the debates in Congress over the admission of Missouri into the Union. Adams wrote in his diary, "The present question is a mere preamble, a title page to a great tragic volume." 71. In the privacy of his diary, Adams traced the roots of the crisis to the dishonorable compromise with slavery in the Constitution, a bargain between freedom and slavery that was morally vicious and inconsistent with the principles upon which alone our revolution can be justified. As Lincoln was to do 4 decades later, Adams looked not to this flawed American Constitution but to the Declaration of Independence, with its promise of human equality, for ultimate guidance. That Declaration of Equality, he predicted in 1820, was the precipice into which the slave-holding planters of this country sooner or later must fall. 72 Foreshadowing his own future as an anti-slavery crusader in Congress, the Secretary of State declared, though for the moment only to himself, that a life devoted to the extirpation of slavery from the Union would be nobly spent or sacrificed. 73. 2 decades earlier Washington had prophesied that nothing but the rooting out of slavery could perpetuate the existence of Union, by consolidating it in a common bond of principle. 74 Adams now foresaw that the rooting out of slavery might put an end to the Union. Realist that he was, he did not flinch at the implications of a principled stand against slavery. With eerie prescience he described the nation's destiny in a spirit and language that would later be adopted by his moral and ideological heir, Abraham Lincoln. If slavery be the destined sword of the hand of the destroying angel which is to sever the ties of this union, he wrote, the same sword will cut in sunder the bonds of slavery itself. A dissolution of the union for the cause of slavery would be followed by a war between the two severed portions of the union. It seems to me that its result might be the extirpation of slavery from this whole continent, and, calamitous and desolating as this course of events in its progress must be, so glorious would be its final issue, that, as God shall judge me, I dare not say that it is not to be desired. 75. Adams's conception of the national interest rested on a moral foundation, for even the destruction of the nation was preferable to the perpetuation of slavery, that great and foul stain upon the North American Union. 76. As the years passed, more and more Northerners would find themselves equating the national interest not with territorial expansion, economic growth, or even national defense, but with the containment or abolition of Southern slavery. America goes not abroad, in search of monsters to destroy, he declared in his much-quoted address on July 4, 1821. No, the monsters that needed to be destroyed were not abroad but at home, or so he had concluded at this point in his life. When he declared in that same speech that America was the well-wisher to the liberty of others but the vindicator only of her own, his point, lost on succeeding generations of historians and commentators, was that American liberty had in fact not yet been vindicated. This was the great task that lay ahead. A terrible conflict to rid the nation of slavery must precede any championing of liberty abroad. The Missouri Compromise, which permitted Missouri to enter the Union as a slave state but prohibited slavery above latitude 36°30, temporarily settled the crisis. But it did not settle the fundamental conflict between North and South. It left a bitter taste in Southern mouths, for as Nathaniel Macon complained, merely by the act of compromising with Northern congressmen the South had acknowledged the right of Congress to interfere and to legislate on the subject. That violated a cardinal Southern principle since the nation's founding, that the institution of slavery should not be dealt with from outside the South. Henceforth Southerners would be on their guard against Northern interference in any form. They would be on guard, too, against any interpretation of the Constitution that permitted the federal government to intrude on the sovereign rights of the states to manage their own affairs. As Richard H. Brown has noted, in Jefferson's day the tie between slavery, strict construction of the Constitution, and the Republican Party was implicit, not explicit. After Missouri it was explicit. Southerners believed that if the loose constitutional construction of the day were allowed to prevail, the time might come when the government would be held to have the power to deal with slavery. The Missouri Compromise also convinced many leading Southerners that the slave-holding South would have to expand westward if it was to survive within the Union. The limits codified in the Missouri Compromise gave many Southerners claustrophobia. They feared being dammed up in a land of slaves, as Spencer Rowan put it. Thomas Ritchie, the influential Richmond newspaper publisher, insisted that if we are cooped up on the north, we must have elbow room to the west. 77. The Missouri Compromise practically guaranteed a conflict between North and South over Texas, should that Mexican territory ever become ripe for the plucking. After the Missouri crisis it was no longer possible to pretend that the United States was a single nation with a single set of national interests. Although politicians in both North and South worked hard over the next 2 decades to suppress the issue of slavery in the national debate lest it drive a deeper wedge between the northern and southern wings of both national parties, the Society of Slaveholders would henceforth be in conflict with the Society of Free Labor. At times the sectional conflict would be subsumed by other prominent issues such as Andrew Jackson's war against the Bank of the United States and the Jacksonian Democratic Revolution more generally. But it was clear to far-seeing observers like Adams and Jefferson that the ideological conflict between North and South would never go away. The North-South geographical line, Jefferson warned, coinciding with a marked principle, moral and political, once conceived and held up to the angry passions of men, will never be obliterated, and every new irritation will mark it deeper and deeper. 78. Slavery and Foreign Policy Realism. The existence side by side of two societies with conflicting perceptions of interest and values, with fundamentally different views of what kind of country the United States should be, and with an increasingly suspicious if not hostile view of each other, could not fail to affect the conduct of American foreign policy. On many fundamental issues, of course, Americans shared a common view of their nation's relations with the outside world. They shared an expansive vision of America's destiny and a passion for new territory as a source of economic opportunity and individual autonomy, as proof of their nation's greatness, and as validation of the American political experiment. Southern slaveholders, like their Northern compatriots, saw their nation as a beacon for Republican freedom in the world, even if this required them to ignore their own suppression of black freedom at home. They sought the extension of American trade, supported the search for markets, and believed in the transforming effects of a free international commerce. But the increasingly stark differences between slaveholding and free labor America manifested themselves in foreign policy matters both great and small. Northerners and Southerners differed on what to do about the international slave trade. They differed in their reactions to overseas revolutions. They differed in their attitudes toward the nations of the Western Hemisphere. And they differed profoundly on matters of territorial expansion. John Quincy Adams, as Secretary of State, and later as President, offers a useful measure of what was happening to the United States, for in many ways he personified the national dilemma. In 1819, as the Missouri crisis was exploding, he was busy negotiating with Spain over the terms of the Transcontinental Treaty and the cession of Spanish territory in North America. But even as he pursued one material conception of the national interest by expanding American territory in the South and West, his policies were already being shaped by another, moral conception of the national interest, preventing the spread of slavery. The final sticking point in the negotiations with Spain concerned the precise delineation of the southwestern boundary. Adams did something strange and, to someone not privy to his inner thoughts, out of character. He settled for a boundary at the Sabina River, thus excluding the vast portion of what would later become the state of Texas. Publicly he argued that Spain would not have conceded more, a claim that was later proved false, much to his embarrassment. 79 Privately he revealed other concerns. As an Eastern man, he told one Illinois senator, I should be disinclined to have either Texas or Florida without a restriction excluding slavery from them. Territorial self-denial was not normally part of Adams's makeup. As Secretary of State he had waged a tenacious struggle for every square inch and every watercourse in the Northwest. 81 But in the Southwest he loosened his grip and let new territories escape. Southerners would never forgive him for giving up Texas. In the presidential campaign of 1824, Virginia's Representative John Floyd excoriated him for ceding to Spain territory that might have become two slave-holding states and thus swindling the Southern interest out of 4 senators. 82 Once elected, the tortured Adams tried to purchase Texas. He later dubiously claimed that it would have been an abolitionized Texas, but he failed. Adams was not alone, however, in viewing southwestern expansion as contrary to the national interest and indeed as a threat to the nation's survival. President Monroe, though a Virginia slaveholder, agreed that Texas was poison, as would Andrew Jackson and Martin Van Buren during their presidencies. The problem was not that taking Texas was beyond American capacities in the 1820s and 30s. As Monroe told Jefferson, no European power could prevent the United States from taking as much Spanish land as it wanted. Instead, the difficulty was altogether internal, and of the most distressing and dangerous tendency. The further acquisition of territory, to the west and south, threatened to menace the Union itself because it would open another sectional struggle over slavery. 83 Under the circumstances, Monroe believed, expansion was contrary to the national interest, not because Texas was worthless but because the divided nature of the American polity made it indigestible. The United States could not expand because it could not decide what kind of nation it wanted to be. This was not the first time that Americans had faced this problem. From the earliest days of the Republic, debates over the conduct of American foreign policy had occurred within the context of a larger debate over the identity of the nation. In the 1790s, the differing perspectives of Hamiltonian Federalists and Jeffersonian Republicans on the struggle between Great Britain and France were shaped by differing aspirations for the development of America's political economy. During and after the years of conflict with Great Britain, which had produced calls for secession by New England Federalists, leading to their unraveling as a party, those particular schisms largely vanished. A common view of America's foreign relations derived from a commonly accepted vision of U.S. nationalism during the ascendancy of the National Republicans. But the growing North-South divide had now produced differing conceptions of the nation, and the reinterpretation or fracturing of U.S. nationalism inevitably led to different views of America's role in the world. In the decade after the Missouri crisis, the chief domestic victim of the sectional confrontation was the Progressive Nationalist project that had united political leaders in both North and South since the War of 1812. Southern fears for the institution of slavery were not the only cause of the American system's decline. The economic panic of 1819 and the ensuing hard times stirred antagonism toward that key Hamiltonian institution, the Bank of the United States, and raised angry suspicions about the relationship between the federal government and the wealthy men who ran and benefited from the bank. Southerners were hostile to the American system's protective tariffs, which helped Northern manufacturers at the expense of Southern exporters. The grand bargain implicit in Clay's American system was that the Northeast got protectionist tariffs, while the West got money for internal improvements, chiefly roads and canals. The South got little out of the deal and became increasingly resentful of what many regarded as a corrupt bargain. John Quincy Adams's narrow electoral college victory over Andrew Jackson in 1824 enraged many in both the North and the South, who saw Adams's presidency as the illegitimate product of an electoral corrupt bargain between Adams and Clay, who just happened to be the two leading advocates of a greater federal role in the nation's improvement. But the national reaction against the Progressive Nationalist project, which culminated in Jackson's landslide election in 1828, could not have acquired its overwhelming strength without the impetus of the South's deep and growing insecurity about its ability to preserve slavery in the face of Northern pressures. 84 The national coalition assembled by New York's Martin Van Buren had its well springs in the Missouri crisis. It was Van Buren's genius to see in Southern insecurities the chance to rebuild the old Jeffersonian Republican national coalition. In the South, the dispute over Missouri had produced a strong reaction against the progressive nationalism of the National Republicans and shifted the balance of political power to a hardy band of old Republican politicians who had been crying in the wilderness since 1816. As a result of the Missouri crisis, old Republicans won elections in state after Southern state, providing thereby a base of power on which a new strict construction party could be reared. Van Buren promised these Southerners a national political party that would once again be responsive to the South and that would maintain its identity in relation to the opposition as a states' rights, strict construction party. 85 In Van Buren's conception, every plank of the Republican nationalist agenda must become a target and a means of uniting the new party. Southerners needed no prodding. By 1820, the collection of internal improvements, tariffs, and other federal programs of the American system became the target of Southern leaders who saw in the program not only political corruption but also a direct threat to slavery and Southern interests. The voices of old Republicans like John Randolph, drowned out in the nationalist fervor of the post-war years, found a new and eager audience among Southern slaveholders worried about a possible Northern assault on slavery. 86 Southern politicians who had flirted with progressive nationalism during and after the war with Great Britain now shifted course and adopted an exaggerated version of old Republican principles: strict construction of the Constitution, jealous guarding of states' rights against the federal government, and retrenchment and parsimony in federal spending. Every program of the American system, from the national building of roads and canals, to the protective tariff, to the establishment of a national bank, to spending on the military, came under attack. If Congress could make canals, Nathaniel Macon warned, they can with more propriety emancipate. 87 In 1823, a strong advocate of Southern rights, Duff Green, purchased the St. Louis Inquirer to promote Andrew Jackson for president, fearing that John Quincy Adams and his Federal Party were conspiring to form a Northern anti-slavery coalition that would emancipate the slaves and prostrate the South. 88. The combined Southern and Van Burenite attack on the American system destroyed Adams's presidency almost before it began. Adams's message to Congress in December 1825, proposing a far-reaching program of national improvements, complete with astronomical observatories, a national university, a naval academy, an extensive system of roads and canals, explorations of the Pacific coast, and a federal commitment generally to the improvement of the condition of the governed. All this was far too much for an increasingly anxious South to swallow. Adams's message, Macon declared, seems to claim all power to the federal government. 89 Southern members of Congress, with support from Northern opponents of Adams led by Van Buren, defeated proposals for the establishment of a naval academy and a national university. 90 Calhoun's planned increases in the Army and Navy were decimated. A unified bloc of Southern senators opposed a plan for a scientific exploration of the South Seas on the grounds that such a national project violated the principles of strict constitutional construction. After the Missouri crisis, even the idea of nationalism came under assault. One influential South Carolina senator claimed that the very term national was a new word that had crept into our political vocabulary, a term unknown to the origin and theory of our government. 91. The Southern-led counter-revolution had an immediate and powerful impact on American foreign policy, for the American system had always possessed an important foreign policy dimension. Progressive nationalism had been a powerful engine behind the expansive foreign policies of Adams, Clay, and Monroe. The role President Monroe had outlined for the United States in his famous message to Congress in 1823 could be fulfilled only by a vigorous nation. 92 The rejection of the nationalist domestic program spelled doom for the far-reaching goals of the nationalists' foreign policy. The first sign of the impending struggle came with the defeat of Daniel Webster's resolution on Greek independence at the beginning of 1824. Arrayed on the side of Webster's proposal to help the Greeks in their struggle against Turkey, in addition to Southern progressive, nationalist Republicans like Clay, Madison, Monroe, and still John Calhoun, was a who's who of Northern nationalists, progressives, philanthropists, and missionaries, people like William Henry Harrison, Edward Everett, and Samuel Gridley Howe. 93 On the other side, representatives of merchants who traded with Turkey joined the inchoate Jacksonian coalition of Northerners rebelling against the national Republican ascendancy and the representatives of the increasingly conservative South led by John Randolph. It was Randolph, the staunchly conservative apostle of old Republicanism, the spokesman for states' rights, the anti-nationalist opponent of the War of 1812, the defender of the slave states' prerogatives, who made the most eloquent case against Webster's resolution. Employing arguments that would in the 20th century be called realist, Randolph lampooned and excoriated Webster's crusade, his quixotic attempt to embroil America in the internal affairs of Europe, and above all his lack of concern for purely American interests. Members of Congress had been sent to Washington to guard the interests of the people of the United States, Randolph declared, not to guard the interests of other people. 94. Randolph also revealed the sectional roots of this foreign policy realism. How could the United States condemn the enslavement of Greeks by their Turkish masters, he asked, while Americans held blacks in bondage? The problem was not the hypocrisy. The real danger was that the nation might decide to square practice with principle. How long, Randolph asked, before the moral condemnation of Turkey was turned with equal force against the South? He suggested that the United States was better off not interfering in the internal affairs of other nations, lest the North one day decide to interfere in the internal affairs of the South. 95. The question of interfering in the internal affairs of others had taken on new importance in the South since the Missouri crisis. Georgia's governor, George M. Trupp, was among many Southerners who had begun to complain that the North was engaging in officious and impertinent intermeddlings with our domestic concerns. 96 For those who wished to preserve the Southern institution of slavery against the increasingly powerful and moralistic North, Expressions of American moral purpose abroad were dangerous. Too often it seemed to Southerners that this moralism in foreign policy went hand in hand with moralistic opposition to slavery at home. It was no coincidence that Secretary of State Henry Clay, from lightly enslaved Kentucky, was both the driving force behind a moralizing American foreign policy and the leading spokesman for the gradual emancipation of slaves and their removal to an African colony. In 1798 the young Clay had written in favor of abolition in his own state of Kentucky. All America acknowledges the existence of slavery to be an evil. 97 In an address to the American Colonization Society in 1825 he called slavery the deepest stain, the foulest blot, and the greatest of human evils. To free the unhappy portion of our race doomed to bondage, he declared, echoing Adams, would be a greater accomplishment than all the triumphs ever decreed to the most successful conqueror. 98 For Southern slaveholders, the connection was clear. With people like Clay running around the halls of government in Washington, adhering to the principle of non-interference and non-intervention was safer, domestically as well as internationally. 99. For Southerners and other opponents of the American system, the trajectory of American foreign policy since the war with Britain had become dangerous. This included the Monroe Doctrine, that most potent expression of American international ambition and ideological exuberance. Coming on the heels of the Missouri crisis, Monroe's December 1823 message had struck many Southerners as fraught with risks. The danger of slave rebellion demanded, at the very least, that the letter and spirit of the Monroe Doctrine had to be applied very selectively in the Western Hemisphere. It was one thing to encourage independence in Colombia. It was another thing to stir up revolution in Cuba and Puerto Rico, where the ratio of black slaves to white masters was so great that what began as a revolution could easily become a massive slave rebellion. Another Haiti 100 The Creole slaveholders in Cuba opposed independence from Spain for precisely this reason, and they communicated this fear to worried American plantation owners, who in turn communicated it to their representatives in Washington. Even Clay took a cautious path as Secretary of State when it came to dealing with movements for Caribbean independence in the mid-1820s. Although personally sympathetic to Cuba's liberation, he faithfully represented slaveholder interests in stability. If at this premature period Cuba moved toward independence, Clay declared, one portion of the inhabitants of the island, as well as their neighbors in the United States, would live in continual dread of those tragic scenes which were formerly exhibited in a neighboring island. 101 When the United States learned that Colombia and Mexico were contemplating an invasion of Cuba to liberate Spain's last significant colony in the New World, American officials opposed the project, at considerable cost to relations with both Latin powers and to their own ringing declarations on behalf of hemispheric independence and solidarity. The Monroe Doctrine also became a victim of the broader counter-revolution against nationalism, federal power, and the American system. The very boldness of the president's declaration had been unsettling to Southerners worried about a federal government becoming too dominant in the setting of national policy. Senator Macon warned that Monroe's 1823 message was a strong measure and of a prerogative nature, while John Floyd of Virginia criticized it as violating the spirit of the Constitution. 102 If a president could assume such powers to shape American policy abroad, he could turn those powers against the South. Given these Southern fears, it was not surprising that the Northern anti-slavery president, John Quincy Adams, and his anti-slavery Secretary of State, Henry Clay, met fierce Southern opposition in Congress when they attempted to strengthen and expand the Monroe Doctrine in 1825. The battleground for this doctrinal struggle was the Bolivar-inspired Congress of Panama scheduled for the following year. Bolivar had invited the United States to attend, and Adams and Clay believed that the conference offered a chance to entrench American principles of international behavior among the sister republics of the Western Hemisphere. They believed Monroe had committed the United States, if not to a hemispheric alliance, then at least to the support of common hemispheric principles. Clay, in a moment of political indiscretion, had even referred to Monroe's memorable pledge of 1823.103 if they had their way, the Monroe Doctrine would blossom into a policy of Pan-Americanism and lead to the creation, as Daniel Webster put it, of a great American family of nations. 104 Clay even proposed a policy of good neighborhood, by which he meant a common hemispheric commitment to the principles of freedom and self-determination and, of course, free commerce. These ambitious plans to strengthen and deepen the Monroe Doctrine collided with Southern hostility and the Van Buren Coalition, now bolstered by the inclusion of Adams's vice president, John C. Calhoun. The political and intellectual evolution of Calhoun in the early 1820s was another striking example of how the slavery issue, brought to a head by the Missouri Crisis, shaped the thinking of Americans on a large number seemingly unrelated issues. During the first Monroe administration he had undertaken to carry out so many Hamiltonian programs, including a national bank and a large peacetime army and navy, that old Republicans regarded him as a traitor. Van Buren summed up the common view when he described his views on the federal constitution as latitudinarian in the extreme. 105 His foreign policy views were of a piece with the progressive nationalism of his domestic policies. As Monroe's Secretary of War, he had supported the ideological and territorial ambitions of the Monroe Doctrine and had sought to go further in recognizing Greek independence and even sending U.S. naval vessels to put force behind American words. He had joined Jefferson and Madison in favoring a virtual alliance with Great Britain against the monarchies of Europe. Political changes in the South after the Missouri Crisis, however, and especially in Calhoun's home state of South Carolina, helped lead him after 1824 to adopt a very different stance on all these issues, foreign and domestic. In South Carolina, a series of victories by old Republicans had driven the National Republicans from office, imperiling his political future in the state. The old Republicans were linking up with Van Buren's followers in the North under the Jacksonian banner, thus threatening his national aspirations as well. Whether out of political calculation, therefore, or because the increasing virulence of the North-South conflict forced him to become more distinctly Southern, Calhoun wheeled and renounced the Hamiltonian doctrines he had once endorsed. Like the old Republicans, he drew an explicit link between nationalism and slavery. A strong federal government, he now warned, could fall into the hands of abolitionists. It was therefore necessary to turn back the government to where it commenced operations in 1789, to take a fresh start, a new departure, on the state rights Republican tack. 106 He joined forces with the emerging Jacksonian movement, and he told Van Buren that he intended to make the issue of the Panama Conference the first great battle against Adams and Clay. 107 In retrospect, it is hard to comprehend how a proposal to send ministers to a conference in Panama could have become a highly divisive issue in American politics. But opponents of Adams and Clay saw their hemispheric ambitions as the foreign policy dimension of the hated American system. 108 For most Southerners, the preeminent issues at stake were slavery and race relations. Senator Robert Y. Hayne of South Carolina, who would become famous in 1830 for debating Daniel Webster over the question of nullification, began the attack by expressing Southern fear that the Panama Congress would discuss the suppression of the slave trade and the independence of Haiti. He asked whether representatives from a black nation should be allowed to sit as equals with white Americans and answered his own question in a thundering voice, not while there were Southern votes in Congress to prevent it. 109 Calhoun also expressed concern that the Panama Conference would resolve to recognize Haiti. It was not so much recognition simply, he explained, as what must follow it. We must send and receive ministers, and what would be our social relations to a black minister in Washington? Must his daughters and sons participate in the society of our daughters and sons? Such considerations involve the peace and perhaps the union of the nation. 110 Southerners worried that recognition of Haiti would encourage other slave rebellions elsewhere in Latin America and maybe even in the United States. 111 There was also the more fundamental question of the Constitution. Van Buren wanted to establish his national party on the basis of strict construction, and he wanted to use the Panama Conference as an ideal place to stake out this position. He did so by forging a link between the Constitution and the injunctions of Washington's farewell address, insisting that just as the Constitution must be strictly and narrowly interpreted, so should the foreign policy principles enunciated in the farewell address. Adams's proposal to send ministers to the Panama Conference thus sparked the first national debate about the true meaning of America's foreign policy tradition. The basic parameters of that debate would remain the same throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, even though its roots in the debate over strict construction and slavery would be forgotten. Did Washington's farewell address bind the nation against foreign entanglements everywhere? Did it bind it forever? Had Washington set the country on a course of isolation, or did he propose husbanding American resources until its power was great enough to assume a commanding position in the world? Adams and Clay, setting forth the arguments that would later be repeated by William Seward, Theodore Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, and a host of other 20th-century internationalists, insisted that Washington had never intended to bind future generations of Americans to the principles he had pragmatically set forth in 1796. Non-entanglement had been a tactic, not a timeless principle. The Council of Washington, Adams declared, was founded upon the circumstances in which our country and the world around us were situated at the time. But to compare our situation and the circumstances of that time with the present day was to see that a new policy was called for. 112. One change, Adams argued, was in the makeup of the governments in Central and South America. In Washington's day, we were the only independent nation of this hemisphere, and we were surrounded by European colonies, with the greater part of which we had no more intercourse than with the inhabitants of another planet. 30 years later those European colonies had become 8 independent nations, 7 of them republics like ourselves, with whom we have an immensely growing commercial, and must have and have already important political, connections, with reference to whom our situation is neither distant nor detached. The other revolutionary change was the growth of American power. In the 30 years since Washington delivered his address, Adams noted, our population, our wealth, our territorial extension, our power physical and moral have nearly trebled. Washington had predicted that the period was not far off when the United States would be strong enough to choose peace or war, as our interest, guided by our justice, should counsel. That time had come. Adams believed that growing American power and the changing ideological complexion of the world beyond American shores justified and even compelled greater international involvement. If there were nations in the world whose political principles and systems of government were congenial with our own, they would have an action and counteraction upon us to which we cannot be indifferent if we would. And if the United States had the physical and moral power to risk involvement with them, it ought to do so. Adams's opponents in the Congress rejected this logic. Washington's non-entanglement principle was universal and immutable, acknowledging no distinction of time or place. 113 His warning against foreign connections was the sole principle that must guide foreign policy, and both the Monroe Doctrine and American participation at the Panama Conference violated that principle. They denied that Washington had implied that when America became strong, we may go abroad and form foreign alliances. Washington's dictum could no more be modified by future generations than could the timeless principles embedded in the Constitution. To be represented at a Congress of independent confederated nations, Andrew Jackson declared, is an event the framers of our Constitution never thought of. 114 Van Buren introduced resolutions in the Senate declaring that even a conditional acceptance of the Panama Invitation would depart from that wise and settled policy by which the intercourse of the United States with foreign nations had hitherto been regulated. 115 Calhoun declared that Adams's Panama proposal put the liberties of the country in danger. 116 The attack on the Panama Conference was also an attack on the Monroe Doctrine, and it culminated in a congressional resolution sponsored by James Buchanan, congressman from Pennsylvania, supporter of Jackson, and future Secretary of State and President. Appropriating the language of Washington, Buchanan declared that it was the settled policy of this government, that, in extending our commercial relations with foreign nations, we should have with them as little political connection as possible. Therefore the United States could not be party to any joint declaration for the purpose of preventing the interference of any of the European powers with their independence or form of government, or to any compact for the purpose of preventing colonization upon the continent of America. 117 Had it passed, the Buchanan Resolution would have officially gutted the Monroe Doctrine, less than 3 years after its promulgation. Even though Buchanan's resolution was narrowly defeated, the effect of the great debate over the Panama Conference on the direction of American foreign policy after 1825 was significant. It marked the end of the first epoch in the development of the Monroe Doctrine. Instead of concluding, as Adams and Clay wished, with the inauguration of a policy of Pan-Americanism, the first quarter of the 19th century ended with the doctrine weakened if not eviscerated. 118. Many 20th-century diplomatic historians have commented that after the promulgation of the Monroe Doctrine, the United States simply drifted, as if its leaders had never intended to do much to back up their bold declaration. The United States, far from assuming responsibilities in South America, abstained. 119. But this abstention was the product not of U.S. timidity or indifference, nor of careless enunciation of a doctrine Americans had no real intention of implementing. Rather, it was the product of an American political conflict, in which opponents of the American system both in its domestic and foreign policy manifestations scored a victory. America the rogue state. The South confronts the British anti-slavery crusade. The election of Andrew Jackson and his Southern-dominated political coalition in 1828 halted the advance of the American system, and it had other far-reaching effects on American politics and society. It spurred and rode a new democratic revolution, in which the voice of the common man made itself heard distinctly for the first time in American politics. This democratic, egalitarian revolution posed its own problems for Southern planters, as it did for many Northern conservatives who also feared the radicalization of democratic politics, especially when tides of Irish and German immigrants washed onto American shores less than 2 decades later. The Jacksonian movement strengthened the Northern tendency to celebrate individualism, individual rights, and the self-made man, while in the South it threatened to erode the dominance of the planter aristocracy. The Jacksonian Democratic Revolution also had a distinct impact on the conduct of American foreign policy, making public opinion, including that of the millions of new European immigrants, a more potent force in both national and international affairs. Perhaps most significant was the powerful egalitarian impulse of the Jacksonians, which, in the North at least, added to the growing hostility to the anti-egalitarian and anti-democratic planter aristocracy in the South. In the late 1850s, many leading Northern Jacksonians would migrate into the Republican Party and become the greatest enemies of Southern slavery.